Shattered Skies. Book 1 in the Tempest Project series. Author, G.C. Simmons. Co-author, R.J. Simmons.
Chapter 1. The Storm We Carry. The ranch felt like a paradox, foreign and familiar all at once, like slipping into an old pair of boots that didn't quite fit anymore. Every weather-worn board of the barn, every bend in the gravel road, tugged at memories Kade had spent years trying to bury. He hadn't planned to come back. Not in a year, not in a lifetime. And yet here he was, steering a rattling, sun-faded Corolla back down the road he'd once vowed never to drive again. Dust kicked up around the tires as he crept toward the property line, the suspension groaning in protest at every dip. The car was a relic from his college years, just barely hanging on after too many hard winters and cheap oil changes. It wasn't built for roads like this, roads filled with loose stone and the ghosts of a life he thought he'd left behind. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles whitening. His father's voice echoed through the car, even though the call had ended minutes ago. "You got all that, son?" It had come through the line with that thin veneer of care his dad tried to slap over every demand, less concern, more command. Kade had hesitated, his thumb hovering over the disconnect button. For a moment, he considered telling the truth, that no, he didn't get all that he didn't remember where the pump switch was, or how to fire up the old wood stove, or what to feed the chickens now that they weren't just pecking at grain like they used to. But instead, he lied. "Yeah, Dad. I got it." The familiar click of the call ending had stung more than it should have. It always ended like that, abrupt, transactional. No take care or good luck. Just silence. With a tired sigh, he tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and nudged the Corolla forward. As he crested the final hill, the ranch rolled into view, unchanged and untouched by time in all the worst ways. The house sat squat and sullen in its nest of brittle weeds, the porch sagging like it had taken too many winters without help. Off to the right, the red barn stood like a sentinel, weathered but unyielding, its paint peeled to reveal the gray bones underneath. He parked just shy of the main gate, engine ticking into silence. The air hit him the moment he opened the door, a potent blend of manure, sun-warmed hay, diesel, and cedar. He grimaced. The scent was awful and oddly comforting. It was the smell of responsibility, of early mornings and sore muscles, of a life that didn't wait for you to feel ready. His boots crunched against the gravel as he stepped out, eyeing the property with a practiced skepticism. Some things were new, fresh wire fencing along the paddocks, what looked like a solar array bolted to the roof of the equipment shed, but most of it hadn't changed a bit. Same cracked steps leading up to the porch. Same rusted wheelbarrow half buried in the garden bed. Same stubborn sense that this place would outlive them all. He stood in silence, letting the weight of it settle over him like a heavy blanket. 1,000 memories stirred just beneath the surface, feeding goats in the bitter cold, patching fence lines with bloody hands, the sharp, scolding tone his dad used when he didn't work fast enough. And just as strong, the memory of wanting out. He'd spent most of his youth dreaming of escape, every chore a brick in the wall he was building between himself and this place. College had felt like freedom, 4 years of clean sheets, city streets, caffeine instead of sweat. He'd studied administrative law, of all things, not because he loved it but because it felt distant enough from livestock and feed catalogs to be safe. It had been a calculated rebellion, the city, a suit, a cubicle with a C. No manure. No hay bales. No aching knees at the end of a day. And yet, 3 years after graduation, he was back. Not because he missed it. Not because he wanted to be. Because his father had called, and because despite everything, Kade still answered. The front door creaked open with familiar resistance. Inside, the house greeted him like a museum of his youth. The scent of pine cleaner and old flannel hung in the air, unchanged from when he was a boy. He took off his boots and stepped into the living room, where time had clearly stood still. The couch was the same lumpy thing his mom had insisted was perfectly broken in. The recliner still bore the dent from his dad's backside, the handle duct-taped after years of abuse. He climbed the stairs slowly, half expecting the boards to give way beneath his weight. The hallway smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, maybe his mom's old potpourri stash, long since forgotten. His room sat at the end, door closed but not locked. Inside, it was a shrine. Posters from high school bands he'd long since stopped listening to clung to the walls with yellow tape. A dusty bookshelf held worn paperbacks, old notebooks, and the remains of a model plane project he never finished. His bed was still made the way he used to do it, military corners and a single pillow, like sleep was something you earned. He dropped his duffel onto the mattress and sat heavily, the springs groaning beneath him. The room felt too small, like it was pressing in on him, trying to fit him back into a shape he'd outgrown. Kade wandered back downstairs and opened the fridge, hoping for a soda, or at least a bottle of water. What greeted him instead was a sparse collection of condiments, a half-empty milk jug, and a note taped to the shelf. Didn't have time to stock up. Use the cash for groceries. Dad. 2 crisp hundreds were tucked beneath the magnet. Classic. He let the fridge door swing closed and leaned against the counter, exhaling through his nose. He could already feel the responsibilities creeping in. Chop wood. Fix the pump. Feed the animals. Be the son who came home, even if he never wanted to. And yet, he didn't leave. Later, as he carried firewood across the yard, he caught sight of the barn again. For a moment, he imagined a younger version of himself running toward it, a shepherd's crook in one hand, a radio in the other, goatlings scrambling around his feet. That boy had hated every second of it. But somewhere deep inside, a part of Kade mourned him, too. Because that boy had belonged to something. Even if he'd hated the work, he'd known his place. Now, with law school behind him and job applications sitting unanswered in his email, Kade wasn't so sure where he belonged. And maybe, just maybe, this place could help him figure that out. If it didn't swallow him whole first. Kade stood by the window longer than he meant to, watching the horizon sink into grays and slate blues. The wind pressed against the side of the house in long, groaning sighs, rattling the loose screen on the porch like a warning. The ceiling fan ticked softly behind him, a dull and persistent rhythm, as if the house itself was counting the seconds he hesitated. The text from his father still burned in his mind, not because of what it said, but because of what it didn't. His dad had never been one for long conversations or heartfelt sentiments. Even when Kade left for college, the man's version of a goodbye was a nod and a tight-lipped, "Don't screw it up." No hug. No "I'm proud of you." Just a truck door slamming and the sound of gravel as he drove away. He ran a hand through his hair and pushed off the doorframe, grabbing his flannel from the hook by the stairs. The fabric was scratchy and smelled faintly of cedar, like everything in this place. He slipped it on and headed outside, the screen door creaking and then slamming shut behind him with that unmistakable clap that used to signal to his mother someone was coming in or out. The air outside was sharp, damp with the scent of oncoming rain. He crossed the porch and took the back steps 2 at a time, gravel crunching under his boots as he headed toward the stables. The yard was still familiar, every tree, every tool left leaning against a fence post. Even the broken wind chime that used to hang from the eaves was still there, half-heartedly clinking in the gusts. The stable doors groaned in protest as he pulled them open, a few flakes of paint chipping off in his hand. Inside, the air was warmer, heavier, thick with the musk of hay, leather, and the quiet sounds of animals shifting in their stalls. A few goats bleated lazily from the far end, more out of recognition than need. He reached for the feed bin and began the routine automatically: scoop, carry, pour. Then again. The weight felt good in his hands, grounding. The ache in his shoulders was familiar, the kind of exhaustion that asked nothing of him but effort. His breath came steady, pluming out in little clouds. It wasn't until halfway through refilling the water troughs that he realized his mind had stopped spinning. He wasn't thinking about the text. Or his father. Or his future. Just this. After finishing the stalls, Kade moved to the back where the bales of wood were stacked near the tool shed. Most of them were covered with a blue tarp, damp around the edges but usable. He carried armloads of split oak to the side porch, unloading them beside the wood box with a grunt. The repetition helped. One piece after another, muscle memory taking over. The storm was getting closer now. The clouds overhead churned like ink dropped in water, and the scent of ozone prickled his skin. He hauled the last of the wood onto the porch and went inside. Back in the kitchen, he knelt by the old cast-iron stove, opening the firebox and clearing out the ash with a worn metal scoop. It was muscle memory here too. The way the door stuck unless you lifted slightly. The spot you had to tap just right to get the damper to shift. He stacked the wood carefully, kindling first, then bark, then the logs. A single match brought it all to life, the flame catching and crawling over the brittle twigs like it remembered how to do this even better than he did. As the heat crept into the room, he leaned back on his heels and let it wash over him. Outside, the rain finally came, pattering against the tin awning like 1,000 fingers tapping in warning. He stood and stretched, his muscles complaining, and went to the fridge out of habit. Still nearly empty. He grabbed a glass and filled it from the tap, wincing at the metallic taste. He made a mental note to check the well filters. His eyes caught the calendar pinned to the corkboard above the sink. It was still set to the previous November. One of those ones with inspirational quotes printed in small serif font. Courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage is the quiet voice at the end of the day saying, "I will try again tomorrow." He scoffed softly. A little too on the nose. Then, the silence shifted. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first. The ceiling fan's hum faltered. The wind outside picked up, rising into a low howl that built steadily, not unlike a train gathering speed. And then, the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Out. Kade stood there in the dim, the fire casting flickering shadows against the walls. He walked to the window, peering out, and watched as the wind sheared across the fields like an invisible scythe. Something about the storm felt different now. Unpredictable. Wild. Not like the ones he remembered from childhood. A flash of lightning lit the whole horizon in ghostly blue-white, followed a few seconds later by a deep rumble that seemed to shake the windows in their panes. Kade stepped away from the glass and grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer. Still worked. He turned it on, casting the beam around the room, the light sliding across dusty picture frames, the edge of the old hutch, the empty spot where his mom used to keep her apron. She would have had candles out by now. A pot of stew already simmering in anticipation of the storm. She used to say that bad weather made good food taste better. Kade's stomach tightened at the thought. He turned from the window and settled into the old recliner by the fire. The worn arms felt oddly welcoming, the scent of smoke and pine enveloping him. The storm raged outside. Inside, he sat in the hush of the house that had raised him, left him, and somehow called him back. He didn't know why he was here, not really. The text from his dad wasn't a request, it was a placeholder. Like his father hadn't known how to say, "I miss you" or "I can't do this alone." Just orders, disguised as routine. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was something deeper. Maybe, just maybe, it was the smallest part of him that still needed to believe that coming home wasn't the same as giving up. Outside, the wind screamed against the siding. The house groaned in reply. The storm was here. And for the first time in years, Kade didn't run from it. He stayed, and at that moment he realized how hungry he was. He grabbed the eggs he collected from the chickens earlier and set a pan on the stove. No cheese. No butter. Just eggs. He found salt and pepper buried in the back of the pantry, next to a can of expired tomato paste and a box of tea bags that smelled like cardboard. He ate in silence. The scrape of his fork against the plate echoed louder than it should have in the empty kitchen. The fire in the stove had gone low but was still warm. After dinner, he washed the plate and fork, dried them, and put them back exactly where he found them. Old habits. Then, slowly, wearily, he made his way upstairs. Halfway to his bedroom, he paused. The door to his mother's painting room stood just slightly ajar. Or maybe it only looked that way in the dark. He reached out, almost in reflex, and grasped the knob. It didn't turn. Of course not. It had been locked for years. Ever since her funeral, his father had closed that door, and Kade had never seen it open again. He stood there for a moment, fingers resting on the cool brass knob. He remembered the smell of oil paints, the sound of bristles against canvas, the hum of her voice while she worked. She never painted for money. She painted because it brought her peace. His throat tightened. He stepped back and walked away, quietly retreating into his old bedroom. The moment he dropped onto the bed, his muscles rebelled. Every joint ached. Every bone felt hollow. He didn't bother changing clothes. He lay flat, staring at the ceiling in the dark, listening to the storm rage. Outside, the wind rattled the shutters. Inside, Kade finally let himself close his eyes. Sleep found him faster than he expected, deep, dreamless, and absolute. Kade awoke slowly, his body reluctant to shift from the warmth of the bed. For the first time in years, there was no alarm screaming at him, no emails buzzing his phone, no lecture hall to race toward half-awake and under-caffeinated. The silence was thick and honest, no pretenses, no responsibilities waiting on the other end of a dorm hallway. Just him, wrapped in a comforter that smelled faintly of cedar and smoke, and the soft chirp of morning birds outside the window. His eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the faded curtains. He panicked briefly, convinced he'd overslept, before rolling over and checking his phone. 7:03 a.m. He blinked at the screen, surprised. He'd fallen asleep just after 9 the night before, the exhaustion pulling him under like a tide. Now, well-rested and slightly disoriented, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. His back ached in protest, a reminder of the shoveling, the weeding, the hours lost in the rhythms of farm work. But today was going to be easier, just a trip into town, a few more chores, and then maybe he'd finally get a chance to do something he hadn't done in months, relax. He had a small list of shows he'd always meant to catch up on. College hadn't allowed for luxuries like streaming subscriptions, and even if it had, he'd been too busy trying to stay afloat. Kade swung his legs over the side of the bed, searching his bag for clothes, only to groan when he realized that he'd packed nothing practical. His wardrobe looked more suited to a job interview or an afternoon at a coffee shop than cleaning barns or feeding livestock. Real smart, he muttered to himself, tossing the neatly folded clothes aside. He needed something durable, something he didn't mind getting filthy. And that meant raiding his father's closet. Crossing the hallway, he entered the master bedroom, a space that felt sterile and utilitarian, devoid of softness. His dad had never been one for decoration. The room felt more like a resting place for habits than a sanctuary of rest. Kade pulled open the top drawer of the dresser. Instead of socks or belts, it was filled with photographs, hundreds of them. Most were curled at the edges, faded with time, stuffed in without any particular order. They spilled over one another like discarded memories, a chaotic archive of a life once full. He paused, fingers hovering above the pile. Every image held a story. There was one of his mom laughing, holding a paintbrush like a sword while his dad gave her a mock salute. Another showed the three of them, Kade just a kid, cheeks smudged with dirt, his parents crouching beside him, arms wrapped tight around his tiny frame. Her eyes had been so alive in those photos, shimmering with the kind of warmth no camera could ever fully capture. And then he saw it, a small brass key resting beneath a photo of his mother in her painting smock, her hair tied back, face glowing with sun and paint and joy. He didn't need to ask what it opened. His heart began to race. He picked it up slowly, reverently. The key was cold and smooth in his palm, and yet it seemed to burn against his skin. His hand trembled. He knew where it went. Knew what waited at the end of the hallway behind that weathered door. Kade stood outside the room for a long time, staring at the familiar grain of the wood. His mother had refused to let his father replace this door when they renovated the rest of the house. She liked the way it looked, old, with its knots and cracks, the way it caught the morning light just right. It was the only door in the house with a skeleton key lock. Aesthetic, she had said. Magical, even. Now it felt like a gate to a world long buried. He brought the key to the lock but hesitated. His hand froze mid-turn. Guilt clawed at him. His father had locked this room for a reason, buried it like a relic too painful to face. Who was he to pry it open? With a quiet breath, he lowered the key, turned, and walked away. Back in the master bedroom, he returned the key to the drawer, tucked it beneath the photo where he'd found it. His fingers lingered on her smiling face for a moment longer, then let go. After showering, he dressed in an old flannel shirt and a pair of his father's work jeans, oversized but manageable. With a belt tightened around his waist and boots that felt heavier than he remembered, he stepped outside. The world was damp with dew. The grass glittered in the morning light. A hush blanketed the land, a silence not empty but full, filled with birdsong, distant rustling, and the rustle of a breeze drifting through the trees. There were no car horns, no buzzing cell phones, no crowds. Just stillness. Kade walked to the backyard, drawn as if by muscle memory. This was where he had spent most of his childhood, shooting cans off fence posts, helping his mom pull weeds, or just sitting in the grass and talking with her while his dad worked the fields. The target board still stood, faded and worn, a few old bullet holes still visible in its center. His gaze drifted past it, toward the garden. Her garden. It had grown wild in her absence, a riot of green and overgrowth and faded blossoms. The rosemary and lavender still bloomed despite the chaos. The wind stirred the tall grass and flowers like a gentle hand brushing through hair. And in the center, surrounded by daisies and overgrown ivy, stood her tombstone. Kade Bryant. Loving mother, wife, and friend. Kade's breath caught in his throat. His chest tightened. He walked toward the grave as if in a trance, stopping just a few feet from the weathered stone. The bench beside it was worn but intact. He sat down slowly. "Hey, Mom," he whispered, his voice breaking before he even got through the words. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" He cleared his throat and wiped at his eyes with the back of his sleeve. "I left a little while ago," he continued, quieter this time. "Went off to college. You'd have loved it there. You always said I needed to see the world. Get away. Make something of myself. I tried." The wind stirred again. Kade felt it settle over him like an embrace. "It was hard," he admitted. "Making friends. Keeping up. I didn't really fit in, not like I thought I would. But I kept going because I didn't want to come back here. Not without you." He let the silence hang for a moment, watching the way the light dappled through the trees. A butterfly landed on a nearby daisy and stayed there, wings fluttering gently. "Dad, he wasn't the same after you passed. It was like he just disappeared. He'd sit in his chair for hours, not saying a word. Started drinking more. Got angry all the time. We fought. A lot. That's the real reason I left. I couldn't breathe in this house anymore. It felt haunted." His throat closed up. "You'd kill him if you saw him like that. And maybe that's why he locked up your room. Because he couldn't stand seeing what he lost. Because he was scared that if he opened the door, you'd really be gone." Kade looked down at his hands, dirt still under his fingernails. "I found the key this morning. Thought about going in. I couldn't do it. Not yet. Not without you." The tears came freely now, hot and silent, trailing down his cheeks like rain on glass. He didn't bother wiping them away. "I miss you," he choked. "God, I miss you so much. I didn't know all that." The voice behind him pierced the quiet like a stone dropped into still water. Kade flinched, turning quickly as he wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his shirt. His heart caught in his chest before his eyes could confirm what his ears already recognized. There she stood, Cassie. Her name echoed in his mind like a memory that never left, even when everything else did. She hadn't changed much, but then again, she had. Her long brown hair still flowed down her shoulders, catching in the soft morning breeze, but the way she held herself had shifted. She stood straighter, stronger. Her hazel eyes, those eyes he used to read like scripture, were locked on him now, not angry, not soft. Just full. Full of pain. Full of questions. Full of everything unsaid. "I heard you were in town," she said, voice steady but strained. Didn't want to believe it at first. Figured if it was true, you'd have come by. Kade couldn't speak. His mouth opened, but no words came. His pulse roared in his ears. This wasn't how he pictured seeing her again, not here, not like this, not with her catching him mid-conversation with the dead. Cassie took a small step forward, arms folded across her chest, but not in defense. More like she was holding herself together. I didn't know, she repeated, quieter now. About your dad. About what happened after she passed. I only knew you left. And you never looked back. Kade felt the weight of her words like stones in his pockets. He took a breath, his voice breaking when it finally found a way out. I'm sorry. It was pitiful, really. The best he could come up with. 2 words. And yet they held everything, years of silence, of regret, of midnight thoughts and unsent messages. Her eyes shimmered, not quite crying, but dangerously close. You don't need to apologize, she said, but her voice betrayed her. I don't understand why you left without a word, but I guess I understand why you stayed away. Now. She took another step back, her gaze dropping for a moment, as if standing too close to him might undo something she'd spent years stitching together. Kade's chest tightened. She was walking away. Again. Wait, he said, almost pleading. Please, can we get breakfast? Just talk? I'll explain everything. I owe you more than this. She stopped. Her shoulders rose and fell with a long breath before she turned to face him again. No, she said gently, but without hesitation. You had years, Kade. Years to call, to text, to come home, just once. You wanted a fresh start. I get that now. But you made that choice. I had just hoped that fresh start would at least include me. She wasn't yelling. She wasn't cruel. That's what hurt the most, she wasn't angry. Just honest. I waited, she continued. I waited for you to come back. To explain. And then I stopped waiting. Because you were gone, and maybe part of me always knew you weren't coming back. Not really. Her voice cracked then, just slightly, and she blinked hard. I would have followed you anywhere, Kade, she whispered. I just didn't know you didn't want me to. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. What could he say? That he'd thought of her every night? That no one else ever measured up? That her name still lived in his chest like a ghost he couldn't exorcise? That he was afraid, of home, of pain, of dragging her down with him? Cassie took another breath and turned away. She didn't storm off. She just walked, measured, calm, as if her heart had broken so long ago it didn't even bleed anymore. Kade watched her open the car door, slide in, and pause for one last second. Her eyes met his in the rearview mirror, and for a flicker of a moment, he thought she might change her mind. But then the engine started, and she pulled away, her taillights disappearing down the long gravel drive. He stood frozen, the silence collapsing in around him again, heavier now. The garden, the tombstone, the empty bench, they all bore witness to his mistakes. Kade swallowed hard, turning slowly back toward his mother's grave. He ran a hand through his hair and gave a shaky laugh that carried no humor. Well, he murmured, voice breaking, guess I deserve that, huh? The wind rustled through the trees, soft and unbothered, and he imagined for a moment his mother sitting beside him, painting the sky, listening quietly as she always did. I broke something, he whispered. And I don't know if I can ever fix it. He closed his eyes, letting the last of the morning light press against his skin. He stayed like that for a long while, just breathing, until finally, he turned to go. The house loomed ahead, silent and still.
Chapter 2: Storms on the Horizon. John arrived at the meeting room a full hour early, hoping to get a head start on preparing for the presentation. Instead, he found himself distracted, texting his son Kade about chores on the farm. His phone buzzed with Kade's replies, and John shook his head in frustration. His boss, Kyle, walked in shortly after him and chuckled at the scene. You know that son of yours grew up working on that farm. He can handle it for a few days, can't he? John sighed and set his phone down. You'd think so, but it's like he's forgotten everything. Sometimes I think he acts like he can't do it just to aggravate me, or maybe to make me feel guilty for asking. Kyle leaned against the table, his smile softening. I know he's been distant since your wife passed. I'm sorry I haven't stopped by the farm since the funeral. Carol was a great woman. John nodded, pulling out his notepad. Thanks, Kyle. We're getting through it. He lowered his head and pretended to focus on his notes. Even after all this time, the mention of her name felt like hitting a brick wall. No matter the situation, whether he was laughing or in a good mood, it brought him back to that foggy day. He remembered the endless line of mourners, their awkward condolences, and the pity in their eyes as they shook his hand. They'd offered to help, but what could anyone really do? No one could bring her back. Needing a change of subject, John cleared his throat. Were you able to get our return tickets? Kyle opened his leather briefcase, pulled out 2 envelopes, and slid them across the table. You know my secretary loves these special requests. I've got your tickets here, but I'll be staying a few extra days. Oh, and I'll need you to take the prototype back with you. Before John could reply, the door opened, and Will, their eccentric meteorological expert, strode in. His long red hair was tied in a bun, and his Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts clashed with the formal atmosphere. He dropped his bag and grinned. Plane tickets? Tell me you scored first class, Kyle. Don't cheap out on me. Kyle laughed. You've got good ears, Will. To my budget's delight, John asked for seats in the very last row. Will's face flushed as he dropped his bag with a thud. Are you kidding me, John? Last row? We'll be the last to board, and it'll take forever to get off. John didn't respond as the rest of the attendees filed into the room. Kyle straightened and addressed the group. It's great to see you all again. I'd like to introduce Kade Bryant, our Chief Technology Officer, and Will Hamner, our lead meteorological expert on loan from NASA. Today, we're presenting our AI-driven weather predictive solution, which boasts 99.98% accuracy and is already being utilized by the U.S. military. John will take it from here. John stood, adjusting his notes. Thank you, Kyle. As you've seen in your prep materials, our software, Tempestes, named after the Greek god of sudden weather, has been adopted by NASA. It's a revolutionary tool that enables us to analyze weather patterns at a molecular level, something previously thought impossible. Advances in AI have allowed us to process massive amounts of data, enabling us to make highly accurate forecasts. An older man raised a hand. Dr. Bryant? John is fine, he replied with a small smile. The man continued. Is it true that Tempestes can predict storm systems with 99.98% accuracy up to 3 months in advance? John nodded. That's correct. Every test case we've conducted supports that claim. The man leaned back in his chair, clearly impressed. Remarkable. Think of the lives it could save. Early warnings for tornadoes, precise hurricane trajectories. Cities could prepare months in advance, potentially saving billions in reconstruction costs. A woman sitting nearby spoke up next. John, is it accurate this technology could be used to manipulate weather patterns, to intentionally alter the environment? John shook his head. That's a claim our competitors have used to discredit us. In the early stages of development, we did explore the possibility of modifying weather, hoping to mitigate destructive events or bring relief to areas suffering from droughts or floods. But after extensive studies, it became clear that the technology to alter weather on a molecular scale doesn't exist, and likely never will. A government study, known as the Tempest Project, confirmed this and deemed such ideas largely theoretical and impractical. Details on that study are included in your packets. He glanced around the room, gauging their reactions. The group's silence was heavy with thought, a testament to the weight of what they'd just heard. For John, it was just another reminder of how innovation, like life, was often shaped as much by limits as by possibilities. After the meeting wrapped up, John headed for the shuttle bus to begin his journey to the airport. Their next destination was a meeting with a company in St. Louis. His phone had been buzzing relentlessly throughout the meeting, and instead reading and responding to all of Kade's texts, he decided it would be easier to call. Kade, you there? You're coming through a bit staticky, son. I don't know if you can hear me, but if the well went out, there's a manual pump in the barn. The lever to switch it is broken, but I ordered a replacement. It's already paid for at the hardware store in town. The instructions should be in the box. Static crackled on the other end, followed by garbled words. Can you hear me, son? Text me if that made sense. John was waiting for at least a thumbs-up emoji. He shook his head, muttering, "Riveting conversationalist, son." Seconds later, his phone went dead. Dang it, I'll need to charge it at the airport. Exiting the shuttle, John started toward the airport entrance and spotted Will walking in his direction. Something about Will had always rubbed him the wrong way, though he couldn't put his finger on exactly why. Will wasn't a bad guy. They had even worked well together in the past, but somewhere along the line their differences had piled up. John chalked it up to their conflicting philosophies. He believed in self-reliance. Will championed societal responsibility, even for people who didn't pull their weight. Will was a strict vegetarian, while John thought vegetables were fine, so long as they came with a hefty side of steak. Will was a pacifist. John believed there were rare moments when violence was necessary. Even Will's man bun annoyed him, though John begrudgingly admitted he pulled it off better than most. Their differences weren't monumental, but added together they created a general sense of irritation. Not that it helped that John found a certain pleasure in needling Will whenever the opportunity arose. Will waved an envelope at him. "You hate me, don't you?" The comment caught John off guard. "What makes you say that?" Will let out a heavy sigh, grabbing his luggage. "Last row? Why in the world would you pick the last row, dude?" John smirked. "Tell me this, William. Have you ever seen a plane back into a mountain? When one crashes, the tail end is always sticking up out of the flames." Will glared at him. "For the last time, it's not William, Willie, Bill, or Billy. It's Will. You know that drives me crazy." John couldn't resist. "Short drive, dude." He added an exaggerated surfer drawl to the last word. From the corner of his eye, John noticed Will raising his hand toward him. He wasn't sure what finger was extended, but he had a good idea. As they reached the boarding area, they stood at the back of the line, being in the last boarding group. A news report on a nearby TV showed storms brewing in the north, but Will seemed more focused on shooting frustrated glances at John every time another group was called to board. John took the moment to check his laptop. Secured inside the metal-lined carry-on case that housed their prototype software, he hated the added weight and the hassle of security checks, but he liked knowing the contents wouldn't get crushed. Glancing at Will, he said, "Hey, Bill, can I ask you a question?" Will groaned. "It's Will, and just one question. I don't have the patience for more than that right now." John grinned, clearly enjoying himself. "Only one? Wow, the pressure. Let me think." After a long pause, he asked, "If clear were a color, what would it taste like?" Will's face turned crimson. He opened his mouth, then closed it, exhaling a long, slow breath before turning on his heel to follow the line of passengers boarding the plane. When they finally reached their seats, they found only one overhead baggage slot left. Will gave John a look that could kill. "Can I at least have the last spot?" Feeling a twinge of guilt but unwilling to budge, John lifted his hard case. "Sorry, man. Prototype on board. Kyle said not to let it out of my sight." Will muttered, "Sometimes I hate being a pacifist." John slid the case into the compartment. "You know, you can't spell pacifist without fist." He glanced at Will, who was making a gesture that John was certain wasn't friendly. Now, that's not very nice, Bill. Grow up." John took the aisle seat while Will stared out the window, clearly done with the conversation. When John tried to buckle his seatbelt, it wouldn't latch. "Hey, Will, my belt's not working, and I noticed you're not wearing yours. Mind swapping seats?" Will didn't even turn. "You're kidding, right?" As the plane prepared for takeoff, John's nerves began to creep in. He hated flying. Heights made his legs tremble, even on a stepladder. Will noticed and couldn't resist poking fun. "What's wrong, John? Don't tell me you're afraid of flying." John smirked, gripping the armrest. "If God wanted me to fly, he would have given me wings." Will shook his head. "For such a big, tough cowboy, you're kind of a wuss." An older man across the aisle leaned over. "It's all right, son. We take this trip twice a month to see our grandkids. My wife Wilma used to be afraid too, but now she just naps through the flight. Pilot told us once that it's way safer than driving. He gestured to a little girl in a bright red dress sitting with his wife. That's our granddaughter, May. Her dad deployed this morning. Her mom's taking a free upgrade to first class, so she gets to stay back here with us for a bit. Will grinned. Yeah, dude, if sweet Grandma Wilma and little May can handle it, so can you. He made a show of buckling his seatbelt with a smug smile. Sucks to be a jerk sometimes, doesn't it? The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like we've got sunny skies and smooth sailing today. Sit back and enjoy the ride. John gritted his teeth, muttering, "Shut up, Will," as the engines roared to life. The plane began to accelerate down the runway, its vibrations rattling through John's body. His grip on the armrest tightened until his knuckles turned red. "Just shut up, Will. Just shut up," he muttered, though Will wasn't even saying anything at that moment. Takeoffs were one of John's least favorite parts of flying, rivaled only by landings. As the plane sped up, the bumps became more pronounced, and then, suddenly, they stopped. For a moment, John felt relief, but then it hit him. The smoothness meant they were airborne. Panic washed over him. Against his better judgment, he glanced out the window. The city below quickly shrank, becoming a patchwork of tiny shapes, and John's chest felt like a vice. His rational mind told him everything was fine, but his body was certain he was going to die. Out of the corner of his eye, John noticed something red slipping behind the seat in front of him. Moments later, a small head popped up. May's. She clung to the back of the seat to steady herself, her red dress matching the ribbon in her hair. "I have a red dress," she announced brightly. "My mom has a red dress too. Hers is just like mine. Daddy got them for us before he left on his trip." She tilted her head, studying John. "Are you okay, mister? You look sick. I was sick once, and they had to take me to the doctor. Do you need to go to the doctor?" Before John could answer, May kept going, her words tumbling out in an endless stream. "Did you know my dad used to get sick when he was on an airplane? That's not good because he's a parapooper." John blinked, caught off guard. "He's a what?" May looked at him like he was the dumbest person on the plane. "A parapooper in the Army. Don't you know what a parapooper is?" Will, who was watching the interaction, stifled a laugh. "Yeah, John, everyone knows what a parapooper is." John shot Will a glare and turned back to May. "Do you mean paratrooper?" "That's what I said," May grinned. "Parapooper. He jumps out of airplanes and makes bad people say they're sorry." John couldn't help but chuckle. "That's very brave of him." May beamed. "I know." Then, as abruptly as she had appeared, she plopped back into her seat and started talking to the man next to her. "Did you know the guy behind us didn't know what a parapooper is? And he gets really sick too, just like my daddy. But my daddy takes special pills so he doesn't get sick." The man she was now addressing gave May's grandparents a pleading look. Her grandfather, finally noticing, leaned over and said, "May, why don't you come back here in color?" John smiled, reminded of when his son Kade was that age. He was pulled from his thoughts when the sunlight streaming through the windows suddenly dimmed. Glancing outside, he saw the sky darkening rapidly. What had been a sunny, clear day was now overshadowed by dark, menacing clouds. It was as if someone had thrown a blanket over the sun. Will leaned over, peering out the window. "That's crazy. I've never seen a storm form so fast. This could get hairy." As if on cue, the intercom crackled and the pilot's voice came through. "Passengers were encountering some unexpected weather and anticipate mild turbulence. Please return to your seats, put your tray tables up, and fasten your seat belts." There was something in the pilot's tone that unsettled John. Not the words themselves, but an edge he couldn't quite place. A flight attendant moved through the aisle, checking that everyone was buckled in. When she reached John, she leaned over. "Sir, you need to buckle your seatbelt, please." John held up the ends of his belt, trying to latch them while showing her the issue. "It's not working. I think it's broken." She bent down to assist him, but just then the plane lurched violently. The jolt sent the flight attendant stumbling backward, and she slammed into the opposite aisle. John, unwilling to take any more chances, extended the belt as far as it would go, tied it in a tight knot around his waist, and yanked it secure. The flight attendant, regaining her balance, started to protest. "Sir, you can't just tie it. The belt needs to." Another sharp jolt cut her off, throwing her into the overhead bin. She crumpled to the floor, unconscious, and landed partially on Will. John fumbled with his makeshift knot, trying to undo it and help, but before he could, the cabin went pitch black. A series of bright flashes of lightning illuminated the windows, and the plane dropped suddenly, giving everyone the terrifying sensation of weightlessness. The darkness and plummeting only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. The emergency lights flickered on, and the plane regained altitude. John was still struggling with his belt, but Will had already gotten up. He carefully lifted the flight attendant and placed her in May's empty seat. Glancing at her name tag, he addressed her. "Hannah, can you hear me?" Will turned to John. "She's out cold, dude, breathing, but she's got a nasty cut. I'll go get some help." As Will started toward the front of the plane, another flight attendant intercepted him, shouting for him to return to his seat. Despite his protests and pointing to Hannah, she insisted, gesturing firmly for him to sit down. Will reluctantly obeyed, grumbling as he buckled himself in. "What is wrong with these people?" he muttered. John, still shaken, muttered sarcastically, "Safer than driving, huh? A little lightning, some turbulence, and we almost crash." Will, noticeably less confident, replied defensively, "Planes are built to handle lightning strikes. It's the turbulence that's the problem. This kind of thing happens all the time. What's worrying me is Hannah. She's hurt, and no one seems to care." Nearby, John could hear May crying softly into her grandfather's arms. Her grandmother rubbed her back, whispering reassurances. A woman in first class, dressed in a striking red dress, leaned out of her seat and called back to check on May. Her grandfather responded, explaining that she was just scared but otherwise okay. John leaned back in his seat, glancing out the window again at the swirling storm clouds, his anxiety mounting with each passing second. John felt the thunder before he heard it, a deep vibration that resonated in his chest, followed by a deafening clap. The lightning strikes became more frequent, flashing in rapid succession, each one accompanied by a wave of thunder that seemed to rattle his very bones. The sound was overwhelming, drowning out the steady hum of the plane's engines. He turned to Will, who was pale and tense, his usual composure replaced by genuine concern. "You're a meteorologist. Is this normal? Because this doesn't feel normal." Will shook his head lightly, his voice quiet but steady. "No, this is way beyond normal." "But these planes are designed to handle lightning, right?" John asked, his voice betraying his unease. "A lightning strike, yes, even a few. But this?" Will gestured toward the window, where the storm raged with an intensity that felt almost unnatural. "This is insane." Will unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over the aisle, making sure the unconscious flight attendant, Hannah, was securely fastened in her seat before he returned to his own. Meanwhile, the explosions of thunder and flashes of lightning took John back in time. Memories flooded his mind, memories of his time as a communications systems specialist in the military. He and his childhood friend had enlisted together, gone through boot camp side by side, but they'd taken different paths, and it was 2 years before they were stationed together again. The day his friend arrived, the base was bombed. The sounds of that day, the deafening blasts, the rumbling chaos, mirrored what John was hearing now. He could still recall the desperate search through the rubble and the hollow triumph when someone found his friend's body. A sudden, violent bout of turbulence snapped John out of his thoughts. The plane lurched so hard that his tray table dropped down, rattling in front of him. He fumbled with shaking hands, trying to latch it back into place, but his fingers wouldn't cooperate. Frustrated, he gave up and left it hanging. Around him, the cabin had descended into chaos. Passengers were crying, screaming, and shouting. He barely registered Will muttering something about Laura and Sophie before the plane dropped again, jerking violently. John thought the lightning couldn't possibly get worse, until it did. The hair on his arms and the back of his neck stood on end as the air seemed to hum with electricity. Then the sky unleashed utter chaos. Lightning flashed so frequently it became a strobe, each bolt overlapping the last. The light was so blinding that John had to squeeze his eyes shut. Even then, the brightness burned through his lids. It was then, in the eerie darkness behind his closed eyes, that he realized something was missing. The engine noise was gone. The comforting drone that had hummed beneath everything was replaced by a haunting silence, broken only by the thunder outside. John's heart dropped into his stomach. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his vision dotted with dark spots from the lightning. The quiet was deafening. He turned his head and caught sight of the woman in the red dress, May's mother, standing in the aisle a few rows ahead. But his attention was pulled to the flicker of yellow out of the corner of his eye. He looked to the left and saw smoke pouring from the engine on the wing, flames licking violently at the air. A massive explosion erupted from the wing, shattering the cabin's calm. The side of the plane near the wing disintegrated inward, debris tearing through the cabin like shrapnel. The pressure shift was immediate and brutal. Seats, luggage, and passengers were sucked out into the void. The woman in the red dress clung desperately to the seat in front of her, her hair whipping around her face. Her terrified eyes met John's, and he saw the moment she realized she couldn't hold on. Her grip slipped, and she was gone, dragged into the chaos outside. John flinched as something smacked against his face. It was the oxygen mask, dangling and flailing wildly in the wind. He grabbed it and strapped it on, gulping in the stale air. Turning to Will, he saw him struggling with Hannah. Her seat had come loose from the floor, and Will was holding her with both hands, trying to unbuckle her seatbelt while keeping her from being pulled toward the gaping hole in the plane. The moment the buckle came undone, her body floated upward like a balloon, tethered only by Will's grip. John reached out and grabbed her, pulling with all his strength until they managed to get her onto their laps. He glanced at Will and noticed his face was pale, his movements sluggish. That's when he realized Will hadn't put on his oxygen mask. "Will!" John shouted, shaking him. But Will's head lolled to the side, his body limp. Panic threatened to overwhelm John, but before he could do anything else, the plane tilted violently and a high-pitched whining filled the cabin. John looked out the window and saw the ground racing toward them. His mind reeled. How had they fallen so far so fast? Over the noise, he caught fragments of the pilot's voice over the intercom. "Brace, brace!" Instinctively, John clung to Hannah, gripping her so tightly he worried he might hurt her. The plane tilted upward slightly, just enough to slow their descent, but the effort threw the nose to one side. The front of the plane tore free, and for a brief moment, John saw nothing but trees ahead of him. Then the back of the plane spun sideways and slammed into the ground. The impact sent a shock wave through the cabin. For a fraction of a second, John felt the sheer force of it. And then nothing. Everything went black.
Chapter 3. Lightning strikes twice. Kade finished the farm work a little after midday. His boots were caked with dirt, his shirt clung to him, soaked through with sweat that didn't match the cool breeze drifting through the valley. He tried to keep busy, but the silence of the place made his thoughts louder. Chores didn't help when it came to the noise in his head. He hadn't wanted to hurt Cassie. That had never been the plan. But back then, he was too naive to realize starting over didn't mean leaving people behind. He thought he'd been doing the right thing, cutting ties to chase something better. Maybe he had, but the most was heavier than he'd let himself admit. What gnawed at him now was how Cassie had known he was back. His father wouldn't have told her. That left Noah. It made sense. If Kade could still call him a best friend, Noah would be the one. But the truth was, they hadn't spoken since that night at the drive-in, the night Kade left. No goodbye, just silence. He needed to head into town, though he considered putting it off. But the fridge was still half empty and the farm wasn't going to stock itself. He showered again, trying to wash away the sweat and the guilt. As he dressed, tugging a flannel over his damp shoulders, his eyes landed on the old truck parked outside the garage. A smirk tugged at the edge of his mouth. That truck had been his father's pride and joy, waxed every Sunday, polished until the chrome could blind a man. It was sacred. No one but John Bryant drove it. But his father wasn't here to say no. He slipped back inside the house. The keys were easy to find, hanging from a nail in the pantry where they'd always been, like his dad had forgotten who he was leaving them around. When he turned the ignition, the truck coughed once, then roared to life. The whole thing shook with a satisfying growl, metal and machine announcing its presence. Kade grinned. The steering wheel was thicker, heavier, the way old vehicles felt, solid and sure. It smelled like oil and dust and memory. The road into town hadn't changed much. He passed the bend where he'd flipped a four-wheeler in 8th grade. The fence Noah helped him patch up after. The dry patch of grass where Cassie had kissed him for the first time. Every landmark was a ghost, waving as he drove past. At the supermarket, he parked the truck with a deliberate little swagger in his step. He could still hear his dad saying, "You're not touching that truck until you respect what it means." Kade grabbed a cart and pushed through the aisles, using the money his father had left with intention: cheese, milk, boxed meals, nothing fancy. He skipped the eggs. Fresh ones waited in the coop at home. Then, as he rounded the final aisle, his heart caught in his throat. Cassie. She was manning a checkout lane, scanning items with mechanical precision, her hair pulled back, a pencil tucked behind one ear like she always used to do during finals. He froze for a moment, considering switching lanes. But then she looked up. Locked eyes with him. No hiding now. He stepped forward, placing his basket on her conveyor belt. Her eyes narrowed. For a second, he saw something flicker behind them, anger maybe, or confusion, or both. "Really," she said, arms folded. "This is just desperate." "I didn't come here for you," he replied, voice calm but steady. "I came for groceries." He paused as she began scanning his things. "I'm glad I did, though. Maybe I can talk you into dinner instead of breakfast." She rolled her eyes. "Please. Stop." But something told Kade not to. "Not this time." "No," he said, his tone softening. "You came to me first. You wouldn't have done that if you didn't want to see me." He leaned slightly over the counter, not threatening, just honest. "You already heard my piece. You know I regret how I left. I just want a chance to explain." She hesitated, hands stalling on a box of mac and cheese. Their eyes met again, and this time it wasn't anger in hers. It was something older. Something he remembered from years ago. "Let me think about it," she said quietly, almost too quietly. His heart jumped. But it wasn't a clean victory. He'd gotten a sliver of hope, and with it came the weight of everything else. As he turned to go, Cassie called after him. "Before you leave, you should talk to Noah." Kade froze for a second, then nodded curtly and walked out with his groceries. The drive home blurred past. His thoughts were a blur too. Talk to Noah. He didn't want to. Couldn't. Seeing Cassie was hard enough, but Noah? That was different. Cassie had loved him. But Noah had trusted him. And Kade had broken that trust. He gripped the steering wheel tighter as he remembered their last conversation. That night they sat in the bed of Kade's truck, the low hum of the engine mixing with the crackle of the radio. The soft, flickering glow of the drive-in screen washed over them as they worked their way through a mountain of popcorn. The Sandlot had just started, a favorite for both of them, a relic of simpler times when life wasn't so heavy. Kade watched the screen for a while, but his mind was elsewhere. He finally turned to Noah, breaking the comfortable silence. "You ever think about staying here forever?" he asked, the words escaping into the cool night air. Noah furrowed his brow, clearly caught off guard. "What kind of question is that?" "I mean," Kade said, shifting his weight on the tailgate, "are you gonna stay on the farm forever? What are you doing after high school?" Noah stared at him, his confusion plain. He didn't seem worried, just surprised, as if the idea of leaving had never even crossed his mind. "I don't know," he said finally, his tone casual. "I haven't thought about it much." "Why?" Kade hesitated, then took a deep breath. "I'm leaving," he said, his voice flat, deliberate. "Next week. I'm leaving town, and I don't think I'm coming back. It's time to start my own life." He paused, the words catching in his throat before he forced them out. The words hung there, heavy and fragile, like glass teetering on the edge of a table. Noah blinked, his expression blank at first, as if he hadn't fully processed what Kade had just said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, almost cautious. "This isn't about your mom, is it?" Kade flinched. The mention of his mom was like a slap, unexpected and raw. He could see the concern in Noah's eyes, the way he hesitated, like he wasn't sure if this decision was born from grief or choice. "No," Kade lied, sharper than he'd intended. "Maybe I just want more. Maybe I don't want to spend the rest of my life living in my dad's shadow." Noah didn't reply immediately. He didn't have to. Kade could see the unspoken answer in his face. Noah wasn't going anywhere. This town was his life, and he was at peace with that. Something inside Kade cracked, a bitter mix of frustration and resignation spilling over. "Forget it," he muttered, hopping down from the truck bed. He slammed the tailgate shut, the metallic clang cutting through the still night, louder than he'd intended. "Come on, Kade," Noah started, but Kade was already walking away, his hands stuffed into his pockets, shoulders stiff. "I'll see you around," Kade called over his shoulder, not bothering to look back. The weight of the night hung in the air as he walked toward his car, the laughter and cheers from the sandlot feeling like they were coming from another world. It echoed in his mind as a memory more than a sound, warmth he wasn't sure he deserved. The rest of that evening blurred into labor. Kade worked until the sky started to shift toward twilight, his body aching more with every step. The physical toll was worse than the day before, his muscles throbbed from the unrelenting grind of farm chores. He paused by the barn, leaning against the fence, watching the goats amble about. When his father had been around, it hadn't felt like this. Sure, the work was the same, but now it was heavier, more relentless. John Bryant had been doing this alone for years, and only now did Kade realize what kind of endurance that took. It changed something in him. Gave him a new kind of respect. By the time 5 rolled around, he was done. The sun hovered low behind a curtain of thick gray clouds. Kade made his way inside, peeling off his shirt and letting it fall to the kitchen floor. He grabbed a glass of water, drank half of it in one long gulp, then shuffled into the living room. His father's recliner sat like a throne in the corner, off limits his whole life. But the rules didn't seem to matter anymore. With a defiant little smirk, Kade dropped into it. It swallowed him up, leather creaking beneath his weight. A show played softly on the TV, but he didn't register a second of it. He fell asleep. When he woke, the room was dark, lit only by the blue flicker of the TV and the glow of his phone buzzing on the side table. He reached for it, praying it wasn't his dad with another list of chores. But the name on the screen stopped his breath. "Cassie, I've been thinking. I want to see you again. It's not a date. I just want more closure." Kade sat up, blinking the sleep away. His pulse quickened. He didn't know if he should feel excited or crushed. It wasn't romantic, that much was clear. But it was still a chance to talk. A second chance, maybe not at love, but at honesty. And that mattered more than he expected. They made plans for the next day, and Kade could barely sleep. He rolled from side to side on the chair, too restless for bed, too wired to relax. The next 24 hours passed at a crawl. Kade worked through the day, less intense than before but still busy enough to distract himself. He tried to read a book at one point, something he'd once loved, but the words didn't stick. His eyes moved across the page, but nothing settled. At one point, he grabbed a pistol from his father's gun closet and went out to the clearing behind the barn. The targets were old bottles and rusted cans, but he still hit most of them. Not all, he was out of practice, but it felt good. Familiar. Like muscle memory, waking up after a long sleep. When the time came to get ready, he found himself standing in front of the mirror longer than he wanted to admit. He'd never been the type to care much about what he wore. But tonight, well, tonight mattered. He went with jeans, a clean t-shirt that fit just right, and his boots. Outside, the air felt different. Moist. Thick. and the sky had turned an ugly shade of gray, like the clouds had bruised. Kade walked back into the house, snatched the truck keys, and fired it up. The old engine growled to life, heavier and louder than his car. Metal, not plastic. The kind of sound that felt permanent. The drive into town was slow, the tires humming on wet pavement. His fingers tapped the wheel, nerves working their way in. The pit in his stomach hadn't gone away. The sky worried him, and so did the wind. Something about it felt wrong. As he pulled into Cassie's driveway, the first raindrops began to fall. She stepped outside just as he was reaching for the door handle. Her red blouse stood out against the gray world, her jeans tucked into boots. She didn't smile, but she didn't frown either. She climbed into the truck without a word. "I wasn't sure you'd come out in this," he said, glancing at the sky. "I said closure, not comfort," she replied with a tight smile. The restaurant wasn't fancy, just the same small-town spot they'd gone to back when everything was simpler. He'd picked it because it felt familiar, and because maybe it would make her feel something too. Halfway there, the silence was too heavy. Cassie broke it first. "You ever move on?" Her tone was neutral, unreadable. "I tried to," Kade said after a pause. "I couldn't." "Did you?" She hesitated. "I had a little fling." "Nothing serious." "Who?" he asked, too fast. Her wince told him everything. "Ian Gallo." He couldn't help it, he laughed. Not to mock her, not really. It was just so unexpected. Ian Gallo? Of all people? Her lips twitched. A hint of a smile, brief as a breeze. Conversation trickled in after that. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't silent either. The tension loosened, little by little, like old knots being tugged gently loose. At the restaurant, they slid into a booth. All around them, people whispered about the storm. Cassie mentioned that people had a sense for these things. That she was worried. Her mom was away on business. Florida. Her dad was gone, overdose, a few years back. That had hurt more than Kade expected. He'd always liked that man. She'd left Eli, her little brother, with a babysitter. Kade had never even met him. As they ate, he talked. He explained everything, why he left, what he thought he needed. What he regretted. Cassie listened, never interrupting. But her silence was an agreement. When she finally spoke, her words were sharp. Honest. "I get it," she said. "But that doesn't make it okay." Each word stung. But he didn't flinch. He deserved it. And still, just having her there, listening, even angry, meant more than he could say. Kade could hear the rain getting worse and worse outside. "Oh my God," Cassie whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. She pointed to a television. There was a weather report on. The screen was filled with a map glowing an angry, solid red. Kade turned to look just as a deafening clap of thunder rattled the restaurant. Cassie flinched, and he instinctively reached out to steady her. "Hey! Turn that up," a man called from across the room. A server grabbed the remote and cranked the volume. "One massive storm system spanning multiple counties," the meteorologist was saying. "It covers nearly the entire state of Illinois. Residents are strongly advised to seek shelter immediately. This is an unprecedented weather event, something we've never seen before." The restaurant fell silent except for the pounding rain outside. Another deafening crack of thunder sounded, louder than the last, making Cassie jump. Her face was pale, her voice trembling when she finally spoke. "Kade, I need to get home. Now." Kade didn't hesitate. "Let's go," he said, standing so abruptly his chair tipped over. But before they could move, a blinding flash of light filled the restaurant. The crack of lightning was instantaneous, followed by the unmistakable sound of splintering wood and shattering glass. All around them, smoke and fire filled the restaurant. Kade instinctively shielded Cassie as chaos erupted around them. Chapter 4. Into the Inferno. The fire spread fast, devouring everything in its path. Flames roared overhead as the heat pressed in from all sides, making it hard to think, let alone breathe. Kade grabbed Cassie's hand, his heart pounding, and started for the door. Their only focus was escape. As they ran, the roof groaned ominously and collapsed right in front of them, a massive section of timber and debris crashing down with a deafening roar. The impact sent Cassie sprawling to the ground. She coughed violently, struggling to get air through the smoke. Kade pulled her up, his grip firm as she steadied herself. Behind them, a beam gave way, falling onto someone still inside. The agonized scream cut through the chaos, echoing in Kade's ears. He turned, horrified, but the flames swallowed the figure, the scene searing itself into his mind. His instincts screamed at him to move. He shoved the thought away, forcing himself to focus on survival. Scanning the room, he saw the crowd pressing toward the back exit, the front door already buried beneath rubble. He spotted a few workers running toward the employees-only door and made a split-second decision, pulling Cassie in that direction. They pushed through the door, a piercing beeping noise hitting their ears, loud but still overshadowed by the storm outside. The kitchen was a narrow maze of stainless steel counters and chaos, but at the far end, the emergency exit glowed faintly through the smoke. Kade didn't hesitate. He shouldered the door open, dragging Cassie behind him, and stumbled outside. Hell awaited them. Flames leaped into the night sky from almost every building, lighting the scene in a surreal, flickering orange. The air was thick with acrid smoke, and the heat pressed against their skin like an invisible hand. Around them, the town crumbled, its fragile structures collapsing one by one. Kade stood frozen for a moment, watching the chaos unfold. Cassie's grip on his arm tightened, and she began pulling him toward their car. She was yelling something, but the storm drowned out her words. Lightning illuminated the sky in violent flashes, followed by thunder so loud it felt like the ground was shaking beneath their feet. The truck came into view, miraculously unscathed amidst the destruction. They sprinted toward it, dodging falling debris and weaving through the carnage. By the time they reached it, both of them were coughing, their lungs burning. Kade yanked the door open, and they scrambled inside. He didn't bother with his seatbelt, there was no time. Slamming the key into the ignition, he turned it, and the car roared to life. The tires screeched as he floored the gas pedal, jerking them onto the road. Kade swerved wildly, avoiding abandoned cars, people running aimlessly in the streets, and even pets darting through the chaos. His knuckles were white on the wheel, his breaths coming in shallow, frantic bursts. Kade had noticed that he was the only one on the road. There were a lot of other people sitting in their cars, not moving at all, some looked frustrated or scared. A bolt of lightning struck the pavement just ahead of them, the flash blinding him for a split second. Reflexively, he yanked the wheel, sending the car careening onto someone's lawn before he managed to get it back onto the road. The world outside the truck felt apocalyptic, but inside, Cassie's silence was deafening. Her wide eyes and trembling hands said everything she couldn't. Finally, they skidded to a stop in front of her house. Kade cut the engine, his heart still hammering in his chest. They stared in disbelief. The house was engulfed in flames, fire bursting from the windows and licking at the walls. The heat radiated from the blaze, even from the car. In the front yard, a teenage girl stood frozen, her shoulders heaving as she sobbed uncontrollably. Cassie leaped out of the car as soon as it stopped, her eyes locking on the teenage girl sobbing on the front lawn. Cassie knelt beside her. "Where's your brother?" she asked urgently. The girl, shaking and barely coherent, pointed a trembling finger toward the burning house. Cassie sprang to her feet, ready to charge into the blaze, but Kade grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" she shouted, panic in her voice. "Stay here with the girl," Kade said firmly. "I'll go in." "No," Cassie protested, trying to pull away. "You can't." It wasn't a question, Kade snapped, his tone sharp and commanding, leaving no room for argument. Without waiting for a response, he turned and ran toward the house, his heart hammering in his chest. He didn't dare look back, there wasn't time. As soon as he stepped inside, the heat engulfed him, it was immediate, oppressive, and suffocating. Flames crawled hungrily up the walls, dancing along the ceiling and consuming everything in their path. Thick, black smoke billowed through every crevice, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Kade's eyes stung and watered, and each breath burned as the acrid air filled his lungs. He yanked his shirt over his mouth and nose, a feeble attempt to filter out the smoke, and forced himself forward. The living room was unrecognizable, its once familiar furniture now heaps of smoldering ash and burnt wood framing. The fire roared, filling the house with an unrelenting cacophony of crackling wood and collapsing beams. Kade let out a fit of coughs. He was struggling to breathe through all of the smoke. The heat radiated from every surface, baking his skin and making every step a battle against the primal instinct to flee. But he couldn't leave. Not yet. Upstairs. He had to get upstairs. The staircase groaned under his weight, though it weakened by the relentless flames. Each step threatened to give way, and Kade could feel the heat rising as he climbed, his vision blurring from the sweat dripping into his eyes. When he reached the top, the air was thicker, the smoke more suffocating. He had to crouch low, struggling to see through the haze. The fire upstairs was even worse. It raged through each room, swallowing furniture, walls, and everything else with terrifying speed. He heard the terrifying sound of the roof groaning, threatening to collapse. He stumbled over a fallen beam, his balance wavering as the heat made his head spin. Just as he steadied himself, a faint sound reached his ears, a scream, weak and desperate. Kade froze, his pulse spiking. He turned toward the sound, his heart pounding as he followed it to one of the bedrooms. Peering through the thick smoke, he spotted a small figure on the floor. It was Eli. The boy was curled up, clutching a stuffed animal tightly to his chest, his tiny body trembling. Relief and terror surged through Kade in equal measure. He'd found him, but now he had to get him out. The doorway to the room was a wall of fire, the flames snapping and crackling like a living thing determined to keep him away. The heat was unbearable, forcing him to take a step back. His mind raced, searching for a way through. His eyes landed on a footstool near the wall. It was small, but it would have to do. Grabbing it, Kade placed it in front of the flames, creating a narrow path. With a deep breath, he leaped over the fire, the flames licking at his legs and singeing his skin. He landed awkwardly, stumbling and nearly falling, but he forced himself to stay upright. The heat was suffocating now, every breath a struggle. His vision blurred, and his body screamed at him to stop, to turn back, but he couldn't. He pushed through the pain, reaching Eli and scooping him into his arms. The boy was limp, his grip on the stuffed animal the only sign of life. Kade's urgency doubled. The fire was closing in, and the ceiling above him groaned ominously, the wood splintering and cracking under the strain. He couldn't go back the way he'd come, it was too dangerous. His eyes darted to the window, the only possible escape route. "Hold on, buddy," he whispered, his voice rough and strained. Tightening his grip on Eli, Kade braced himself and sprinted toward the window. The heat seemed to intensify with every step, the flames closing in like a predator sensing its prey. With a final burst of adrenaline, he launched himself through the glass. The window shattered around them, shards slicing at his skin as they hurtled through the air. For a moment, they were weightless, suspended in the chaos, before gravity took hold. Kade twisted his body mid-fall, turning his back to the ground to shield Eli. They hit hard, the impact jarring every bone in his body. Pain exploded through him, radiating from his arm and back. He gasped, his breath hitching as he struggled to process the agony. The brightness of the sun blinded him, and his ears rang, muting the sounds of the chaos around him. Somewhere in the haze, he felt hands tugging at Eli, pulling the boy from his grasp. The hands were large and rough, definitely not Cassie's. Panic surged through Kade, but his body refused to respond. He tried to hold on, to fight, but the pain and exhaustion were too much. Darkness crept in at the edges of his vision, and despite his efforts, it swallowed him whole. The last thing he felt was the lingering heat on his skin and the faint, distant sound of someone calling his name before everything went black. When Kade came to, the world was dim, the storm's roar muffled. He could feel the ground beneath him and the faint weight of a blanket draped over his chest. Cassie's voice came through the fog, sharp and urgent. "You're okay. You're safe." His first thought was of Eli. "The boy," he croaked. "He's fine," Cassie assured him. "You saved him." Her face was streaked with soot, her eyes red from smoke and tears. As Kade's vision cleared, he realized they weren't alone. Another man stood nearby, holding the boy close. A woman sat a few feet away, clutching her leg, which was wrapped in makeshift bandages. "We found them on the way back," Cassie explained. "They're staying with us until the storm passes." Kade nodded weakly, his body too broken to respond with more than that. The storm outside still raged, thunder rumbling and lightning flashing, but inside, they were safe, for now. Kade stirred awake, his senses sluggish and his body a symphony of pain. He blinked groggily, the dim light filtering through the unfamiliar room stabbing at his eyes. His breaths came shallow and uneven as he tried to process where he was. For a moment, his mind was blank, a haze of confusion clouding his thoughts. Then the memories hit, like a violent tide crashing against the shore. The fire. The screams. The heat searing his lungs. The boy. His chest tightened as he remembered the desperate leap from the second-story window, the child clinging to him, their combined weight slamming into the unyielding ground. He could still feel the impact reverberating through his body, a sharp ache that refused to fade. With a groan, Kade shifted and realized he wasn't in a hospital, nor in some stranger's home. He was back in his room, the same bed he'd woken up in countless times before his world had been turned upside down. Relief washed over him, but it was fleeting. He wanted to believe it had all been a dream, a horrifying nightmare conjured by his mind. But the pain in his body, the bandages he felt wrapped around his arms and torso, said otherwise. Kade sat up carefully, his movements stiff and labored, each one a reminder of what he'd endured. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and let his feet touch the cool floor, grounding himself. Voices carried faintly from somewhere downstairs, pulling his attention. He frowned, straining to make out the tones. As he descended the stairs slowly, the low rumble of a man's voice became clearer. He paused mid-step, his heart pounding in his chest. For one hopeful second, he thought it might be his father. Could he be back? Could he have returned while Kade was unconscious? The thought spurred him forward, his steps quickening despite the sharp protests of his body. But when he reached the kitchen and stepped inside, he froze. The man seated at the table wasn't his father. It was Frank. Kade's mind flashed to the last time he had seen Frank. Sure, there were times when they crossed paths in town, which always resulted in a swift glare before moving on, but the last time they had talked. Kade and Noah had been invited to one of the parties down at the lake. They happened quite often, but Kade never really went. Noah often did, and always invited Kade, but he never took it up. Noah didn't let this one go. He insisted it would get his mind off of his mother, who at the time had just recently passed. Frank was there. They weren't friends, but didn't hate each other either. Frank and Kade made small talk. The problem was that Frank had a lot to drink, and he was obviously intoxicated. The stench alone was terrible. Kade never drank. His father seared it into his mind it was the worst decision a man could make, getting addicted to it, and Kade heeded his father's advice. The girl Kade had been dating at the time, Kylie, was also there, and Frank persisted in trying to hit on her. Kade tried to make him stop, but he never did. Eventually he said something about it. Frank made a comment about her body, and it set Kade off. At the time, Kade wasn't very good at holding his temper, and the first thing he did was throw a punch. What he didn't know was that Frank had a gun, and with how drunk he was, after stumbling back from the blow, he pulled it out. Noah tried to interject, but Frank pulled the trigger too swiftly. To Kade's relief, there were no bullets, but it didn't stop the fact that Frank had tried to shoot him. He had never forgotten that moment, nor would he forget it. Kade's breath caught as his jaw clenched, his entire body going rigid. Frank. The man he had vowed never to see again. The man who had no right to be here. Yet there he was, seated at the table alongside Cassie and an elderly woman Kade didn't recognize. They were all gathered around a phone, from which a somber voice echoed, growing louder as Kade entered the room. The weight of the moment hung heavy in the air, but Kade's attention locked on Frank. Memories of old wounds and unresolved anger simmered just beneath the surface, threatening to boil over. He stood frozen in the doorway, his fists clenched at his sides, unsure whether to confront him or demand answers. All he knew was that something wasn't right. Not by a long shot. We've witnessed a series of extreme and unusual natural events, severe atmospheric shifts and volatile weather in regions once considered stable. We understand your concern, your frustration, and above all, we recognize your resilience. Even in times of uncertainty, the American spirit holds firm. Effective immediately, all citizens in affected regions are instructed to shelter in place until further notice. This is a precautionary measure, not a response to any foreign threat. What we are facing is part of a rare, natural cycle, serious, but within our ability to manage. Top scientists and emergency advisors are monitoring developments around the clock. Please avoid unnecessary travel. Fuel is being reserved for emergency services. We also want to acknowledge that supply lines to local stores may be disrupted, leading to temporary shortages. Let me be clear, looting or theft will not be tolerated and will be met with swift legal consequences. In response, the federal government will work with local officials and community leaders to pool and distribute resources to those most in need. Our goal is to ensure that no one is left behind. We ask for your patience, your cooperation, and your trust. The skies may be dark, but our foundation is strong, because it rests with you, the American people. We will overcome this. We always do. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. The line went dead with a loud beep that echoed in the room, leaving a tense silence in its wake. Kade noticed the way Frank and Cassie exchanged a look, and it made his blood boil. Clearing his throat sharply, he made his presence known. Cassie turned, her face lighting up with a warm smile. "You're awake," she said, hurrying over to wrap him in a hug. He stiffened slightly, his eyes darting to Frank, who was watching them with an expression Kade couldn't quite read. Was it envy? "What's he doing here?" Kade asked, his voice cold and clipped as he glared at Frank. Before Brittany could respond, Frank leaned back in his chair, his lip twitching in irritation. "I saved you. Don't you remember?" Kade blinked. Saved him? He didn't remember anything beyond the pain, the suffocating heat, and the chaos. Still, he couldn't bring himself to believe it. The ache in his shoulder suddenly became more noticeable, and when he glanced down, he saw his arms were raw and bright red. He grimaced, the memory of fire flooding back. "That doesn't explain why you're still here," Kade muttered, his voice sharper this time. Cassie stepped in before Frank could respond, her tone calm but firm. "He lost his house, like most people. I let him stay." Kade raised an eyebrow. "You made that decision?" "I did," she replied with a nod, her tone leaving no room for argument. Frank stood abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "Look, we can leave if that's what you want. We just needed a place to sleep for the night." His words were curt, but his gaze flicked to Brittany, and Kade didn't miss the silent exchange between them. It made his stomach churn. Kade turned his attention to the elderly woman sitting quietly at the table. She seemed unbothered by the tension, her expression calm and almost amused. She extended a hand toward him, her voice gentle. "My name is Patricia. And you are?" Something about her demeanor was disarming, and Kade found himself instinctively reaching for her hand. Before he could respond, Cassie spoke up from behind Patricia. "It's good to see you, Nana," she said before giving Patricia a hug. The confusion on Kade's face must have been evident, because Cassie quickly explained. "Back when we were kids, me, Frank, and some others were babysat by," she hesitated, as if the name felt strange on her tongue. "Patricia. Though we always called her Nana, because that's what Frank called her. Eventually, we all started saying it too." Patricia chuckled softly. "Yes, that's when it began. Even now, I'm still called Nana by most. It started with you and Frank." She gestured between them, her smile warm. The familiarity between Patricia and Cassie only fueled Kade's irritation. He folded his arms across his chest. "What time is it?" he asked, changing the subject. "It's dark, probably around 10, Cassie said. "No one has a working watch anymore, but Brittany and Eli are asleep in one of the rooms." Kade exhaled sharply, the weight of the day pressing down on him. "Fine. You can stay for the night," he said, his tone curt. "But in the morning, you're gone." Frank didn't argue. He cast a glance at Cassie, another one of those silent exchanges that made Kade's blood simmer, before heading upstairs. Cassie followed shortly after, announcing she would sleep in the same room as Eli. He heard a jiggling of a doorknob and saw Frank trying to enter a room. "Not there," Kade said, "any room but that one." Frank looked annoyed, but Kade didn't care. He was trying to enter his mom's art room, her sacred place. His father had locked it long ago, and no one had entered it since. He'd be damned if Frank was the first person to be in that room since her death. Cassie came out of the room shortly after. "Kade?" Kade acknowledged her with a nod. Before she continued, "You remember Brittany?" she asked. "The babysitter?" "Yeah, that one. She's really worried about her parents, and she was wondering if you could go back into town and bring them back." Kade sighed. "More people?" "Of course," he responded. "I'll go tomorrow." He didn't want to, but he couldn't take away a girl's parents. As the house settled into quiet, Patricia remained seated, her hands folded neatly in her lap. "You're not tired," she said matter-of-factly. Kade shrugged. "What gave it away?" She smiled knowingly. "You've been asleep for hours. And you're too restless. But before you decide to spend the night pacing, I'd like a word." Kade raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. "What about?" Patricia leaned forward slightly. "First, I want to thank you for letting us stay. I know it wasn't an easy decision. But I also want to ask you to reconsider letting Frank and me stay longer." Kade opened his mouth to protest, but Patricia held up a hand, silencing him. "Before you say no, think about it logically, not emotionally. I get the sense that you understand better than most what's happening out there. I don't know what Frank did to you, but you're smart enough to know this isn't the time to let pride or grudges dictate your choices." She paused, her gaze steady. "Your father was a wise man. I knew him well. And if he taught you anything, it was how to survive." Her words hung in the air long after she retired to one of the downstairs rooms. Kade stayed up late into the night, her voice echoing in his mind. As much as he hated to admit it, she was right. Survival came first. And as much as he despised Frank, Kade couldn't deny that they might need each other in the days to come. Kade woke to someone shaking his arm, the insistent pressure pulling him from a foggy haze. He blinked groggily, his mind struggling to process where he was or what was happening. When his senses began to clear, Cassie's pale, fear-stricken face hovered into view, jolting him fully awake. "Someone's downstairs," she whispered, her voice urgent but barely audible. "They have Frank." His stomach dropped. The instinct to reach for a weapon kicked in, but dread settled in his chest as he remembered he hadn't brought the gun upstairs. Rookie mistake. The best he had was the pocketknife stashed in his sock drawer. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. His father had always warned him of the danger that people would become if something like this had happened. He just didn't think it would happen overnight. He grabbed the knife, its familiar weight both comforting and woefully inadequate. "Stay here," he instructed Cassie, forcing his voice to remain steady. "Lock the door behind me." Cassie nodded, her trembling hands already reaching for the lock as he slipped out of the room. The old Victorian staircase groaned under his weight as he crept downward, every sound magnified in the oppressive silence. At the base of the stairs, muffled voices filtered through the stillness, Frank's frantic, pleading tone and another voice, low and commanding. Kade tightened his grip on the knife, his knuckles white as he peeked around the corner. The large mirror on the wall gave him a distorted glimpse of the scene. Frank was struggling against a tall figure whose grip was unrelenting. Slowly, Kade edged closer, and the man's features became clearer. Recognition hit him like a punch to the gut. "Noah," he blurted, stepping into the room before he could think better of it. Frank froze, his panicked gaze snapping to Kade. The man behind him, Noah, looked over his shoulder, a slow grin spreading across his face. He released Frank, shoving him forward, and stepped back with a casual air, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. "You've got to be kidding me," Kade muttered, lowering the pocketknife slightly. Noah strode over, pulling Kade into a quick, firm hug. "Long time, no see," he said, his grin widening. At the same time, Kade could tell something was off. He knew his best friend well enough to know that something seriously wrong happened. Kade furrowed his eyebrows slightly and Noah slightly shook his head no. Kade would have to ask in private. Noah got back to what was going on in the moment. Frank stumbled backward, rubbing his neck where the blade had been pressed. "What the hell is he doing here?" Noah demanded, jerking his thumb toward Frank. Kade sighed, shooting a sharp look at Frank, whose face was a mixture of anger and humiliation. "He helped me out," Kade said simply. "Figured I owed him a roof over his head." "Hospitable," Noah muttered with a scoff. "Didn't know you were running a charity." Kade ignored the jab and changed the subject. "I was planning on heading your way today," he said. "Figured you might want to join us." Noah raised an eyebrow. "Us?" "Yeah," Kade said. "We're making supply runs, helping people where we can, trying to stay ahead of the chaos. I thought you might be interested." Noah chuckled, but it lacked humor. "You're recruiting misfits now?" "Something like that," Kade said with a shrug. "Figured I'd ask for a little help myself. Maybe we trade favors." Noah's expression shifted, his sharp eyes softening slightly. "What kind of help?" Kade glanced toward the door, where Frank had stormed out moments ago, clearly uncomfortable with Noah's presence. "We can talk in private," Kade said. Noah nodded, and the two of them retreated into the back room. As soon as the door shut, Noah spoke. "It's my mom," he said, his voice quieter now. "She's gone," he said, no emotion being shown. Kade could tell he was hurting but didn't want to talk about it. "The house is gone too, the storm took it out." "Can we crash, me and my dad I mean?" Kade wasn't going to say the typical "I'm sorry," or "my condolences." He knew better than anyone what he was going through. "I understand," he said, referring to his mother, "and of course you can stay, but your dad might not like asking for help." Noah smiled. "Well, he ain't got much of a choice, does he?" Kade nodded. "I've already got a trip into town planned. There's a girl here, Brittany, and I promised I'd try to find her parents. Supplies were on the list anyway. Come into town with us, and we'll be even." "Your rating," Noah said flatly. "Call it what you want," Kade said. "We both know it's survival. You in?" Kade and Noah's childhood had been spent learning about situations like these. While their fathers might not have liked each other, they were both in agreement that if something like this happened, it was better to be prepared. Kade and Noah had a running joke about how nutty their fathers were. It wasn't so funny now. Noah was silent for a moment, his jaw tight. Finally, he nodded. "I'm in. When do we leave?" "Tonight," Kade replied. The hours passed in a flurry of preparation. Vehicles were unreliable now, but Kade's dad's old truck still worked, barely. It had 2 seats, which meant tough decisions about who would stay behind to guard the ranch. They settled on Kade, Noah, and Mr. Thomas makes the trip, leaving Cassie and the others behind. When Frank heard he wasn't coming, he looked like he wanted to argue, but for once, he held his tongue. As Kade prepared to leave, Frank caught him at the door. "Can you grab something for me?" he asked hesitantly. Kade raised an eyebrow, already impatient. "Depends." "It's for Nana," Frank said quietly. "She's diabetic. We didn't have time to grab her insulin. It should be at the pharmacy." Kade's irritation softened. "I'll try," he said, though he made no promises. The truck rumbled to life, and the group barely made it down the driveway before Brittany came running after them, waving her arms. Noah slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a stop. "What are you doing?" Noah snapped. "I could have hit you." "You forgot me," Brittany said matter-of-factly, holding a gun clumsily in her hands. "You're not coming," Kade said firmly. She raised an eyebrow, her voice calm but challenging. "Really? You're going to find my parents without me? Do you even know what they look like?" Kade hesitated, but Noah cut in. "Let her come. We don't have time for this." With a sigh, Kade relented. "Fine. Get in." The drive into town was eerie. Burnt farmhouses lined the highway, patches of corn were missing, ash thickened the air, and the silence was oppressive. Brittany sat quietly, her wide eyes taking in the devastation. Then, a gunshot shattered the quiet. A bullet punched through the truck's windshield, and Noah slammed on the brakes. The truck skidded to a halt, the tension palpable as Kade reached for his knife. Chaos was closing in again.
Chapter 5, Shards of Faith. As John drifted back into consciousness, the world around him began to materialize through a fog of disorientation. A pounding ache reverberated through his skull, and the sharp, acrid stench of smoke and burning debris assaulted his senses. Each breath felt like inhaling fire, the air thick and oppressive. His body ached, his limbs leaden, and for a moment he wasn't sure if he was dead or alive. A wet sensation on his cheek brought him back to reality, a persistent, warm nudging that jarred him further awake. He blinked, forcing his eyes to focus, and the blurry figure of a dog came into view. A pair of concerned, brown eyes stared back at him as the dog licked his face with relentless determination. The sensation was far from pleasant. The smell of the dog's breath, wet fur and something rancid, turned his stomach. He groaned, weakly pushing the dog's head back. His fingers brushed against a collar, and he squinted to make out the tag. "Molly," he read aloud, his voice hoarse. "Good girl, but I can't breathe with you in my face." As he took in his surroundings, the horror of the situation became clear. He was in the aftermath of a plane crash. The wreckage lay scattered around him like a chaotic battlefield. The aircraft's once pristine fuselage was now a twisted and mangled shell. Sections of it burned fiercely, sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the night sky. Shattered seats, torn luggage, and fragments of the plane's structure were strewn everywhere, mingling with the occasional unrecognizable shape that made his stomach churn. The air outside wasn't much better. Smoke mixed with the unmistakable stench of burning rubber, plastic, and something far worse, burning flesh. It was a smell John knew all too well, one that he had hoped never to encounter again after his years in the military. His chest tightened, and a wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm him. As his mind cleared, the pain in his midsection sharpened, forcing him to look down. His stomach throbbed, and he realized with a jolt that the tray table from the seat in front of him had been shoved backward, one of its jagged plastic arms embedded into his abdomen. Resting atop the tray was Hannah, her limp body draped across him. Panic flared as he reached for her wrist, his trembling fingers searching for a pulse. Relief washed over him when he felt it, weak but steady. She was alive. John glanced to his right, and his heart sank. The seat next to him was empty. Will was gone. He must have been sucked out of the plane during the crash. Swallowing the lump in his throat, John turned his gaze toward the older couple who had been seated nearby. Their lifeless eyes stared blankly ahead, and he knew without checking that they were gone. Summoning every ounce of strength he had, John gritted his teeth and shifted Hannah off the tray table. The movement sent a sharp jolt of pain through his torso, and he hissed, gripping the jagged edge of the plastic arm that had impaled him. With a grunt, he yanked himself free, blood seeping from the wound as he doubled over in agony. He couldn't dwell on the pain. The smoke inside the plane was thickening, and he could feel the heat intensifying as the flames spread. John grabbed Hannah by the arms and began dragging her toward the nearest opening in the plane's fuselage. Her body caught on debris, seatbelts, and the occasional lifeless passenger, but he pressed on. Every movement felt like a battle, each step an ordeal, as he fought the smoke and the searing pain in his abdomen. When they neared the jagged tear in the plane's side, John realized the edges were razor sharp. Dragging her through would shred her to pieces. He propped her onto a nearby seat, ignoring the fiery pain in his own body, and carefully lifted her onto his shoulder. His knees nearly buckled under the strain. but he staggered forward, pushing through the suffocating smoke and out into the night. John had hoped the air outside would bring relief, but it was just as oppressive. Fires burned all around him, lighting the forest in a hellish orange glow. Trees and brush had caught fire from the scattered wreckage, and the ground was littered with debris. The smoke was everywhere, choking and unrelenting. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Hannah rolled to the ground beside him, her limp body stirring no response. Molly sat beside him, her ears perked, and let out a sharp bark. John barely registered it, his mind clouded by exhaustion and pain. "Sorry, girl," he murmured. "If you can get out of here, you should. I can't help you." Molly barked again, more urgently this time, and John heard a faint whistle in the distance, followed by a voice shouting her name. He lifted his head, barely able to summon the energy to call out. "Over here! Help! We need help!" A large figure emerged from the smoke, a man in a firefighter's uniform with a medic patch on his chest. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his silhouette cutting an imposing figure against the glow of the fires. "She found 2 more, the man shouted over his shoulder. "Come help me with them." He approached swiftly, kneeling beside Hannah. "I'm Mason," he said, his voice calm but commanding. "Let's get you 2 out of here." With ease, Mason lifted Hannah onto his shoulder, her unconscious body dangling like a rag doll. Then he extended a hand to John, gripping him firmly under the arm and hauling him to his feet in one smooth motion. The sudden movement made John dizzy, but he barely had time to recover before a familiar voice reached his ears. "Holy crap, John, you're alive! I thought you were a goner." John turned and saw Will, his man bun disheveled and soot streaking his face. Relief flooded through him, a rare wave of gratitude for the man he often found irritating. For once, he didn't care. Will was alive, and that was all that mattered. John managed a weak smile. "Never been so glad to see you, man, even with that stupid bun." Will laughed, his voice a mix of exhaustion and relief. Yeah, come on, let's get out of here." With Mason leading the way and Molly trotting faithfully at their side, John allowed himself to be half dragged, half carried away from the burning wreckage. Will helped John hobble away from the smoldering wreckage, following Mason as he led them through the chaos. The cool night air wrapped around them, and John shivered as his overheated body adjusted to the drop in temperature. Only now, away from the inferno, did he realize how intensely the heat had scorched his skin. His arms and face tingled with the sting of minor burns, a painful reminder of how close he had been to the flames. Once they were a safe distance from the crash site, Will gently eased John down onto the ground. John leaned back against a fallen tree, trying to catch his breath. Will disappeared for a moment behind the tree, and when he returned, he was cradling May, the little girl from the plane. Her arm rested in a makeshift sling, and one side of her face was marred by burns, her once vibrant hair now singed to the scalp. "I heard her crying when I came to," Will said softly, his voice tinged with sorrow. "She was trying to wake her grandparents, but they didn't make it." He swallowed hard before continuing. "Her shoulder was dislocated. Mason said it for her. She was so brave." Will looked down at the girl, holding her a little closer. "I told her I'd keep her safe until we find the front of the plane and her mom." At the mention of her mom, John felt a pang in his chest. The image of the woman in the red dress being sucked out of the plane flashed in his mind. His throat tightened as he met Will's hopeful eyes and slowly shook his head. It took a moment for Will to understand the unspoken message. His brow furrowed, and his grip on May tightened protectively. Mason crouched down beside John and gently lifted his shirt to inspect the wound on his abdomen. "We need to clean this up and get it bandaged. The fact that you're alive and upright tells me you didn't hit anything vital, but infection will kill you if we don't get ahead of it." John winced as he slowly peeled off his shirt, revealing the angry gash left by the shattered seat tray. "Thanks, Mason. Really, thank you. I don't know how you found us, but I'm grateful. Where's the rest of your crew?" Mason gave him a puzzled look before glancing down at his uniform. "Oh, this?" he said, gesturing to the gear. "I'm not with a crew. I was driving to St. Louis to visit my grandson when I heard the pilot's mayday on the emergency channel. I'm a search and rescue specialist and do volunteer training at firehouses when I travel, so I had my gear in the truck. It took me a while to find the crash site. If it hadn't been for the flames lighting up the hillside after dark, I might not have found you at all. Mason pulled out a small kit, carefully disinfecting the wound before applying quick clot powder and a bandage. John clenched his jaw, biting back a groan as Mason worked. As the bandage was secured, John looked around at the devastation. "What about the other survivors? Did anyone else make it?" Mason sighed, his expression heavy with regret. "As far as I can tell, you four are it. For a plane crash, that's a miracle." He checked the bandage one last time and patted John on the shoulder. "But if there's anyone else out there who needs help, I'm going to need to get back to my truck. I've used up all the supplies I had on me." John turned to Will with a faint smirk. "So, last row, huh?" Will chuckled, the sound more relieved than amused. "Thanks to your irrational fear of flying, John, I'll never doubt you again." His grin widened. "Oh, you'll never guess what I found while we were searching." He ducked behind the fallen tree and re-emerged holding the prototype briefcase. John let out a weak laugh, shaking his head. "You've got to be kidding me." Mason whistled for Molly, and the dog trotted over obediently, tail wagging. "Good girl," he murmured, scratching her behind the ears. "Come on, let's see if we can find anyone else." He turned back to the group. "Stay put and keep an eye on the smoke. If the wind shifts, get out of here. You don't want to be caught in it." The hours crawled by as they waited for Mason to return. At some point, Hannah stirred, letting out a strangled cry as she woke in a panic. Will knelt beside her, his voice calm and reassuring. "Hey, my name's Will. You were helping me and my friend on the plane before it went down." Hannah's eyes widened as she struggled to sit up. "It crashed," she whispered, her voice trembling. She turned her head toward the wreckage, the burning remains of the plane casting a flickering glow in the distance. "It really crashed?" Will nodded, explaining what he could in a soothing tone. It took nearly an hour for the shock to fade enough for Hannah to accept the reality of their situation. When May began whimpering softly, Hannah seemed to snap back into focus. She shuffled over to the little girl, wrapping an arm around her and whispering words of comfort. The smoke grew heavier as time passed, forcing them to retreat toward a road upwind from the wreckage. Mason returned hours later, his face grim as he emerged from the smoky woods with Molly at his side. "I couldn't find anyone else," he said quietly, his gaze briefly flicking to May. "Well, no one else I could help." He cleared his throat, forcing himself to focus. "I'll get my truck and bring it around. There's a small hospital in the town up the road. It's not much, but it's a start." The group nodded, their exhaustion too deep for words. As Mason disappeared into the night to fetch his truck, John leaned back against the tree, his body aching but alive. 30 minutes later, they were all crammed into Mason's large black pickup truck. It was a sleek, newer model with every modern feature imaginable, something John might have admired just a day ago. Now, it barely warranted a second glance. The chaos of the past hours had stripped away any sense of normality. Hannah was carefully laid out across the second-row seat, her breathing shallow but steady. May had claimed the front passenger seat, curled up against Molly with her good arm draped over the dog, using her as a pillow. That left John and Will relegated to the truck bed, sitting among spare tools and Mason's gear. As the truck rumbled along the winding road, John felt the adrenaline that had kept him moving start to ebb, leaving him acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. Every inch of him hurt, his muscles, his skin, even his bones. His hearing was dulled, like he was submerged underwater, and lingering black spots swam across his vision. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the discomfort, but the steady wind whipping through the truck bed made it impossible to rest. Turning toward Will, he raised his voice to be heard over the rushing air. "I've never even heard of a storm like that. What do you think it was? It was unbelievable." Will rubbed his thighs absent-mindedly, his face grim. "I don't know, man. I've read about intense lightning storms, but nothing like this. Never with strikes that constant, that concentrated, and over such a small area for so long." He paused, his voice cracking slightly, and all those people, so many people, May's mom, her grandparents. Even in the dim light, John could see the tears streaking down Will's face. Normally, he might have dismissed Will as overly emotional, but tonight was different. John had seen hardened soldiers break down after witnessing similar levels of destruction and death. He couldn't fault Will for feeling the weight of it all. He knew his own emotions would catch up to him eventually. For now, he was grateful for the numbness keeping him functional. Kneeling in the truck bed, John squinted into the distance. Far ahead, faint lights glimmered on the horizon. A town. "Hey, Will," he called, his voice tinged with relief. "We're getting close. Look at that." The ambient glow spread outward from the town, faintly coloring the dark sky above. It was the first sign of civilization they'd seen since leaving the crash site, and for a brief moment, John felt hope stir in his chest. But the moment was short-lived. The first clap of thunder shattered the silence. The sound was deafening, and John's stomach dropped. Panic gripped him as he whispered, almost involuntarily, "Dear God, please not again." Clouds began to swirl ominously above the town, forming unnaturally fast. They looked dense and isolated, a dark mass hanging directly over the cluster of lights. John scanned the sky but couldn't see clouds forming anywhere else. Then, without warning, the lightning began. It rained down in relentless streaks, hundreds upon hundreds of strikes, all concentrated over the town. The truck screeched to a sudden halt, throwing John and Will forward. The blinding flashes lit up the sky like midday, forcing everyone to squeeze their eyes shut to shield them from the brightness. The air crackled with energy, the storm's fury drowning out everything else. For several agonizing seconds, it was impossible to think, let alone act. When the light and noise finally subsided, John cautiously opened his eyes. It took a moment for his vision to adjust, the world coming into focus in fragments. The first thing he noticed was the oppressive silence. Even the insects, which had been buzzing faintly in the background, were now eerily quiet. Then he realized something else. The truck had gone completely dark. The engine wasn't running, the headlights were out, and the dashboard lights were lifeless. Will tapped John's shoulder and pointed toward the town. "Look at that," he muttered, his voice shaky. "It's like a war zone. Dude, that's just crazy." The town below was shrouded in patches of darkness. Not a single artificial light shone. The only illumination came from the fires scattered across the landscape, their orange glow licking at the night sky. Buildings were partially collapsed, smoke rising in thin columns. To John, it looked as though the town had been hit by a coordinated missile strike. The devastation was absolute. Mason climbed out of the cab, his boots crunching on the gravel shoulder of the road. He surveyed the scene grimly, shaking his head. "Guys, I think that storm just wiped out everything electronic. The truck, the lights, nothing's working. I've read about electromagnetic pulses before, but this feels different." John swung his legs over the side of the truck bed and winced as he stood. "So what do we do?" Mason gestured toward the road ahead. "We're on a hill, and I saw a building not too far up the road. It's probably our best bet for shelter. I'm going to try pushing the truck, but I'll need one of you to help and the other to steer." Will gave John a weary look. "Guess pushing is my job, huh?" John smirked faintly, despite the situation. "Better you than me. My body's already protesting just standing here." Mason nodded. "Let's move fast. I don't trust this storm, or whatever it is, not to come back." John eased himself down from the truck bed, his legs wobbling beneath him. He clutched the side of the truck, waiting for the dizziness to subside before shuffling toward the cab. "Give me a second to get in the cab," he said, his voice tired but firm. It took all his strength to pull himself into the driver's seat, his body protesting every movement. As Mason began pushing the truck, John gripped the steering wheel tightly, guiding the vehicle toward the large building looming ahead. With the power out and no electronic assistance, steering felt like wrestling an old, stubborn ox. It reminded John of his ancient Ford back home. No power steering and brakes that felt like you had to stomp through the floor to get any response. Every turn of the wheel sent sharp jolts of pain through his bruised arms, and pressing the pedals made his battered legs scream in protest. But he powered through, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. The truck rolled into the parking lot of the Twin Rivers Christian Church, finally coming to a stop beneath the awning at the entrance. Twin metal donation bins stood sentinel near the doors, their chipped paint bearing faded labels, "Food Can Drive" and "Clothing Drive." Mason hopped off the tailgate and stretched before heading to the bins. He swung one open and began pulling out the contents. "I doubt there's anyone needier than us right now," he muttered, glancing skyward. "Hope you're okay with this, Lord, given the circumstances." John shuffled over, every step a painful reminder of his injuries. The moment he saw the clothing, he dove in, desperate for something clean and dry to replace his soot-streaked, bloodied outfit. Clean clothes should help with preventing infection, he mumbled to no one in particular as he rummaged through the pile. His fingers closed around a garish floral blouse from what looked like the 1960s. Smirking, he held it up and turned to Will. "This seems like your style." Will narrowed his eyes, clearly unimpressed. "Even after all this, you're still busting my chops? Really?" John chuckled, a faint flicker of humor breaking through the gloom. "Lighten up, man. It almost matches that hideous shirt you're wearing now." Will snatched the blouse from John and tossed it to Hannah, who was sitting nearby. She gave it a cursory glance and wrinkled her nose. "Yeah, no, not my vibe. Find me something smaller, unless you want me walking around in a floral tent." Mason, who had been sorting through the food bin, exclaimed, "Y'all need to get your priorities straight. Clean, dry clothes are what you need to avoid getting sick. This isn't a fashion show. Layer up. It's going to get cold tonight." Taking Mason's advice to heart, John peeled off his filthy shirt, wincing as the fabric tugged at his bruised skin. His gaze dropped to his legs as he slid off his pants. A deep, wide bruise stretched across both thighs, the likely result of his seatbelt during the crash. He glanced toward Will and noticed similar marks on his legs. Pulling on a pair of slightly oversized jeans and a loose button-up, John sighed in relief at the feel of clean fabric against his skin. He then dug around for sturdier shoes, swapping out his worn dress shoes for a pair of sneakers that, while not a perfect fit, would be far better for walking. As he adjusted his new clothes, an overwhelming thirst began gnawing at him. "I wish it'd rain," he muttered, glancing at the darkened sky. "All that thunder and lightning, and not a single drop. It's just unnatural." Mason, still by his truck, pulled a small cooler from the toolbox and tossed bottles of water to everyone. "This is all I've got, so make it last," he warned. Then, turning back to the second bin, he rummaged through the food supplies. "Let's see what we've got here. Spam and Vienna sausages. Now we're talking." He held the cans aloft like trophies. Will groaned. "Yeah, no thanks. I don't eat meat. Got any beans or carrots or something in there?" Mason paused, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. "You don't eat meat?" he chuckled, shaking his head. "Yeah, sure, there's some veggies in here. Help yourself, kid." He turned to John, a wry grin on his face. "Kids these days, my mama would have slapped the stupid right out of me if I said I wasn't eating meat." Hannah chimed in with a playful tone. "Well, my mom always gave us 2 choices for dinner, just in case we didn't like what she was making." Mason laughed, his deep baritone echoing in the quiet parking lot. "My mom gave us 2 choices too, same ones every night." Hannah tilted her head, intrigued. "Oh yeah? What were they?" "Eat it," Mason said with a grin, "or go hungry." Hannah smirked, shaking her head. "Classic. Good one." "I'm not kidding," Mason said, his smile widening. Will, now elbow deep in the food bin, rolled his eyes. "Yeah, very funny, Mason. By the way, I'm not much younger than you, so maybe cool it with the kids these days stick." He pulled out a can of green beans and inspected it. "And for the record, I won't apologize for not wanting to be part of the murder of innocent animals." Mason's grin didn't falter. "Suit yourself, kid. More spam for me." He grabbed a can opener from his gear and popped the lid off one of the cans, inhaling the salty aroma with satisfaction. Then he turned back to Will. "Speaking of, you got a pocket knife or something to open those veggies? Or am I going to have to do all the heavy lifting here?" Will sighed, holding up a can of carrots. "You got me there. Open this one for me, old man." The group shared a moment of light-hearted banter, a rare reprieve from the weight of everything they'd endured. For the first time since the crash, there was a flicker of normalcy. But as the night stretched on and the chill began to settle, they all knew this was only a brief respite. The storm, whatever it was, wasn't done with them yet. The sound of John's footsteps echoed in the church parking lot as he made his way back to the truck, the can of sausages still in hand. He planned to wake May up so she could eat. But as he opened the truck door, his stomach dropped. The seat was empty. "Where's May?" he called out, his voice sharp and urgent. Will, who had been seated near the bins, froze. His eyes darted around frantically until they landed on the church doors, one of which was propped open with a rock. Without hesitation, he bolted toward the entrance, John close behind. The church sanctuary was dimly lit, the moonlight streaming through the massive stained glass windows lining the back wall. The space was cavernous, with a 2.5-story ceiling and a giant cross embedded in the center pane. The stained glass depicted the crucifixion, and its vibrant reds and blues cast an eerie glow over the room. Beyond the windows, the valley below was visible, a surreal scene of devastation, the small town consumed by fire and chaos. It was jarring to stand in a holy place while witnessing such destruction just beyond the glass. John's eyes scanned the sanctuary until they landed on May, kneeling at the altar. Her small frame was hunched over, her good hand covering her face. Molly, the loyal dog, lay at her feet, her ears perked up, but her head resting on her paws. John approached cautiously, his voice soft but steady. "May, are you okay?" She looked up slowly, her tear-streaked face illuminated by the moonlight. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. Will knelt beside her, his tone gentle. "What's going on, honey?" May turned to him, her lip quivering. "I'm talking to Mommy," she said, clutching Molly's fur tightly. "I want her to know it's okay." Will leaned in closer, concern etched on his face. "What's okay, sweetheart?" A sob escaped May's throat as she stammered. I know she tried to hold on to the seat, but the wind was too big. John's heart sank, the weight of her words hitting him like a freight train. He muttered under his breath, "Oh no, she saw." May's voice cracked as she looked up at Will, her eyes filled with tears. "Who's gonna watch me until my daddy comes back?" Before Will could respond, Hannah stepped into view. John hadn't even noticed her entering the church. She moved toward May and knelt beside her, placing a comforting hand on the girl's shoulder. "We will, May. I promise, we'll take care of you." Will nodded, his voice firm. "Damn straight we will." Hannah shot him a pointed look. "Language, Will." Will grimaced. "Sorry, I'll work on that." Before anyone could say more, Mason entered the church, shutting the doors behind him with a thud. His expression was tense. Something's happening out there. John hadn't noticed it before, but now that Mason mentioned it, he realized the moonlight in the sanctuary was fading, and a low hum was growing in the distance. Within moments, the church was bombarded by the deafening sound of hail slamming into the roof. Each impact reverberated through the building, like gunshots echoing in rapid succession. Occasionally, a piece of hail struck the glass windows, bouncing off with a resounding thud. Cracks began to spiderweb across the thick glass as the storm's fury intensified. The wind picked up, rattling the glass panes violently. The entire building seemed to tremble as the howling wind reached hurricane-level speeds. The rattling turned into a deep, ominous groan, and John felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't need Mason to tell him what came next. "Pull these pews together and flip them on their sides," Mason shouted over the chaos. "We need cover." He moved to the nearest pew, gripping it tightly and straining with his immense strength. The solid oak bench groaned in protest, its bolted legs snapping as Mason wrenched it free from the concrete floor. He dragged it toward the center of the sanctuary, where they began constructing a makeshift shelter. May and Hannah huddled together with Molly in the center of the fortress as Will worked to secure another pew as a crossbeam. John grabbed some tablecloths from a storage room, stuffing them into gaps in the structure to block out the wind and debris. The storm's intensity continued to grow, the wind now roaring with such force that it felt like the church might collapse at any moment. A sudden surge of panic gripped John. Something in his gut told him they had only seconds before disaster struck. Everyone else was already inside the makeshift shelter, but Will was still outside, fumbling with another pew. John didn't waste time shouting. He rushed forward and shoved Will with all his strength, sending him tumbling over the barrier into the relative safety of the shelter. Just as John prepared to dive in after him, the stained glass windows exploded. A deafening roar filled the sanctuary as millions of glass shards sprayed outward, peppering John's back and glittering like deadly confetti. The hurricane-force wind followed, slamming into John and knocking him over the pew. He landed hard, but the barrier held, shielding them from the worst of the chaos. They huddled together in the tight space, their bodies pressed close for warmth and protection. Molly sat in the middle, her breath as rancid as ever, but no one had the energy to complain. Hannah wrapped her arms around May, whispering words of comfort, while Will used his body as a shield to block any debris that might break through. The storm's fury seemed endless. The wind's howl grew louder, drowning out even the sounds of their own breathing. The church itself began to tremble, the ancient beams groaning under the strain. John looked up just in time to see the roof give way. With a deafening crack, the roof disintegrated, its pieces sucked upward into the night sky. The swirling glass shards followed, vanishing into the darkness. The pews they had stacked for additional protection were ripped away, leaving them exposed to the elements. Desperation took hold. They clung to the bolted pews, their hands aching as they fought to avoid being dragged out by the storm. John wrapped his arms around May, holding her close, his muscles screaming in protest. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it, a massive shadow looming in his peripheral vision. He barely had time to register what it was before the wall of the church collapsed inward, folding like a sheet of paper. The last thing John saw was the dark mass coming down on top of them, blotting out the moonlight before they were buried.
Chapter 6. The Cost of Promises. The gunshot cracked through the air, a sharp, deafening sound that made Noah swerve hard. Kade could only hope it was intentional. If it wasn't, it meant the worst, that he'd been hit. The truck lurched violently off the road, crashing into the cornfield. The tall stalks folded and snapped under the weight of the vehicle, the brittle sound of braking plants mixing with the hum of the engine. The corn wasn't fully grown, but it was tall enough to provide some cover, though it didn't feel like much. The truck screeched to a halt, throwing everyone inside forward. Kade instinctively grabbed Brittany, pulling her into his arms and shielding her as they both dropped to the floor of the truck bed. His body pressed against the cold, uneven metal, the ridges biting into his side, but he didn't care. Protecting her was all that mattered. The last thing he wanted was for either of them to be flung out into the chaos of the field. For a moment, time seemed to slow, and the weight of what had just happened hit with full force. 2 days. It had only been 2 days since the fires started, and their once quiet town had already descended into anarchy. Kade had never imagined this kind of chaos could reach a place so remote, so unassuming. If he had, he wouldn't have taken the risk of coming back here. But here they were, and there was no escape. Turning back was suicide. They'd shoot out the tires in seconds, leaving them stranded and helpless. The only option was to press on, even if the road ahead seemed impossible. The truck jolted again as Noah slammed it into park and leapt out, muttering curses under his breath. He shoved his way through the corn, his movements sharp and deliberate despite the panic coursing through him. Kade peeked over the edge of the truck bed, watching as Noah made his way to the passenger side. He grabbed the door handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Again and again, Noah yanked, his frustration boiling over until a final, guttural pull wrenched the door open with a loud screech of metal. What happened next made Kade's stomach churn. Noah's dad stumbled out of the truck, his steps faltering and uneven. A dark stain spread across his shirt, right over his chest, a gunshot wound. Blood streamed down his torso, soaking into the fabric and pooling on the ground. His breathing came in shallow, ragged gasps, each one rattling in his chest. His hands trembled as he reached out, searching for something to steady himself. And then, he collapsed. No! Noah dropped to his knees beside his father, his voice breaking with raw anguish. His hands pressed desperately against the wound, as if sheer determination could stop the bleeding. The sound of his cries cut through the air, a devastating mix of sorrow and fury that seemed to echo into the emptiness around us. Kade turned away, pulling Brittany close and shielding her from the sight. "Don't look," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Just don't look." But even as he tried to protect her, the reality seeped in. This was real. This was happening. Someone had been killed, shot dead, simply because they'd dared to approach the town. He glanced back at Noah, still hunched over his father's body, his sobs growing quieter but his shoulders shaking violently with barely contained rage. Kade knew he couldn't let him drown in that pit of grief and anger. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Noah's shoulder. "Noah," he said, his tone steady despite the storm raging inside him. Noah didn't move, his gaze fixed on his father's lifeless face. "Noah," Kade repeated, his voice sharper now. "We have to go." Noah finally lifted his head, his face a mask of grief and fury. Kade didn't wait for him to argue. He grabbed Noah by the arm and pulled him away, guiding him back toward the cover of the corn. His father, the man Kade had known since childhood, was gone. There was nothing more they could do for him. Leaving Noah to steady himself, Kade crept to the edge of the cornfield to survey the threat ahead. His stomach dropped. The road into town was completely sealed off by 3 massive 18-wheelers, parked side by side to form a barricade. Perched on top of each truck were armed men, 4 of them, rifles in hand, their eyes sweeping the field with predatory precision. Kade was confused by how they had even gotten the trucks there in the first place. The EMP should have taken that away. All 4 rifles were pointed directly at their position, but no shots were fired. That fact alone told Kade 2 things. First, these men weren't wasting ammo. If they had rounds to spare, they would have already turned the cornfield into a killing ground. Second, they weren't reckless. They were methodical, calculating, and dangerously patient. Kade ducked back into the corn, his mind racing. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and cornered. All they had were pistols, light and portable, but useless at this range. When he'd packed for this trip, he thought heavier weapons would slow them down. Now, that decision felt like a fatal mistake. A rifle might have evened the odds, but instead, they were boxed in with no clear way out. Noah reappeared at Kade's side, his face pale but his jaw set with grim determination. "What's the plan?" he asked, his voice low and tense. Kade glanced back at the barricade, the men atop the trucks still scanning the field like vultures waiting for their prey to weaken. His stomach twisted, but he forced himself to project calm. "We adapt and survive," he said quietly, though the weight of the words felt crushing. "We don't have a choice." The truth was, he had no plan. But standing still wasn't an option. Survival was all that mattered now, and they had to find a way to outthink the men with rifles before they decided to finish the job. Frank sat in the quiet house, stewing in frustration and self-reproach. He couldn't shake the image of Brittany hopping into the truck bed with Kade and the others while he stayed behind. A 16-year-old girl, of all people, had gone instead of him. The thought made his blood boil. The talk he'd had with Kade earlier about keeping the house safe now felt like a load of crap. He should have gone. Without Kade around, the house was oddly still. The constant tension Kade seemed to bring, his knack for stirring up conversations or asserting control, was absent. The silence was almost peaceful, but it left Frank restless. He'd spent most of the day talking with both Cassie and Nana, pacing between rooms, trying to shake off the nagging guilt. By late afternoon, Cassie began to worry aloud. Kade had promised to be back within 2 hours, and that time had long since passed. Frank couldn't say he'd be heartbroken if Kade didn't return, but even he had to admit the situation was unsettling. Something wasn't right. He helped himself to food from the fridge, unbothered by the unspoken rules about rationing. As he wrapped up a sandwich in saran wrap, Nana appeared behind him, her stern gaze cutting through the dim light. "How nice of you to help yourself," she said dryly. "Back in my day, we called that stealing." Frank smirked, not missing a beat. "Well, I call it borrowing." Her eyebrows arched. "So, you're planning to give it back?" "Sure," Frank said, shrugging. "I'll make a new sandwich later." Nana only nodded, her disapproval hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Frank stuffed the sandwich and a bag of chips into a lunchbox he'd found in one of the cabinets, one that probably belonged to Kade as a kid. Slinging it over his shoulder, he announced, "I'm going to help." Nana, seated in the living room, didn't even flinch. She motioned to the couch beside her. "Sit." Reluctantly, Frank plopped down, the springs creaking under his weight. Nana let out a raspy cough before speaking. "I disagree. You should stay here, in case we need protection." Frank opened his mouth to argue, but Nana raised a hand, cutting him off. "I already know what you're going to say, so save it. Just don't forget my medicine while you're out playing hero." Leaning back into the worn cushions, she added, almost as an afterthought, "You're doing what you think is right. Everyone does. But remember, the world's gone to hell, and you might not come back. So think carefully." It was the closest thing to affection Nana had ever shown him. She wasn't one for sentimental words or declarations of love, but Frank had always known she cared in her own way. After all, she'd raised him when no one else would. Nana had always been blunt, never sugarcoating anything. She had a knack for turning their struggles into dark humor, saying things like, "Some people would be jealous of us," or, "At least we can read the word poor." Frank had grown up with her tough love, but it had shaped him, for better or worse. He'd made his fair share of mistakes, starting drinking and smoking at 15, falling in with the wrong crowd, barely scraping through school. His life had been a series of bad choices and hard lessons. By the time he was 21, still living with Nana, he'd started dealing drugs in their small town to make ends meet. It wasn't glamorous, but it was profitable. For a while, he'd even entertained dreams of getting out, quitting the business, going to trade school, and building a better life. Those dreams felt distant now. The wind whipped against Frank's face as he rode Noah's bike toward town. The hunting rifle strapped to his back dug into his shoulder with every bump in the road, and the knives tucked into his boots felt heavier with each mile. A pistol rested in a holster on his hip. All of it was borrowed, of course. Despite the discomfort, Frank grinned. He felt like a character out of an action movie, riding into danger with enough firepower to take on the world. The grin widened when he spotted Kade's truck, half hidden in a cornfield off the side of the road. The vehicle was riddled with bullet holes, and the corn around it had been trampled. Gunfire echoed in the distance, sharp and relentless. Frank's pulse quickened. They needed him. Still on the bike, he reached for his pistol and fired a full clip in the direction of the shooters. The recoil jolted him, and he realized too late that he hadn't brought extra ammo. Swearing under his breath, he reached into his pocket for the spare rounds he thought he'd packed. The movement threw off his balance, and the bike wobbled before tipping sideways. Frank hit the ground hard, the gravel tearing into his skin and his head smashing into a large rock. Dazed, he realized his haphazard shooting had momentarily distracted the attackers. They'd stopped firing, likely to reassess the new threat. Frank took the opportunity to scramble into the cornfield, his head spinning and his leg throbbing. Blood seeped from a jagged scrape on his shin, the wound staining his jeans a deep red. His vision blurred, and he stumbled forward, determined to reach Kade and the others. But his body betrayed him. The dizziness overtook him, and he collapsed into the dirt. The last thing he remembered was the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and the sensation of strong hands lifting the rifle off his back. Then everything went black. Kade groaned as he dragged Frank's unconscious body into the cornfield. Frank was heavy, and Kade didn't have the energy or will to carry him far. He dropped him just far enough to keep him concealed, though patching him up wasn't the priority. Instead, Kade grabbed the rifle strapped to Frank's back. It was loaded, at least there was that. Reaching into Frank's pockets for extra ammunition, Kade's stomach twisted with frustration. His hand came up empty. No ammo. Of course he forgot extra ammo, Kade muttered under his breath, resisting the urge to nudge Frank's limp body with his foot. The realization hit hard, this was a bolt-action single-shot rifle. They had one bullet. One single shot to change their situation, and the odds weren't in their favor. Worse yet, there was more than one person stationed at the roadblock. Still, the rifle's scope was a significant advantage. At least now they could see their enemies and plan their next move with more precision. Hours dragged on, and the hunger pangs grew sharper. They couldn't risk moving, and Kade's mind churned with plans that all led to dead ends. Noah lay prone in the corn, scanning the roadblock with the scope, watching the guards' movements. The men were rotating positions with unnerving efficiency, switching places like clockwork. Their organization was unsettling. "Kade!" Noah whispered sharply, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence. "What?" Kade replied, crawling closer. "Keep it down." "One of those trucks is a gas tanker," Noah said, his voice tinged with a mix of urgency and hesitation. "If we shoot it, it might blow." Noah handed him the rifle. Kade peered through the scope, squinting against the fading light. The tanker was unmistakable now that Noah had pointed it out. The faint outline of a flammable materials warning symbol was visible on the side. The shot would be risky, but it was their best chance. Maybe their only chance. "Take the shot," Kade said, handing the rifle back. "You sure you don't want to?" Noah asked. "Last I checked, you could hit a deer clean from a couple 100 yards. I've been out of practice too long." "You'd have a better chance of hitting it cleanly," Kade replied. "Besides, I don't think either of us can afford to miss." Noah nodded, setting up the shot. Kade stayed quiet, his thoughts wandering. The tension in his chest had nothing to do with the danger they were in and everything to do with the lives that might end when that bullet hit its mark. His mind drifted briefly to Cassie, wondering if she was worried. Brittany sat quietly nearby, her small frame hunched and exhausted. Kade glanced at Frank, who had stirred earlier. Apparently, Brittany had patched him up while he was unconscious, wrapping his leg in gauze and administering some kind of medicine. Kade didn't know what it was, but he wasn't exactly well-versed in first aid. Frank had woken up briefly, loud and disoriented, demanding his gun. His yelling had nearly given away their position, and Kade had shut him up with a quick jab to the face. Frank had spent the rest of the time sulking, or sleeping, in the corn. Noah took the shot. The sharp crack of the rifle echoed in the stillness, cutting through the night like a whip. Through the lens, it was visible that there was liquid pouring out of the truck. For a moment, nothing happened. Noah looked back at Kade, his face pale with worry. Peering through the scope, Kade could see a hole in the side of the truck. Apparently they didn't blow up like they did in the movies. He then noticed a guard circling the truck with a cigarette in hand. He took a long drag, then flicked it absent-mindedly to the ground. He sensed his mistake too late as he heard a whoosh as the gas fumes caught fire, and then, a thunderous boom ripped through the air, and the gas tanker exploded. Fire and debris erupted in all directions, engulfing the blockade in a hellish inferno. The force of the blast rattled the ground beneath them, and the heat rolled over them in waves, even from a distance. Kade's stomach churned as he watched. The explosion wasn't just destructive, it was deadly. The men stationed near the tanker didn't stand a chance. Kade's throat tightened. He hadn't wanted to take the shot because he knew exactly what it would mean: death, and the weight of those lives on his conscience. Noah lowered the rifle, his hands trembling slightly. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes told Kade he felt it too. The blood was on his hands now. It was kill or be killed, Kade reminded himself under his breath. He had known from the start that survival would mean making hard choices, but that didn't make it any easier. Deep down, he feared what repeated decisions like this would do to him, how it might harden him, twist him into something cold and unrecognizable. The fire from the explosion raged, rendering the area impassable. The heat made it impossible to approach, let alone cross. Their initial plan to blow the blockade and walk into town now seemed painfully naive. "It won't work," Kade muttered, cursing himself for not thinking it through earlier. Noah scratched his head, his expression grim. "We'll have to go around. The fire's too intense. But the explosion was a distraction. If we're quick, we might be able to sneak into town through the alleys." Kade frowned. "The problem is, we don't know the layout of the town. We don't know where things are." Noah smirked faintly, nodding toward Frank. "He does." Reluctantly, Kade nudged Frank, perhaps with a little more force than necessary. Frank groaned, his hand instinctively going to his bandaged leg. Brittany sat beside him, her red-rimmed eyes betraying her exhaustion. She hadn't slept in what felt like days, but she said nothing. Kade laid out the plan. We're heading into town. First stop is the supermarket. We need to grab Patricia's medicine from the pharmacy. Frank raised an eyebrow, his voice thick with grogginess. Why the market first? Brittany's parents live further in, Kade explained. The market's closer. We'll stock up on medicine first, then head to the places Brittany mentioned. Frank gave a curt nod, his usual sarcasm absent for once. Whether it was the gravity of the situation or the pain in his leg, he didn't argue. Kade handed him the pistol, keeping the empty rifle slung over his own shoulder. Let's move, Kade said, his tone firm. With the fire raging behind them and the town ahead, they set off, knowing the hardest part of their journey was just beginning. The night was getting colder by the minute, the wind slicing through the air like a blade. The corn stalks swayed wildly, their movements reminiscent of those wacky inflatable figures you see at car dealerships. The rustling was distracting and made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The fire from the tanker explosion still raged behind them, casting an eerie orange glow that flickered ominously across the field. Time was running out. At the edge of the cornfield, Kade turned to Frank. You go first. Frank's eyes widened, his voice frantic. Me? Why me? Why can't you go first? You're the only one who knows where we're going. That's why, Kade replied sharply, his tone leaving no room for debate. Frank gestured toward Brittany. She knows this town too, he argued, desperation creeping into his voice. Kade's glare silenced him. The weight of Frank throwing Brittany under the bus was enough to make him lower his head slightly in shame. Before Frank could come up with another excuse, Noah shoved him hard, causing him to stumble forward. He nearly fell into the open but caught himself just in time, his movements frantic as he scrambled to his feet. With no other option, Frank started running. The rest of them followed closely behind. Kade wouldn't normally have trusted Frank to lead them, but with Patricia's medicine on the line, he knew Frank had a vested interest in getting them to the pharmacy. Still, he stayed alert, ready to redirect the group if Frank lost his nerve. The sprint across the field to the first building only lasted about 30 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Every step was a gamble, every rustle of the corn threatening to give away their position. When they reached the remains of a house, they crouched behind the rubble. What had once been a beautiful two-story home was now a skeletal shell, its walls reduced to jagged half-heights by the relentless lightning storms. The crumbled structure provided some cover from the shooters, but Kade knew it wouldn't last if they were spotted. Kade scanned the area quickly, his eyes darting between the ruins and the streets beyond. The shooters weren't visible, which meant they were likely deeper in the town, lying in wait. Noah crouched nearby, his face hard and unreadable. He hadn't said much since the explosion, his actions fueled more by adrenaline and raw emotion than logic. Kade watched him carefully, worried that Noah's unchecked anger might cloud his judgment. The scowl on Noah's face had become so fixed it was as though it had been etched into his features. Frank, to Kade's surprise, seemed to be pulling himself together. He was no longer whining or arguing, instead, he began giving clear directions. We're gonna take Maple Street all the way down to Columbus Avenue. It's a few streets over. Once we hit Columbus, we take a left and keep going until we reach the store. It shouldn't take long, but we'll have to be careful. Kade nodded but immediately tempered Frank's optimism. It will take a long time, he said firmly. We can't afford to rush this. We'll duck into houses as we move, staying out of sight. And we stay quiet. I want to be able to hear them if we get close. We don't know where they'll be hiding, and we sure don't want them to hear us. That would get us all killed. Kade didn't like that he was embracing a long return home, especially with Cassie being at home, but he couldn't risk anything else. He let his gaze linger on each of them, ensuring his words sank in. Brittany clung to his every word, her wide eyes betraying her fear. Noah didn't speak, his scowl deepening, but Kade could tell he was listening. Surprisingly, Frank was nodding vigorously, his demeanor serious for once. Kade took a deep breath and gestured for them to move. Stay close. We'll make it if we don't do anything stupid." With Frank leading the way, the group slipped into the shadows of the shattered town, their nerves taut and their senses sharp. Every step felt heavier than the last as they edged closer to the unknown dangers waiting for them in the dark. Cassie sat at the kitchen table, her fingers drumming anxiously on the surface. The clock ticked loudly in the quiet house, each second amplifying her growing worry. Kade and the others should have been back by now. She told herself over and over that they'd be fine, but the unease in her gut refused to settle. She'd briefly entertained the idea of going after them, but it was a fleeting thought. Frank had gone after Kade, and he hadn't come back either. If there was one thing Cassie knew about Frank, it was that he avoided danger at all costs. If things got dicey, he'd turn tail and come straight back to safety. Maybe he'd changed, but not enough to make her believe he wouldn't prioritize saving his own skin. Besides, she couldn't leave Eli or Nana behind. Eli was too young to fend for himself, and Nana wasn't doing well at all. She'd spent most of the day sitting motionless on the couch, her face pale, her breath shallow. She hadn't eaten anything since Frank left, even when Cassie had gone out of her way to make her soup. Nana had just smiled weakly and waved it away. "It's my time," Nana had murmured at one point, the words stabbing through Cassie's chest. The rest of the day, Nana had barely spoken. She spent hours hunched over the small stack of papers in her lap, writing furiously with trembling hands. The sight of her, so frail and focused, made Cassie feel helpless. Cassie tried to distract herself by sticking close to Eli. He was too young to understand the gravity of their situation, and she was determined to keep it that way for as long as possible. He'd asked once when Kade would be back, and she'd assured him it wouldn't be much longer. The thought of Eli having to grow up in this apocalyptic nightmare, living in fear, scavenging for survival, made her chest tighten. Kade had hinted at this being their new reality, but she refused to accept it. Not for Eli. About an hour later, Cassie heard Nana's voice calling faintly from the living room. "Cassie, come here." The tone in Nana's voice was enough to make Cassie's stomach drop. She hurried into the living room and found Nana slumped deeper into the couch, her eyes heavy, her skin slick with sweat. Her breathing was shallow, her lips cracked. She looked weaker than Cassie had ever seen her. Cassie sat down next to her, her throat tight with worry. Nana reached out with trembling hands and placed a small stack of envelopes onto Cassie's lap. There were 5 in total. The names written on them in Nana's familiar handwriting made Cassie's breath catch. One for her. One for Frank. One for Eli. One for Brittany. And one for Kade? Cassie frowned, confused. Why would Nana write a letter to Kade? With great effort, Nana grabbed Cassie's hand, her grip weak but insistent. She smiled faintly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Tell Frank to shape up for me, will you?" Cassie's heart broke at the sight of her. She nodded, tears welling in her eyes as she tried to swallow the lump in her throat. Nana's smile lingered for a moment longer before her body relaxed, her hand slipping from Cassie's. "Nana?" Cassie's voice cracked as she leaned closer, shaking her gently. But there was no response. Nana was gone. The tears came freely as Cassie sat back, clutching the envelopes to her chest. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to move. Her vision blurred, her breath hitching as she tried to compose herself. After what felt like an eternity, she wiped her face with trembling hands and opened the envelope with her name on it. As she began to read the letter, tears traced down her cheek. The words on the page, written in Nana's shaky handwriting, were filled with love, wisdom, and a quiet strength that Cassie would carry with her forever. Kade cursed under his breath, standing next to Noah by the shattered second-floor window of the supermarket. Inside, all of the shelves had been removed, and it was mostly a vacant area. They had moved the shelves to the outer edges of the store, making hallways and hiding spots. Below them, chaos reigned. At least 10 men crowded the store's central aisle, shouting angrily as 2 of them faced off in the middle. Kade couldn't make out what they were fighting over, but the tension in the air was palpable. Through the scope of the empty rifle, Kade could see the ring of onlookers jeering and gesturing wildly. It was the perfect distraction if they'd had the people and supplies to take advantage of it. The original plan had been simple: sneak into the supermarket, grab the medicine Nana needed, and see if they could find any trace of Brittany's parents. But now, with the standoff taking place below, Kade and Noah were faced with a choice: stick to the plan or retreat and regroup. Noah leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "We leave now. This is the perfect time to get out while they're distracted. We can come back later with more people and better supplies." Kade shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the chaos below. "And what happens if Brittany's parents aren't alive? Or if we come back and the situation is even worse? We're outnumbered and outgunned, Noah. Adding 2 or 3 more people won't change that." He paused, scanning the scene again. "This might be our only shot." Noah frowned, clearly torn. Kade could see the conflict on his face, the logic of Kade's argument versus the risk they were taking. After a tense moment, Noah sighed and nodded. "Fine. But we need to move fast." They climbed back to the second floor where Frank and Brittany were waiting. Frank, predictably, balked at the idea of staying behind. "Why do I have to wait here? What if something happens to you guys?" Kade shot him a sharp look. "Because you'll slow us down, and we can't afford that. You're staying with Brittany to keep her safe. That's final." Brittany didn't say a word, just sat silently in the corner, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Frank, grumbling, finally gave up and slumped against the wall. Kade and Noah returned to the shattered window, carefully unlatching it. The soft creak of the hinges made them wince. Outside, the shouting had escalated, giving them the perfect cover to climb down the scaffolding shelves that lined the wall. The tension was suffocating as they descended, every sound they made amplified in their minds. Once they reached the ground floor, Noah tapped Kade on the shoulder and pointed toward a sign partially obscured by the fallen shelves. It read "Pharmacy" with an arrow pointing toward the back of the store. Unfortunately, the sign also pointed in the direction opposite the standoff. Kade raised his hand, signaling Noah to stop, and leaned against the door to listen. The voices were louder now, the argument clearly reaching a boiling point. Kade could hear the men were clearly ganging up. It was like a riot. People kept yelling about broken rules, and how action needed to be taken. A gruff voice, tinged with desperation, cut through the noise. "I didn't know. I'm new." Another voice, calm and authoritative, answered, "We made the rules very clear. And everyone's new." "But I'm new today," the desperate man pleaded. The calm man, who seemed to be the leader, stepped closer to the gruff man. "And you very passionately defended yourself, didn't you? But rules and order, those are the only things keeping this world running. Please, I'm sorry," the desperate man begged. "I'll stick to the rules from now on. Just let me go this once." The leader's smile faded. "If I don't enforce the rules, what kind of leader would I be?" His voice hardened. "A bad one." And with that, he barked a single word: "Order." The crowd erupted, swarming the desperate man like a pack of wolves. The sound of fists connecting with flesh, the man's screams, and the crowd's frenzied shouting filled the air. Kade forced himself to look away, bile rising in his throat. Noah jabbed Kade in the side and pointed toward the sign again. Kade gave him a terse nod and pushed the door open, wincing at the creak. But the chaos in the store drowned out the sound, and no one turned to look. They moved quickly, darting between fallen shelves and piles of debris. Their hearts pounded as they reached the pharmacy door. Kade eased it open, and they slipped inside, exhaling in relief once the door was shut behind them. The pharmacy was in shambles. Pill bottles littered the floor, their contents scattered everywhere. Shelves had been overturned, and the service window had been sealed off with a makeshift metal barrier. In the corner of the room, a muffled whimper caught their attention. Kade and Noah exchanged a glance before creeping toward the sound. They rounded the corner and found a woman, battered and gagged, huddled against the wall. Tears streamed down her bruised face as she looked up at them, her eyes wide with fear. Noah knelt beside her and removed the gag. She let out a loud, wailing sob, and Noah immediately clamped his hand over her mouth. "Quiet," he hissed, his eyes darting toward the door. They froze, waiting to see if the noise had drawn any attention. After a tense moment of silence, Noah removed his hand and gestured for her to stay quiet. The woman nodded, her breathing ragged. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a keychain, but before Kade could react, Noah snatched it from her hand. She'd been about to pepper spray them. "Relax," Noah said calmly, holding up his hands. "We're not with those people. If we were, we wouldn't be hiding." The woman's expression softened. "Can you help me?" she whispered. "I need to get home to my family." "We'll help you," Kade said, his voice firm. "But we need something first. We're looking for diabetes medication. Can you help us find it?" She nodded quickly. "What type?" Kade hesitated. "I don't know. It's not for me." She gave him a skeptical look but didn't press. "Fine. I'll grab an assortment." She moved cautiously through the wreckage, gathering what she could. Occasionally, she paused to inspect labels on the floor. Finally, she dumped the contents into her bag. "Most of it's already been taken," she said, "but I found what I could: some insulin control pills, ibuprofen, Tylenol, and a few other basics." "Good enough," Kade said. "Let's move." They slipped back out of the pharmacy, their nerves on edge as they navigated the debris. The shouting from the front of the store had quieted, but Kade didn't dare look to see why. They just needed to get out, fast. The door swung open abruptly before Noah could grab the handle. A man stepped in, but before he could utter more than a surprised yelp, Noah shoved him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. The man didn't have time to raise a hand or plead. Noah raised his pistol and fired. The sharp crack of the gunshot echoed in the small space, and the man's body went limp as a red stain spread across his chest. Kade stared, frozen. Time seemed to slow as Noah stood over the body, his expression unreadable, blood splattered across his face. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, and for a long moment, no one moved. The woman clamped her hands over her mouth, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "Is there a back door?" Noah asked, his voice cold and steady, as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The woman pointed toward a door hidden behind overturned shelves, her hand trembling. "2 guards," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Noah nodded and moved toward the shelves, ready to clear the path, but Kade grabbed his arm. "Give me the gun," Kade said firmly. "There's no need for more violence if we can avoid it." Noah's jaw clenched, and for a moment, Kade thought he might refuse. But with a scowl, Noah handed over the pistol, though his fingers lingered on the grip for a moment too long. Together, they moved the shelves and eased open the door. On the other side were 2 unconscious bodies sprawled on the ground. Frank stood over them, a crowbar in hand, breathing hard. He had a massive bruise on his face. One of the men probably got a good hit in before Frank finished the job. Behind him, Brittany stood pale and wide-eyed, her expression somewhere between shock and relief. Brittany's face changed the instant her eyes met the woman's. "Mom," she cried, running forward and throwing herself into her mother's arms. The two held each other tightly, sobbing softly. Kade watched the reunion for a moment, but the weight of their situation gnawed at him. Every second spent here was another second closer to being discovered. Noah, meanwhile, scanned the lot outside, his lips curving into a small grin. "Looks like it's our lucky day," he said, gesturing toward a cluster of parked trucks. Each one had its keys still in the ignition. They all looked like ancient trucks, just the kind that would work. There were only around 10, which made Kade confident this group of people didn't have reliable transportation. Kade hesitated. "It's not just luck," he muttered. "They probably keep them ready to move at a moment's notice. But yeah, it'll work." Frank chimed in, urgency clear in his tone. "We need to go. Now. Split up and take 2 cars." Brittany, still clinging to her mother, looked up. "Split up? Why?" Kade sighed. "He's right. We can't fit everyone in one car, and splitting up makes us harder to track." He looked at Noah. "You're with Frank. Keep him in line." Noah smirked but didn't argue. Brittany and her mom climbed into the truck with Kade, and within moments, the engines roared to life. The vehicles started rolling toward the exit when shouting erupted from behind them. Kade glanced in the rearview mirror and saw figures spilling out of the store. Guards took their positions, rifles glinting in the dim light. Shots rang out, but none hit their marks. A couple of windows shattered, and bullets thudded into the vehicles, but the tires remained intact. "Where's Dad?" Brittany asked suddenly, her voice trembling. "We can pick him up, right?" Kade's grip on the steering wheel tightened. He had promised to reunite her family. He had made that promise without fully considering the weight of it. Now, looking at the tear-streaked face of the girl in his passenger seat, he knew there was no easy way to answer her. Her mother's voice broke the silence. "He's gone, sweetheart." Her tone was soft but firm, the kind of tone a parent uses to shield their child from unbearable truth. Brittany bit her lip hard, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She turned to the window, her small frame shivering as she stared at the burning town receding behind them. Kade's chest ached as he picked up the walkie-talkie. "Noah, head straight home. We'll meet you there." The barricaded gates ahead forced them to detour back through the cornfield. As the truck bounced over uneven ground, Kade's thoughts drifted to the earlier chaos, the gunfire, the explosion, and Noah's ruthless efficiency. The memory of Noah pulling the trigger without hesitation lingered, a stark reminder of how much the man had changed. By the time they reached the house, the fuel gauge on the truck was perilously close to empty. Kade parked near the barn and stepped out into the cold night air, his body aching from the day's events. Brittany and her mother followed, their expressions heavy with exhaustion and grief. Kade looked toward the house, dread pooling in his gut. The provisions they had wouldn't last long with so many mouths to feed. The animals had survived the storm, and the seeds in the basement might help restart the garden once the weather warmed, but it would take time they might not have. As he opened the front door, the sound of shouting hit him like a wave. Frank's voice, raw and anguished, echoed through the house. Kade rushed inside and stopped in the doorway to the living room. Frank stood over Nana's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face as he yelled at her. "You never cared enough. You never gave me what I needed." His voice cracked, and the anger turned to sorrow. "But you were there. You were the only one who stayed. And his voice broke completely. "I'm sorry. Thank you. For everything." His voice softened to a whisper. "I just wish I was a better person, if only to make you proud." Frank collapsed to his knees, his sobs filling the room. Kade stood frozen, guilt weighing heavily on him. They had been too late. Nana was gone. That night, Kade and Noah buried Patricia in the backyard under the moonlit sky. The shovel felt heavier with every scoop of dirt, each motion a reminder of their failure. Kade's chest felt hollow, and the guilt pressed down like a lead weight. He glanced at Noah, whose expression was blank, detached. The man who had once been full of life now moved through the world like a ghost. When the burial was done, Kade stood in the quiet darkness, staring at the makeshift grave. He had promised to protect them. He had failed. And yet, as the cold wind bit at his skin, he knew they couldn't stop. They had to survive, no matter how heavy the losses. There was no other choice.
Chapter 7, Under a Broken Sky. When John saw the wall coming down, he was sure it was the end. But instead of crushing them, the wall's momentum was checked by the stack of pews they'd hastily assembled. Miraculously, the heavy wood held firm, creating a makeshift roof over their heads. Dust and drywall rained down, filling the air with a choking haze, but the wall itself remained suspended, its weight distributed across the pews. The wall cracked in two, one half falling to cover an opening on one end of their shelter, while the rest closed off the top and opposite sides. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to shield them. John stared in stunned disbelief at the structure. The pews had actually held. For the first time in what felt like hours, the howling wind wasn't trying to rip them out of their hiding place. They all huddled together, shivering and silent, waiting for the storm to subside. Eventually, the wind quieted, and the first rays of dawn began to filter through the cracks in their makeshift shelter. Slowly, they pushed debris out of the way, clearing an exit from the far side of the collapsed wall. John crawled out first, his body stiff and aching, and immediately froze at the sight before him. The church was gone. What little remained of the building, scattered pieces of walls and fragments of the foundation, was barely recognizable. The once vibrant trees surrounding the church were stripped bare, their bark shredded, some of them entirely uprooted. It was as if the storm had scoured the landscape, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Mason's truck was gone, too. The only vehicle in sight was an old four-door car lying upside down in a ditch, halfway submerged in mud. John knew there hadn't been any cars on the road or near the church before the storm. The car must have been thrown there, carried by the storm's fury. From the churchyard, John could see the valley below, where the town once stood. A clear path of devastation cut through the area, as if some immense, unfathomable force had reached down and erased the town from existence. On either side of the valley, trees still stood, green and untouched, but the town itself was a ruin. Bits of structures were scattered in the distance, but it was clear that nothing remained intact. John stood there, overwhelmed, his mind unable to process the scale of the destruction. He barely registered Will stepping up beside him. "Oh man," Will said, his voice trembling. "All those people, what in the world is going on? This isn't normal." John didn't reply. His thoughts were heavy, his heart weighed down by the enormity of what they were witnessing. It wasn't until he felt a small, gentle hand grip his that he snapped out of it. Looking down, he saw May gazing up at him, her half-burnt face serious. "Mister, your back is bleeding real bad," May said, her tone matter-of-fact. "You should ask the dog man for a Band-Aid. I like pink ones, but you can have blue if you want." She paused, studying him more closely. "Maybe ask for 2 Band-Aids, and tell him to blow on the owie first. It makes it feel better. You have a big owie, so tell him to blow hard." Despite himself, John chuckled. The absurdity of her suggestion, combined with her sincerity, was too much. "Thanks, May," he said with a grin. "I'll see if Mr. Mason has any pink Band-Aids for me." The humor in the moment was short-lived. Hannah and Will stepped in to help with the wounds on John's back. After peeling off his shirt, they set to work pulling out the tiny glass shards embedded in his skin. They used a pair of nail clippers Mason had on his keyring, working carefully to extract each shard. Hannah straightened after hours of meticulous effort, arching her back with a groan. "Okay, John, I think we got them all. Let me know if we missed one." "They weren't deep, but I can't imagine how you managed to keep a straight face through all that." John, his gaze drifting back to the valley below, shrugged. "All in all, I've got nothing to complain about. Thanks for taking care of me. I really appreciate it." Will clapped John on the shoulder with a grin. "No worries, bro. We've got your back." The sudden impact made John yelp in pain, and he spun to glare at Will. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Will's grin widened mischievously. "Who, me? Nah, man, you can always trust a guy in a flower shirt." He held up his hand in a surfer's gesture and added, "Hakuna Matata, bro." Despite everything, the pain, the exhaustion, the overwhelming grief, John couldn't help but smile. For a moment, amidst the wreckage of their world, they managed to find a sliver of normalcy. Molly barked sharply, her tail wagging wildly, and bolted toward the flipped-over car in the ditch. Mason followed at a steady pace, his limp now more noticeable than before. For the first time, John realized Mason had been favoring one leg. The rest of the group trailed behind, their curiosity piqued by the commotion. As they drew closer, faint cries for help reached their ears. "Anyone out there? Help! I'm stuck! Please, someone help me!" Peering through the shattered windows of the overturned vehicle, John saw a young man dangling from his seatbelt. Blood smeared across his face, while another man lay motionless on what was now the roof of the car. The windshield bore a distinct imprint, a face-shaped impact mark, a grim reminder of just how violently the car had flipped. John had heard of this phenomenon before, but seeing it in person was jarring. He crouched near the shattered window, his face only inches away from the trapped man. "Hey, man," John said, his voice calm despite the chaos. "Let's get you out of there." The man jerked in surprise, his head whipping toward John's voice. "Oh man, you're here! Thank God! I can't see anything, and I think Sam's dead. He's not moving. He's dead. I just know it." His voice rose in panic with each word. Mason appeared on the other side of the car, his deep voice steady and reassuring. "It's okay, son. We'll get you out. Just stay calm. What's your name?" "Ricky. My name's Ricky," the man stammered. "And Sam was in the car with me. But he's not answering. He's gone, isn't he?" Mason kept his tone soothing. "We'll take care of Sam, Ricky. Right now, let's focus on getting you to safety. John's right next to you, and he's going to unbuckle your seatbelt. But listen, you need to brace yourself. Put your hands out and hold on to the roof of the car so you don't fall. Can you do that?" Ricky nodded frantically, his hands reaching out to brace against the car's roof. Yeah, I can do that." "All right, hold steady," John said as he reached up to release the buckle. With a click, the seatbelt came undone, and Ricky immediately dropped, landing hard on the car's roof with a thud. "Dude," Ricky groaned, clutching his side. "I thought you were going to help me!" Mason sighed, his exasperation evident. "I told you to brace yourself, Ricky. We didn't have an angle to catch you." John helped haul Ricky out of the car, his hands gripping under Ricky's arms as he dragged him free. Once Ricky was out in the open, John got a better look at him. Blood covered Ricky's face, and a small cut on his forehead explained the source of it. Otherwise, he seemed unharmed. The blood, John noticed, had dried over his eyelids, effectively blinding him. "Hey, Ricky," John said, grabbing a water bottle from his bag. "I'm going to clean the blood off your face. Maybe that'll help you see better." "Okay, sure, that'd be great," Ricky replied, his voice jittery. There was a manic energy about him, a frantic edge that made John uneasy. He quickly sized Ricky up, a wiry, skinny guy in stained jeans and a tattered tank top that hung off his bony frame. His skin was grimy, his arms littered with crude, homemade tattoos, and unmistakable needle marks dotted the inside of his elbows. John frowned but didn't say anything. He poured a small amount of water onto Ricky's face, carefully wiping away the dried blood with his shirt sleeve. Once the blood was cleared, Ricky blinked rapidly, his face breaking into a wide grin. "Oh yeah, I can see again," Ricky exclaimed, practically shouting. John raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you just unbuckle yourself and wipe your eyes earlier?" Ricky didn't seem to hear the question, or didn't care. Instead, his eyes locked onto the water bottle in John's hand. Before John could react, Ricky snatched it and guzzled it down in seconds, tossing the empty bottle onto the ground. "Wow, that's good. I was so thirsty. You got another one of those? Maybe two?" Ricky asked, his tone almost casual. John's frustration flared, but he kept his voice measured. "Sorry, Ricky. That was all the water I had." He bent down to pick up the discarded bottle Ricky had tossed carelessly. As he straightened, he met Ricky's gaze, his expression stern. "Let's focus on getting out of here, all right?" Ricky nodded eagerly, though John wasn't sure he fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Mason was already circling the car, inspecting the lifeless body of Ricky's companion, Sam. The group fell into an uneasy silence, the weight of the moment settling over them as they prepared to move on. Ricky suddenly turned and climbed back into the overturned car. John assumed he was finally going to check on his friend, Sam, and was ready to offer some words of comfort about the man's death. But when Ricky emerged, it wasn't with grief. It was with a large black bag clutched tightly in his arms. He looked up at John, his expression defiant. "It's my meds, man. Can't go anywhere without them, okay?" Ricky said, hugging the bag protectively. John didn't need to open the bag to know what kind of meds Ricky was talking about. It didn't take a genius to figure out what kind of lifestyle Ricky led. Still, John let it slide. At this point, gratitude from Ricky seemed like wishful thinking. The man hadn't even spared his dead friend a second glance, so expecting him to say thank you was probably a stretch. Instead of pushing the issue, John turned to Mason. "All right," John said. "We should get moving." Before Mason could reply, Ricky jumped in. "Yeah, you're probably right. Which way are we heading?" Mason raised an eyebrow. "Well, Ricky, if you want to tag along, that's fine, but you'll need to keep up. We've got a lot of walking ahead of us." Ricky grinned. "Ah, man, I walk all the time." His eyes darted past Mason and landed on Hannah, who stood a few feet away with May. Ricky's grin widened. "Whoa, Who's the hottie? Before John could respond, it was Will who snapped. His usual laid-back demeanor evaporated in an instant. Her name is Hannah, Will said sharply, and if you want to travel with us, you will show her, and the little girl, May, nothing but respect. In fact, you'll give them their space and leave them alone entirely. Got it? Ricky blinked, clearly taken aback by the outburst. Geez, man, you could have just said she was taken. No need to get all huffy about it. Whatever. He turned back to Mason. Got any food? I'm starving. Mason's face remained neutral, but his tone was firm. No, Ricky, I don't have any food to share. Ricky squinted at him suspiciously. None to share isn't the same as none at all. You holding out on me? Mason met Ricky's gaze, unflinching. You're right. It isn't the same. Now let's get moving. Without waiting for a reply, Mason turned and began walking down the road, Molly trotting faithfully at his side. The rest of the group followed, falling into step behind him. John noticed Mason's limp again, and after a few miles, his curiosity got the better of him. Hey, Mason, John said, catching up to him. You okay? Mason gave him a wry smile. Well, other than surviving a tornado, a lightning storm, losing my truck, and the whole world going to hell, yeah, I'm okay. John couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, I meant the limp. Are you physically okay? Mason glanced down at his leg, then back at John. Yeah, not much you can do about it. Let me show you. He lifted the hem of his pant leg, revealing a prosthetic ankle and foot. John's eyebrows shot up. Wow. Lost it in the war, Mason explained, his voice calm and matter-of-fact. Molly and I were searching for survivors in a building collapse. She tried to warn me about an IED. She even grabbed my pant leg and tried to pull me back, but we were still a new team and I thought I knew better. I brushed her off. Turns out she saved my life. My search buddy wasn't so lucky. He went ahead, and when the IED went off, let's just say there wasn't much left of him. I got some shrapnel in my leg, Molly took some in her side, and that was the end of the mission. John was quiet for a moment, absorbing the story. I'm sorry to hear that, Mason. Molly seems like a good dog, though. She is, Mason said, patting Molly on the head. After we got stateside, we did rehab together. She healed up, and I got this fancy leg. He gestured to the prosthetic. We even got a few ribbons and medals. They retired her from service, and I adopted her. Since then, we've been working search and rescue in the private sector, or public service sector, I guess. John nodded, his respect for Mason deepening. Thank you for your service. Mason patted John on the shoulder. And thank you for yours. John blinked in surprise. How did you know? Mason smirked. You can tell. It's in the way you handle yourself under pressure. You've got that look. John smiled faintly, falling back into step beside Mason. For a moment, the weight of the world didn't feel quite as heavy. Will's voice rang out from ahead, pulling John's attention. John, you're never going to believe this, dude. Check it out. As John approached, he saw Will tugging something out of the ditch. He held it up triumphantly. It was the briefcase from the plane. I swear, man, this thing is haunting us. John took the case, considering tossing it back into the ditch, but then he remembered the photo of his wife still locked inside. That alone made it worth keeping. I'll carry it. Maybe we'll eventually figure out how to get past the lock, he said with a sigh. Before anyone could respond, May's small voice piped up from just inside the tree line. Mr. Mason, I found your truck. John followed her gaze, catching a glint of sunlight through the trees. He squinted, and sure enough, there was Mason's truck, suspended upside down at the top of an old oak tree. The absurdity of it made John shake his head. Hey, Mason, he called. Hate to tell you this, but I don't think AAA can help you on this one. Mason's face clouded briefly with disappointment. Man, I like that truck, he muttered before making his way toward the tree. He studied the precarious situation for a moment before turning to the group. Oh well, maybe some of my gear survived. Anyone here a good climber? May's hand shot up immediately. My daddy always got mad when I climbed trees in our yard, but I was really good at it, Mr. Mason. Will crouched down to her level, his tone gentle but firm. That's brave of you, May, but I don't think you should go up there. It could be dangerous. He stood up, shooting a glance at John. So, John, I'm guessing you're not volunteering for this one? Still afraid of heights, even after surviving a plane crash? John smirked. If anything, surviving the crash just proved I was right. We're meant to keep our feet on the ground, and even if I wanted to, I couldn't. My stomach stitches wouldn't hold, my back's wrecked, and I'm still covered in cuts. I'd probably fall before I got halfway up. To everyone's surprise, Ricky stepped forward with a swagger. "You bunch of wusses. I'll do it. Geez, scaredy cats." He began climbing the tree, the branches cracking ominously under his weight, but managing to hold. The truck was wedged about 35 feet up, caught in a split where the tree branched into 3 large limbs. As Ricky neared the truck, he reached out to test the driver's side door. The truck swayed slightly, and he quickly pulled his hand back. "Man, this thing's ready to tip. I'm not climbing in there." Will dropped his backpack with a sigh. "Well, Mason can't climb because of his leg, Hannah's arm is still messed up, and John's out because of his height phobia. I guess that leaves me, unless Molly can climb trees." Molly perked up at the sound of her name, wagging her tail. Will chuckled. "Just kidding, girl. I've got this." He turned toward the tree, then froze. "May, what are you doing? Get your butt down here right now." May was already halfway up the tree, climbing with ease and laughing as she went. Despite the burns on her face, she wore a wide grin, and her carefree giggle echoed through the woods. John shook his head, unable to help but smile. Kids will, they never listen. May stopped just below the truck and called down. "Hey, Mr. Mason, what do you want from the truck?" Mason cupped his hands and shouted, though his deep voice didn't really need amplification. "Anything and everything, Mrs. May. If it's not part of the truck itself, hand it to Ricky and he can toss it down." Then he turned to Ricky with a stern expression. "You keep a close eye on her. If that truck moves, you get her out of there immediately." Ricky grumbled but helped May climb into the truck. Soon, items started falling from the sky. The first was a fireman's axe that nearly landed on John. He jumped aside just in time. "Hey, Ricky, watch where you're throwing things." Ricky rolled his eyes and kept tossing items. A canteen, some empty water bottles, a small bag, and a hard plastic case. The next item was a large canvas duffel bag. It was so bulky that Ricky had to lean in and help May wrestle it out of the truck. Once it was out, Ricky retreated to the crook of the tree, cradling the bag instead of throwing it down. "Hey, Mr. Mason," May called cheerfully. "I found a bag of candy. Can I have one?" Mason opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the truck's door flew open, and May lost her grip. She tumbled out, clutching at the air as she fell. John didn't think, he just moved. He sprinted forward, arms outstretched, catching May in midair. The impact sent him sprawling to the ground, May landing on top of him. She stared up at him with wide eyes before squealing in fright. John looked up just in time to see the truck falling toward them. He didn't hesitate. He rolled, shoving May to the ground and covering her with his body. The truck crashed down beside them, landing right side up with its wheels jutting out at odd angles. The impact vibrated the ground, but somehow they were unscathed. John lay there for a moment, his chest heaving. May squirmed beneath him, her small hands pushing at his shoulders. "You're heavy, Mr. John. No candy for you. You need to go on a diet." Her voice was serious, but her expression broke into laughter as Molly bounded over, licking her face with abandon. Will's voice shattered the moment. He was yelling up into the tree. "What the hell, Ricky? I mean, really, dude. All you had to do was watch her. That's it." Ricky leaned out of the crook of the tree, his face a mix of irritation and defensiveness. "Gee, sorry. I couldn't reach her in time. She's fine now, so chill out." John shook his head, brushing dirt from his clothes. He looked at May, still giggling as she fended off Molly's enthusiastic kisses. "Kids," he muttered again, though this time there was warmth in his voice. John felt a surge of anger bubbling up as Ricky sat in the crook of the oak tree, but he forced himself to stay composed. Even Mason, normally stoic, looked ready to snap, and Will, peaceful, easygoing Will, had a dark look in his eye. The tension broke when the duffel bag hit the ground with a heavy thud. Mason's voice boomed, cutting through the air like a whip. "Hey, we need those supplies, moron!" Ricky started climbing down the tree, his movements slow and exaggerated. "Well, they were heavy," he grumbled. "I wasn't about to fall out of the tree lugging your crap down." When Ricky's feet finally touched the ground, he immediately turned and started walking toward the road, one hand holding his side. John felt a twinge of guilt. Despite Ricky's irritating attitude, he couldn't help but ask, "You okay, Ricky?" Without turning, Ricky waved a dismissive hand over his shoulder. "Yeah, I'm fine. Leave me alone." The group made their way back to the road, Mason carrying his duffel bag without so much as a glance at its contents. He didn't need to check. He knew what was inside. But he did pause to open the small plastic case Ricky had tossed down. Inside was a snub-nosed revolver, compact but intimidating in Mason's massive hands. He slid it into a holster at the back of his belt and pulled his shirt over it. John gave Mason a silent nod, both of them acknowledging the grim reality. They might need it soon. Mason seemed to sense John's unease and unclipped a large knife from his belt. Without a word, he handed it to John and walked away. John unsheathed the knife slightly, noting its weight and sharp edge. It wasn't fancy, but it was solid, just like Mason himself. He clipped it to his belt and felt an odd sense of comfort. The world was spiraling into chaos, but at least he had something to defend himself with now. Ricky stayed far ahead of the group as they walked, which was just fine with John. He wanted to give people the benefit of the doubt, but something about Ricky grated on his nerves. As the sun began to set, Mason suggested they stop and make camp. Ricky lingered on the outskirts, keeping to himself while the rest of the group gathered firewood and set up a makeshift tent using a tarp from Mason's bag. But as soon as Mason mentioned food, Ricky was at the campfire, seated like he'd been there all along. Mason pulled out 2 cans of beef stew and poured them into a small pot, thinning it out with the last of his water to make it stretch. As the stew heated, the group chatted quietly. John, feeling a pang of guilt over his earlier frustration with Ricky, decided to give him another chance. "So Ricky," John began, "you live around here?" Ricky shifted uncomfortably. "Yeah, kinda. There's a place about 15 miles outside Ellsbury, right off Highway 8. 2-story, white, with a big oak tree out front. It used to be a church back in the day. It's got a bell tower and everything." John nodded. "I'm not familiar with the area. Where's Ellsbury?" Ricky pointed down the road. "Maybe 25 or 30 miles that way." Before the conversation could continue, Mason announced, "Food's ready." Will wrinkled his nose. "I'll pass, but thanks." Ricky didn't hesitate. He grabbed one of the makeshift bowls, cut from water bottles, and helped himself to a heaping portion. "I'll take yours, then." Without another word, he disappeared into the woods, leaving the rest of the group around the fire. John exchanged a bewildered look with Mason. "Really?" Their thoughts were interrupted by a quiet sob. May sat a few feet away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Will and Hannah were at her side instantly, their concern evident. "What's wrong, May?" Will asked gently. She touched her burned face, wincing. "It stings a lot, Mr. Will. Can I not be by the fire? It hurts." Mason rummaged through his duffel bag. "I've got some burn cream in my first aid kit, sweetheart. That should help." He searched for a few moments before his face fell. "Oh no, May, I'm so sorry. The kit must have fallen out when the truck got swept away by the tornado. I usually keep it secure, but—" May sniffled, trying to be brave. "It's okay, Mr. Mason. I just don't want to be by the fire. It makes my face hurt." She shuffled away, retreating into the darkness behind the tarp. John clenched his fists, feeling utterly helpless. Watching May suffer and not being able to do anything about it was a crushing blow. For the first time in days, he felt the weight of their situation pressing down on him. Mason glanced down, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. "I can't believe I lost that kit. May could have really used it. And if Ricky's right about the distance, we've got a hell of a hike ahead of us tomorrow. Even professional athletes would struggle to walk 30 miles in a day. And this group, well, let's just say we've been through the ringer. I'd be surprised if we average more than 10 or 12 miles, even if we push ourselves. Hopefully, we'll get lucky and find some help along the way. Worst case, we might make it to Ellsbury in a few days, if it's even still standing." From the shadows, Hannah's voice broke the quiet. "If Ellsbury is even still there." The group settled in one by one, finding whatever comfort they could in the cold, unforgiving night. Everyone except John and Will eventually drifted off to sleep. John lay awake, his body screaming with aches and pains. Just the thought of lying on his back made him shudder. Across the fire, Will sat silently, staring into the flames. He looked utterly spent. Yet he hadn't touched much food and seemed to draw from a strength John could hardly comprehend. John's mind wandered back to the plane crash. He remembered Will muttering two names as the plane plummeted. The memory nagged at him. Finally, he broke the silence. "Hey, Will, can I ask you something? It might be a little personal." Will didn't look away from the fire. He rocked slightly, his voice calm but tired. "At this point, man, I think we're past personal boundaries. Go ahead." John hesitated, licking his lips nervously. "Who are Laura and Sophie?" The question hit Will like a punch to the gut. His whole body tensed, and an expression of deep sorrow washed over his face. For a moment, John regretted asking. But then, after a long pause, the tension eased, and Will looked up from the fire, his eyes distant but steady. "They were my wife and daughter," he said quietly. "Laura was the one who got me into all this hippie stuff, as you like to call it. And Sophie was my little ray of sunshine, my whole world." Will's voice faltered, but he pressed on. "One night, I was sitting in my living room after work, reading, when I saw police lights through the window. I knew before I even opened the door that they were gone. A guy crossed the median and hit them head on while they were driving back from the grocery store. He wasn't drunk, just exhausted. He'd worked 7 consecutive 12-hour shifts as a nurse. He fell asleep at the wheel, and he didn't make it either." John stared at Will, stunned. "Dear God, Will, I'm so sorry, I had no idea." Will's expression softened, his grief momentarily giving way to understanding. "It's okay. For years I was drowning in it, completely overwhelmed. I couldn't see a way out. But please don't take this the wrong way. It wasn't until you lost your wife that I started to snap out of it. Seeing what you were going through, what it was doing to you, made me realize I'd been doing the same thing to myself." John felt a pang of guilt, heavy and unrelenting. "I'm such an idiot, Will. I'm sorry for being such a jerk to you." To his surprise, Will laughed. A genuine, hearty laugh that broke through the somber mood. "Are you kidding me? Our back-and-forth banter made me feel alive again. As weird as it sounds, I thought it did the same for you. It gave me something to look forward to. And honestly, it made the days a little less unbearable." John couldn't help but chuckle, thinking back to their countless arguments and snarky exchanges. If he was honest with himself, Will was right. In some strange way, those moments had helped him cope. "So, I guess this means we don't have to be friends or anything, right?" Will grinned now, a playful glint in his eye. "Oh, heck no. I could never be friends with someone who murders innocent animals." John stood, smirking. "Yeah, well, grass eaters are a deal-breaker for me anyway. Good night, hipster." Will chuckled as John wandered off to find his place by the tarp. "Good night, cavemen." 8. Embers of Loss. Mason's prediction of 12 miles a day had proved overly optimistic by the second day. The group's food was gone, and no one had had a drink for hours. With at least 10 miles still to go before reaching the town, everyone was starting to break down. John felt the worst for Will, who had resorted to carrying May. Despite John's offers to help, the little girl clung to Will as if he were a life raft. What made it worse was that Will was still wearing his sandals, definitely not ideal for a long-distance hike. Ricky, on the other hand, was proving to be more of a burden than an asset. His incessant whining grated on everyone's nerves, sapping what little energy they had left. As they paused for a break on the side of the road, the group split off to take care of nature's call. When John returned, he froze at the sight of Ricky rifling through Mason's pack. "What exactly do you think you're doing, Ricky?" John demanded, his voice low but sharp. Ricky puffed out his chest in defiance. "Oh, come on. I know you're holding out food and water for yourself. That's stealing from the group." John was about to tear into Ricky, but before he could say a word, a command rang out in the background. "Fass!" A blur of brown fur shot past him, and Molly tackled Ricky to the ground with shocking force. She clamped her jaws around Ricky's leg, shaking it violently as he screamed and flailed. Ricky's frantic kicks did little to free him from Molly's grip. "Oss!" Mason's voice boomed from behind, and Molly instantly released Ricky, backing up but keeping her gaze locked on him, her fangs bared in a low, menacing snarl. Mason emerged from the woods, his face like stone. "I'm only going to tell you this once, boy. If you try to steal from me again, I won't call Molly off next time." He knelt to repack his belongings, his hands steady and deliberate. We're all out of food and water. But this is my stuff. The only thing you have is what you brought out of that car, which, as far as I can tell, is just your stash of drugs. Ricky opened his mouth to protest, but Mason silenced him with a raised hand. I don't care about your habit. Dope yourself into oblivion for all I care, so long as you don't endanger anyone else in this group. But your mooching days are over. Either pull your own weight or get lost. Ricky looked around, realizing that no one was coming to his defense. If Mason's words weren't enough, Molly's snarling presence made it clear he was alone in this. After a long, tense silence, Mason gave another command. Here. Molly's demeanor shifted instantly, her tail wagging as she trotted back to Mason, who scratched her ears affectionately. Bravo, girl, he murmured. John watched the scene with newfound respect and a bit of wariness. Molly was a force to be reckoned with when the situation called for it. He wasn't sure he'd ever look at her the same way again. Moments later, Will emerged from the woods, shirtless and carrying what appeared to be a makeshift sack. It was bulging with something. Will glanced around at the group, his expression curious. Did I miss something? Mason stood, brushing dirt off his hands. Nothing important, just a bit of group bonding. What did you find? Will's face lit up with a grin. Scored big this time, full bellies all around today. John's spirits lifted instantly. Wow, you actually killed something? Nice, Will. Will gave him a puzzled look. No, dude. I found a bunch of edible plants. John's excitement deflated. You said you found food, Will. Don't mess with us like that. Come on, man. Ignoring John's grumbling, Will set the sack down and began pulling out its contents. Look, I found wild mushrooms, a ton of dandelions, wild leeks, and even some wild asparagus. Pretty impressive, huh? John stared at the pile skeptically, but Mason nodded approvingly as he began gathering twigs to start a fire. It's food, and that's what matters. Good work, Will. Dandelion salad, grilled leeks, and asparagus it is. Digging into his ever-useful pack, Mason pulled out small packets of salt, pepper, and salad dressing, the kind you'd see at a restaurant. Ricky, still sulking in the corner, muttered, I knew you were holding out. He stopped mid-sentence when Mason shot him a warning glare. Mason cleared his throat. I always keep these when I don't use them. Tossed them in a while back. The dressing should still be good, and we'll need something to help get this down without water. He turned to Will. Not because it's a bad find. Seriously, great work. But dry greens aren't exactly easy to choke down. The meal was far from gourmet, but it was enough to stave off the worst of their hunger. As the group sat around the fire chewing on grilled leeks and asparagus, John finally relented. All right, Will, I'll admit it. The grilled asparagus and leeks weren't bad. The mushrooms were actually good. But I'm still not sold on dandelion salad. Will grinned, his mood lightened by the rare compliment. I'll take what I can get. Now, worth it just to see a carnivore devour a plate of veggies like it's the last T-bone on earth. Seriously, dude, did you even chew? Mason kicked dirt onto the fire, smirking. I swear, you two are like an old married couple, and I should know. The group shared a brief, much-needed laugh. For the first time in days, the weight of their journey didn't feel quite so crushing. John's eyes caught on a speed monitoring machine by the side of the road, its battered shell emblazoned with a sticker reading, Ellsbury Police Dept. The device sat lifeless, its solar panel perched atop the pole above doing nothing to revive it. We must be getting close, right? He asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and unease. And how weird is it that even the solar-powered stuff doesn't work anymore? I mean, those things aren't even hooked into anything, and they're built with a metal casing around the internals. Will chimed in, his tone thoughtful. Wouldn't matter. The charge would still run through the wires from the solar panels on the outside. Not truly a closed system. He paused, gesturing at the dead machine. I've been thinking about this a lot. This must have been some kind of LEMP event, but I've never heard of anything like this before. Hannah furrowed her brow. LEMP? What does that mean? Will adjusted May on his hip before answering. It stands for lightning electromagnetic pulse. Basically, imagine so many lightning strikes happening in such a small area that they create a massive electromagnetic disruption. It's extremely rare, like theoretical really, and I've never heard of it even theorized on this scale. And then to throw a tornado into the mix, it's like the weather has completely lost its mind. Hannah placed a hand on Will's shoulder, and the small gesture carried a deeper weight than casual comfort. John noticed the way they looked at each other, an unspoken connection growing between them. He couldn't help but feel glad for them. Hannah broke the silence. "You two were meteorologists or something, right?" John raised the briefcase he'd been lugging for miles, giving a half smile. "Not exactly. Will's technically a meteorologist, but he transitioned into software development. I'm a software engineer. We built some predictive weather software together using AI my company developed." Will, readying himself for more walking, hoisted May slightly higher. Saying John is just a software engineer is like saying Babe Ruth was just a baseball player. The guy's got skills. Feigning exaggerated shock, John clutched at his chest in mock disbelief. Will chuckled. "What? Surprised I gave you a compliment?" Dusting off his pants, John stood with a smirk. "Nope, I'm just stunned you know who Babe Ruth is." Will turned and began walking again, throwing a grin over his shoulder and giving him the middle finger. "Number one, John. You're number one. Don't ever forget it." As they continued down the road, John's eyes drifted to the briefcase he carried. Its weight wasn't just physical. It bore the emotional heft of memories. He sighed. "I should probably just toss this thing, but it has my wife's picture in it." Mason glanced at the case with a raised brow. "Why not just pick the lock or smash it open?" Before John could reply, Ricky piped up from behind. "Oh, you ain't cracking that thing open with a pick or a hammer. You'd need a high-powered drill or some serious force. That thing's no joke." Mason turned slightly, his expression skeptical. Ricky defensively held the back of his head. "Or so I've heard, man. Geez, can't a guy just know something without you getting all judgy on him?" Mason rolled his shoulders, wincing slightly from the ache in his back. "Well, I'm not sure I can lug that thing much longer. It's got the prototype hard drive with our weather software, but at this point, it's probably useless. The master copy's at our home office, if it still exists. I just hate the idea of someone getting their hands on it. It could cause big problems for our company." Mason's voice softened as he looked at John. "And you don't want to destroy it because of the picture, right? Don't you have other photos of her?" John's throat tightened, and he fought back the sudden swell of emotion. "It's not just any picture. It's the picture," he said quietly. "It's from the day our son was born. Carol and I were in the hospital, holding him for the first time. We thought it'd be fun to take a Polaroid, one of those old ones. She had that picture framed and kept it on her nightstand every day until the day she passed. After that, I kept it on my desk at work, carried it everywhere. It's all I've got left of that day." Mason nodded slowly, taking in John's words. After a moment, he said firmly, "Then it sounds like we need to find a drill. Because if I were in your shoes, they'd have to pry that case out of my cold, dead hands before I let it go." The group marched in weary silence, the oppressive heat and endless monotony of the journey wearing them down. John kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, noticing how each member had fallen into their own rhythm. Mason and Molly led the group at a steady, relentless pace, Molly's ears perked and Mason's focus unwavering. John marveled at Mason's resilience, wondering what kind of man he must have been in his prime, likely an unstoppable force of nature. Hannah moved between the group, checking on everyone like a mother hen, her calm reassurance keeping their frayed nerves in check. Meanwhile, Ricky trailed along at the back, his carefree expression a stark contrast to the growing fatigue etched on everyone else's faces. Oblivious or indifferent, he didn't seem to share the burden weighing down the others. The oppressive heat and monotony dulled John's senses, his mind drifting inward as he walked. Each step was accompanied by the steady pulse of his blood, the heat of the sun burning his skin, the distant hum of insects, and the crunch of footsteps on the gravel road. The rhythmic sounds were hypnotic, pulling him further into a haze. Suddenly his vision blurred, and he stopped abruptly. "Give me a second, guys," John said, swaying slightly. "I think the lack of water is getting to me." Hannah was at his side in an instant, her brow furrowed with concern. "John, you look worse than the rest of us. Are you feeling okay?" John shrugged, setting the briefcase down and stretching. "I'm fine, Hannah. just not in as good shape as the rest of you." Hannah pressed a cool hand to his forehead, her expression darkening. "You're burning up. Something's not right." She stepped behind him and lifted his shirt. "I thought so. Check out his back." Mason came over, his face grim as he inspected John's wounds. "At least 3 of these are infected," he said, pointing to the swollen, angry red marks surrounding the old cuts. "We need to clean them out and get antibiotics soon." Ricky, for once, added his opinion. "Yeah, that's bad news if you don't treat it. I've seen people die from infections like that." Mason shot him a sharp look. "Not helping, Ricky." Ricky smirked but started walking faster. "Suit yourself, but if I were you, I'd get moving. Town's just around the next bend anyway." Mason's head snapped up. "And you're just telling us this now?" he barked, hoisting the briefcase and moving to support John with one arm. "Come on, let's get you to town and find a doctor." John stumbled as they moved forward, his strength ebbing with each step. When they finally rounded the bend, the sight ahead made their hearts sink. The town was in ruins. Most of the buildings were reduced to rubble, and the few that still stood were engulfed in flames. Smoke billowed into the sky, carried away by the wind, which explained why they hadn't noticed the destruction earlier. On the outskirts of the town stood a lone rest stop, just a set of gas pumps and a pair of bathrooms. The gas station itself was gone, wiped out by the storm, but somehow the bathrooms remained intact. Mason eased John to the ground and straightened. "We might be able to get water out of the toilets," he said, already heading toward the structure. May, who had been unusually quiet, piped up, her voice filled with horror. "Toilet water? You! Please don't make me drink toilet water, Mr. Mason, please!" Even through his pain and dizziness, John chuckled weakly. "I think he means the water in the tank behind the toilet, not the bowl. Right, Mason?" Mason grinned as he gathered empty containers. "That's right. Although if it came down to it, I wouldn't hesitate to drink from the bowl." With that, he disappeared into the restroom. John wasn't sure when he passed out, but when he woke, he was lying beside a fire with a cold rag on his forehead. His throat was less parched, and he guessed they'd found water in the bathroom. May's face appeared above him, her voice excited. "Mr. John is awake." We'll help John sit up, handing him a full bottle of water. "Here, drink up, bro. You scared the crap out of us." John sipped the water, but his body screamed for more. He couldn't stop himself and drained the bottle in seconds. Will handed him another, chuckling. "Don't worry, we've got plenty. 7 toilets, each with about 5 gallons in the reserve tank. That's more than enough to keep us going for a while. Mason's out looking for medicine now. He'll be glad you're awake." John drank the second bottle more slowly, his senses gradually returning. He noticed the faint sound of gunfire coming from deeper in the town. Occasionally, the pops turned into rapid bursts. The fire still raged, and the air smelled faintly of ash and destruction. Will noticed John's expression. "Yeah, the town's a mess. From the sound of it, whatever survivors are left are turning on each other. A few days without food and water, and people lose their minds. It's crazy how fast society breaks down." John nodded grimly, remembering something he'd once heard. Society was only 9 meals away from anarchy. It didn't take much to push people to extremes, especially when they were desperate. His thoughts drifted to Ricky, who sat apart from the group, using John's precious briefcase as a makeshift seat. John clenched his jaw, but he was too tired to say anything. For now, the briefcase could wait. Survival was the priority. John lay near the fire on his back, his body stiff and racked with pain. The infection coursing through him dulled his senses, and every movement sent sharp waves of agony radiating through his muscles. He tried to focus, occasionally mustering the strength to take small sips of water, but his mind felt disconnected from the world around him. The sounds of the night and the crackling fire blurred into the background as he drifted in and out of awareness. Movement caught his eye past the fire, but his exhausted brain barely registered it until it was too late. 2 figures emerged from the darkness and stepped into the light of the campfire. Their presence didn't fully register with John until he heard the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. Adrenaline surged through his veins, sharpening his senses and snapping him into full awareness. The 2 men standing before them couldn't have been more different. The wiry one, covered in tattoos running up his neck, reminded John of a younger, meaner version of Ernest from old movies. His companion was the polar opposite, grossly overweight and wearing clothes a size too small, his appearance bringing Chris Farley to mind. The wiry man held a long kitchen knife in front of him with a sadistic grin, while the larger man pointed a small pistol at the group. It was the wiry one, Ernest, who spoke first, his voice dripping with mockery. Well, what do we have here?" His gaze landed on Ricky, who was still sitting on John's briefcase. "Ah, Ricky, my man, I was wondering if you'd make it out of this mess alive. But, of course, cockroaches like you survive anything." He turned his attention to Hannah, who was sitting protectively near Will and May. His smile widened into something cruel. "And look what we've got here. Hey there, darlin'. How about ditching these losers for some real men?" The larger man, Farley, chuckled, his belly jiggling as he aimed the pistol at Will. "You heard him. Get away from my new girl." Will raised his hand slightly, his voice calm but firm. "Hey man, we don't want any trouble." Farley laughed, his voice booming. "No one wants trouble, but trouble's all there is these days. And now that there's no cops, we take what we want. That's how it works." Ernest extended a hand toward Hannah. "Come on over here, sweetheart, and show your new man some love." Hannah glared at him, her voice defiant. "I'd rather gargle broken glass." John realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Both men had largely ignored him, likely assuming he was too weak to pose a threat. He watched Farley's face twist in anger as he shifted the aim of his pistol toward Hannah. Time seemed to slow down. John's mind raced. Farley was the immediate threat, and he was closest. John's hand instinctively reached for the fire, grabbing a handful of burning sticks and embers. The searing pain was unbearable, but he gritted his teeth and hurled the fiery coals toward the two men. The burning wood and embers struck their faces and chests, sending them both reeling with screams of pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, John grabbed the knife strapped to his side and, using all the strength he could muster, lunged at Farley. His blade slashed across the man's gut, and Farley let out a guttural scream as his insides spilled out. Farley's finger convulsed on the trigger, firing the pistol wildly in every direction until it clicked empty. Meanwhile, Ernest stumbled backward, clawing at his face and wiping away the embers. Farley dropped to his knees, desperately trying to push his intestines back into his body. John attempted to charge at Ernest, but his legs gave out beneath him. The world tilted, and he fell, colliding with Ernest and knocking him back a few steps before crumpling at his feet. Ernest recovered quickly, glaring down at John with pure rage. "I'm gonna carve you up big time," he snarled, raising his knife high. "You're gonna suffer for that." Before he could strike, a blur shot out of the darkness, Molly. She clamped her powerful jaws around Ernest's arm, shaking it violently. Ernest screamed, trying to shake her off, but she held firm. In desperation, he swung his arm wide, lifting Molly off the ground and slamming her into the remnants of a brick wall. The impact caused her to release her grip, and she fell to the ground, stunned. "Guess I'm gonna kill your mutt first," Ernest sneered, lifting his knife for a downward stab. But before he could strike, John scrambled forward, shielding Molly with his body and grabbing Ernest around the waist. Despite being smaller, Ernest was strong and unrelenting. His knife slashed down John's back, and a knee to the face sent John sprawling. He landed on top of Molly, instinctively wrapping his arms around her to protect her. Ernest loomed over him, knife raised high for the killing blow. John stared up at him, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, chief among them the hope that Kade might somehow survive and carry on. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the moment. Ernest stumbled backward, clutching his chest as blood bloomed across his shirt. Mason emerged from the shadows, a pistol in one hand and his fireman's axe in the other. Ernest teetered forward, blood dripping from his lips. Mason didn't waste another bullet. With a single powerful swing, he brought the axe down, caving in Ernest's skull and sending his body tumbling to the ground. John blinked, struggling to process what had just happened. Molly's warm breath and slobbery tongue brought him back to reality as she licked his face vigorously. His burned hand throbbed, and his back felt like it was on fire from the deep cut, but he was alive. Mason stepped over and extended a hand to help John up. You all right? Thanks for saving Molly. John groaned as he stood, glancing at Molly. I think she saved me, not the other way around. Mason smiled, watching Molly wag her tail enthusiastically. Looks like she's saying thank you, John. John ruffled Molly's fur gently, despite the pain in his hand. Bravo, girl, bravo. With Mason's help, John managed to stand, his body protesting with every movement. As he steadied himself, he scanned the group. Ricky was still huddled behind John's briefcase, the metal case now sporting 2 deep dents from bullets that had struck it. May clung to Will, her tiny frame shaking slightly. Then John's eyes fell on Hannah, and his heart stopped. She was lying on her back, staring up at the night sky, her body motionless. Her eyes were open, but they held no spark of life. John already knew what he would find before he even moved closer, but he crouched down beside her anyway. The sight of the small bullet hole just inside her hairline confirmed his worst fear. Blood pooled behind her head, soaking into the asphalt. It must have been instant. She hadn't suffered. Will stifled a sob, his face buried against May's hair as he tried to shield her from the sight. John gently closed Hannah's eyes and stepped back, his hands trembling. Mason reappeared from the darkness, carrying his trusty bag that always seemed to contain the impossible. He scanned the group with a grim expression. Well, what are you all waiting for? We can't stay here. This place is crawling with scum like those two. He gestured toward the fallen men. I know it's awful what happened to Hannah, but we need to grieve later. Will tried to stand, his legs shaking under his weight, but his feet, bloodied and battered from days of hiking in sandals, gave out. He sank back to the ground, clutching May tightly. Can't we at least bury her? He pleaded. She deserves that much. Mason crouched next to Will, his voice softer but still firm. I wish the world worked that way, Will. I really do, but we don't always get what we deserve. Right now, you need to focus on May. We need to get you some real shoes and get moving. John's eyes drifted toward the 2 men who had attacked them. Surprisingly, Farley was still alive, though barely. His shallow, rapid breaths and glazed-over eyes told John he didn't have long. Ignoring the faint stirrings of guilt, John knelt beside the bodies. He took the small pistol from Farley's trembling hands and rummaged through his pockets, finding a handful of spare bullets. Then he turned his attention to Ernest, pulling the long kitchen knife from the ground where it had fallen. Will watched him, his face a mixture of shock and disapproval. You're going to rob them? He asked, his voice cracking. Aren't we better than that? John glanced up, his expression hard. Better than what, Will? These men killed Hannah. They tried to kill us. Do you think they'd hesitate to rob us if the tables were turned? They don't need this stuff anymore. We do. Without waiting for a reply, John turned his attention to Ernest's boots. They were worn but sturdy and significantly larger than Will's sandals. He unlaced them and slid them off along with the socks, holding them out toward Will. Will recoiled slightly. I'm not going to wear a dead man's shoes, he said, his voice low but resolute. John nodded toward May. If you want to keep carrying her, you will. There's no way you'll make it much farther without proper footwear, Will. Do it for her. Will hesitated, looking down at May, who was watching him with wide, innocent eyes. Reluctantly, he took the boots and slid them on. They were too big, but they would suffice. John handed him the kitchen knife next. Will stared at it for a moment before taking it with a reluctant nod. John wasn't sure if Will would ever actually use it, but he hoped that, for May's sake, he'd do what was necessary if the time came. Ricky, who had remained hidden throughout the entire encounter, finally emerged. He began scooping up water bottles and shoving them into his oversized pockets. He also clung to John's briefcase like it was a life raft. John straightened up, making a point of loading the pistol and letting the sound carry. I really hope you don't plan on walking off with my case, Ricky. Ricky gave him an unconvincing grin. Nah, man, I was just holding it for you. You're in rough shape. I figured I'd help you out. Mason snorted as he grabbed the last of their supplies. Yeah, I'm sure the fact that it's bulletproof has nothing to do with your sudden generosity. Ricky shook his head, feigning innocence. Man, you give me no credit. A guy tries to do something nice and all he gets is grief. John leaned heavily on the fireman's axe Mason had handed him, using it as a makeshift cane. Each step was a monumental effort, but he managed to stay upright. All right, Ricky, lead the way. Which way is home? Ricky pointed down the road leading out of the ruined town. The group began their slow, painful journey, now one member short. As they moved, John cast one last glance over his shoulder. Hannah's body lay illuminated by the flickering firelight, surrounded by the remains of the men who had ended her life. The thought of leaving her there twisted a knife in his chest. Her resting place would be exposed, vulnerable to scavengers and the elements. The idea of animals desecrating her body made his stomach churn, but there was no choice. This was the world now, a cruel, indifferent place that showed no mercy to the dead or the living. John turned away, his heart heavy. He wasn't sure any of them were going to survive this. Shadows of the oak. It felt like they had been walking for an eternity. The miles stretched on endlessly, and John couldn't help but reflect on how easy this trip would have been by car. Just a few hours, maybe less. Now, on foot, it felt like days blurred together in an unbroken march. Hannah's death weighed heavily on everyone, and the group was deteriorating fast. Their pace had slowed to a crawl, barely covering a mile every few hours, maybe two if they were lucky. The exhaustion was palpable, each step heavier than the last. John's eyes drifted to Will, walking ahead of him with May cradled in his arms. Will had taken Hannah's death harder than anyone. He swayed as he walked, his body barely holding up under the strain. Molly padded loyally beside him, occasionally licking May's dangling hand as if trying to offer comfort in her own way. Although Will had traded his sandals for a pair of boots scavenged from the looter, John couldn't shake the image of Will's feet when he'd put the boots on. Blisters had split open across his heels and toes, the raw flesh exposed and angry. The fact that Will could even walk was remarkable. That he could carry May on top of it was nothing short of superhuman. John found himself reevaluating the man he'd once dismissed. Before the world fell apart, John had viewed Will as weak, a soft and whining snowflake who didn't seem cut out for survival. Now, watching him push forward despite everything, John had to admit he'd been wrong. Will was one of the strongest men he'd ever met. John let out a quiet chuckle and muttered under his breath. Still a snowflake, though. Mason brought up the rear, carrying nearly all their gear. He limped heavily, his prosthetic leg clearly giving him trouble. John knew how grueling long-distance hiking could be on even the best prosthetics, and Mason's wasn't built for someone of his size in this kind of terrain over such a large distance. Yet Mason never complained. He simply pushed forward, determined and unyielding. John couldn't help but marvel at the man. Mason had already saved them multiple times, and without him, John doubted any of them would still be alive. Ricky, on the other hand, seemed to exist in his own little world. After their last break, he'd emerged from the woods with a big, goofy grin and his bag slung over one shoulder. He ambled rather than walked, as if oblivious to the suffering around him. Occasionally he muttered comments to himself or hollered out questions to Hannah, only to pause, chuckle awkwardly, and redirect his questions to someone else when he remembered she wasn't there. The sight made John's stomach churn, a sharp reminder of how close they all were to breaking completely. John's own strength had started to return, albeit slowly. He pushed himself to catch up to Will and May, his breath labored but steady. Leaning closer, he whispered to May, who sat slumped in Will's arms with a makeshift cloth draped over her face to shield her burned skin from the sun. "Hey, May," John said softly, his voice gentle. "How are you doing, honey?" May lifted her head slightly, her small face a patchwork of redness, scarring, and fresh tears. "My face hurts bad, Mr. John," she whispered, her voice trembling, "and my tears make it burn." Will instinctively pulled her closer, his arms tightening protectively around her. John gave him a knowing look before leaning in again. "Mr. Will won't say it, but I think his arms could use a little rest. Would it be okay if I carried you for a bit?" he asked, his tone light and soothing. Will immediately shook his head. "It's okay, dude. I've got her," he said, though his voice carried the weight of exhaustion. Before he could say more, May reached up and placed a tiny finger against his lips, silencing him. A small, tear-streaked smile spread across her face. "You're like my daddy, Mr. Will," she said, her voice soft but earnest. "Mom says he's as stubborn as a monkey." Will chuckled, his tired eyes lighting up just a little. "Are you sure you don't mean donkey?" May scrunched her nose in mock indignation. Don't you know anything? Donkeys are nice. I saw one at a petting zoo once, but monkeys are stubborn and they throw poo at you. Gross, right? She giggled softly, and for a brief moment the heaviness of their situation lifted. Then without hesitation, May reached out her arms toward John, signaling she was ready to be carried. Will hesitated but eventually nodded. Okay, but watch her legs, dude. He gently handed her over to John, his arms trembling slightly as he let go. She's got a gash on her right thigh and her left ankle's swelled up bad, probably a sprain or worse. Don't let her try to walk, even if she talks you into it. John nodded, cradling May carefully in his arms. She weighed almost nothing, her small frame so light it made his chest ache. Got it. No walking for you, young lady, he said with a wink. May snuggled against him, her head resting on his shoulder. Thanks, Mr. John, she whispered, her voice soft and drowsy. John fell into step beside Will, who flexed his arms and let out a long, relieved sigh. Thanks, man, Will said quietly. I hate to admit it, but I really needed that. John nodded. You've been carrying her all this time. It's the least I can do. He glanced down at May, who had already started to doze off, her face relaxing despite the pain. She's tough, just like her Uncle Will. Will gave a tired smile, but didn't respond. The two men walked in silence for a while, their footsteps crunching against the dirt road. Ahead of them, Molly trotted along, her tail wagging slightly as she occasionally glanced back to check on them. Behind, Mason's steady but labored steps reminded them all of the weight he carried, not just physically, but for the group as a whole. John's thoughts drifted as they walked, his mind grappling with the fragility of their situation. The road stretched on endlessly, and each step felt heavier than the last. Yet somehow, they kept moving forward, clinging to the faint hope that somewhere ahead lay something better, or at least safer. While May slept, John examined May's leg and ankle, guilt gnawing at him for not noticing May's injuries sooner. He'd simply assumed she wanted to be carried, and of course Will, being the ever-reliable Mr. Nice Guy, had obliged without hesitation. Will flexed his arms. Dude, I can carry her now if you want. You look pretty bad off. Don't worry, John said softly, adjusting May carefully in his arms. I won't let her walk. You just focus on staying upright. Honestly, you look worse than I do. To John's surprise, both Mason and Will replied in perfect unison, their tones equally dry. Not really. John couldn't help but chuckle at their synchronized jab, but the humor was short-lived. He turned his attention to Ricky, who was up ahead, meandering back and forth across the road like a child playing a game. His erratic movements made it hard to tell whether he was simply entertaining himself or had completely lost touch with reality. Hey, Ricky, John called, his voice raised to cut through the distance. How much farther to your house? Ricky stopped mid-step, spinning dramatically on his heel. Who knows, he sang, waving one arm theatrically while the other clutched his bag. Look for the church on the left, or maybe it's on the right. Oh, wait, look for the big tree. Can't miss it. Everyone knows the big tree. John sighed, running a hand down his face. A big tree? Seriously? They had been trudging through endless forests for days. How were they supposed to find one big tree among countless others? But as they continued, the landscape began to shift. The dense woods that had flanked them on either side of the road gave way to vast, sun-soaked hayfields. The sudden lack of shade hit them like a furnace blast, the heat of the sun beating down mercilessly. The pavement radiated warmth that seemed to rise through their shoes, and the shimmering horizon offered no reprieve. John found himself longing for the cover of trees, or even a breeze. After what felt like an eternity, a large oak tree came into view, standing resolutely just off the side of the road. It was perched about 20 feet from the asphalt, near a small, dry creek. Rather than constructing a proper bridge, the state had installed 2 massive concrete culvert pipes beneath the road, piling gravel and dirt over them before laying down asphalt. The setup wasn't elegant, but it served its purpose. John raised his voice. Is that the tree, Ricky? Where's the church? Ricky twirled in place again, the picture of unbothered chaos. That? No, man, that's a little bitty tree. We're looking for a great big tree. His tone was both dismissive and overly amused, as though the oak they were approaching was an insult to his definition of grandeur. John groaned inwardly, but let the comment slide. He was too focused on the heat to argue further. The relentless sun seemed determined to sap what little energy they had left. But then, something changed. The sunlight dimmed abruptly, casting an eerie, muted glow over the fields. A gust of wind tore through the air, strong enough to make Molly bark furiously. The dog's sharp, urgent tone sent a shiver down John's spine. He froze. The hairs on his arms and neck stood on end, an unmistakable warning. Something was coming. Then he felt it, the faint but unmistakable static charge in the air. His heart raced, a lightning storm. And here they were, stranded in the middle of a flat field with no proper cover. His eyes darted around desperately, searching for any kind of shelter. His gaze landed on the culverts beneath the road. It wasn't ideal, but it was their best shot. "Get in the pipes!" John yelled, urgency thick in his voice. "Get in them now!" He leapt down into the dry creek bed, quickly maneuvering May into one of the culvert pipes. Her small frame fit easily inside as she clung to Will, who had crawled in behind her, wrapping her in his arms protectively. John turned to help Mason, who struggled slightly with his prosthetic on the uneven slope. Together they managed to get him and Molly into the second pipe. A movement above caught John's attention, and his stomach dropped. Ricky stood on the road, completely oblivious to the danger. He was spinning in circles, holding John's metal briefcase in one hand and his stash bag in the other, grinning like a fool. His voice rang out in a sing-song tune. "Rain, rain, go away!" "Ricky!" John bellowed, climbing halfway up the embankment. "You idiot, get down here!" But Ricky ignored him. The first lightning strike hit less than 30 feet from where Ricky stood. The blinding flash left John's vision swimming with spots, and the accompanying thunderclap was deafening. When his sight cleared, he saw Ricky sprinting toward the oak tree. Worse, he was holding the briefcase above his head as if it were some kind of shield. "Not the tree!" John screamed, panic flooding his voice. "Drop the case and crawl to the ditch." Ricky didn't listen. Lightning began to rain down, striking the ground around him with terrifying precision. John dove back into the culvert, his heart pounding. Inside, the small space amplified every deafening crack of thunder. He pressed himself against the cold concrete walls, his hands over his ears and his eyes squeezed shut. Molly whimpered beside him, and he instinctively reached out to comfort her. The storm raged with an intensity that felt apocalyptic. John braced himself, half expecting the next strike to hit the pipes and finish them all. But after what felt like an eternity, the lightning began to subside. The thunder grew distant, rumbling faintly as the storm moved on. John opened his eyes slowly, waiting for the dark spots in his vision to fade. The silence felt deafening in its own way, broken only by the shallow breathing of the others in the pipe. His ears rang from the concussive force of the storm. After a moment, he took a steadying breath and began crawling toward the pipe's entrance. He had to know what had happened to Ricky. The acrid smell of smoke and charred wood hung heavily in the air, mingling with the heat radiating from the scattered grass fires spreading across the field. The once proud oak tree stood in ruins, split into jagged, fiery sections, its blackened bark still smoldering. The thick smoke curling up from the ground blurred John's vision, making every step a treacherous one. His boot caught on something, and he stumbled, realizing with a sickening jolt that it was what remained of Ricky's body. Ricky's clothes were almost entirely burned away, leaving behind a grotesque image of jagged burns snaking down from his hands to his feet. The metal briefcase lay beside him, its surface scorched and warped. The force of the lightning strikes had shattered the locks, leaving the case slightly ajar. John knelt beside it, his hand reaching for the lid. The searing heat sent pain shooting through his fingers, forcing him to withdraw. Instead, he used the toe of his boot to nudge it open. Inside, the screen and keyboard components were charred and melted beyond repair, their circuits fried. But his eyes caught on something. The removable hard drive, slightly dislodged from its casing, yet seemingly intact. Beneath it, just barely visible, was the corner of the photo he'd been searching for. The sight of that sliver of paper filled John with a bittersweet relief, but there was no time to savor it. The hairs on his arms prickled, and the wind picked up once again, howling like a living thing. The air grew electric, and the clouds began swirling back into formation overhead. Molly's frantic barking reached his ears from the culvert, and John's stomach dropped. "Stay in the pipes," he shouted toward the others, his voice cracking with urgency. "It's not over." The first lightning strike of this new wave hit before he could even finish his warning, the deafening crack leaving his ears ringing. John didn't hesitate. Rather than carefully pry the photo out from beneath the hard drive, he grabbed them both and yanked as hard as he could. The hard drive's wires snapped with surprising ease, but the momentum sent him sprawling backward onto the hot, smoke-streaked ground. He scrambled to his knees, clutching the hard drive and photo tightly, but as he prepared for another onslaught of lightning, the world seemed to shift again. The wind stopped abruptly, leaving an almost eerie stillness. The clouds dispersed as quickly as they had formed, and the blazing sun broke through once more. It was as if nature had decided, for now, to relent. John rolled onto his back, letting out a shaky breath as he stared up into the impossibly bright sky. "This is insane," he muttered, the words slipping out almost involuntarily. Will's face suddenly appeared above him, his expression concerned but somehow still carrying a hint of humor. "You can say that again, dude. You all right?" John held up a hand, and Will grabbed it, pulling him to his feet. Together, they walked over to what was left of Ricky. The charred remains were hard to look at, even for John, who had grown somewhat desensitized to tragedy. Will shook his head solemnly. "Rough way to go. I didn't like the dude much, but still." John stared at the body for a moment, his face grim. I doubt he even knew what was happening. Behind them, Mason's voice rang out, sharp and filled with fury. "That little thieving prick! If he wasn't already dead, I'd kill him myself!" John turned to see Mason rifling through Ricky's half-melted bag, his face dark with anger. Curious, he and Will made their way over. Mason held up a small tube triumphantly. "Burn cream," he spat, his tone venomous. Then he pulled out a bottle. "Antibiotics." Another bottle followed. "Pain pills. That little maggot cleaned out my med kit, took everything, all the quick clots, the bandages, the sutures, everything. And to top it off, he let May suffer this whole time while carrying burn cream in his damn bag. Who does that?" John clenched his jaw, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Reaching over, he grabbed the burn cream and pain pills from Mason's hand and passed them to Will. "A drug addict and a pathetic excuse for a human being. That's who," he said flatly. Then he picked up the bottle of antibiotics and tossed it to Will as well. "For May's cuts, and your feet. They're looking rough. You don't want those getting infected." Will hesitated, catching the bottle. "What about you?" he asked, concern flashing across his face. John shrugged, rolling his shoulders to disguise the lingering pain in his back and stomach. "I think I'm okay. Not great, but better than yesterday. I'll manage." Will studied him for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Turning, he made his way back down to the pipe, where May was still huddled, her small frame trembling. Molly followed close behind him, her tail wagging faintly as if to reassure the little girl. Mason raised an eyebrow at John, his tone skeptical. "You know that's not how infections work, right? Especially not when you're malnourished, dehydrated, and banged up like you are. You need those meds, John." John allowed a small grin to tug at the corner of his mouth. "I know, but May needs them more, and at this point, Will does too. There's not enough in that bottle for all three of us." Mason muttered something under his breath, but he didn't argue further. Moments later, Will reappeared, carrying May in his arms. Her face was slathered with burn cream, and she held a t-shirt over her head to shield her from the sun. Despite everything, she managed a small smile at Mason. "Thank you, Mr. Mason," she said softly, her voice timid but sincere. Mason's face softened, and he tipped an imaginary hat to her. "You're welcome, Mrs. May." Then his gaze shifted to Ricky's charred remains. "Well," he said gruffly, "if we couldn't stop to bury Hannah, I'm sure as hell not burying that waste of space." Will, limping slightly but with newfound determination, called back, "Language, Mr. Mason." After a pause, he added, "But you're darn straight we aren't." John trailed behind the group, deliberately staying at the back. His shirt was a mess of bloodstains, and he hoped no one looked closely enough to realize fresh blood was still oozing from the knife wound on his back and the clear leaking fluid coming out of the wound on his stomach. Thankfully, his shirt had wedged itself into the wounds, and with the blood drying, it had slowed the bleeding somewhat. Still, every step sent a fresh wave of pain radiating through his body, and he could feel his strength slipping away with each passing moment. When the white church came into view, its paint peeling and vines climbing like greedy fingers up its sides, John felt a surge of desperate energy. If he could just make it there, maybe, just maybe, things would be okay. The massive oak tree next to the church caught his attention. It was the largest tree he had ever seen, its base at least 8 feet wide. Towering over the church, its sprawling branches reached out in every direction, some even pressing into the church walls like an ancient guardian refusing to let go. As they approached the church, the grounds became littered with trash, cans, wrappers, and broken glass crunching underfoot. The once pristine walls were marred with graffiti, crude symbols, and words scrawled over years of neglect. The sight of the desecrated church made John's stomach turn, but it was shelter, and that was all that mattered now. Inside, the church was as simple as he'd imagined an old country church to be. There was no electricity, but oil lamps hung sporadically along the walls, most of them cracked or shattered. At the back of the room sat a coal-burning stove, rusted and out of use. Stained glass windows lined the walls, their vivid colors filtering fractured beams of light into the dusty interior. All but one window remained intact, defying years of weather, vandalism, and time. Mason took a few steps inside, surveying the space with a sharp eye. "No beds up here," he said, his voice breaking the stillness. He pointed to a narrow stairwell near a side entrance. "Bet they're in the basement, and it's bound to be cooler underground." The group moved toward the stairs, but John lagged behind, his steps slow and unsteady. His legs felt heavier with every movement, and his vision swam. The sun had beaten down on him for so long, and the idea of descending into the cool darkness of the basement was almost irresistible. When John reached the stairs, the shadows that stretched down the narrow stairwell seemed to beckon him. Each step down felt like a battle as his feet stumbled over the uneven wooden planks. His balance was off, and he caught himself more than once, his hand gripping the railing tightly to avoid a fall. By the time he reached the bottom, his body screamed for rest. The basement was dim and stale, the air thick with the scent of mildew and neglect. Trash was scattered everywhere, and the faint outlines of graffiti could be seen even on the basement walls. In one corner, a cluster of mattresses sat precariously atop a foundation of old milk crates. The mattresses were stained and sagging, but to John they looked like the softest beds in the world. Dragging his feet, he made his way over to the mattresses. Lowering himself down, his body trembled as he finally let go of the tension he'd been holding for hours. He leaned to one side and let his head drop onto the musty pillow. He didn't bother pulling his legs fully onto the mattress. It was enough just to stop moving. The coolness of the basement enveloped him, and as his eyes slid shut, the darkness pulled him in completely. Sleep didn't bring peace. It brought chaos. At first, John dreamed of sharp pain across his back, each strike of an unseen whip forcing his body to arch involuntarily. The crack of the whip echoed in his ears, its sting searing into his skin. Then the scene shifted. He felt water being poured over his face, and then a hose was shoved into his mouth, drowning him in an unrelenting torrent. He choked and clawed at the air, his lungs burning as water filled them. The dream shifted again. This time, wild dogs circled him, their snarls vibrating in his chest. They lunged at him, their teeth tearing into his legs. Each bite sent shocks of pain through him as they tugged at his flesh, dragging him toward the ground. He tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by their growls. The nightmare repeated itself, each scenario cycling in an endless, torturous loop. The whip, the water, the dogs. Over and over, the scenes bled into one another, each more vivid and horrifying than the last. Just when it seemed like the torment would never end, the dreams began to change. A cool breeze swept over his face, carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of wildflowers. The oppressive weight in his chest began to ease. In the distance, he heard the sound of a child's laughter, soft and innocent, like a balm to his tortured mind. For the first time in what felt like forever, his muscles relaxed, and the pain ebbed away. John stirred slightly, caught in the space between sleep and wakefulness. The child's giggles grew clearer, and the wind caressed his face like a gentle hand. It was a dream, he realized, but it was one he didn't want to leave. For a moment, there was no pain, no fear, no desperation, just peace. John's eyes opened slowly, his throat tightening as if he were choking. He gagged and instinctively reached up, his fingers closing around a long rubber hose lodged down his throat. Panic surged through him as he yanked it out, coughing violently as he sat upright. His senses came to him all at once. The coarse texture of cardboard under his hands, the prickly chill of air against his bare legs. He realized he was lying on a makeshift bed, covered only by a thin, threadbare blanket draped over his waist. As his vision cleared, he scanned the room. It was dim and cluttered, with everyone in various positions of uneasy sleep. Will sat slumped against a wall, his head tilted to one side. The sound of John's gagging stirred him, and he groggily lifted his head, his face pale and drawn. The growth of his unkempt beard made him look older and more haggard than John remembered. Slowly, John began to sit up and was shocked to notice that his pants were missing. He cleared his throat, his voice rasping. "What's going on? Why am I half naked, Will?" Will pushed himself onto his knees with visible effort, his movements slow and deliberate, as if even standing took more energy than he had. "Sorry, man," he said, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "I got tired of washing your pants every time you, relieved yourself. Best I could do was strip you down and use what trash we had to catch the mess. And the hose, that was so we could keep you alive, force-fed water and broth when you couldn't drink on your own." John looked down at his legs, startled by how thin they had become. His skin clung tightly to his bones, and he felt like a hollow shell of himself. Though his pain was less sharp than when he'd gone to sleep, a deep, pervasive weakness had replaced it. "How long, Will?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Will sighed and leaned back against the wall. His expression softened with sympathy, though his weariness was evident. 17 days, he replied. 17 days, man. We didn't know if you were going to pull through. The fever had us worried. You were burning up for days. Luckily, Mason found more of Ricky's stash hidden in the basement. It had antibiotics and a bunch of other stuff. We stitched up your back, too. Thanks for not mentioning that knife wound, by the way. And Mason dug out more glass from your side. Oh, and that puncture wound from the crash? It wasn't healing right either, so he had to take care of that, too. Will paused to catch his breath, a wry smile flickering across his face. By the way, could you stop trying to die on us? It's exhausting. John let the words sink in, his head spinning. 17 days, that's a long time to be out. He looked around the room again, taking in the others. How are we all still alive? Will sat back down, clearly too tired to stay upright for long. We managed to find some canned goods. Those lasted until a couple of days ago. There used to be a family of raccoons living upstairs, used to being the key phrase. Mason made sure everyone got fed. I couldn't bring myself to eat any of that, though. Mason let me have most of the canned beans instead. And get this, those crackheads who lived here actually set up a working rain catchment system. Crude, but it works. With all the rain we've had, water hasn't been an issue. On the bright side, he added with a faint grin, not having enough food meant you didn't have much waste to deal with. Silver lining, right? John chuckled weakly, relieved to hear a glimmer of the old Will under all that fatigue. This weather really is nuts. It's like the world's rebelling or something. Will's face grew serious, his eyes meeting John's. Man, I think this is our fault, John groaned inwardly, bracing himself for a debate about climate change or humanity's sins against the planet. He was starting to really like Will, but there was only so much philosophical pondering he could handle in his current state. Before John could respond, May's excited voice broke through the moment. "Mr. John is awake," she squealed. She bounded over and threw her arms around him in a hug that was both painful and oddly comforting. Her energy was infectious, and John couldn't help but smile despite the ache in his body. Unlike Will, May looked remarkably well. Her face was scabbing over where burns had marred her skin, and fresh tufts of hair were beginning to grow back. She seemed full of life, bouncing on her feet as she grinned at him. "Guess what?" she blurted, barely waiting for a response. "Mr. Mason teached me all the doggy passwords for Molly." John raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Passwords? Without missing a beat, May spun around and in an impressively accurate German accent began issuing commands. Molly, come! Molly immediately trotted over to her. Sitz! Molly sat obediently. Big Pfote! Molly lifted her paw, shaking May's hand. Platz! Molly lay down. Roll! Molly rolled over. May beamed with pride, rubbing the dog's head affectionately. Bravo, Molly, she exclaimed before turning back to John. Want to see her dance? She can dance too. It's so cute. John couldn't help but smile. The sight of this innocent little girl issuing German commands to a war-trained dog, a dog he'd seen tear into a grown man, was surreal, but her joy was contagious. He reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. That's very cool, May. Maybe you can show me the dance another time. For now, I'm still really tired. I think I need to lie back down. May nodded enthusiastically. Okay, nighty-night, Mr. John. Try not to snore too much. You snore a lot, you know. She giggled and skipped off, leaving John smiling faintly as he eased himself back onto the bed. Despite everything, the pain, the weakness, the surreal nature of his situation, John felt a small flicker of hope. The world might have fallen apart, but moments like this reminded him there was still something worth fighting for. John's dreams had been a feverish haze. He vaguely remembered Mason leaning over him, mumbling something about the infection returning, and the occasional sensation of liquid being forced down his throat. At some point, he thought he'd heard Will cursing as he cleaned up after him. The days, or weeks, blurred together, and he lost all sense of time. When he finally woke, it wasn't from the infection or fever breaking. It was a deafening crash and the sensation of water splashing onto his face. He rolled to one side, coughing, and his hand dipped into cold water. Blinking rapidly, he tried to focus, taking in the scene around him. The floor above him was sagging inward, creaking ominously, while part of the ceiling had collapsed entirely, exposing the muddy earth outside. Water poured through the gaping holes, pooling rapidly in the basement. A massive oak branch, thick and gnarled, jutted through the broken floorboards like a battering ram. It took him a moment to realize the colossal oak tree outside had fallen onto the church. If they'd been on the main floor, they wouldn't have survived. The water was already up to his ankles. Across the room, Will was frantically pulling May from her makeshift bed, his movements sluggish but determined. He turned to John and tossed a pair of pants in his direction. Get dressed, dude. We've got to find a way out of here. John fumbled with the pants, his body weaker than he remembered. He slipped them on and found his shoes floating near his bed. Sliding them on, he scanned the basement. The rising water was murky and cold, swirling with debris. Where's Mason? And Molly? Will gritted his teeth as he splashed through the water, heading for the stairs. He stopped short, cursing under his breath. The stairs are blocked. Mason's out getting supplies. It's been raining nonstop for 2 weeks. Water's flooding in faster than the ground can absorb it. We've got to get out of here now. Will slogged through the water toward one of the basement's small windows. He reached up and shoved against the glass until it shattered, then wrestled the frame until it gave way. Rain poured in, blurring the world outside into a chaotic mess of water and wind. Will turned to May and tried to lift her above his head to push her out, but he was too weak. Help me out, John. Together they hoisted May toward the opening. She began to scream, thrashing in their grip. No, I'm not going. I'm staying with you, Will. John adjusted his hold on her and spoke quickly, trying to calm her. May, we're not asking you to leave us. We just need your help, okay? Go outside and look for a small trapdoor on the ground, a coal chute. It might be our way out. May stopped struggling, her brows furrowed in confusion. A trap? Why would a church have traps? John managed a weak smile. It's not a trap, May. It's just what they called it. A door for putting coal into the basement to heat the building. Please, May, just go find it. Reluctantly, May nodded and disappeared through the window into the torrential rain. Inside, the water rose steadily, now up to their knees. The rain was relentless, and from what John could see, it was coming down so hard it blurred the landscape into a gray sheet. He could hear it pounding against the walls, each drop adding to the deluge filling the basement. Water rushed in through every crack and crevice, transforming the space into a rising pool. Will called out from the other side of the basement. Over here, John, I think I found something. John splashed his way over, slipping on debris as he went. Will had cleared away a pile of old wood paneling, revealing a square opening just above the waterline. It was small, barely large enough for a grown man to squeeze through, and already half submerged. From outside, May's voice rang out, faint but urgent over the storm. "I found it! The door's open." "Someone must have fallen in the trap." John turned to Will. "You go first. If it's tight, I might need your help pulling myself through." The water was now waist deep and rising fast. Will didn't argue. He nodded and dove under, vanishing into the dark water. John counted the seconds, giving Will time to get through before taking a deep breath and submerging himself. The cold water closed around him, and he felt his way to the chute. The opening was tighter than he'd hoped. He twisted onto his back, using the natural bend of his body to navigate the curve upward. His head and shoulders fit through, but just barely. His shoulders scraped the sides, and for a moment he was stuck. Panic surged, but he forced himself to stay calm, pulling his arms inward and wiggling through inch by inch. As he rounded the upward bend, his lungs screamed for air. His head was still under water, and his vision began to blur. He stretched one arm upward, his fingers breaking the surface first. He clawed at the wet dirt and debris, his body desperate to follow. Just as he thought he might black out, his head burst free of the water. He gasped, taking in huge gulps of air, his chest heaving with relief. He looked up to see Will struggling to climb out of the chute. The rain had turned the ground into a slick, muddy mess, and Will's foot slipped as he tried to pull himself up. His boot struck John hard in the side of the head, sending him reeling. The world spun, and before John could react, he slid back into the water. His body hit the water with a splash, and instinct took over. He inhaled sharply, but instead of air, his lungs filled with water. Panic exploded in his chest as darkness crept into the edges of his vision. He flailed, trying to reach the surface, but his strength was gone. The cold closed in, and the world faded away into silence.
Chapter 10. The Fortress of Order. Frank stood on the patio, his emotions a tangled mess of rage, envy, and sadness. He felt completely paralyzed, unwilling to move, unwilling to care. His Nana was gone, the only person in the world who had ever truly cared for him. Sure, Cassie had once come close, but even she had left him behind, choosing Kade instead. It was just his luck. Everyone who ever cared for him seemed to leave, one way or another. Just like his parents had. He glanced down at the Colt 9mm resting in his hand, its weight both tempting and suffocating. The thought of using it had crossed his mind far too often lately. What would be better than reuniting with the people he loved, even if they hadn't loved him the way he needed them to? Heaven had to be real, he'd been told that all his life. He couldn't afford it not to be. Frank sighed deeply, staring at the gun. Maybe he could try. Try to change. It's what Nana would have wanted. She'd always believed in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. Kade and Noah were out on another run, leaving Frank behind once again. They spent all their time on these supply runs, but Frank didn't see the point. They already had everything they needed here, an endless supply of food, water, and a large, secure shelter. Why risk their lives for more? And when Kade wasn't out scavenging, he was with Cassie. Always with Cassie. The sight of them together made Frank's stomach uneasy. And while they spent more time alone, it felt like Cassie was avoiding Frank more and more. Brittany wasn't much better. She treated him like a walking plague, glaring at him like he'd done something unforgivable. No doubt her mother had filled her head with ideas about him. The way Brittany looked at him made him nervous, as if her suspicion alone could set him on fire. With a frustrated sigh, Frank set the gun down on the table, just as he had done every day for the past week. He hated himself for even considering using it. It made him feel weak, like a coward. The chill in the air prickled his skin, but he ignored it. Instead, he walked over to the makeshift target Noah had set up, a silhouette pinned to a wooden board. Frank picked up the pistol and took a deep breath, steadying his hands. He squeezed the trigger and missed completely. Not even close. But this time, he didn't lose his temper. That alone was unusual. He kept firing, again and again, until his arms ached and his palms stung from the recoil. Hours passed as he unloaded round after round. The ammo wasn't a concern. Kade's dad had stashed enough in the basement to last a lifetime, and Frank had hauled plenty of it up to the patio. Finally, drenched in sweat, Frank lowered the gun. He squinted at the target, trying to assess his progress, but the paper was gone. Either he'd shot it clean off the board, or the wind had ripped it away. He wasn't sure which. Tossing his shirt aside, Frank wiped his face with the worn fabric. When he turned around, Kade was standing there, leaning casually against the railing. Frank didn't realize how long he had been out, but it must have been long enough for Noah and Kade to be back. Kade's head tilted slightly, his expression unreadable. "So what?" Frank snapped, scowling. Kade raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his silence only making Frank angrier. "Come on," Frank shouted, his voice rising. "Yell at me. I wasted your precious bullets, man." He wanted Kade to react. He wanted to be kicked out, to be given a reason to pick up that Colt and end it all. But Kade just stood there, calm and infuriatingly composed. "True," Kade said finally, his voice even. "The bullets are being wasted. But we need a sharpshooter more, so keep shooting, Texas." Frank's jaw clenched. He thought back to the promise he'd made to himself earlier. To try. To change. He swallowed hard, his pride taking a brutal hit as he spoke. "Listen, man, I know I've been difficult." His voice wavered. "I'll do better. I'll listen. But I need to be treated like a human being. Stop making me the bad guy in every situation." He stopped, struggling to keep his emotions in check. After a deep breath, he added softly, "Please." Kade studied him for a long moment, his sharp eyes searching Frank's face for any sign of deceit. Finally, he nodded. "How about this? If you keep your temper in check, I'll talk to everyone else. I'll make sure they understand. You're not the enemy." Kade turned to leave but paused at the door. "And about that comment earlier, you're not going anywhere. You've helped us out in town more than I'd like to admit." With that, he stepped inside, the door shutting firmly behind him. Frank stood there for a moment, stunned. Slowly, a small smile tugged at his lips. He turned back to the target and raised his gun. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his hands. This time, he didn't just shoot to pass the time. This time, he shot with purpose. The stars were brilliantly clear tonight, scattered across the dark sky like tiny jewels. It was the kind of night that felt perfect for something special, a rare moment of peace. Kade had managed to carve out a little time alone with Cassie, something that didn't happen often enough. Her bright blue eyes seemed to reflect the starlight as they sat together on a blanket outside. Between them were 2 cans of pineapple, a treat that felt like the equivalent of a 5-star meal in the world they lived in now. Desserts and salty snacks were distant memories, their shelves emptied long ago. The electrical grid had gone down months earlier, changing life in ways they hadn't fully anticipated. At first, it had seemed manageable, an inconvenience, but one they could work around. That illusion had quickly faded. They'd thrown out spoiled food, lost their lights, and watched as their electronics became useless bricks. The hardest part was realizing how dependent they'd been on it all. "What are you thinking about?" Cassie's voice broke into his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. Kade glanced at her, offering a small smile. "Just wondering how we're going to keep going." She tilted her head, her gaze softening. "That's all you ever think about. Just let it go for a little while, Kade. Enjoy life." He chuckled lightly. It was ironic advice, given the state of the world. "You're right," he said, trying to shake off the weight of his thoughts. He shifted his focus back to her. "How's Eli doing?" The question brought a flicker of sadness to her face. "He asks me every night when Mom and Dad are coming back," she said quietly. "I don't have the heart to tell him that I have no idea. I just keep telling him they'll be home soon." Kade's chest tightened. "I understand," he said softly, regretting how quickly he'd shifted the mood. Cassie's expression changed, her eyes brightening with a playful spark. It was a mask, but he appreciated her effort to lighten the moment. "You want to know what I miss?" she asked. "What?" Kade said, entertaining her goal of keeping his mind off of the situation. "The drive-in." She replied. Kade smirked. He had always loved the drive-in, he went there for everything. It was date night, and hangouts with Noah. "Yeah, me too. Our first kiss was there," she said, her voice filled with nostalgia. It had felt like they had restarted their relationship since the fall. Kade had appreciated that. Cassie looked at him, and Kade could tell from the way that she was looking at him she was fishing for something more than stargazing. Kade felt his face flush, his heart racing. Their relationship had always been flirty, full of easy banter that he looked forward to every day. It was one of the few things that kept him sane in this new world. "I thought I'd play the long game," he said, trying to sound casual. "We've got plenty of time, don't we?" Cassie cocked her head, clearly intrigued. "Oh, yeah?" He swallowed hard, the warmth rising in his cheeks. The stars were too bright for him to hope she couldn't see it. "I mean, with the whole end of the world thing, I figured everything else might be on hold." "You think it's the end of the world?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. He shrugged. "Honestly, I don't think it'll get better in our lifetime." Her lips curved into a sly smile. "Then what does it matter?" she said, leaning in closer. Before he could process it, she kissed him. It was everything he'd imagined, his heart raced like it might burst out of his chest. It wasn't the first time they had kissed, but this time, it had seemed different. There was something to it that brought butterflies to his stomach. The euphoria of the moment had shocked him. But just as quickly as it began, the moment was interrupted by a small, sleepy voice. "Cassie?" They broke apart as Eli emerged from the shadows, rubbing his eyes. "What's wrong, buddy?" Cassie asked, her voice instantly soft and maternal. "I can't sleep," Eli mumbled, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Cassie glanced at Kade, who nodded, signaling her to go ahead. "All right, buddy. I'm coming," she said, standing up and brushing the dirt off her pants. "I'll grab the blanket," Kade offered. "You head to bed." She leaned down and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, her smile soft and knowing. Eli's wide-eyed reaction was priceless, his innocent confusion enough to make Kade stifle a laugh. Cassie scooped Eli up, holding him close as she started back toward the house. Over her shoulder, she cast one last glance at Kade, her smile warm and full of promise. As she disappeared inside, he couldn't help but grin, folding the blanket and staring up at the stars. For once, the weight of the world felt a little lighter. Kade lingered outside for a moment longer before finally picking up the blanket and heading inside. The house was quiet, the only light coming from the living room. He stepped inside to turn it off but stopped short when he noticed Nora, Brittany's mom, sitting on the couch with a book in her hands. It wasn't just any book, it was a Bible. He turned to leave, not wanting to disturb her, when she called his name. "Kade," her voice was soft but tinged with something heavy. "Yeah," he said, pausing in the doorway. "Can we talk?" she asked, closing the Bible and setting it aside. "Of course. What's up?" He crossed the room, sitting down in the chair across from her. She drew in a sharp breath, her hands fidgeting nervously. "Something's been eating me alive for a while now, and I need to talk to someone about it." Kade leaned forward, his voice calm. "You can always talk to me." She nodded but didn't meet his eyes. "You remember when you guys saved me?" "Of course," he said without hesitation. "And you remember how I told you that my husband was dead?" Kade tilted his head, confused. "Yeah," he dragged the word out, sensing there was more to this than she was letting on. She looked down, her voice trembling. I wasn't entirely truthful." "What do you mean?" Kade asked, his tone cautious. "I don't know if he's dead," she admitted, her voice cracking. "I just said that because I didn't want to risk everyone's lives. I didn't want Brittany getting hurt, or worse, trying to save him." "Back up," Kade said, sitting up straighter. What happened back there? She took a deep, shaky breath, her hands clutching her lap. The storm hit, and we were home. Our house wasn't one of the ones that got struck by lightning, but it didn't matter. Cameron, my husband, he went out looking for Brittany. He was gone for hours, and I thought he wasn't coming back. But then he did. Her voice caught, and her eyes welled with tears. He came back, but he wasn't alone. There were 3 men with him. His face was all bruised, swollen, and bloody. He looked so broken. Her tears began to spill over. He apologized over and over, saying he couldn't find Brittany. I thought she was gone. And then those men, they threw him to the ground and hit him over the head so hard he passed out. They grabbed me, dragged me by my hair, and took me to the supermarket. They said my terrible husband told them I was a pharmacist and that I'd be useful to them. Her shoulders shook as she sobbed. I haven't seen him since. I assume he didn't make it out. Kade sat in silence, letting her cry. What could he say? When her breathing finally steadied, he spoke gently. You did the right thing, Nora. You were protecting Brittany. There was no sense in risking her life for a long shot. No, she didn't. The voice came from the doorway. Kade's head snapped up to see Brittany standing there, her face red and streaked with tears. You should have told me. Brittany cried, her voice trembling with anger. We could have saved him. He could still be alive. Brittany, Kade started, but she bolted out of the room before he could stop her. He scrambled to his feet and chased after her, following her outside. She was already at the truck, fumbling with the keys. Brittany, wait, he yelled, grabbing her arm just as she opened the door. She spun around, her face streaked with dried tears but now filled with determination. I'm going, she said firmly. I'm going to save my father. I knew he wasn't dead. Kade hesitated. He didn't want to crush her hope, but he also couldn't lie to her. Brittany, it's been 3 months. You saw those men. He's probably not with us anymore. She stared at him, unwavering. I don't care. I'm going. He could see there was no arguing with her. She wasn't going to let this go. And, as much as he wanted to stop her, he couldn't blame her. If it had been his dad, he would have done the same thing. Fine, he said, his voice steady. But I'm going with you. She blinked, surprised by his response. For a moment, her fierce determination softened into something else, gratitude. Okay, she said quietly, handing him the keys. Tonight. Kade frowned. We should wait until tomorrow. Get some rest, plan this out. Why, she countered. It's just the 2 of us. We can be sneaky, go on foot. There'll be fewer people wandering around at night anyway. Besides, her voice wavered slightly. I'm not going to get any rest if all I can think about is him. She was right, about all of it. Kade nodded slowly. All right. Tonight. Give me 15 minutes to get everything ready and let the others know we'll be gone. She nodded, her resolve unshaken. As Kade turned to prepare, he couldn't help but feel a mix of dread and admiration. She was brave, reckless, maybe, but brave. And tonight, they were going to find out if her father was still alive. Kade grabbed a walkie-talkie from the wall. They'd found 4 of them in the basement, and they were practically assigned at this point. Only he, Noah, Frank, and Cassie were allowed to take them, primarily because they were the ones who went on supply runs or handled the most dangerous tasks. Nora had been offered one instead of Frank but declined, saying she didn't see the point since she never left the farm. Kade clipped the walkie-talkie to his belt, a small but familiar weight grounding him as he prepared for what was ahead. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. The trip was nearly 20 miles, and gas was running low, a problem he hadn't fully considered during the earlier supply runs. Back then, his sole focus had been on stockpiling food. At least the farm had a well, which kept their water supply steady. They still had plenty of bottled water in the basement too, another small blessing. Kade headed upstairs to Noah's room and pushed the door open. Noah stirred awake as Kade shook him, explaining the situation in a low voice. At first, Noah started to get up, ready to join the mission, but his expression soured when Kade told him he wasn't invited. "You're kidding, right?" Noah grumbled, sitting up fully. "It's just Brittany and me this time," Kade said firmly. "She needs this to stay small. It'll draw less attention." Noah sighed heavily, grabbing his walkie-talkie. He switched it on and tossed it on the bed. "Fine. Be quick about it," he muttered. The irritation in his tone wasn't subtle. "We've got hundreds of spare batteries in the basement," Kade said, noticing the bitterness in Noah's voice. Noah shot him a look. "Not the point. Just don't take forever." Kade didn't bother arguing. He appreciated Noah's frustration, but this mission wasn't up for debate. When Kade reached the truck, Brittany was already inside, a rifle resting on her lap. Her hands trembled slightly, her body thrumming with adrenaline. He couldn't blame her. They started the drive in silence. The truck rumbled softly over the uneven road, the hum of the engine the only sound between them. Kade could feel the tension in the air and decided to break it. "You really love your dad, don't you?" he asked, glancing at her. She looked down, her expression distant. "He was really the only person who was there for me. My mom was around, of course, but she was always so busy. She's the type of person who volunteers for everything, church, the soup kitchen, you name it. It's a good thing, but it meant she wasn't home a lot. She'd be out with her friends from church or working late. My dad, though," she trailed off, her voice softening. "He taught me how to play softball," she continued, a small, bittersweet smile tugging at her lips. "He came to every one of my track meets, cheering louder than anyone. Every Wednesday night, we'd watch the show together, one I wasn't supposed to watch because I was too young. But my mom was at church, so we'd laugh and have fun. He was my dad, but he was also my best friend." Her words hung in the air, and Kade didn't know how to respond. He simply nodded, letting her know he was listening. Silence settled between them again, heavier this time. Kade couldn't stop thinking about the odds. Her father had been missing for 3 months in a town overrun by killers. The chances of him being alive were slim, but Brittany was holding on to hope, and he couldn't take that from her. She broke the silence next. "You know I'm not a child, right?" "Huh?" The question caught him off guard. "You treat me like a kid," she said, her tone firm but not angry. "I'm 16. I had a job. I can drive. I'm not a little kid." Kade thought about it for a moment. She wasn't wrong. He'd always seen her as a kid, but she'd proven herself time and time again. She'd been on supply runs, she'd carried her weight, and she'd faced dangers most adults would crumble under. "Yeah," he admitted, nodding. "I guess I have. Sorry about that. I'll work on it." "Thanks," she said simply. The conversation was short but meaningful. It gave Kade even more to think about as they drove closer to the town, a town now ruled by people who had once been neighbors, friends, or even respected community members. Somehow, those same people had transformed into something unrecognizable, a cult that killed anyone who didn't fall in line. The thought made his stomach twist. He glanced over at Brittany, her jaw set with determination, the rifle steady in her lap. They didn't speak again as the lights of the town appeared faintly in the distance, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was filled with purpose, with an unspoken understanding that what lay ahead could change everything, for better or worse. When they were just a couple of miles outside the town, Kade pulled the truck over to the side of the road. The rest of the journey would have to be on foot. Brittany groaned softly in protest but stopped when Kade reminded her, "It's been months. If your dad's alive, he can handle a few more hours. Besides, the guards won't spot us if we stick to the corn, even if most of it's dead." The fields around them were a grim reminder of how strange the world had become. Much of the corn was withered and brittle, killed by the erratic spikes of extreme weather they'd been dealing with since everything fell apart. The weather had become unpredictable and relentless. Without modern tools to measure temperatures, they were left guessing, but some days were so unbearably hot they could barely stand. Shade offered a stark relief, easily a 20-degree difference. Kade remembered one day so scorching that the leaves on trees had actually started to smolder. Miraculously, no trees had caught fire entirely, only their leaves. Other days brought bone-chilling cold that forced everyone to huddle in a single room just to stay warm. The pipes froze solid, along with their water bottles, making it almost impossible to get a drink. But just like the oppressive heat, the cold would vanish as quickly as it arrived, sometimes lasting a few days, sometimes just a few hours. As they walked, Kade quickly realized the journey was far more grueling than he'd anticipated. 2 miles didn't sound like much. Back in college, he and his friends had run miles regularly without wearing out. He figured Brittany would handle the walk easily too, she was fit and resilient. But he hadn't accounted for everything they were carrying. Each of them had water bottles, enough to keep them hydrated on the way there, plus extras Brittany had brought for her father. Kade carried a rifle slung over his shoulder, a pistol holstered at his hip, and the weight of uncertainty pressing on his chest. Brittany had 2 pistols, her movements steady and purposeful. The night wasn't as dark as they'd planned for, the bright stars overhead illuminated the landscape more than Kade had expected. He cursed himself for not considering that earlier. The extra light made him feel exposed, every step a potential risk. After what felt like an eternity but was likely just a mile, Kade was already winded. He tried to push through, unwilling to let Brittany see how out of shape he was. 3 months of sitting around had taken its toll, and he silently promised himself he'd start running again if they made it out of this. Brittany, on the other hand, seemed fine. Too fine. It only drove Kade harder. He wasn't about to let her show him up. The walk was steeped in silence. Neither of them spoke, and Kade didn't try to break it. He knew the quiet was born of fear. Neither of them would admit it, but they were both terrified. Terrified that they'd find nothing, that her father was gone. Terrified of the people who now controlled the town, people who killed without hesitation, without reason. When they reached the outskirts of town, Kade had to stifle a gasp. It was unrecognizable. He hadn't been near the town in months, and he'd assumed it would look the same as before. But it was completely transformed, it looked like a fortress. The last time they'd come here, they'd hidden in the cornfields and skirted around the edges. Back then, semi-trucks had been parked at the entrance to block vehicles from coming through. Now, the transformation was far more elaborate. The first 100 yards of corn had been cleared completely, leaving a barren stretch of land around the town's perimeter. It wasn't famine or neglect that had caused it, this was deliberate. They'd stripped the fields to create an open buffer zone, ensuring no one could approach without being seen. The trucks were no longer just blocking the main roads. They'd been arranged strategically around the entire town, forming barriers between buildings and closing off every gap. It was meticulous. Purposeful. Kade's stomach churned as he took it all in. These weren't disorganized raiders or impulsive killers. These people had order. They had control. And that made them even more dangerous. He glanced at Brittany, whose jaw was set with determination. If she was scared, she didn't show it. Kade swallowed hard, forcing himself to focus. They were in the heart of danger now, and every step forward would have to be deliberate, calculated. There was no room for mistakes. Despite all their careful planning, Kade figured scaling one of the trucks wouldn't be the hard part, it was crossing the exposed gap without being spotted by the guards. When they reached the edge of the cornfield, they crouched low, scanning the fortress-like barricade ahead. "How are we going to get through?" Brittany whispered. It was the first thing either of them had said since starting the long trek. "Let me think," Kade replied, his voice low. They both sat in tense silence, each racking their brains for a solution. Kade glanced at Brittany, noticing the furrowed focus in her expression. She seemed more determined than ever, her mind working overtime. "What if we caused a distraction?" she suggested after a moment, her tone cautious but hopeful. It wasn't the worst idea, but Kade quickly dismissed it. "A distraction would put them on edge," he explained. Last time we were here, we blew something up and stole their medical hostage. They're not going to let something like that happen again. They'd lock the whole town down and search everywhere for us. And besides, we have to assume their numbers have grown since then." Brittany nodded, acknowledging his point without pushing back. The silence stretched between them again, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on Kade's shoulders. They didn't have many options, and time wasn't on their side. After what felt like forever, Kade finally broke the silence. "I think we're just going to have to risk it. It's late, and the guards might not be paying close attention. It's dark enough that we could slip by unnoticed if we're careful. We'll go around to the side closest to your house and sneak in as quietly as possible." Brittany agreed without hesitation. They moved in a wide arc, circling the town until they reached the side where Brittany said her house was closest. It was difficult. Some of the corn that had been grown had been burnt because of the story. There were large sections of the field that were gone. Kade and Brittany spent longer than they had planned trying to navigate around the vacant sections. Unfortunately, Brittany's house wasn't very close at all. She explained that her house was near the center of town, just a few blocks from the square. Kade's stomach twisted. This wasn't going to be easy. His heart pounded in his chest as they approached the clearing. This was such a reckless idea, risking their lives for a possibility, a slim one at that. Kade couldn't shake the doubt gnawing at him. There was a high chance Brittany's father wasn't alive, but he knew she wouldn't rest until she knew for sure. So here they were. They began crossing the open gap, walking carefully but quickly, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Kade's mind raced with worst-case scenarios, unable to stop picturing a bullet tearing through his skull. But the shot never came. Step by step, they made it across the barren stretch of land, reaching the trucks unscathed. Relief washed over him, but it was quickly followed by a troubling realization: if they could sneak in this easily, they might not be as omnipotent as they seemed. For the first time, Kade entertained the thought of taking the town back. If they could use the fortifications and defenses for their own group, it could be a safe haven, a chance to rebuild some semblance of civilization. It was a distant goal, but it was something to hold on to. "Let's go," Brittany urged, snapping him back to reality. She stepped on Kade's cupped hands, and he hoisted her up. She grabbed the edge of the truck and pulled herself onto the top. Kade followed, jumping to grab the edge and hauling himself up. He surprised himself with how effortlessly he managed it, a small stroke to his ego after months of feeling out of shape. From the top, he could see the full scope of the barricade. What he had initially thought were intact semi-trucks were actually just the cargo trailers, tipped onto their sides and lined up like massive walls. The cab portions were nowhere to be seen, likely repurposed elsewhere. Standing atop the truck, Kade scanned the area. The town loomed ahead, dark and quiet, with faint movements of guards patrolling in the distance. He glanced at Brittany, her determined expression lit faintly by the starlight. "Ready," he whispered. Her jaw tightened, and she gave a firm nod. "Let's do this." Kade swallowed his nerves and nodded back. This was it, the point of no return. The walk to Brittany's house started off unnervingly normal, considering the circumstances. Kade had expected to encounter hostility or danger at every turn, but instead, they passed an elderly man smoking a cigarette on his porch. He gave them a nod, and they nodded back. It was almost surreal how ordinary the interaction felt, given the chaos that surrounded them. However, things changed as they approached her neighborhood. Before entering the block, they came upon police tape stretched across the road, an eerie warning of what lay ahead. Kade held up the tape for Brittany to duck under, then followed her through. The moment they crossed into the block, the atmosphere shifted. The air felt heavier, and the light seemed dimmer. In the nice part of town, much of the storm damage had been cleaned up, houses reduced to rubble had been cleared away, and some lots were now entirely vacant. It was almost orderly. But on this side of town, the devastation was untouched, raw, and grim. Ash coated everything, darkening the surroundings. Many houses stood as crumbling shells, some only half standing from the lightning strikes. Pools of stagnant water lingered in the yards, remnants of the torrential rain. Kade couldn't believe the water hadn't evaporated yet. As they approached Brittany's house, Kade saw more signs of violence and destruction than he ever had before. Ashes and bloodstains marred the streets and walls, and the hopelessness of it all settled over him like a weight. Any thought of resistance against order seemed laughable now. This town was firmly under their control. When they finally reached her house, Brittany sucked in a sharp breath, her eyes wide with cautious hope. Her house was still standing. It had taken some damage, but it looked intact enough to give her hope that her father might still be alive. Kade stepped up the creaking porch steps and reached for the door handle. Locked. The locked door seemed to bolster their hope. It meant someone, her father, perhaps, had taken precautions. "We should check for a window to break in," Kade suggested, though he was wary of making noise and alerting anyone nearby. "Wait," Brittany said quickly, pulling a key from her pocket. "I've kept it with me since the fall." Kade nodded, stepping aside to let her unlock the door. Once she did, he moved ahead, opening it slowly and stepping inside first. The hinges let out a rusty creak that made his skin crawl. It sounded as though the door hadn't been opened in months. Inside, the house was eerily still. Brittany followed Kade into the darkened space, her steps tentative. "I'll check downstairs." "You go up," she said firmly. Her tone left no room for argument, and Kade decided it wasn't the time for quips or jokes. He nodded and made his way to the staircase. The walls of the staircase were lined with photos, family portraits, school pictures, and candid shots of a happy family. One particular photo caught Kade's attention, Brittany's father gazing at her with an unmistakable look of pride and love. It stirred something in him, reminding him of the way his own mother used to look at him. The sight put a lump in his throat and made him all the more anxious about what they might find. Brittany's voice echoed from below, calling for her father. There was no response, and Kade's stomach sank. He was nearly certain her father wasn't here, and all he could do was hope the man was alive somewhere else. At the top of the stairs, Kade stepped into what looked like a small office. His heart plummeted at the sight before him. Lying on the floor was Brittany's father, unmistakably dead. A bullet hole in the center of his forehead, and a dark, crusted pool of blood had seeped into the carpet beneath him. Kade's stomach churned as he noticed something even more horrifying. The word order had been carved into the man's forearm. He could only pray they had inflicted the carving after the fatal shot, that he hadn't felt much pain. The cruelty of it made Kade's blood boil. He sank into a black office chair, overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. How was he supposed to tell Brittany? On one hand, he couldn't lie to her, she deserved the truth. But on the other hand, this revelation would crush her. The hope that had driven her all this way would shatter, and Kade feared it might break her completely. Before he could decide what to do, Brittany entered the room. She froze when she saw the scene before her. Her wide, tear-filled eyes locked onto her father's lifeless body, and silent tears began to stream down her face. Kade stood, unsure of what to say. He knew words wouldn't help. Instead, he gave her a look of quiet sympathy, silently telling her he was there for her. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on her father as though willing him to move, to prove them wrong. Her shoulders trembled, and Kade gently wrapped her in an embrace. She cried into his chest for what felt like an eternity, her body shaking with grief. He held her until she pulled away, wiping her face with the back of her hand. "Let's go," she said, her voice steady but hollow. Kade nodded. There was no reason to stay in this town any longer. They turned toward the stairs, but as they reached the top step, Kade's heart nearly stopped. 3 men stood at the bottom of the staircase. 2 of them held guns, their barrels aimed lazily upward. The third, a wiry man with a crowbar, leaned casually against the railing. His yellowed teeth twisted into a sinister grin, and 2 gaps in his smile made him look even more menacing. Kade recognized him immediately, the leader of the group they had encountered before. "Well, howdy there," the man drawled, his voice mocking. "What are y'all doing in my town?" Chapter 11. Shots in the dark. Kade's heart hammered in his chest as he faced the 3 men. Their confidence was palpable, radiating from the massive grins plastered across their faces. Two of them held guns loosely, their fingers twitching on the triggers as if they were eager to pull them, just for the thrill of it. Brittany let out a string of expletives that would have made even the toughest sailor blush. Despite the gravity of the situation, Kate had to suppress a laugh. Leave it to Brittany to mouth off in the face of danger. The leader of the group, a tall, wiry man with an unsettling charm, let out a low, genuine chuckle. "I like you," he said simply, his voice dripping with amusement. Brittany didn't hesitate. "I don't give a damn what you think," she snapped, her words laced with venom. The leader laughed again, clearly entertained, before his sharp gaze shifted to Kate. "So, what are you doing in my town?" he asked, his tone still casual, as though they were old friends catching up. Kate didn't respond, his jaw tightening. Silence was his only weapon for now. The man sighed theatrically. "Ah, I get it. I wouldn't trust me either." He pulled a chair from nearby, spun it around, and straddled it backward like some kid trying too hard to look cool. "Let's get to know each other, then. My name's Nigel. I've been working my rear off to keep this town running, not an easy job, mind you. We've got rules here, simple ones. You'll learn them soon enough. Here's a little spoiler, though, entering the forbidden part of town is a big no-no." He grinned, his teeth flashing against the dim light. Brittany crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing. "Then aren't you breaking your own law?" she shot back, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Nigel raised his eyebrows in mock surprise, clearly enjoying the exchange. "No, sweetheart," he said matter-of-factly. "Law enforcement can do as they please." His grin faded as he gestured toward a photo on the nearby desk. "This is you, Brittany," he said, his tone darkening. "You came here looking for your father. Well, congratulations, you found him. Or, rather, we found him. And we dealt with him because he broke the law. Next time you or your friend here steps out of line, you'll join him." Brittany visibly recoiled, her bravado faltering. "How do you know that?" she demanded, her voice quieter now, almost trembling. "For starters, we had your mother captive. I'm sure you remember her." Nigel's voice was calm, but the words hit like a hammer. He didn't elaborate, but the implication was enough to make Kate's blood boil. Nigel smiled, sensing the tension, and pulled a blood-stained note from his pocket. "And when I killed your dad, I found this in his pocket. When we noticed you sneaking into town, I had one of my lackeys fetch it for me." He unfolded it slowly, like he was savoring the moment. "Dear Brittany," he began, before pausing, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He folded the note back up and slid it into his pocket. No point reading the rest, but it was touching, really. Brittany's face turned a deep shade of red, her whole body trembling with rage. She looked like she was ready to lunge at Nigel, her hand twitching toward her gun. Kate saw it coming and grabbed her arm, holding her back. Nigel tilted his head, watching them like a predator sizing up its prey. "And what's your name?" he asked, his tone deceptively light. Kate stayed silent, his jaw clenched. Nigel's hand moved behind his back, and before Kate could react, a pistol was aimed directly at Brittany. The cold, metallic click of the hammer being cocked sent a chill down Kate's spine. "Kate," he said through gritted teeth, his voice taut with tension. Nigel grinned, lowering the gun slightly. "Good," he said, his tone mockingly condescending. "Now, it's time to go." Before Kate could respond, Brittany moved faster than he thought possible. She drew her gun and leveled it at Nigel's head. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Kate barely had time to react. He grabbed her hand and shoved it upward just as the gun went off, the shot echoing through the room. "Brittany!" Kate yelled, his voice full of frustration and panic. Nigel stood motionless for a moment, his face frozen in shock. Then, to Kate's dismay, a grin spread across his lips. The man's expression shifted from surprise to something even more unsettling, amusement. "Well, isn't that just something?" he said, stepping closer. For a fleeting moment, Kate regretted stopping Brittany's shot. If Nigel had gone down, Kate might have been able to take out the other two men. But he knew better. Nigel wasn't alone. There were more of them out there, likely ready to swarm the area at the first sign of trouble. They wouldn't make it past the barricades alive. Nigel's grin vanished like a candle snuffed out by a sudden wind, leaving behind only the chilling shadow of his true nature. His eyes darkened, gleaming with malice as he slowly turned his attention back to Brittany. The playful, mocking energy from earlier had drained away, replaced with something far more dangerous. "I should kill you for that," he said, his voice low and laced with menace, each word sinking into the air like a heavy stone. He pointed a finger at Brittany, his gaze cold and calculating, before shifting his focus to Kade. "But you saved me." His tone dripped with mockery, as though the words themselves amused him. He let the statement hang in the air, savoring the tension, the irony of the situation twisting into a cruel smile. The smile that crept back onto Nigel's face wasn't one of relief or gratitude, it was predatory, devoid of any warmth. "Let me make something very clear," he said, his tone as sharp and unyielding as a blade. His eyes flicked between Kade and Brittany, lingering just long enough to remind them of the balance of power. "If you ever pull something like that again, I'll have no problem spilling your guts." He paused, letting the weight of the threat sink in, before continuing with a chilling smirk. "Actually, no. If either of you steps out of line again, I'll take the other one of you out instead." He turned back to Kade, his expression unrelenting, his voice dropping to a growl. "Do we have an understanding?" Kade met Nigel's gaze, his jaw clenched so tight it ached. He forced himself to nod, stiff and reluctant. His mind raced, already calculating the odds, mapping out every possible move they could make to get out of this alive. The sinking feeling in his chest only grew heavier, the weight of Nigel's promise pressing down on him like a boulder. At Nigel's curt command, the guards moved in, grabbing both Kade and Brittany. Kade considered fighting back, he probably could overpower the two men holding him given a chance. They weren't particularly large or strong, and adrenaline coursed through his veins, begging for an outlet. But Nigel was the real problem. There was something about him, a quiet, unsettling confidence that suggested he wasn't a man to underestimate. He was calculating, cold, and every bit as dangerous as the menace in his tone implied. Kade forced himself to stand down, biting back the urge to resist. This wasn't the moment. The guards frisked them with practiced motions, removing every visible weapon they could find. Brittany cursed under her breath as they confiscated her pistol and the small knife she kept tucked into her belt. Kade stood still, his expression carefully neutral as they patted him down. They were thorough, but not thorough enough. The blade he'd hidden in his boot remained untouched, overlooked in their haste. It was a small victory, but one Kade clung to desperately. Nigel led the way as the group marched through the dimly lit streets, his voice carrying above the sound of their footsteps. He talked incessantly, a steady stream of words meant to belittle and unnerve them. "You know," he began, his tone almost conversational, "I try to be fair. I really do. But people like you? You make it so difficult. Breaking into my town, defying my rules." He chuckled darkly, shaking his head as though he were scolding unruly children. "I suppose I should thank you. You're a fine example for everyone else of what not to do." Kade tuned him out, focusing instead on his surroundings. The streets were eerily quiet, the kind of silence that only came with total control. Windows were boarded up, doors reinforced with makeshift barricades. Every corner, every alley felt like a trap waiting to be sprung. As they neared the police station, it became clear just how far order had gone to establish their dominance. The station loomed ahead, transformed from a standard municipal building into a veritable fortress. Wooden walls lined with barbed wire encased the structure, creating a secure perimeter. Guards patrolled the grounds, their eyes sharp and weapons ready. From a quick count, Kade estimated at least a dozen men stationed outside, but he knew there were likely more within. Inside, the station retained the bones of its former purpose, a front desk, a row of offices, and 6 holding cells lined up along the back wall. The cells were far from empty. 4 prisoners sat crammed into one, their bodies slouched and beaten, their faces gaunt with exhaustion and despair. The stench was overwhelming, a nauseating mix of sweat, blood, and waste. In one corner, a rusted toilet offered the barest semblance of privacy. In the opposite corner, the prisoners huddled together, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Nigel strolled toward the cell with the air of a showman, gesturing grandly as though addressing an audience. "Here we have a fine example of order's justice system," he announced mockingly. "A pack of prisoners, learning the value of discipline and obedience." He turned back to Kade and Brittany, his smile widening. "And today, we witness a rare and extraordinary event, two packs merging." With that, he opened the cell door and shoved Kade inside. The force of the push sent Kade sprawling forward, his face hitting the cold, unforgiving stone floor. Pain blossomed across his cheek and lip, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Brittany followed moments later, landing hard beside him with a pained grunt. Kade's anger flared, a white-hot fury burning in his chest as he watched her struggle to sit up. He wanted nothing more than to turn and fight, to make Nigel pay, but he forced himself to stay down. "Not yet." Nigel stood in the doorway, his presence filling the room with oppressive weight. "You'll stay here until I decide otherwise," he said, his tone casual but final. "And believe me, that won't be anytime soon." He lingered for a moment, letting his words sink in, before stepping back and locking the door behind him. The guards filed out with him, leaving just one behind, a single man who leaned lazily against the wall, barely paying attention. "You didn't last long," a voice said from the corner of the cell. It belonged to one of the prisoners, a man with a battered face and a defiant gleam in his eyes. He looked at Kade with a mix of curiosity and amusement. "What do you mean?" Kade asked, wiping the blood from his mouth as he pushed himself upright. The man gestured toward Kade's arm. "You're not branded. That means you're not one of them. And anyone who isn't one of them ends up here eventually. I'm just surprised it took them this long to find you." Kade shook his head. "We're not from this town." The man raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "You broke in?" He let out a low chuckle. "Well, aren't you stupid?" Kade gave the man a sharp glare. "I guess we are. This isn't the first time, though. We didn't realize how much order had grown." The man's grin widened. "Not the first time?" "Impressive." Kade nodded toward Brittany. "We saved her mom a while back. This time, we came for her dad. We weren't as lucky." The man's expression softened, his respect evident. He extended a hand, his voice steady despite his injuries. "Name's Alex." "Kade," he replied, shaking the man's hand. "And this is Brittany." "Well, Kade," Alex said, gesturing dramatically around the cell, "welcome to our humble abode. That's Savannah over there," he added, motioning to the woman. "She used to work at a bank. Had 3 kids. Don't bring up kids, though, she'll break down in tears." Kade glanced at Savannah, who offered a weak smile. He could see the pain behind her eyes. Alex continued. "That's my cousin, Brendan. Army vet. He'd just come back when everything went to hell. Still trying to figure it all out." Brendan gave a small nod but stayed silent. "And last but not least, that's Quentin." Alex pointed to the youngest man, who sat in the corner, his sharp eyes following the conversation. Quentin acknowledged Kade with a subtle nod, which Kade returned before hobbling over to sit beside him. One-on-one conversations built trust faster, and Kade needed allies. Keeping his voice low, Kade asked, "Is there a way out of here?" Quentin studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. "There's always a way," he said carefully. "But not without provoking them. We haven't tried. Figured it wasn't worth dying for." He shrugged. "But if you've got a plan, we're listening." Kade leaned in closer, dropping his voice to a whisper. "I've got a knife in my boot. If you can give me a layout of this place, we might be able to find a way." Before Quentin could respond, the guard by the wall stepped forward. "Got something to share with the class?" he asked, his tone mocking. "Secrets don't go over well here." Kade stood and met the guard's gaze, his smile disarmingly innocent. "Oh, nothing much. This kid here was sharing his feelings about Brittany," he said, jerking his thumb toward Quentin. I just told him that if he so much as looked at her wrong, I'd slit his throat when we get out of here." The guard glanced at Quentin, who flushed red but said nothing. With a dismissive shrug, the guard muttered, "Do whatever you want, kid. Not like you're getting out of here anyway." As the guard returned to his post, Kade sat back down with the group. Brittany shot him a disgusted look, to which Kade simply grinned and said, "Boys will be boys." Cassie's anxiety had been building steadily as the hours dragged on. Kade and Brittany had been gone far longer than planned, and every passing minute gnawed at her nerves. She had tried reaching out to them several times over the walkie-talkie, but Noah had stopped her each time. "No point in risking it," Noah had said firmly. "If they're hiding, a transmission could blow their cover. If they've been compromised, letting them know we're looking could make things worse. You'd be putting them, and us, in more danger." Cassie had reluctantly stopped trying, but the thought of waiting any longer was unbearable. When she pressed Noah about making a move, he told her, "If they're not back by sunset, we'll start planning. If they're not back by sunrise, we'll act. But until then, we wait." The idea of waiting an entire day made her stomach churn. "What if they're in trouble now?" she argued. Noah's tone had been calm but resolute. "If they're dead by morning, they're already dead now." But Kade's smart. Resourceful. He wouldn't let that happen. As the afternoon gave way to early evening, Frank headed out for his daily shooting practice. It was a ritual he'd started to maintain his aim and, perhaps more importantly, his sanity. The crunch of burnt leaves underfoot and the rhythmic routine of lining up his shots gave him a rare sense of clarity. Lately, his thoughts had been plagued by the possibility that Kade might not come back. Although things started off rough, Kade was now one of the only ones who had shown him consistent kindness, aside from Cassie. And even with Cassie, he suspected her warmth was more for show, a mask she wore, one even Kade couldn't see through. Frank took a deep breath, letting the tension leave his body as he steadied his aim. He recalled Kade's advice: stance, hand placement, controlled breathing. Inhale slowly. Exhale. Squeeze the trigger. The first shot rang out, followed by a second and a third. Just as he was about to pull the trigger for the fourth time, his arm was yanked down violently. "What do you think you are doing?" Noah barked, his face twisted in fury. "How stupid do you have to be to make this much noise when Kade and Brittany might have been captured?" Frank frowned, keeping his tone calm despite Noah's aggression. "We're 20 miles away. There's no way they'd hear gunshots from here. And just because Kade might be in trouble doesn't mean someone's out here looking for us." Noah scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "And what about his walkie? You think he's just talking to himself? If they have him, they know we exist. They know which direction he came from. We're not far off the highway, and we're certainly not far enough for this to go unnoticed." He gestured angrily toward the woods. "Seriously, Frank. If you could rub those two brain cells together for once, we'd all be safer." Frank's eyes squinted in anger, but he kept his composure. "If you could just let the past go, we'd all be better off. I've tried to be better with you, but you won't shut your damn mouth long enough for me to get a word out. I've already apologized, and if you don't remember, I'm sorry for being a douche." Frank could feel his face getting red. "Just let it go, man." Noah stepped forward, his glare intensifying. "I don't see that happening." Frank didn't back down. "You know, you're worse than I ever was." "Somehow, I doubt that." Frank's patience finally snapped. "I've changed, Noah. I've made an effort. You haven't changed a bit, except maybe you've gotten bigger." He motioned toward Noah's arms. Noah smirked, motioning toward Frank's stomach. "Ditto." "I'm done with this," Frank said, turning to walk away. Noah didn't hold up. "No, we're not done here. You know what you are? You're someone who shifts with the tide. I bet if you had the opportunity to join with Order you would have gladly signed up. You would fit in well with them. Unfortunately for us, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I wouldn't be surprised if you were in contact with them now. You'd sell us out in a heartbeat." Noah leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper. "And we both know if you'd tried harder to save your Nana, she'd still be alive. That was all Frank could take. Frank's fist connected with Noah's jaw before he even realized he'd swung. Noah stumbled back, his expression twisting with rage. He recovered quickly, barreling toward Frank as Frank swung again. Noah ducked under the punch and jabbed Frank in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Frank pushed Noah away and charged, tackling him to the ground. He landed a solid punch to Noah's nose, drawing blood, but Noah quickly rolled out of the hold and got to his feet, a sadistic grin spreading across his face. Frank was slower to recover, and Noah used the advantage, sweeping Frank's legs out from under him. Noah climbed on top of Frank, raining down punches without restraint. Frank's face was a bloody mess, but Noah didn't stop. All he could see was red. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the air, freezing Noah mid-punch. He scrambled to his feet, looking toward the porch where Cassie stood, her face a mask of disappointment. She marched toward him, her movement stiff with anger, and slapped him hard across the face. "What in God's name was that?" she demanded, her voice trembling with fury. Noah wiped the blood from his nose, his expression defiant. "He threw the first punch," he said. "So I threw the last one." Cassie shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "I watched the whole thing, Noah. You threw the first punch, with your words. His Nana was a good woman, and you used her memory against him. How could you?" Noah opened his mouth to respond, but Cassie cut him off. "Don't. I've been yelling for you to stop, but you were so blinded by rage you didn't even hear me. I had to fire a gun to break through to you. You act like you're the better man, but you know what? You disgust me." Noah stood there, speechless, as Cassie turned away from him. The tense silence was broken by a burst of static from the walkie-talkie in her hand. Kade's voice came through, weak but clear. "Help."
Chapter 12. Neon Promises. John rounded the corner to the front porch, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. The morning sun bathed the world in a golden glow, and the tall hayfield across the road swayed gently in the breeze. He handed Carol her favorite mug, the one with Carol's Christmas movie mug written in cheerful lettering. He remembered how much she'd loved it when Kade had given it to her that Christmas. Now she drank from it year-round, just like she watched Christmas movies no matter the season. It was one of those quirks about her that made him smile. Settling into his rocker next to her, John took a sip of his coffee and let the warm liquid soothe him. He turned to Carol, taking a moment to admire her beauty. She hadn't changed, her soft smile, the way her hair framed her face. It was all as familiar and comforting as the breeze. "I wonder what Kade's up to, honey," he said, his voice thoughtful. Carol turned slightly, her eyes meeting his, full of a quiet intensity. "He's in trouble, John," she said softly. "He needs you." A knot tightened in John's chest, but he pushed the feeling aside. He shook his head, trying to reassure himself. "He's all grown up now. I'm sure he's fine. I just want to stay here with you." Carol leaned forward, her hand reaching out to rest gently on his. Her touch was warm, grounding, but her words carried an urgency that cut through the calm of the morning. "You'll be with me soon enough, dear. But he needs you now. They all need you." John frowned, a flicker of unease blooming in the back of his mind. Her voice began to shift, deepening, morphing, until it no longer sounded like hers. "Wake up, John," the voice urged, no longer soft but firm, commanding. "Don't you die on me! Wake up!" The peaceful morning dissolved like smoke, and the porch, the hayfield, and even Carol faded into the void. John coughed violently, expelling water from his lungs as he struggled to draw in a breath. His chest felt like it had been caved in with a baseball bat, and his face itched uncomfortably. As his vision cleared, he saw Mason standing over him, rain pouring off his shoulders, while Molly's wet nose hovered inches from his face, her warm breath tickling his skin. His eyes flicked up to Mason, who was leaning over, shielding him from the relentless rain. "I was with her," John rasped, his voice barely audible over the storm. "Why did you bring me back?" Will's firm grip landed on his shoulder, steadying him. "Because we still need you, John," Will said, his voice steady but urgent. "And so does your boy. Kade needs his dad." With Mason's help, John slowly sat up, every movement a painful reminder of how weak he had become. He turned his head to see the massive oak tree, now split in two by a lightning strike. One half had crashed onto the church, its broken limbs pressing into the ruins, while the other half remained defiantly upright, swaying against the punishing wind and rain. "Don't scare me like that, Mr. John." May's small arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her voice trembling but full of determination. "I need you too, okay?" Guilt churned in John's stomach, a bitter wave washing over him as the weight of his selfish thoughts bore down. He tightened his arms around May, his voice soft. "Okay, May, I won't scare you like that again. I'm sorry." Before he could say another word, Molly's enthusiastic tongue was on his face, her breath hot and unpleasant but oddly comforting. She licked him and May simultaneously, her relentless affection drawing a cascade of giggles from the little girl, who turned her face into John's chest to escape. As John looked back at the church, he saw the basement now completely submerged, water reaching the small windows that lined its perimeter. The sight made his chest ache, not just from the pain, but from the stark realization of how much they had lost. "Our stuff is gone," he murmured. "What do we do now?" Mason hauled John to his feet with a steady grip, his sturdy bag slung over one shoulder. "We've still got the essentials. We lost some water, but we were out of food anyway. I've scavenged everything I could from the area. Honestly, I was going to suggest we move out soon, but—" He gestured to the collapsed church. "Not exactly the way I planned it." John held his hand palm up, letting the rain soak into his skin. "At least water won't be an issue for a while," he said with a wry smile. Mason nodded, pulling out a large plastic trash bag from his pack. With quick precision, he cut a hole in the bottom and two on the sides, slipping it over John's head to create a makeshift poncho. He repeated the process for the others, then adjusted his bag and nodded toward the road. "No time like the present. Let's see if we can find some shelter before this storm gets any worse." John chuckled weakly, immediately regretting it as pain radiated through his ribs. Worse? How could this get worse? Will, already scooping up May and heading toward the road, called over his shoulder. "Trust me, dude. This is nothing. It gets much worse." John tried to follow, but his legs felt like lead, unsteady beneath him. His head spun and his movements were sluggish. Mason quickly stepped beside him, steadying him with a firm grip. "You've been off your feet for over a month," Mason said, his tone practical but kind. "It's going to take time to rebuild your strength, especially without proper rest and food. Just pace yourself. We can stop whenever you need a break." John glanced back at the church one last time. Its structure was almost completely collapsed, the broken beams and crumbling walls a haunting reminder of how close they'd come to being trapped inside. "Maybe I should take this as a sign to stay away from churches," he muttered, a weak attempt at humor. "That's the second one to fall down around me." Mason let out a low chuckle. "Or," he said, his tone thoughtful, "it's the second church to save your life. All depends on how you look at it." John gave a faint smile and turned back to the road. He thought for a moment before nodding. "I guess you're right about that." His eyes shifted ahead to where Will walked beside May, holding her hand. Will's steps were heavy, his posture unsteady. He looked ready to collapse at any moment. "We can't walk the whole way like this. There has to be a better way. Aren't there any cars still working?" Mason frowned thoughtfully. "I haven't seen any that work, but there are bound to be a few. The problem is, those will be highly coveted. Having one might make us more of a target than it's worth." He paused, glancing down the road as if searching for inspiration. "Although, I think I saw a sign from Morristown earlier. If I'm not mistaken, it's a town along the Illinois River. Maybe we could find a boat headed south." John raised an eyebrow. "If we can get to the river, it'd take us within 20 miles of my farm. But," he hesitated, glancing at the horizon, "the way things are, I'm not too keen on getting close to a larger town. Seems like the bigger the town, the more dangerous it's become." Mason dug into his pack and pulled out the small caliber pistol they had taken from the men who'd killed Hannah. "You'll probably want this back," he said, handing it to John along with a small holster and a few rounds of ammunition. "I found some extra ammo while scavenging. It's not much, and the holster's a bit big, but it's better than nothing." John secured the pistol to his belt, tightening it several notches to fit his thinner frame. The Illinois River connects to the Mississippi, he mused aloud, which could take you to St. Louis. But if small towns are dangerous, big cities would be a nightmare. Mason reached into his wallet, pulling out a worn laminated photograph. That's true, he said quietly. But my daughter and grandson are there. I can't leave them to fend for themselves. John studied the photo. It showed a young man in his 20s wearing a police uniform, a spitting image of Mason, just younger and in better shape. Beside him was a red-haired woman with freckles and a small boy with olive skin and curly black hair. They're a beautiful family, John said, handing the photo back. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to your son? Mason's expression darkened, his voice tinged with sorrow. It was a routine traffic stop. Some punk didn't want to go to jail, so he took off. High-speed chase didn't last long, but my son lost control of his cruiser and hit a median, killed on impact. Mason exhaled deeply, slipping the photo back into his wallet. That was almost 3 years ago. His wife, my daughter-in-law, has been a single mom ever since. I've tried encouraging her to date, but she says there'll never be another man like my son. Can't say I blame her. He really was one of a kind. Mason's gaze shifted to John. What about your boy, John? Is he much like you? John couldn't help but smile faintly. In some ways, yeah, stubborn as a mule and doesn't know when to quit. He had to grow up too fast, though. Losing his mom and me failing to handle it right, that shaped him a lot. But he's got her bravery, that's for sure. He never backs down from a challenge and has this uncanny way of helping people while telling them what they need to hear, even if it's hard. John glanced skyward, the rain easing into a light mist. I'm scatterbrained, but he's methodical, always thinking 10 steps ahead. I admire that about him, though I don't think I've ever told him. There's a lot I haven't told him. His voice dropped. I just hope I get the chance. My fear is that he is still young. He thinks he is invincible, and he hasn't had the time to gain some of the age-old wisdom. I hope he's okay. Mason placed a reassuring hand on John's shoulder. If he's anything like his dad, he'll be fine. You're like a cockroach, John. No matter how many times life tries to stomp you out, you just keep surviving. John chuckled, the movement sending a pang through his ribs. My dad was the same way. Lost a finger working on a combine once. Just wrapped it up, told me to put it on ice, and kept going. The doctors had a heck of a time getting it reattached. I guess resilience runs in the family. As they walked, John winced with every step. His body was stiff and weak, each movement a focused effort. Turning to Mason, he hesitated before speaking. You've done so much for us, Mason. I hate to ask for more, but can I ask you a big favor? Mason gave him a curious look. It's been a group effort, John. We're all pulling our weight. But sure, what do you need? If I don't make it, John began, his voice low, can you check on Kade? Make sure he's okay? I know it's out of your way, and you've got your own family to worry about, but I'm not sure I'm going to make it back to him. Mason stopped walking, giving the request serious thought. John appreciated that he wasn't the kind of man to make promises lightly. Finally, Mason nodded. All right, John, I'll do that. I can't promise I'll stick around long, but I'll make sure he's safe and squared away for the short term. I can't promise it will be before I look in on my grandson, but I'll make sure to swing by, but on one condition. What's that? John asked. Mason extended his hand. You do the same for me. In this new world, none of us know how much time we've got. John shook his hand, feeling the strength in Mason's grip. I don't suppose that could include making sure Will and May are all right too? He added with a faint smile. Mason smirked. Don't worry. Nobody's going to hurt that little girl as long as I'm breathing. And since Will and May seem to be a package deal now, I guess I better look out for him too. Thanks, Mason, John said sincerely. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Mason chuckled. For starters, stop trying to die on me. The absurdity of the statement caught John off guard, and he burst into laughter. Despite the pain it caused, his ribs aching and his stitches pulling, it turned into a full, hearty laugh that left him gasping. May and Will looked back at him, their faces a mix of wonder and concern, clearly thinking he'd lost his mind. But the laughter spread, drawing small smiles from everyone. Finally catching his breath, John grinned. Will told me the same thing. I'll do my best. Once again, John found himself trudging down an endless stretch of road, each step a painful, monotonous effort. His world had been reduced to this, a slow, steady march with no clear end in sight. Nearly a week had passed since they had escaped the flooded church basement, but survival had come at a price. Their bodies were failing them, and their pace slowed with each passing day. Even Mason, who had seemed almost unshakable, was beginning to show cracks. Mason still carried his trusty bag and wore his turnout firefighter gear, despite its weight and the heat it trapped during the day. He claimed it was worth it for the warmth it provided at night, though more often than not, he gave his coat to May to keep her comfortable. Will and John were shadows of their former selves, gaunt and hollow-eyed, their clothes hanging loosely on their frames. John fought to stay mentally present, focusing on each step to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Will's energy seemed fueled solely by sheer determination. His focus was unrelenting, his watchful eyes scanning their surroundings, and May, who walked close by his side, as though nothing else in the world mattered. The world had been eerily quiet for so long that the distant rumble of an engine was both jarring and unnerving. John froze, his head snapping toward the sound. The engine grew louder as it approached from behind, and John's heart began to pound. They were on a winding stretch of road, carved into a hillside, with a steep cliff on one side and a sharp drop-off on the other. There was no easy escape. Mason acted quickly, pulling out his pistol and motioning for everyone to move to the side of the road. John followed his lead, retrieving the kitchen knife from a makeshift sheath at his side. The group stood tense, waiting. Moments later, the vehicle came into view, a cherry-red Chevy truck from the late 60s, its polished paint gleaming in the sunlight. The truck barreled down the road, swerving slightly as it rounded a bend. White lettering and an emblem adorned its sides, though John couldn't make out the details from this distance. Mason and John held their pistols at their sides, ready but not raised, unwilling to provoke trouble unless absolutely necessary. As the truck drew closer, John could see the driver clearly, an older man who leaned out the window to glance at them. May, in her innocence, waved at him. The rest of the group held their breath, hoping the truck would simply pass by. But it didn't. The truck screeched to a halt ahead of them, its tires kicking up gravel. A moment later, it reversed, slowly backing toward their position. Mason and John tensed, their pistols raised slightly as they signaled Will and May to get behind them. Molly moved to stand beside Mason, her posture rigid, her instincts clearly sensing the tension in the air. The truck shifted to expose its passenger side. The door creaked open, and the driver stepped out with his hands raised in a clear gesture of peace. "Whoa, friends," the man called out. "We saw you on the side of the road and figured since you didn't try to hijack us, maybe you're some of the good ones. Plus," he squinted slightly, his expression shifting to one of recognition, "I'm pretty sure I know one of you. Mason, is that you?" Mason tilted his head, his brow furrowed in thought. "It is," he said cautiously. "You look familiar, but I can't quite place you." The man took a few steps closer, extending a hand. "Tommy Bassett, fire chief out of Plainsview. You ran some training for us a few years back. Hard to forget a guy your size. Plus, you're still wearing turnout gear. Kinda gives it away." Mason's features softened, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He shook Tommy's hand firmly. "Chief Bassett, good to see a friendly face. They've been in short supply." Tommy chuckled as he crouched down to greet Molly, scratching behind her ears. "And who could forget Molly? How you doing, girl?" He stood back up and turned to the rest of the group. "So Mason, who've you got traveling with you?" Mason gestured to the others, introducing them. "This is John, Will, May, and of course Molly. We've been traveling together for a while now." His tone was measured, but there was a hint of relief in his voice. Friendly faces were rare these days, and it was clear that Tommy's appearance was a welcome surprise. Tommy glanced at each of them, his gaze lingering on the weary expressions and sunken cheeks. "You all look like you've been through the ringer," he said, concern evident in his voice. "Tell you what, why don't we talk over something to eat? Got a cooler in the truck with some food and drinks. I'd be happy to share." John and Mason exchanged a glance, silently weighing the risks. After a moment, Mason gave a subtle nod. That sounds like an offer we can't refuse. Tommy grinned. Good. Let's get you folks fed and figure out what comes next. May stepped forward, her hands clasped behind her back as she rocked on her tiptoes. Mr. Mason saved us from a plane crash, a tornado, a lightning attack, a flood, robbers, being hungry, and even taught me all the doggy passwords, she said earnestly. He's like a superhero, not just a regular hero like you, but you seem nice too. Can we ride in your truck? My feet hurt, and Mr. Will gets tired, but his head's too thick to say it. She turned to John with an innocent smile. Did I say that right, Mr. John? Will chuckled, scooping May into his arms. I'm never too tired to carry you, May. Don't you worry. Tommy grinned. Well, you've got a lot to say, don't you, miss? He glanced toward the truck and waved. It's all right, Carl. They're friends. John hadn't noticed the man standing behind the truck, his AR-15 resting on the edge of the truck bed. Carl lowered the rifle and gave a casual wave. Sorry about that, folks. Can't be too careful. Running vehicles are pretty rare these days. Mason nodded in understanding. I get it. No hard feelings. Then he turned back to Tommy. Any news on how widespread all this is? Tommy scratched his chin thoughtfully. As far as we can tell, it's global. Nature's gone haywire. Tsunamis along the coasts, tornadoes tearing through the heartland, lightning storms, massive hail, flash floods. You name it, it's happening. Nobody seems to know why. The government tried to organize aid in the first few weeks, but it fell apart fast. Now it's every town for itself. We're just trying to keep people alive and keep the peace as best we can. He gestured toward the truck. We've got a few old vehicles like this one from the secondary fire station. We used them in parades before all this. A few older trucks and cars still work, but they're hard to find and harder to keep running. Most were destroyed in the storms. As Tommy's eyes scanned the group, he seemed to take in just how worn and hungry they looked. What do you say we get to that food? John smiled gratefully. We're always hungry, and that would mean the world to us. Thank you. Tommy walked back to the truck and retrieved a cooler from the bed. From it, he handed out bottles of water and Ziploc bags of homemade jerky. Then he pulled out another bag filled with what looked like yellow, pancake-like cakes. It's not much, he said apologetically. We jerky what meat we can from hunting, and the cakes are made from corn we traded with a barge downriver. Corn's been a lifesaver. Bread, cakes, even mush. We make do. Will opened May's jerky bag for her, handed her a piece, and then quickly devoured his own corn cakes. This is more food than we've had in days, he said between bites. Thank you so much. Tommy nodded, clearly pleased to help. Figured it might have been a while since your last meal. So where are you all headed? John spoke up. We're trying to get south, down the Illinois River. I live just off it. By any chance, is that barge heading south? Tommy nodded. It is. It's loaded with corn and heading down the Illinois until it hits the Mississippi, stopping at towns along the way to trade supplies. I hear the captain's looking for deckhands. They use long poles to sound for sandbanks and steer the barge. It's hard work, but it's a way to get downstream. He hesitated, his brow furrowed. The catch is, the barge is on the other side of the river. To reach it, you'd have to backtrack about 15 miles and then head a few miles east to cross at the nearest bridge. There's another bridge further down this road that's closer, but it leads straight into a town that's overrun with crime. I wouldn't recommend that route. Carl leaned out from the truck bed. What about the old Hensley Bridge? It's about 5 miles from here, and it's on our way. We could even give them a ride most of the way there. Tommy looked hesitant. The Hensley Bridge is an old, unused train bridge. It's been rusting and falling apart for years. We've had to rescue more than a few folks from that thing. It would save you from going through the dangerous town, but it's risky. If you fall into that river, you're not coming back up. John exchanged a look with Mason and Will. Their exhausted faces showed no hesitation. They were all in agreement. We'll take our chances with the Hensley Bridge, John said firmly. And we'd be incredibly grateful for a ride as far as you can take us. Like May said, our feet are killing us. Tommy nodded, spinning on his heel and heading back to the truck. Hop in. We can fit one of you smaller guys up front with May. The other two will have to ride in the back with the supply crates. John smiled faintly, the first flicker of hope stirring in his chest as he climbed into the truck. Maybe, just maybe, they were finally catching a break. Riding in the truck felt exhilarating, almost surreal. John felt a dizzying rush of vertigo. It had been so long since he moved faster than the plodding, agonizing pace their group had maintained for so long. Perched on sacks of corn in the back of the truck, John and Mason watched the world blur by in a way that almost felt normal, a fleeting echo of a life before everything unraveled. The ride was over too soon. The truck came to a halt at a railroad crossing. The group climbed out, shouldering their meager supplies once more. Tommy stepped down from the cab, holding the empty Ziploc bags from the jerky and cornbread they'd just devoured. Opening a sack of corn from the truck bed, he filled the bags to the brim and handed them to John. "If I had an extra backpack, I'd give it to you," Tommy said apologetically. "I hope this will help at least for a few days." "I'm sorry we can't spare more. We've got a lot of hungry mouths back in Plainsview." He pointed east down the tracks. "Follow the rails a few miles that way, and they'll take you right over the bridge. But be careful. That thing's barely holding together. It should have been torn down years ago." John accepted the bags, stuffing them into his pockets, but even the slight weight caused his pants to sag. He muttered a curse under his breath. Tightening his belt another notch, a makeshift hole he'd had to punch to keep his pants from slipping off his now dangerously thin frame. Mason took the remaining bags and tucked them into his pack. They thanked Tommy and Carl for their help and began their journey again, this time along the uneven railroad tracks. Each step was a challenge as they navigated the old wooden ties, careful not to trip. The sound of gravel crunching underfoot and the repetitive clunk of their boots against the ties were their only company. John kept his focus on the thought of reaching the barge, of drifting down the Illinois River, a much-needed reprieve from the endless walking. After what felt like an eternity, the bridge came into view, its skeletal structure looming ahead. Through the trees, they caught a glimpse of the river's edge glinting in the fading sunlight. Before the bridge, they spotted another surprise, a small gas station and diner combo standing eerily intact. John's first thought was how odd it was to see a building still standing. So many had been obliterated by storms that a structure like this felt almost like a relic. Will glanced back at John. "You seeing this?" "I see it," John replied. "I'm hoping we can scavenge some supplies before crossing the bridge." Will shook his head, his eyes narrowing. "Not that, man. Look, the open sign is on. They've got power." John blinked and focused on the building. Sure enough, a neon open sign glowed faintly in the window, casting its light onto the cracked pavement below. Outside of the truck they'd just encountered, this was the first functioning device they'd seen since the storms fried Mason's truck and knocked out the grid. Mason let out a low whistle. "If they're smart, they won't take cash. But maybe we can trade. I've got some gear we could spare for necessities." He looked down at Molly, who barked excitedly. Mason scratched her ears with a grin. "Maybe we can even get you a snack, girl." They approached the front door cautiously, spotting a hand-painted sign taped to the glass. "Come in, trade welcome." They exchanged hopeful glances before John opened the door and stepped inside. The store was dimly lit by oil lamps, their flames casting flickering shadows over the shelves. The open sign had been rigged to run off a car battery connected to an AC-DC converter. John took in the sparse shelves, canned goods, snacks, and a few other odds and ends. From behind him, May's excited voice broke the silence. "They have candy bars." She pinched her nose dramatically. "But it stinks in here worse than Molly's breath." The air was thick with the unmistakable odor of rotting meat. John grimaced, realizing the freezers likely held spoiled food that hadn't been cleared out. Scanning the store, John called out, "Hello? Anybody here?" Molly's low, guttural growl was his only response. Before he could react, Mason's voice rang out behind him. "Watch out!" The deafening blast of a shotgun filled the air. John felt a searing pain graze his cheek, followed by the crushing weight of Mason tackling him to the ground. Blood trickled down John's face as Mason's body draped over him, shielding him from the next shot. "Mason!" John shouted, his voice hoarse. Mason's head slumped against John's shoulder, his eyes closed, blood streaming steadily from a wound. John's ears rang, drowning out May's terrified screams. He struggled to focus. turning his head just in time to see a lanky man in a Metallica t-shirt swing a baseball bat directly at Will. The sickening crack of wood against bone echoed in the room as Will crumpled to the floor. Two other men vaulted over the counter, their eyes wild as they lunged toward May. John's vision blurred with rage and panic.
Chapter 13. Cracks in the cage. Kade made an effort to keep the small talk going with the others in his cell, his voice loud enough for the guard to overhear. Hours passed with idle chatter, allowing the guard to grow accustomed to their interactions. When the guards finally switched shifts, Kade knew it was time to lower his voice and get to business. He moved closer to Quentin, who was sitting in the shadows, his demeanor as calm as ever. "You're a smart kid. I know there's a way out of here, and I also know that you've already found it." Kade whispered softly. Quentin sighed, clearly reluctant to entertain the question. "You're not going to let this go, huh?" he muttered. He adjusted his position, leaning back against the wall as though conceding to Kade's persistence. "Fine. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet, but at some point, they're going to pull you in for questioning. They'll want to know about your group, where they are, how many of you there are, all of that. When they do, it's your best shot. For me, it was Nigel and 2 guards in the room. If you've got that knife, you might be able to make something work. It's the only time I've been out of the cell since I got here." Kade nodded, processing the information. The conversation ended there. He retreated to a corner of the cell, sitting alone with his thoughts. He tried to devise a plan. The guards were overconfident, their movements lax, their presence unbothered, typical for those who believed their control was absolute. Nigel had created an environment where his men didn't fear rebellion because, in their eyes, none of the prisoners were capable of resistance. If Kade could take out the 2 guards and Nigel, he might be able to unlock the cells, rally the other prisoners, and escape. It was a long shot, bordering on impossible, but it was the only chance they had. Escape from the cell without outside help was a fantasy. It wasn't long before Quentin's prediction came true. 2 guards approached the cell, their faces cold and impersonal as they ordered Kade to follow them. He complied without resistance, his expression neutral, his movements calm. As they marched him down a dimly lit hallway, Kade's eyes darted around, absorbing every detail. The facility was smaller and less fortified than he had initially assumed. He counted fewer guards than expected, and most were unarmed, save for the one stationed by the door. Somewhere within this building, there had to be a cache of weapons. If Kade could find it, they'd have a fighting chance of getting out alive. Escape from the town itself, however, was another problem altogether, a bridge he'd cross later if they survived the first step. The guards escorted Kade into a small office. Nigel sat in a worn office chair behind a desk, his boots propped up on the surface. The leather was stained with blood, and the gesture wasn't lost on Kade. It was a deliberate move, a psychological ploy meant to unsettle him, to remind him of the blood that had already been spilled. Kade couldn't shake the thought that the stains might belong to his friends. If they'd died trying to save him, the guilt would be unbearable. Nigel's grin was smug, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Well," he drawled. "It doesn't look like you're doing too well." Kade kept his face expressionless. "I've had better days." "I'm sure you have." Nigel swung his feet off the desk and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he fixed Kade with a sharp gaze. "Let's skip the pleasantries and get right to it. Where's your group?" Kade met Nigel's eyes with a steady stare. "I don't have a group," he replied, his voice even. He had rehearsed this lie in his mind, preparing for the moment. "Just Brittany and I, looking for her parents." Nigel tilted his head slightly, his expression skeptical. He reached into a drawer and pulled out Kade's walkie-talkie, holding it up for him to see. "And what's this for, then?" Kade's heart sank, though he didn't let it show. He had anticipated this. "Brittany had one too," he said casually. "She left it in the car we drove down here. It was pointless to bring it along, it was just extra weight." Nigel raised an eyebrow, intrigued but unconvinced. "And why'd you bring yours?" Kade shrugged. "My pockets are big enough to carry it comfortably. It didn't bother me." Hers was bugging her the entire trip, so I let her leave it. "Where's the car?" Nigel pressed. "In the fields a couple of miles from here," Kade said smoothly. "We thought walking would be less suspicious. Figured it'd be easier to get in without being noticed." Obviously, things didn't go as planned. "Obviously," Nigel echoed mockingly. He leaned back in his chair, spinning the walkie-talkie in his hand. "You know, I was wondering, what happens if I press this button?" His tone was casual, but the threat was clear. "Would someone respond?" "I'd imagine not," Kade said, forcing his voice to remain steady. "Well," Nigel said, his grin widening, "let's put that theory to the test. Of course, if I'm the one talking, they wouldn't answer. So how about you say something? If there's no one on the other side, there's nothing to worry about. Right?" Kade clenched his jaw instinctively before forcing himself to relax. He hoped Nigel hadn't noticed the subtle tell. "Right," he replied, his tone calm. "Good." Nigel held the walkie out to Kade and pressed the button. "Go ahead. We don't have all day." Kade hesitated, his mind racing. He had two choices: stick to the lie and hope Nigel lost interest, or risk everything and call for help. He took a deep breath, leaning forward slightly as he prepared to act. His fingers brushed the knife hidden in his boot, readying himself. Nigel held the button down, waiting. Kade exhaled slowly, then spoke into the walkie. "Help." Before anyone could react, Kade's hand shot to his boot, pulling out the knife. He lunged at Nigel, the blade gleaming as it arced through the air. Cassie, Noah, and Frank were ready to leave within 15 minutes. Despite the all-out war between Frank and Noah earlier, neither of them would let their differences stop them from attempting to save Kade. Frank had initially resisted the idea, waking up dazed and nursing a pounding headache only to find Cassie shaking him urgently, claiming it was an emergency. The thought of working alongside the man who had tried to kill him was repulsive, but when Cassie sided with him during the argument, Frank decided to set his grudge aside. After all, Kade was the only person besides Cassie who had shown him kindness, and forgiving Frank had left a mark he would never forget. Cassie had taken charge of the rescue mission. Noah had tried to contest her leadership, but when Cassie unleashed a blistering tirade about his instability, Noah conceded. She explained that her father had been a police officer and had taught her everything she knew. Although she hadn't needed to use those skills before, now that Kade's life was on the line, she was determined to prove herself. Cassie was done being seen as the weak link. Attempts to communicate with Kade had yielded nothing but dread. Instead of Kade, someone else answered the walkie, sneering that Kade deserved everything coming to him. The venom in those words sent a chill down Cassie's spine, and she had to fight back the tears threatening to spill. Before they left, Cassie sent Eli and Brittany's mom to the attic with enough food and water to last several days. She hoped it wouldn't come to that, but she gambled on the house being remote enough that no one would venture that far. Even if someone did break in, they were unlikely to think of searching the attic. With only one way in or out, Brittany's mom could guard the ladder and take down anyone who tried to climb up. The biggest challenge was transportation. Kade had taken their only car. There was also the other truck that they had stolen from order, but the engine blew months ago, and none of them knew a solution for it, leaving the group with just two options: Noah's bike and an old dirt bike they had scavenged from Kade's past. The dirt bike wasn't fast, but it would get the job done. Cassie preferred having Frank as an extra set of hands and firepower rather than shaving off a few minutes. They would need every bit of help they could get. As they sped toward the town, the weather turned ominous. It had been weeks since the last extreme weather event, the one where temperatures soared to nearly 130 degrees, forcing them to huddle indoors into the basement just hoping to survive. Cassie silently thanked Kade's late father for his foresight. His preparations, including extra generators, had saved their lives countless times. The farmhouse remained one of the only places with power, a beacon of stability in the chaos. The wind picked up as they drove, howling louder and stronger with each passing mile. Cassie clung tightly to Noah as the speedometer climbed past 100 miles per hour. She shouted at him, trying to tell him they were leaving Frank behind, but her voice was drowned out by the combined roar of the wind and the bike's engine. She doubted Noah would have listened even if he had heard her. If anything, it seemed like he was speeding up, as though trying to make a point about how little he cared for Frank's predicament. As they neared the outskirts of the town, the wind became almost unbearable. Cassie scanned for guards, ready to fire the moment they came into range. Her plan was simple: lay down enough suppressive fire to give them time to close the gap and reach the town's borders. But as she squinted through the chaos, she saw no one. The streets were eerily empty. The wind howled louder, buffeting the bikes with relentless force. Cassie felt their bike lurch as Noah struggled to keep it on the road. The gusts were so strong that it was becoming nearly impossible to control. For a moment, she could have sworn they were lifted off the ground entirely. Her stomach lurched at the thought. Noah shouted something, but the words were lost in the deafening roar of the wind. Cassie clung tighter as the bike veered dangerously, the wheels skidding as Noah fought for control. It was a losing battle. The bike swerved one last time before spinning out completely, throwing them both off. Cassie hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the air from her lungs. As she struggled to sit up, her thoughts turned to Frank. He had been at least 5 minutes behind them, on a slower and less stable dirt bike. If the wind was wreaking havoc on them, she could only imagine how much harder it was for him. She prayed he hadn't lost control too, and if he had, that he was still alive. Nigel barely managed to raise his arm in time to block the knife, but not before it sliced deep into his forearm, leaving a jagged gash. He yelped in pain, staggering back as blood poured from the wound. Kade pressed the advantage, but the guards pounced on him. Before they could fully subdue him, Kade drove his right elbow upward, smashing into the chin of one guard. The man grunted in pain, stumbling back as Kade's elbow burned from the impact. The second guard pressed forward, grabbing the arm that held the knife. Kade didn't hesitate, he twisted with emotion, using the guard's momentum against him, and drove the blade deep into the man's thigh. The guard screamed, clutching at the wound as blood stained his pants. Kade tried to yank the knife free, but before he could, the first guard tackled him, dragging him to the ground. Kade hit the floor hard, gasping for breath as the first guard unleashed a barrage of kicks to his ribs. Pain exploded in his side, but Kade wasn't about to give up. He grabbed the guard's leg and yanked with all his strength, pulling the man off balance and sending him crashing to the floor. Kade seized the opportunity, scrambling on top of him and raining down punches, each blow fueled by desperation and rage. The brief moment of triumph ended abruptly. A cool, sharp pressure against his neck froze him mid-punch. Nigel's voice cut through the chaos, devoid of its usual mocking humor. "Time to go," he said coldly. Kade glanced up to see Nigel holding a knife to his throat. There was no smug grin, no quip, just an icy, murderous focus. Kade's body tensed as he was hauled to his feet and practically dragged back to the cell by Nigel, who was bleeding heavily from his arm but showed no sign of slowing. When they reached the cell, the planted guard stationed there fumbled with the keys, his face pale as he stared at Nigel's injury and Kade's bloodied state. The gate creaked open, and Kade was unceremoniously thrown inside. Nigel slammed the gate shut, locking it with a sharp click. Nigel leaned against the bars, his expression a mix of fury and twisted satisfaction. "How stupid was that?" he said, gesturing to the wound on his arm. Blood dripped down his hand, but he didn't seem to care. "You really did some damage here." He leaned closer, his voice lowering to a dangerous growl. "Unfortunately for you, it wasn't enough." Kade, still gasping for breath, did the only thing he could think of to unsettle Nigel. He forced a bright smile, despite the pain radiating through his body. Nigel's eyes narrowed, then his expression shifted. His lips curved into a slow, malevolent grin as he reached down to his boot and pulled out a pistol. The sight of the gun made Kade's smile falter. Nigel noticed and let out a humorless chuckle. "I told you there would be consequences," he said, leveling the gun directly at Kade's head. Kade's breath hitched. His body tensed as he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. "This is it," he thought. What a terrible way to go. The deafening crack of the gunshot echoed in the small cell. Kade flinched, but no pain followed. His eyes snapped open, and for a moment, time seemed frozen. Smoke curled from the barrel of Nigel's gun, but Kade was still standing. Had he missed? Had it been a warning? Then he heard the blood-curdling scream behind him, a sound that cut through his chest like a blade. He turned, his heart sinking into his stomach. Brittany lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath her. The bullet had struck her in the throat. It was a crimson mess. Kade immediately fell to her side, grabbing her hand for stability and looking for a solution to the wound. She tried to say something, but all that came out was a gurgle of blood. She coughed violently. "Stay with me." Kade screamed, his voice breaking. "Please," he begged. He couldn't think of anything he was able to do, especially stuck in the cell. He was powerless. He felt a weak squeeze of his hand, and his eyes met hers. Then he watched the life drain out of her as she took her final breath. There was no one looking back at him. Brittany was dead. Kade's mind went blank, his chest heaving as a scream clawed its way up his throat, but it wouldn't escape. His body trembled, every fiber of his being screaming in silent agony. He whipped his head back toward Nigel, who stood there calmly, the gun still in his hand, his grin as wide as ever. Kade rose to his feet, his body moving before his mind could catch up. He staggered to the bars, gripping them tightly as he glared at Nigel. "She was just a girl," Kade said, his voice low and shaking. "A child." Nigel tilted his head slightly, as if considering the statement. "Children don't exist in this world anymore," he replied, his tone cold and indifferent. "You have to grow up real fast now." He paused for a brief second, tilting his head. "Well, I guess she didn't." Kade's hands shot through the bars, grabbing Nigel by the collar and slamming his head into the metal with all his strength. The first impact stunned Nigel, his eyes wide with shock, but Kade didn't stop. He bashed Nigel's head into the bars again and again, his knuckles whitening as his grip tightened. Nigel struggled, clawing at Kade's hands, but Kade's grip was unrelenting. His vision blurred with rage, his focus narrowing to the man in front of him. He wanted to end him, to make him pay for Brittany's death. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the moment. Kade felt the bullet tear through his shoulder, the pain searing and immediate. A second shot grazed his side, and his grip on Nigel loosened. He staggered back, his legs giving out as the world spun around him. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was Nigel, blood dripping from his forehead, his grin now replaced with a furious snarl. Then everything went black. Noah had crashed hard into the cornfield, the impact jarring his body as his head slammed against the ground. The bike missed landing on him by mere inches, the weight of it coming dangerously close. He could feel the sting of a fresh scrape on the top of his head, warm blood trickling down his temple. He had no way of knowing how deep the cut was or if it was serious, but he hoped it wasn't fatal. Other than the scrape and a disorienting dizziness, he felt okay, at least, as okay as someone could after being thrown off a speeding bike. Struggling to his feet, Noah wobbled, nearly toppling over again. The dizziness from the head injury, combined with the relentless wind, made it feel like the ground was tilting beneath him. Bracing himself against the stalks of corn swaying violently in the storm, he tried to orient himself. Cassie had already been thrown off the bike when he crashed, so he began stumbling toward the road, following the trail of destruction the bike had left as it careened into the field. "Cassie," he tried yelling, but the wind swallowed his voice, rendering it useless. He pushed through the tall corn, each stalk whipping against his face and arms, the sharp leaves cutting into his skin. The constant onslaught felt like an enemy, battering him with every step and compounding the pain of his injuries. Finally, he spotted her. Cassie was lying on the ground, her body sprawled awkwardly among the trampled corn. She looked worse than he felt, her face was a mess of blood and scrapes, her pale skin streaked with dirt. Her chest rose and fell faintly, a sign she was still breathing, but she was unconscious. Noah dropped to his knees beside her, instinctively shielding her from the wind with his body. He gently shook her shoulder, checking for any other signs of injury. Cassie stirred a few moments later, her eyes fluttering open. Her lips quivered from the biting cold, the wind slicing through her layers as though they weren't even there. Noah leaned down, shouting something, but even though he was inches away, the deafening wind drowned out his words. Cassie shook her head, signaling that she couldn't hear him. Noah leaned closer, pressing his lips to her ear. "I'm going," he said, his voice low but resolute. Cassie's eyes widened. She understood immediately what he meant, but she also knew how dangerous it was. The town was barely a mile away, but with the storm raging and Noah's head injury, it might as well have been 10. Still, she could see the determination in his face. He wanted to save Kade just as much as she did. She shook her head and tried to sit up, intending to go with him, but Noah pushed her back down, not gently. His eyes burned with urgency, and he shook his head firmly. "Alone," he said directly into her ear, his tone leaving no room for argument. Usually, Cassie would have fought back, insisting she come with him, but she could tell there was no point. Instead, she nodded reluctantly, already planning to follow him as soon as he was out of sight. Noah got to his feet, bracing himself against the wind as he made his way toward the road. The wind pushed him forward, almost carrying him, but he knew the moment he hit the open road, things would get much worse. He trudged on, forcing his body to keep moving despite the dizziness and the ache radiating from his head. When Noah reached the road, he paused, his legs shaky. The wind was howling from his left, threatening to shove him off course and back into the cornfield. He steadied himself, planting each step carefully as he continued forward. Every few feet, he glanced toward the town in the distance, squinting through the hazy air. And then he saw it. Far to the east, near the edge of the town, 3 massive tornadoes twisted and churned, their dark funnels weaving an ominous dance. Noah froze as he watched them converge, the 3 smaller twisters merging into a single, colossal tornado. It was a monster, ripping through everything in its path, obliterating trees, buildings, and anything else unlucky enough to be in its way. The enormous funnel roared like a freight train, its power so immense that even from a distance, Noah could feel its pull. His heart sank as he realized the tornado was heading straight for the town. For a brief moment, he stood motionless, watching the destruction in awe and terror. He wasn't a religious man, but he found himself whispering a prayer under his breath. "Please, let Kade be safe." There was no time to waste. Noah adjusted his footing and began moving again, his steps quick and deliberate despite the wind's unrelenting force. The town couldn't have been more than a mile away, but with the storm's fury in his own weakened state, he had no idea how long it would take him to get there, or if he'd even make it at all. Back in the cornfield, Cassie had waited just long enough to let Noah gain some distance. Her head throbbed, her face stung, and her body felt battered, but she pushed herself to her feet. She wasn't about to let him go alone. When she reached the road, she spotted Noah ahead of her, his silhouette swaying against the wind as he trudged toward the town. The massive tornado loomed in the distance, its dark funnel an ever-present reminder of the danger they faced. Cassie's heart raced as she quickened her pace, her eyes locked on Noah. Even from a distance, she could see the deep gash on his head. Blood streaked down the side of his face, and his movements were growing sluggish. He looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. "Hold on, Noah," she whispered under her breath, forcing herself to move faster. "Just hold on." Kade woke up in a daze, his head pounding as though a drumbeat were reverberating inside his skull. The crusted blood that clung to his skin was an uncomfortable reminder of the chaos he'd been through. It wasn't a fatal amount, at least he didn't think so, but the thought of cleaning it off was too trivial to entertain. His appearance was the last thing on his mind, and honestly, it didn't matter. Not anymore. He glanced around the cell, his eyes searching for something, or maybe someone. Brittany's body was gone. The only thing left was a dark, dried bloodstain in the middle of the floor. The sight filled him with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was relieved not to see her lifeless form lying there. On the other, her absence solidified the truth in a way that made him sick. She was truly gone. He wouldn't even have the chance to see her body again, to give her a proper farewell. That thought alone sent a fresh wave of guilt crashing over him. It was his fault. If he had just obeyed, like a dog, like a coward, she would still be alive. Maybe he wouldn't have made it, but that sacrifice would have been worth it. Now, all he could think about was the look on Brittany's mom's face when she learned the news. The image of her grief was unbearable. Kade leaned his head against the cool, unforgiving wall of the cell. He felt dizzy, like the ground was shifting beneath him. For the first time, he noticed the sharp, burning pain in his shoulder. He glanced at the wound. The bullet had passed clean through, leaving a jagged, bloody mess on both sides. He hoped it wasn't fatal, and it hurt like hell. Strangely, though, he found himself not caring. Physical pain seemed trivial compared to the weight pressing down on his chest. Voices buzzed around him, but they felt far away, muffled like background noise. He didn't want to engage. Tears ran down his face, unchecked, as he stared blankly at the floor. There was nothing he could do. Nothing but wait. The thought of being so utterly useless was almost worse than the pain in his shoulder. "Kade!" A voice pierced through the haze, startling him. The sound was so close it practically rang in his ear. Kade blinked, snapping out of his trance as his head jerked toward the source. Quentin sat beside him, his face etched with worry and a fire that Kade couldn't ignore. His sharp eyes held a mixture of fear and determination that felt oddly out of place in someone so young. It reminded Kade of Brittany. She'd always bristled at being called a kid, and he knew the thought of admiring someone younger than her would have driven her mad. Quentin placed a steadying hand on Kade's arm, his gaze unrelenting. "You with me?" he asked softly. Kade took a shaky breath and leaned his head back against the wall. "I'm good. I'm fine," he lied, his voice thin and brittle. Then he shook his head. "No, I'm not. I'm not fine." "I'd be worried if you were," Quentin replied. "What just happened? Anyone who's okay with that? That's not normal. But you need to clear your head, Kade. I've got something to tell you, and you're going to want to hear it." Kade didn't particularly care about anything Quentin had to say. But he needed a distraction, something to keep him from spiraling further into his thoughts. He forced himself to focus. "What is it?" Quentin hesitated, glancing around as though the walls themselves might betray their conversation. "I lied to you," he said finally. Kade frowned. "What do you mean?" "I didn't trust you," Quentin admitted, his voice tinged with guilt. "And that lack of trust cost your friend her life. I'm sorry. But the truth is, we have a plan to get out of here, one we've been working on for a long time." Kade straightened slightly, the haze in his mind beginning to clear. "Go on." "One of the guards," Quentin continued, lowering his voice, "she's my girlfriend. Her name's Brooklyn. She's been working with me to plan an escape. But when you showed up, we couldn't risk trusting you. For all we knew, you were planted here to make sure we weren't planning anything. And now?" Kade asked, his tone sharp but not angry. He didn't have the energy for anger. Quentin met his gaze squarely. "Now I know you're not with them. I saw what happened back there. I know it's not much of a consolation, but I'm sorry, Kade. I really am. If I'd trusted you sooner, things might have turned out differently." Kade wanted to respond, but no words came. How could he blame Quentin for being cautious? He would have done the same in his shoes. But knowing that Brittany's death could have been avoided with just a little trust, that knowledge was a bitter pill to swallow. "It's okay," Kade murmured finally, his voice barely audible. "I don't blame you." Quentin nodded, relief flickering across his face. "Good. Because we need you, Kade. You ready to get out of here?" "When?" Kade asked, his voice steadier now. "Soon," Quentin replied. "Within the next few days, I think. I just hope Brooklyn knows what she's doing." Kade allowed himself a small, bitter smile. "She sounds like a good one." "She is," Quentin said softly, his eyes lighting up for the first time since Kade had met him. "She's everything." Kade didn't say anything else. He was too exhausted, his body screaming for rest. Without another word, he let himself drift back into the welcome oblivion of sleep. But sleep didn't last long. A deafening sound jolted him awake, shaking the very walls of the cell. Alarms blared, their shrill wails echoing in his ears. Before Kade could fully process what was happening, Alex was by his side, shaking him awake. "Tornado!" Alex shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Kade's heart sank. If there was ever a sign the world was truly falling apart, this was it. Chapter 14. Sanctuary of Lies. Kade watched as Alex gripped the bars of the gate, shouting for a guard. The only one who hadn't fled was Terry, who strolled up to the gate with a smirk and a jangling set of keys in his hand. "Shame you can't get out now, isn't it?" he mocked. Kade could only marvel at Terry's foolishness. Every person had their flaws. Kade needed connection, people he could rely on and call friends. Nigel craved attention, always desperate to put on a show. But Terry? Kade couldn't find any rhyme or reason to the man's absent-mindedness, though he was thankful for it now. Without hesitation, Kade used the same move he'd used on Nigel. He grabbed Terry through the bars and yanked with everything he had, anger, grief, and sheer willpower driving his strength. Terry stumbled and fell, clutching his head where a bright red knot was already forming. Despite the effort, Terry held onto the keys, his grip firm. "Nice try," Terry sneered as he pushed himself up, "but you're still going to die." "So are you," Alex shot back with venom, launching a string of insults so creative that Kade almost laughed, envious he hadn't thought of them himself. Terry frowned and turned to leave, his mocking demeanor still intact. Just as Terry turned, the sharp crack of a baton echoed through the room. Terry collapsed, unconscious, and standing over him was a girl, likely in her late teens, dressed in a guard's uniform. She had blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and an air of innocence that clashed with her weapon and the scene before them. Quentin spoke first, a grin spreading across his face. "You know what they say, find the biggest guy in the courtyard and make him." "Who are you?" Alex interrupted sharply. Quentin didn't miss a beat. "That," he said proudly, "is my lovely girlfriend, Brooklyn." He approached the gate, kissed her quickly, and added, "Told you she's amazing." Alex rolled his eyes. "While I hate to interrupt your little rom-com moment, can we get out of here?" Brooklyn grabbed the keys from Terry's unconscious hand and unlocked the gate. The group didn't waste any time, sprinting out. Brooklyn led the way, saying she knew a safe place not far from the jail. The moment they cracked the jail doors open, the wind roared through, slamming the doors wide open and pressing them back against the walls with a force that made Kade flinch. He thought the doors might break entirely, but Brooklyn didn't stop. She ran, and the rest followed. The wind was so strong that Kade felt like he might get swept off his feet, but he pushed forward. After what felt like an eternity, they reached a house, or rather, what was left of one. The storm from months ago had reduced it to rubble, and it seemed order had cleared much of the debris. Brooklyn led them to what remained of the cellar. "Down here," she shouted over the wind. The group scrambled into the cellar, but closing the doors against the howling storm proved impossible. Kade turned, his heart sinking as he saw the massive tornado barreling toward them. "The doors won't hold!" Kade yelled over the deafening wind. "Just get inside and huddle in the corner." They did as he said, gathering in the farthest corner of the cellar. Brooklyn and Quentin sat close, their arms around each other. Savannah and Alex huddled together, while Brendan sat a bit apart, silent and withdrawn. He had been quiet even in the cell, and Kade realized he barely knew the man. Kade moved over and sat next to Brendan, who gave him a glance and a curt nod. "You okay?" Kade asked. "Fine," Brendan replied tersely, clearly not eager to talk. But Kade wasn't one to let things drop. "How'd you get locked up?" he pressed. Brendan's eyebrows rose, once again signaling that he didn't really want to talk to anyone. Kade lingered, patiently waiting for Brendan to give him a response. Brendan sighed, reluctant but finally answering. "My parents made a deal with Nigel, go on runs, bring him supplies in exchange for safety. One day, they came back late, empty-handed. Nigel took me as collateral until they paid up." He rubbed his hand as if reliving the moment. "I threw a punch at him. Best punch I've ever thrown. Sorry," Man, Kade said sincerely. Are your parents still alive? Brendan shrugged, his expression hard. Doubt it. Since I was never released, I have to assume that they're either dead or still in debt. But it doesn't matter. If I've learned anything, it's that survival is all that counts. My parents sold me out. Now, I rely on myself. That's it. And us, Kade said pointedly. Brendan's eyes narrowed in skepticism. That only lasts so long. His voice was steady, but there was fear behind it, and Kade could see he truly believed what he was saying. No, Kade said firmly. Brendan's brow furrowed in curiosity. No, people are what make life worth living. Without them, what's the point? Kade paused, his voice softening. I have people. My girlfriend, Cassie. My best friend, Noah. My father. And you have people too. Maybe you can't think of them now, an old friend, a distant relative, but they're out there. And even if they're not, you've got me. Kade extended a hand. Ever hear the term band of brothers? My dad told me it is what happens when people serve in combat together. Well, we're brothers now, whether you like it or not. Brendan hesitated, clearly not the sentimental type. But for a brief moment, Kade thought he saw a flicker of emotion, a tear threatening to escape. Brendan finally reached out, shaking Kade's hand. They sat in silence for a moment before Kade leaned back, the conversation ending. His thoughts swirled as he stared into the darkness of his closed eyelids. The storm raged outside, but Kade's mind was elsewhere, on Cassie, on Noah, on Brittany. And for the first time in a long while, on his father. Guilt clawed at him. He was certain his father was trying to get back to him, and yet Kade had done nothing to try to reunite with him. He told himself it was because he had others to protect, but the truth was harder to admit. He was afraid. Afraid of what might happen to him, to his friends. Afraid of dying and being forgotten. A tear slipped down his cheek, but Kade didn't wipe it away. He only hoped no one noticed. The storm outside howled, but even as destruction loomed over them, exhaustion claimed him. For the first time since the ordeal began, Kade drifted into a restless sleep. Cassie trudged behind Noah, her voice strained from trying to reason with him. The sky was darkening quickly, and her pleas to stop fell on deaf ears. They were getting too close to the broken city, and Cassie didn't know if anyone was still on guard after the chaos of the tornado. She didn't want to find out, but Noah seemed past the point of caring. Noah, she yelled again, desperation creeping into her voice. She wasn't sure if he even heard her, much less cared. To her surprise, Noah abruptly turned, making her flinch at the sudden movement. What? He snapped, his voice sharp and loud. Cassie hadn't expected to get this far. The intensity in his voice threw her off, and her words stumbled out awkwardly. We should think about this, she said hesitantly. Think about what? His tone was impatient, almost daring her to argue. About living, she replied, trying to steady her voice. If we just rush in there, we might die. I don't care anymore, Noah said, his voice rising with frustration. I have to save Kade. I'm not losing him. I've lost too much already. We've all lost, Noah, Cassie said softly, trying to calm him down. Her tone was meant to soothe, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. You think you understand? Noah's eyes burned with raw emotion, his face flushed even in the dim light. You don't understand. Your parents might still be alive, you don't know. I held both of mine as they died in my arms. You can't understand that. His voice cracked, and his eyes began to glisten with tears. Kade is the only person left in this world that I care about. And I'd rather risk everything than let him die because I was too late. Cassie didn't know what to say, and Noah pressed on, his voice breaking with every word. Do you know how much it hurt when he left? He lost his mom, and then he left us because he thought it was best. I have to show him that I'm still here for him, that I won't leave when things get hard. He's not alone. None of us are. But if he dies now, his voice faltered, and tears streamed down his face. If he dies, then I'll be alone. and I can't take any more death. I can't. His anger dissolved into despair, and Cassie stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him. She held him tightly as he wept, her own heart breaking for him. After a moment, she pulled back, her hands resting on his shoulders. "I'm sorry," she said gently, her voice steady. "But will you hear me out?" Noah nodded, wiping at his tears, his breathing still uneven. "Okay," Cassie began. "It's been days since you've slept. You're running on fumes. It's dark, and we can't see where we're going or where Kade might be. If we go in now, we're just asking to die. But if we rest, if we sleep, we'll be sharper, we'll have our wits about us, and we'll have a real chance. I know you don't want him to die, but I don't want either of you to die, Noah. Please. Trust me on this." Noah was quiet for a long moment, his eyes searching hers as though weighing her words against his guilt and desperation. Finally, he let out a shaky breath. "You're sure this is for the best?" "I am," she said firmly. He nodded reluctantly. "Fine. You're right. Where are we going to sleep?" "In the ditch along the fields," Cassie suggested. "We can clear a small patch and use the crops as a bed. It'll keep us hidden." Noah agreed with a nod, but as they surveyed the area, they found something even better, a truck hidden in the brush. It was the same one Kade had driven into town. Whether he'd hidden it intentionally or been run off the road, Cassie didn't know. She chose to believe the former. It gave her hope. They climbed into the truck, settling into the cab as best they could. It wasn't comfortable, but it was better than the alternative. After a long silence, Noah broke it with a question. "You really love him, don't you?" Cassie smiled faintly. "I do. Don't break his heart, okay? He couldn't handle that." She tilted her head. "How do you know?" "Because he never shuts up about you," Noah said with a small laugh. "Every time I talk to him, it's Cassie this and Cassie that. I just don't want him to get hurt." Cassie chuckled softly. "That's funny." "Why?" "Because when I'm with him, he won't shut up about you." Noah let out a genuine laugh, the sound warm and familiar. It was the first time in a long while that he seemed human again, not consumed by grief and determination. "Well, then," he said with a smile. "Tell you what, you guard his heart and I'll watch his back." The tension between them eased, and the weight of the day began to fade. Within minutes, both of them had drifted off into a much-needed sleep, the sound of the wind outside lulling them into a fragile peace. Kade awoke with a jolt, his heart pounding as if it had just remembered where he was. Light poured into the cellar through the cracks in the doors, signaling the morning had arrived. As he glanced around, the others were still fast asleep. Alex's snores rumbled like a motor, Quentin and Brooklyn were curled up together in a corner, and Savannah lay on her side, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, as though trying to ward off the cold. Brendan was sitting upright, as still as a statue. At first glance, Kade might have thought he was awake, but his closed eyes betrayed him. Deciding to check the state of the outside world, Kade moved toward the cellar door. The air felt still, no more howling wind or pounding rain. Kade had thought that throughout the night the doors would fly off the hinges, but instead they were forced shut. He pushed the door open carefully, the metal hinges letting out a loud clang. He winced and looked back, hoping he hadn't disturbed anyone. Brendan stirred slightly, his head tilting, and then his eyes snapped open. Kade gave him a small nod, and Brendan silently stood, joining him at the doorway. "Checking outside?" Brendan asked, his voice low. "Yeah." Kade's response was short, and the two stepped out without bothering to close the door, knowing the noise would only wake the others. The scene outside was nothing short of devastation. The town was unrecognizable. Trash and debris were strewn across the streets, a result of not just the tornado but months of chaos. Kade had to admit, despite their tyranny, order had done a decent job keeping the place somewhat clean before. Now, it was a wasteland again. The streets were deserted, either people were too scared to come out, or there weren't many left alive to do so. They stayed close to the cellar, cautious not to venture too far. It didn't take long before they stumbled upon their first grim reminder of the storm's fury. The body lay sprawled awkwardly in the street, its arm bent grotesquely backward with bone piercing through the skin. Kade forced himself to look away, swallowing down the unease creeping into his gut. He'd seen enough death to last a lifetime, but it never got easier. As they rounded another corner, the prison came into view, or what was left of it. The building was completely flattened, the concrete reduced to rubble. From their vantage point, Kade could see several lifeless figures scattered across the wreckage. But then, something caught his attention: movement. A small group of people was approaching the prison from the opposite direction. Kade dropped to the ground instinctively, Brendan following close behind. They waited, watching. As the figures drew closer, Kade's chest tightened. One of the men was Terry. There was no way he should be alive. He had been unconscious when they left the prison, moments before the tornado struck. And yet, there he was, walking among the ruins. Brendan's voice broke the silence. "Let's go after them." Kade blinked, turning to him in disbelief. "Excuse me?" "You heard me," Brendan said firmly, his expression calm but resolute. "Let's go after them." Kade hesitated, searching Brendan's face. "No," he said at last. "Let's go home. I can take you and the others back to the farm. It might be tight, and food will be a challenge, but we'll figure it out. Anything is better than that cell." Brendan's jaw tightened. "Think about it, Kade," he said, his voice low but insistent. "This is the best chance we'll ever get. They've lost everything. They're scattered and weak. If we don't take them out now, they'll regroup. They'll rebuild. And when they do, they'll come for us. We can't keep running. We can't keep looking over our shoulders. We end this now." Kade opened his mouth to argue, but Brendan pressed on. "You have to trust me." Kade raised a hand, signaling him to stop. "I do," he said after a pause. "I was going to say, if you think it's best, then we'll do it." Brendan's lips curled into a small grin, though Kade couldn't tell if it was from relief or the prospect of vengeance. Either way, Kade couldn't shake the weight of what they'd just agreed to. This wasn't about survival anymore. It was about making sure order would never rise again, even if it meant killing every last one of them. He hoped Brendan's confidence wasn't misplaced. More than that, he hoped they weren't about to lose what was left of their humanity in the process. The walk back to the bunker stretched longer than it had on their way out. Every step felt deliberate, their movements slower and more cautious, knowing there were still soldiers lurking in the wreckage. It took nearly 10 minutes to return, a span that gnawed at Kade's nerves. The last thing he wanted was for someone in the bunker to wake up and follow them. He didn't know everyone well, but he was certain Quentin would be loyal enough to come after them, and Alex, well, Alex seemed to thrive on chaos and attention. If anyone was reckless enough to tag along, it would be him. When they reached the bunker, Kade's anxiety eased slightly. Everyone was still asleep. He hated to wake them, they desperately needed rest after everything they'd endured. But time was not on their side. Order would regroup quickly, and if they didn't move now, Brendan's plan might fall apart before it even began. Kade wanted to wake the group gently, maybe a soft shake or whisper to ease them into consciousness. Brendan, however, had a different approach. Without hesitation, he grabbed a metal pipe from the corner of the cellar and banged it loudly against the concrete walls. The sound echoed harshly, making Kade wince. It was reckless, especially since Brooklyn had a gun. Kade's reflexes kicked in, and he quickly stepped on the weapon before she could grab it. She shot up, her expression fierce and ready to act, but when her eyes landed on Kade, the tension in her face eased. Even then, her sharp glare made one thing clear: Kade never wanted to be on her bad side. Brendan quickly explained the situation, and to Kade's surprise, no one voiced an objection. He caught Brooklyn casting a fleeting glance at Quentin, a silent look that said this plan was a bad idea, but she didn't say it aloud. The group grabbed their few belongings and prepared to move out. Kade led the way to the surface, with Brendan taking up the rear and Alex, predictably, walking beside Kade. Alex's endless chatter started up almost immediately. It was as if he couldn't resist the urge to fill the silence. Kade tried repeatedly to shush him, pointing out the obvious risk of being overheard. Alex waved him off, claiming, "I'd rather die as a man who speaks freely than live as one who's silenced." It was exhausting, but Alex finally fell quiet when the guards came into view. From their vantage point, Kade counted 4 guards, the same as before. He was shocked there weren't more, given the storm and destruction, but he wasn't about to question their luck. He motioned for the group to stay low and follow closely, their pace slowing as they neared the rubble. Navigating through the ruins of the town, they moved carefully, sticking to the shadows and using debris for cover. Kade was surprised at how stealthy everyone was, even Alex. For someone who constantly acted like a drunken fool, Alex's steps were silent, and his usual jovial expression had been replaced with something far more serious. It made Kade wonder if Alex's humor was just a mask for something deeper. Brendan, on the other hand, was deliberate in his movements. Slower but more cautious, he kept glancing over his shoulder, ensuring they weren't being followed. When they reached the last ruined house, they found a flipped mattress propped against a partially standing wall. It provided perfect cover. The group huddled behind it, with Kade, Brendan, and Quentin lining up at the edge to discuss their next move. Kade peered out and immediately spotted Nigel among the guards. Even amidst the chaos, Nigel managed to command attention, gesturing wildly and barking orders as though he were on a Broadway stage. It took Kade a moment to confirm it was him, but the theatrical movements were unmistakable. Kade leaned his head against the wall, frustration washing over him. Their numbers had grown, there were now 7 guards, including Nigel, and at least 2 of them were armed. The odds were stacked against them. Kade's stomach churned at the thought of what they were about to do. Killing a few people for survival wasn't something he wanted on his conscience, even if it meant ending Nigel's reign once and for all. Brendan leaned closer, his voice low but steady. "We still have the element of surprise. We can take them." Kade exhaled slowly, his mind racing. The group's safety was on the line, and every choice felt heavier than the last. "All right," he whispered. "Let's make it count." "I have a plan," Brooklyn said suddenly, her voice steady as she pulled out her gun. "Trust me." Kade stood beside Brooklyn, Brendan on his other side, as the 3 of them approached Nigel in the wide open space. Brooklyn's gun was trained on Kade's head, a critical part of the plan, but it made Kade uneasy. Trusting someone he barely knew, especially someone holding a loaded gun that could end his life in an instant, wasn't something he was used to. He'd relied on people like Noah and Cassie for years, people he trusted with his life. Brooklyn, on the other hand, was still a wild card, someone who had only earned a spot in the group because she'd saved them, and because of Quentin, another person Kade didn't know all that well. Across the rubble-strewn yard, Nigel stood with 6 guards flanking him, including Terry, his hand resting on the bloodied handle of his gun. Nigel's presence was exactly as Kade expected, obnoxious, over the top, and full of bravado. Well, Nigel said, his voice booming with mock amusement. He followed it up with a forced laugh that grated on Kade's nerves. Nigel's hand hovered over his gun before pulling it from the holster. He waved it around like a toy, even pointing it at Kade with a smirk as he mimicked shooting noises. Kade's jaw tightened. Every moment in Nigel's presence made his blood boil. From his posture to his tone, Nigel embodied everything Kade despised: arrogance, cruelty, and an unshakable sense of superiority. "I got the men that escaped," Brooklyn announced firmly, her tone flat and professional, playing the part of a loyal guard to perfection. Her acting sent a shiver down Kade's spine. She was too convincing. Nigel's gaze shifted lazily between Brooklyn and the men. "Where's the rest?" he asked, though his tone lacked any real concern. "These were the only 2 I found, sir," Brooklyn replied. Nigel's smile widened as he swaggered closer. "How many times do I have to tell you? It's Nigel for you." His tone was sickeningly condescending, his eyes lingering on Brooklyn in a way that made Kade's stomach churn. Kade clenched his fists, resisting the urge to step in. He hated men like Nigel, predators who believed they could impose themselves on others without consequence. Terry's voice cut through the moment, dripping with mockery. Got something to say, kid? Kade didn't flinch. I've got a lot to say, he shot back, his voice steady. But there's a gun to my head. Then pipe down, Nigel snapped, his grin never faltering. Kade's mind raced. He needed to keep the plan moving. Nigel, he said suddenly, his voice carrying across the yard. Don't you want a show? Nigel furrowed his brow, intrigued. A show? Kade nodded. You know, like a big finale. Something to really seal your reputation. Nigel considered it, a twisted smirk creeping across his face. He gestured for Brooklyn to lower her weapon, and she obeyed instantly. Holstering his own gun, Nigel squared his shoulders. You want to fight? He asked, his voice laced with theatrics. Fine. Let's do it. 1-on-1. No interruptions. He turned briefly to his guards, emphasizing his command. Kade braced himself. He knew Nigel's words were hollow, the guards wouldn't hesitate to intervene if the fight turned against him. Before Kade could fully prepare, Nigel charged. The man was faster than he looked, catching Kade off guard. Kade threw a wild hook, grazing Nigel's jaw just enough to knock him off balance. But Nigel wasn't aiming for finesse, he tackled Kade like a linebacker, slamming into him with all the force of a runaway train. Nigel grinned as he loomed over Kade, clearly savoring the moment. This what you wanted, boy? Kade smirked, wiping a bit of blood from his lip. Actually, he glanced at Brendan and Brooklyn, who were already in position. Now, he shouted. Nigel froze, his smirk faltering as confusion flickered in his eyes. Kade locked eyes with him, his voice calm and measured. You wanted a show? You've got it.
Chapter 15, Rust and Resolve. John struggled frantically, trying to push Mason's limp body off him. Mason was a massive man, and in John's weakened state, the effort felt nearly impossible. He managed to wiggle enough to free one arm, reaching desperately for his gun. His legs were still pinned, and every second felt like an eternity. Through the chaos, May's voice rang out, sharp and clear. Fast, Molly, fast! Molly didn't need any encouragement. The loyal dog lunged at one of May's attackers, sinking her teeth into his leg with a vicious growl. The man screamed, trying to shake her off, but Molly wasn't letting go. She violently shook her head, and the man fell to the floor, clawing at her to no avail. Molly released his leg and sprang for his throat. The second man holding May threw her roughly against a low ice cream freezer. She hit the edge hard, crying out in pain, as the man drew a large knife from his back. Meanwhile, the man with the baseball bat turned his attention to Molly, raising the bat high above his head. John lined up his shot as quickly as he could, his hands trembling but steady enough. He fired 3 times at the man with the knife. The shots hit their mark, and the man jerked before collapsing in a lifeless heap on the ground. As the bat-wielding man passed Will, something unexpected happened. Will, who had appeared unconscious, suddenly jerked to life. He drove the kitchen knife he had come to carry into the man's foot. The attacker howled in pain, stumbling backward, but his rage was relentless. He turned his attention to Will, raising the bat again with murderous intent. John shifted his aim, but when he pulled the trigger, there was only a soft click. His gun had jammed. The man swung the bat in a brutal arc, smashing it against Will's back. Will arched in pain, crying out before rolling to his side to protect himself. The man raised the bat again, aiming for Will's head. Will barely managed to block most of the impact with his arm, but the force still rocked his head back. He went limp once more, and John's heart sank. A deafening boom filled the room. John's eyes darted to Mason, who lay beside him, holding out his hand toward the man. Smoke curled from a pistol that was no longer in Mason's grasp. The recoil had wrenched the gun out of his weakened grip, and it clattered to the floor. The shot wasn't fatal. It had grazed the attacker's shoulder, but it was enough to stagger him. The man lowered the bat and clutched his shoulder, blood dripping between his fingers. Despite the injury, he slowly rose to his feet, his face contorted with hatred. John's heart pounded as the man hobbled toward them, murder in his eyes. John stretched out one trembling hand toward the fallen pistol. His fingertips just barely brushed the barrel, the searing heat urging him to act quickly. Gritting his teeth, he managed to grip the gun and transferred it to his other hand. The man was almost upon them, his steps heavy and deliberate. Summoning every ounce of strength, John swung the gun up just as the man reached him and fired. The pistol's recoil slammed back into John's face, smashing into his nose. Pain exploded across his face, and his vision blurred as blood streamed down. He frantically blinked, trying to focus. When his vision cleared, the man lay on his back, the bat shattered in two beside him. The round had ripped through the bat and taken off half his neck. He lay on the ground, gurgling as blood pooled around him. Moments later, the gurgling stopped, and he fell still. John pushed himself out from under Mason's heavy body, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He scanned the room, his eyes darting from one figure to the next. The first man he had shot was beginning to stir, groaning and lifting his head weakly. John hesitated, his grip tightening on the pistol. Could he really shoot a defenseless man? Before he could decide, Molly charged. With a ferocious snarl, she sank her teeth into the man's neck and shoulders, shaking her head violently. The man screamed, but it was short-lived. His body went limp, but Molly didn't stop, tugging and shaking with relentless fury. "Come!" May's voice rang out, firm and commanding. Molly immediately released the man's body, her ears perking up at the sound of May's voice. She trotted back to the little girl's side, her tail wagging slightly. May dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around Molly's neck. "Bravo, Molly," she whispered, stroking the dog's head. "You saved us again, girl." John collapsed onto his knees, his whole body trembling. The fight was over, but the aftermath left a heavy weight on his chest. As he looked around the room, the blood and chaos reminded him how close they had come to losing everything. Molly lay contentedly at May's feet, licking the blood from her lips. John couldn't help but marvel at the dog's instincts. They were sharper than his own. He carefully set the massive revolver on the counter and turned just in time to see Mason slowly pushing himself into a seated position, his movements labored but determined. John's attention shifted to Will, who lay sprawled on the floor. Rushing over, John knelt beside his friend and immediately checked for signs of life. To his relief, he could see Will's chest rising and falling with each breath. Being as malnourished as they were, there wasn't much fat to obscure such details. "Hey buddy, you okay?" John asked softly, gently shaking Will's shoulder. Will's eyes snapped open suddenly, and he flailed his arms defensively, trying to push John away. John leaned back, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "It's okay, Will. It's me. You're safe." Will stilled, his breathing ragged as he pushed himself onto his knees, using his hands for support. His face was pale, a mix of exhaustion and disbelief etched into his features. "I stabbed that guy," he murmured, his voice shaky. "I can't believe I did that." John patted his back reassuringly. "You were protecting the people you care about. You did what you had to do. You didn't do anything wrong." Once John was sure Will would be okay, he returned to Mason, who was leaning against the wall with one hand pressed to his shoulder. Blood bloomed across his jacket, spreading with every passing second. John knelt beside him, gently pulling his hand away to assess the wound. Using some water from his bottle, John rinsed away the blood and peeled back Mason's shredded shirt. The flesh around his shoulder was a mess, resembling hamburger meat, with blood oozing from a softball-sized wound. John quickly stripped off his own t-shirt and pressed it firmly against the injury to staunch the bleeding. Mason nodded toward the shelves, his voice gravely but calm. "Prick set a booby trap. Didn't see it until the last second. You were about to walk right into it. I did my best to get you out of the way." John followed Mason's gaze and spotted a shotgun wedged between two shelves, with a thin tripwire stretched across the aisle. His stomach churned at the thought of how close they'd all come to a fatal mistake. Gently, he leaned Mason forward to check the back of his shoulder. Over a dozen small puncture wounds peppered the area, each oozing blood. "I hope they all went straight through," John said, his tone grim. "But it's possible some are still lodged inside, along with bits of cloth. We need to get you to a hospital." Mason waved a dismissive hand, though the effort seemed to drain him. "Stay out of the towns," he warned. "They're death traps." "Maybe," John admitted, "but you need help, Mason, real help. We can't let you bleed out, not after all you've done for us." John remembered something he'd once read about improvised medical care. Carefully, he moved through the aisles, watching for any more traps. After a tense few minutes, he returned with a bag of cane sugar, a box of women's hygiene pads, and a small bottle of hydrogen peroxide he'd been lucky to find. "This isn't ideal," John said as he knelt back down beside Mason, "but it'll have to do." He pulled the blood-soaked shirt away from Mason's wound, wincing at the sight, but working quickly. First, he poured the peroxide liberally over both the entry and exit wounds, watching as it bubbled and hissed. Then he coated the wounds with cane sugar, hoping to encourage clotting and slow the bleeding. Using the pads as makeshift dressings, he pressed several to each side of Mason's shoulder before tying them in place with the remaining scraps of his t-shirt. Mason grunted as John tightened the makeshift bandage. "Let me guess," he said, his voice laced with dry humor. "You're the secret love child of a survivalist and Martha Stewart?" John managed a weary smile. "More like a guy who spends too much time reading random stuff in airports and on his porch. But this isn't a permanent fix, Mason. We need someone with real training and proper supplies. I can't let you die on me. You're way too big to carry all the way to St. Louis." Mason leaned in slightly, his expression softening despite the pain. "Here's a secret for you, John. Life's a terminal disease. None of us survive it." John shook his head, unwilling to entertain the thought. He glanced over at Will, who was brushing dust off May while Molly had made her way over to Mason. The dog whimpered softly, lowering her head to the ground beside him. John reached out and rubbed her ears. "It's okay, girl, we'll take care of him," he murmured. Molly's tail thumped against the floor, her loyalty unwavering. And in that moment, John silently vowed that no matter how difficult the road ahead, he wouldn't let Mason down. John retrieved the shotgun from where it was wedged between the shelves and began searching the bodies of the dead men. He found a few extra shells and loaded it. With a grim expression, he collected the pistols and tucked them into his belt as he started surveying the rest of the store. Walking down each aisle, John noticed the shelves were stocked, albeit sparsely, with damaged and mismatched items. It was clear the ambushers had arranged the supplies to make the store look functional and inviting, a trap to lure unsuspecting survivors into a false sense of security. As John approached the back of the gas station near the drink coolers, the stench intensified. His stomach churned as he followed the foul odor to a staff-only door at the very back. He hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn around, but he felt compelled to see what was behind it. Bracing himself, he pushed the door open. The smell hit him like a physical blow, a wave of decay and death so overwhelming it nearly knocked him off his feet. Gagging, John covered his mouth and nose with his arm. To the right, he saw a small office filled with clothes, shoes, backpacks, and supplies piled haphazardly. A narrow hallway stretched ahead, leading to an exit door with a glowing sign above it and another door labeled cold storage on the left. John's hands trembled as he stepped forward. The sound of buzzing flies grew louder, filling the air with an ominous hum. With one hand, he slowly pushed open the cold storage door. A swarm of flies erupted, engulfing him as the door creaked open. The sight inside made his stomach twist, a pile of half-clothed corpses stacked like refuse. The sheer scale of it was staggering. Men, women, even children, all lifeless, their bodies mangled and rotting. John recoiled, slamming the door shut as bile rose in his throat. He stumbled to the side and vomited, his body shaking as he tried to purge the horror he'd just witnessed. Gasping for air, he took a shaky step back toward the front of the store, desperate to escape the stench and the memories that would undoubtedly haunt him. As he reached the main aisle, the smell became bearable again, and he allowed himself a brief moment to compose himself. May's voice broke through his thoughts. "Mr. John, are you okay?" she asked, poking her head into the hallway. Her nose crinkled, and she covered it with one hand. "Phew, it stinks back here, Mr. John. Did you make a stinky? Mr. Mason said we should do that outside, remember?" Despite the situation, John couldn't help but smile faintly. He quickly wrapped an arm around May and gently steered her back toward the front of the store. "Thanks for the reminder, May. No, I didn't make a stinky, but those bad men sure did. Let's stay up here, okay?" "Okay, Mr. John. Did you find some Band-Aids for Mr. Mason? He looks really hurt. Maybe the pink kind with flowers. They work the best, you know. John marveled at May's resilience. Minutes ago, she had been urging Molly to attack grown men trying to hurt her, and now she was focused on finding colorful band-aids to make Mason feel better. He prayed that her innocence would last, even though he knew deep down that it was unlikely in this brutal, changed world. Still, for now, he would do everything in his power to protect her from it. Will approached, his voice calm but firm. "May, I asked you not to wander too far, okay, honey? Can you go keep an eye on Mr. Mason? Molly keeps trying to lick him, and I'm not sure he's up for that." "Okay, Mr. Will," May replied cheerfully. "But who wouldn't want Molly kisses? I know they stink, but Molly kisses are the best. Don't you think so, Mr. John?" Before John could answer, she skipped off toward Mason, her half-burnt ponytail bobbing with each step. John exhaled heavily and turned to Will. "I found something in the back," he said, his tone serious. "It's bad." Will's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" John hesitated, then spoke quietly. "A pile of bodies. 20, maybe 30. Could be more." Will's face paled, and for a moment he swayed on his feet. John reached out to steady him. "You okay? You took a pretty hard hit back there." Will straightened, forcing himself to focus. "I'm fine, just a headache and some spots in my vision, but that's probably the hunger more than anything. We've got to find food, man." John nodded and used the toe of his boot to push open the office door. "There's food in here. Plenty of supplies, backpacks, shoes, clothes. They probably took it from their victims. It's not much, but it'll keep us alive." Will hesitated, his eyes darting toward the office. "We can't take that stuff, man. It belonged to people. People these guys murdered." John waited, his patient silence letting reality sink in. Will sighed, his shoulders slumping. "But I guess those people aren't going to use it, and if we don't do something soon, we're going to die too. Okay, let's grab what we can carry." John bent down to pick up another empty handgun. "And anything we can trade. If we're headed to that barge, they might have medical supplies, or at least know of a town with medical care. We need options." Will nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. "I don't get it, though. Why didn't they just shoot us? They had plenty of guns." John's jaw tightened as the image of the cold storage room flashed in his mind. He looked Will square in the eye. "They ran out of ammo." Less than a mile down the tracks, the bridge came into view. It leaned precariously to one side, its structure appearing to defy gravity. Below, a capsized boat had crashed into the supporting beams from upstream, acting as a net and trapping a tangle of trees, branches, and other debris floating down the river. John scanned the bridge warily. Rotting wooden beams stretched along the tracks, with faded and decayed boards forming narrow walkways on either side. The steel framework was cloaked in rust, and in several spots, cross beams had corroded completely, letting daylight shine through. It didn't inspire confidence. Each of them now carried a backpack stuffed with supplies from the gas station. They had taken the time to eat as much as they could before setting off, determined not to waste any of the high-calorie food and drinks they had scavenged. May had proudly declared her record of consuming 6 candy bars and 2 jumbo bags of gummy bears, her sticky fingers and cheerful grin making it impossible for anyone to scold her. John couldn't help but chuckle, even as he anticipated her sugar crash later. As they approached the bridge, a large barge anchored downstream came into view. It sat a few hundred yards past the river's edge on the opposite side, where people were gathered along the bank. Boats moved steadily back and forth, ferrying supplies and passengers to and from the barge. John's face broke into a genuine smile for the first time in what felt like days. "About time we catch a break," he said, his voice laced with cautious optimism. Mason, though visibly struggling, kept pace with the group. He carried his bag with his good arm, refusing any offer of help. His stubborn resilience was both admirable and a little worrisome to John, who still wasn't sure how Mason managed to push through the pain. The closer they got to the bridge, the steeper its lean appeared. By the time they reached its edge, the left walkway was at least 3 feet higher than the right, and the slant grew even more pronounced near the section where the capsized boat had struck. John frowned at the uneven path ahead. "So," he asked, glancing at the others, "do we take the high road or the low road?" Will stepped forward confidently, heading for the left-hand walkway. "Always take the high road, bro. Didn't you learn that in church?" John smirked, his sarcasm bubbling up despite his nerves. "First of all, lately I've learned churches make excellent storm shelters. Second, the high road means my perfectly rational fear of heights has even more to worry about. And third, bite me." Will chuckled, a genuine moment of levity breaking through. "Language, John. Language." May, ever the moral compass, covered Molly's ears with her hands as if shielding the dog from John's words. "Yeah, Mr. John. Language! There are kids around!" John laughed and raised his hands in mock surrender. "Apologies, May. I'll be more careful." After a moment's thought, he conceded, "If we take the high road and slip, at least there's something to grab onto. If I've got to walk a tightrope, I'd rather it come with some kind of safety net." Will tested the first board with his foot. "If a 3-foot-wide walkway counts as a tightrope for you, we've got bigger problems, man." Mason let out a low whistle, drawing Molly's attention. "Jeradeos, Molly," he said, pointing to the left-hand walkway. The dog tilted her head for the briefest moment before trotting confidently onto the bridge. Mason looked back at the group and shrugged. "If it won't hold Molly's weight, we don't want to step on it. Besides, she's got better footing than any of us, and she's a great swimmer if it comes to that." The group exchanged uneasy glances before falling in line behind Molly. John took a deep breath, his eyes locked on the rusted expanse ahead. One step at a time, he reminded himself. They'd made it this far, they could make it across. May's voice wavered as she spoke. "But my daddy didn't teach me to swim yet. I was too scared, and he said we'd do it when I got bigger. What if I fall?" Will crouched down beside her, taking her small hand in his. "Don't worry, May. I used to be a lifeguard and swam on the college swim team. If we fall, the first thing you do is take off your backpack as fast as you can. I'll hold on to you and get us to land, I promise." May leaned against his side, her fear easing just enough. "Thanks, Mr. Will. You're not as brave as my daddy, but you're still pretty good, okay? And I won't let you drown either." Will smiled, brushing her hair back gently. "Deal, May. We'll look out for each other." John and Mason led the group across the bridge, moving cautiously. About a third of the way across, the walkway slanted more steeply, forcing everyone to grip the rusted side rails to keep from slipping. Molly trotted ahead with ease, her paws deftly navigating the slant. She moved with the kind of confidence John wished he had. Mason struggled more than the others, his injured arm making it difficult to balance while carrying his pack. John stepped in, taking the bag off his shoulder and offering support. Behind them, Will and May seemed to make steady progress, May's hand firmly clasped in Will's as he encouraged her with every step. As John neared the peak of the incline, his foot suddenly slipped. One leg dangled over empty space, and he was forced to drop onto his side, clutching the rail with all his strength. His hands burned as they gripped the rusted metal, and he struggled to keep from sliding further. Both his and Mason's packs threatened to pull him down into the river below. For a brief moment, John made the mistake of looking down. 60 feet below, the river surged, carrying debris downstream at a speed that sent a chill through him. His heart pounded in his chest, and his vision began to narrow as fear threatened to consume him. From behind, Mason's calm voice cut through the noise. "Move it, soldier. You're holding up the chow line." The absurdity of the statement snapped John out of his panic. He turned his head to see Mason staring at him, his expression serious. "Eyes forward, John. Just keep moving. It only gets easier from here." John took a shaky breath and focused, summoning every ounce of resolve he had. With great effort, he managed to pull himself up and get his footing again. Slowly, he pressed forward, relieved to find that the incline began to level out. When he finally reached a flatter section, he turned back to see the others had already crossed the difficult stretch. Mason gave him a small nod, as if to say, "You've got this." Up ahead, Molly barked, her voice echoing across the bridge. It wasn't her usual warning bark, but rather one meant to get their attention. John scanned the bridge and saw another group making their way across, this one using the lower slanted walkway. The group appeared to be a family, a father leading the way, followed by a young boy who looked no older than 7 and a teenage girl of about 14. The mother brought up the rear, wearing a large-brimmed wicker hat. Each of them carried backpacks, the boys noticeably oversized for his small frame. John called out, raising a hand in greeting. "Hello, you folks coming from the barge?" The man waved back, his voice carrying over the water. "Yeah, name's Dave. This is my wife, Sue, and our kids, Hope and Wayne. We've been traveling for weeks. Got family nearby we're heading to." John nodded. "Are they taking on passengers? We're hoping to get downstream." Dave gave a thumbs up. "They are, as long as you've got something to trade. They're also looking for hands to work for passage. We earned our ride, so they'll be short a couple now that we're off." "That's good to hear," John replied. "Thanks for the tip. And just a heads up, there's a gas station back along the tracks. It's not safe, especially for a family." Dave's expression darkened slightly. "Appreciate the warning. It's been a rough trip already. We're just glad to be here. A few more miles and we'll finally be with family. Won't be any more walking after that, right, bud?" He ruffled his son's hair. Wayne grinned. "No more walking. You promise, Dad?" Dave laughed. "Promise, kiddo. Now, let's get moving. These folks need to catch the barge before it leaves." The two groups exchanged smiles and moved in opposite directions. John's heart lifted as he saw the end of the bridge growing closer. He longed to be back on solid ground. Suddenly, the bridge shuddered violently, its structure groaning under the strain. John turned sharply toward the family in time to see the lower railing rip free. A scream pierced the air as the family clung desperately to the loose rail, now dangling over the water. Another lurch, and the entire railing gave way. John watched in horror as the family plunged into the river below. Will's voice shouted, "Ditch the packs! Ditch the packs!" But within seconds, the only thing visible was the mother's wicker hat, floating downstream amid the debris. John froze, his mind reeling. From behind, Will's desperate voice carried through the air. "May, stay back! Don't look!" Molly whined at his side, her ears flat against her head. John clenched the rail, his knuckles white. His breath came in short bursts as he stared at the rushing water below, the weight of what had just happened pressing heavily on him. Chapter 16. Hail and Hot Water. John and his group finally made it to the barge. The crowd at the dock swarmed around two small boats tied to the shore, voices rising in frantic haggling over bags of dry corn. 4 guards kept the chaos at bay, 3 of them with hunting rifles and a 4th in army fatigues gripping an assault rifle, his presence alone commanding silence and attention. John glanced at his companions. The grim expressions on their faces reflected the emotional toll of watching a family drown just hours earlier. Even May walked quietly, holding Molly's collar with a firm grip as the dog stayed close. Pushing their way to the front of the crowd, they caught snippets of the negotiation. John raised his voice to address the man running the operation. "Sir, we're looking for passage downstream." The man, waving his arms to address the throng, introduced himself. "I'm Luke, representing the barge. We're here to trade for supplies. We've got plenty of dry corn, good for long-term storage, no perishable food, canned goods and dry items only. We're offering the best deals for medical supplies and ammo right now." Nearby, a man shouted about trading fresh deer meat, claiming it would spoil soon. John made a mental note to circle back for some. Protein was scarce, and the prospect of a fresh meal was hard to pass up. "Luke, we've got a few pistols and some canned goods to trade," John said, stepping forward. Luke motioned him over. As John approached, he slipped his pack off and began to pull out the 3 spare pistols they'd scavenged from a gas station. Before he could fully reveal the grip of the first pistol, the sharp sound of rifles being cocked cut through the air. Looking up slowly, John found himself staring down the barrels of 4 guns. Mason and Will, standing just behind him, instinctively raised their hands. John let the pistol slide back into his pack, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. "Easy, boys, it's unloaded. Like I said, we're just here to trade." Luke raised a calming hand. "It's all right, stand down." The guards lowered their weapons slightly, but kept them ready. "Apologies," Luke continued. "We've had some close calls lately. Lost a few guards to ambushes not far upstream." John nodded. "Fair enough. So, how does this work?" Luke crouched beside the pack. "Mind if I take a look?" "Go ahead," John replied. One by one, Luke pulled out the pistols, holding each up for confirmation. John nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Luke asked, "How many in your group?" 4, plus a dog, John answered. No animals, Luke said flatly. Mason stepped forward, his deep voice cutting through the tension. She's a service dog. Search and rescue. She's trained for boats, won't relieve herself unless commanded, and she stays put when I tell her to. May chimed in, brushing her hand over Molly's head. Yeah, and she doesn't like bullies, especially bad guys. Luke chuckled, the tension easing. Service dogs are an exception. I'll need to clear it with the captain, but I think it'll be fine. He examined the pistols again. How far downstream? A couple 100 miles, John replied. 3 pistols with no ammo isn't enough for 4 people and a dog. Got anything else to sweeten the pot? John knew they had secured their passage. Now it was about balancing the trade. He pointed to the shotgun slung across Mason's back. We've got a shotgun with a few shells and about 30 canned goods, but we'd need 10 pounds of corn in return. Luke grinned. Deal. Gather your things and be ready to load up. We'll drop off this haul first, then come back for passengers. Keep in mind, this covers passage only. Food and water are on you unless you trade for it on board. John exchanged a glance with Mason, nodding toward the man with the deer meat. Mason headed off to strike a deal, Molly trotting close behind, likely hoping for a bite. 30 minutes later, the group stood at the riverbank, their packs heavier with fresh venison. When the boats returned, 12 passengers crammed onto the vessels, including John's group. The journey to the barge was quiet, the passengers subdued, their faces hollow with exhaustion and desperation. John glanced around, noting how they weren't much different from the others. May clung tightly to Will, her eyes fixed nervously on the water. Mason leaned back, rubbing his arm. His still bleeding shotgun wound was clearly causing him agony. As the boats rocked gently on the river, John stared ahead, the murmur of the passengers drowned out by his thoughts. The fight for survival was never ending, but at least for now, they were moving forward. The boats approached the side of the barge, and John scanned for a ladder to climb up. Instead, 2 large hooks descended on either end of the boat. Guards efficiently secured the hooks to the vessel and instructed the passengers to hold on. Moments later, the boat rose into the air, swaying gently before being lowered onto wooden blocks placed on the deck. The group climbed out with assistance, and John took in the scene before him, a bustling miniature tent city constructed at the barge's bow. Nearly 60 people crowded the deck. A few tended makeshift wood-fired grills, their smoke curling into the air, while others sat huddled in corners, their eyes fixed hungrily on those with food or tradable goods. Armed guards stood watch over containers marked with supplies, particularly the dry corn that had been the main commodity for barter. Luke approached the group. "The captain wants to see you about the dog," he said, gesturing toward Molly. "I think he's fine with it, but he wants to confirm before we leave. If he says no, you'll have to either send her back to shore or we'll refund your trade and return you all to land." He motioned toward 2 other new passengers standing nearby. One was a large man whose rolls of fat strained against his clothes, and the other was pale, thin, and frail-looking, with the awkward demeanor of someone more familiar with screens than sunlight. They nodded silently and followed behind Luke as the group moved toward the rear of the barge. Passing by armed guards, they made their way through sections of the barge stacked with massive chemical containers. John noted the diamond-shaped hazardous material signs and the bold lettering spelling out ethanol across their sides. The sheer quantity was unnerving, a flammable cargo floating precariously down the river. Crossing the main barge to the attached control boat, they climbed a set of stairs to the captain's station. A petite older man with sunken eyes, a stern demeanor, and a white beard hiding half his face stepped forward. He looked exhausted, his gaze constantly scanning the riverbanks from his elevated vantage point. Without much preamble, Luke gestured toward the 2 newcomers. "These 2 want to work their way downstream. I told them they don't look very fit, but I'd leave the call to you. And this is the group we radioed about, the ones with the dog." The captain barely glanced at them, keeping his attention on the river. "Holy crap," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is this one walking or rolling?" He pointed at the larger man. "Tubby, the fork goes the other way. You can put it down, not just up." Then his attention turned to the skinny young man. "And you, have you ever seen the sun?" Seriously, kid, open a window sometime. He paced for a moment before continuing, his tone indifferent. You two are lucky. We just lost a family that was working as deckhands, so we've got room. I'm not learning your names, though. Your Tub, he pointed at the heavyset man, and your Ghost, nodding at the skinny one. Easy enough to remember. Finally, the captain turned to John, his expression serious. Here's the deal. I can't have your mutt biting people or making a mess on my deck. I'm told she's a service dog and well-trained, so I'll allow her on board. But if she causes problems, she's going overboard, no exceptions. I've got too much to worry about as it is. Understood? John responded quickly, his tone firm. Understood, Captain. Molly won't be a problem. The captain gave a curt nod and turned his attention back to his work, effectively ending the discussion. Sensing an opportunity, John decided to press for more information. Captain, I know you're busy, but as you can see, our friend's been shot recently. Are we passing by any towns with hospitals? Or do you have medical supplies we could trade for? The captain paused for a moment, his expression unreadable, before returning his focus to the river, leaving John waiting for an answer. The captain let out a soft chuckle, though it carried the weight of exhaustion. I feel for you, I really do. But what little medical supplies I have are reserved for my crew. I've got gunshot victims, knife wounds, broken bones, and all sorts of injuries among the passengers. There's just not enough to go around. Honestly, I don't even have the energy to think about it anymore. Hell, I can't even communicate with other boats or towns to figure out what's happening downstream. John's gaze drifted around the cabin until it landed on a disassembled radio sitting on a table, its panels removed and components scattered around. It looked like someone had tried and failed to repair it. What if I could fix your radio? John offered. Would that be enough to get some meds for my friend and maybe drop us off at a town with a working hospital? Captain Andrews, as John now noticed on the name tag, turned to fully face him for the first time. His tired eyes narrowed in skepticism. Don't blow smoke up my ass, son. You're not the first to make that claim. I've had 3 others swear they could fix it, and all they've done is tear apart more equipment and make a bigger mess. Before John could reply, a small hand tugged at the captain's. Andrews looked down to see May standing beside him, her wide eyes earnest. Language, Mr. Captain, she said sternly. The captain froze, momentarily dumbfounded by the little girl. May dug into her pocket. Are you hangry, Mr. Captain? My dad says when I get grumpy, it's because I'm hangry. You're grumpy, so you must be hangry, okay? She pulled out a slightly melted chocolate bar. My dad gives me Pop-Tarts when I'm hangry, but I don't have any Pop-Tarts. We found candy bars when the bad guys hurt Mr. Mason, so you can have one of mine. She placed the chocolate bar in his hand, then wrapped her arms around his legs in a hug. Hugs make the hangry go away too, so you just let me know if you need another one, okay? The captain's eyes softened, and he knelt down to her level. What's your name, little one? May tilted her head thoughtfully. I'm not supposed to tell strangers my name, but I know your name is Captain, so I guess it's only fair I tell you mine. I'm May, and this is Molly. She pointed at the dog. That's Mr. John, that's Mr. Will, and the big strong guy over there is Mr. Mason. He eats a lot, so I'd hide your candy bar, okay? Luke burst out laughing from the corner. My God, it's been so long since I've laughed. He sat down on a nearby bench, his chuckles turning into full-blown laughter. I'm sorry, it's just the nerves. I can't stop. John smiled faintly, understanding the release. Stress had a way of boiling over in strange ways, and laughter was often the only outlet. Once Luke regained his composure, John spoke again. Captain, I really can fix the radio. I've spent my whole life building communication systems. If you've got power, I can make it work. Will stepped forward, his tone confident. He's not lying. The guy's some kind of tech savant. Andrews ignored them, his attention still on May. You know, May, we have a rule on this boat. Nothing is free. We trade for everything, so I can't just take this candy bar from you without giving you something in return. May thought for a moment. What about a pony? Do you have any ponies? Andrews chuckled. No ponies, sorry. He sized her up before stepping over to a storage bench. Opening the lid, he rummaged around and pulled out a small orange life vest. How about this? You should always stay safe on a boat. May took the vest, inspecting it critically. Orange isn't my favorite color, but it's my fourth favorite, so thank you. She scrunched her nose and looked back up. But what about Molly? I want her to be safe too. The captain sighed, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. You know what? I just might have something. He opened another bin and pulled out a slightly damaged life vest with broken straps. This one's too worn for people, but I bet your dad can fix it for your dog. May grabbed it eagerly. Thanks, Mr. Captain. Molly will love it. But Mr. Will isn't my daddy. He's a parapooper and went away to make bad guys say they're sorry. My mommy's in heaven. She got sucked out of the plane when it broke. After we crashed, Mr. Will said he'd take care of me. He's not as brave as my daddy, but he's still nice. The captain's smile faded as he looked at the group, his expression softening into something more somber. John stepped in to refocus the conversation. It's been a long road for us, so if I fix the radio, do we have a deal? Before Andrews could respond, a commotion erupted from the front of the barge. He motioned to his guards to handle it, then turned back to John. You fix that radio, and I'll drop you off wherever you need to go. Within reason, I'll throw in some medical supplies for your friend and have our EMT see what he can do. John nodded firmly. Deal. Luke stuck his head through the door. Captain, the commotion was over some guy stealing food from another family. Want me to gather everyone? The captain's expression darkened as the weight of responsibility returned to his face. Are we certain he did it, Luke? Yeah, several witnesses saw it, and the guy admitted it after we pulled him off the person who tried to stop him, Luke replied. The captain sighed heavily and turned to the group. I'm going to need you all to head to the front of the barge. The guards formed a line at the front of the storage containers, calling all the passengers to gather. The captain stepped forward, gripping the shoulder of a man whose hands were zip-tied. The man stared at the deck, shoulders slumped. Without hesitation, the captain led him toward the edge of the barge and drew a large knife from the sheath on his belt. Listen up, everyone, the captain's voice boomed over the murmuring crowd. We do not tolerate thievery or brawling on this boat. If you need something, trade for it or work for it. He turned to the man, his tone sharp. I sure hope you can swim. In one swift motion, he sliced through the zip ties and shoved the man overboard. A brief yell escaped the thief before he hit the water with a loud splash. The passengers watched in solemn silence as ripples spread across the surface of the river. The captain faced the crowd, his expression hard. Let this be a warning. This is what happens to thieves on my boat. Without a word, the passengers dispersed, returning to their makeshift camps. Many resumed cooking at small barbecue pits, most preparing corn mash or soups. A few were grilling fish, the smell drifting faintly in the air. John took a moment to observe the scene. The people looked worse off than he and his group, malnourished, exhausted, and weighed down by desperation. Their faces carried a fragile mixture of hope and weariness. Mason walked over to the edge of the barge, staring out over the water. John joined him, leaning against the railing. How are you holding up? John asked. We should get you back to the helm room and patch you up properly. Mason sighed heavily. Yeah, you're right, John. But first, I need you to hold on to this for me. He pulled out his massive pistol and handed it over. I can't fire this thing one-handed. It's chambered for 50 caliber or 50 to 110 cartridges. John took the enormous weapon, his eyebrows raised. Yeah, my nose remembers that you need 2 hands for this beast, he said with a faint smirk, recalling a misfire from the past. He crouched down and opened Mason's bag. I'm not sure I'm big enough to handle this thing, but I'll keep it safe until you're healed. Carefully, he shifted the broken life vest May had gotten for Molly to make room for the pistol. Glancing toward the back of the barge, John noticed the guards setting up new fire pits. Looks like they're getting some cooking stations ready. Let's get you patched up and then we can grab some food. That venison sounds incredible right about now. Mason nodded and turned his gaze back to the water. The guy made it to shore, he muttered after a moment. The barge moved ever so slowly downriver, the chaotic world passing them by. It took John nearly 2 days to get the parts he needed to fix the radio. The upside was that they all got to stay in the captain's cabin while he worked. John sat hunched over the radio in the helm room, focused on soldering a circuit board. The intricate work was a welcome challenge, keeping his mind sharp, though his hands occasionally faltered with the fine motor skills required. The hum of the equipment was the only sound until Will pulled up a chair beside him and sat in silence, his presence barely acknowledged as John continued his work. After a long pause, Will finally spoke. "Hey, John, I've been thinking about something for a while." Without looking up, John responded, "What's on your mind, Will?" "Don't tell me you're finally ready to admit that spam isn't real meat and give it a try." Will didn't crack the smile John had hoped for. "No, dude, not that. I'm serious. I think everything might be our fault." John paused, setting down the soldering iron. "Our fault? You're going to have to explain that one to me." Shifting uncomfortably in his seat, Will leaned forward. "Think about it. The storms, the crazy weather patterns, how everything escalated so fast. That doesn't just happen naturally. It has to be something man-made. And what else could it be but the Tempest Project? No one else was working on anything like that." John frowned, leaning back. Tempest wasn't capable of altering the weather, just predicting it. There's no way this is connected. "That we know of," Will countered, his voice rising slightly. "Who's to say what the government developed after we left? Remember that storm, the one that disappeared as soon as you pulled the hard drive out of our prototype? And think about it. Since that prototype went offline, we haven't been hit by targeted storms." John sighed, pulling a laptop closer. "There's only one way to find out. We hook up the hard drive, run a diagnostic, and see if it's tracking anything. If storms start forming, we shut it down immediately." Will nodded, his face tight with tension. "I need to know, John. If this mess is because of us, I have to know." John glanced at him, his tone softening. "Listen, Will, even if it somehow is connected, it's not our fault. We built something to help people predict weather patterns, not to weaponize it. If someone twisted it into something else, that's on them, not us." John's attention returned to the radio as he finished the repairs. Andrews leaned forward eagerly, taking the mic as John tested the system. For over an hour they waited, cycling through frequencies, until a crackling voice finally broke the silence. "This is the Sampson barge. Come in, over," Andrews said quickly, gripping the mic. A voice responded, faint but clear. "Hello, Sampson barge, we read you. It's good to hear a new voice. Over." Relief washed over Andrews as he relayed their coordinates. "We're floating downriver and need information on the upcoming towns. Are they safe to dock near? Over." There was a brief pause. "One moment, Sampson. We'll check your coordinates. Stand by, over." The tension in the room was palpable as they waited. When the voice returned, it carried a grim tone. "Sampson, based on your coordinates, we're about 900 miles from you. I'm sorry, but we don't have information on the towns near you. It's wild, we're even able to connect right now. The channels must be unusually clear. If the towns near you are anything like the ones around us, though, I'd recommend staying as far away as possible. Over." Andrews's face darkened. "How far do these blackouts go? If you're 900 miles from us, this must be widespread. Over." The response was heavy with grim certainty. "It's global. The EMPs were sporadic, but they hit major infrastructure and tech hubs hard enough to cause cascading failures. The US, Canada, Mexico, set back to the Stone Age. Europe, China, Russia, Japan, same story. We haven't heard much from Australia, but rumors are they're just as bad off. Stay frosty, Sampson. We're rotating to a new channel. I'd advise keeping your broadcast brief and avoiding openly sharing your location in the future. Over." Andrews took a deep breath, his voice heavy as he replied, "Thank you. Over and out." He let the mic drop onto the table and slumped into his chair, staring blankly out at the water. "Dear God, watch over us." The weight of the conversation hung in the room like a storm cloud. John glanced at Will, his expression unreadable, before turning his gaze back to the flickering radio display. The truth they'd uncovered was heavier than either of them had anticipated, and the long road ahead suddenly felt even more uncertain. John and Will exchanged uneasy glances before John pulled the laptop toward him. A few moments later, he had the laptop booted up and the hard drive from their prototype in hand. Anxiety settled in his chest like a heavy stone. He told himself Will was just being paranoid, but the nagging thought lingered. What if there was something to it? What if Tempest really was responsible? The light outside was beginning to fade as the captain called out that he was looking for a good place to anchor for the night, hoping to avoid any hidden sandbars. Mason lay on the floor, resting against the wall, with Molly curled up at his side. May, exhausted from playing with the other children on the barge, had fallen asleep in the captain's chair, using her life vest as a makeshift pillow. Andrews glanced at her with a faint smile. His stern demeanor softened for a moment. John took a deep breath. "All right, Will. Here we go. Keep an eye on the sky," he said, plugging in the hard drive. He glanced out the helm room window, but the sky remained calm. Focusing back on the laptop, he navigated through the prototype's interface and accessed the administrative panel. From there, he began running reports to analyze recent weather predictions, system activity logs, and simulation commands sent to Tempest over the past few months. The loading wheel spun endlessly, slowed by the spotty internet connection. As the system processed, John stood up and joined Will on the catwalk surrounding the helm room. Will was scanning the horizon, his face tight with apprehension. "I think we're okay, Will," John said, leaning on the railing. "If Tempest is tied to all this chaos, at least it's not targeting us right now." Will nodded, but kept his eyes on the distant clouds. Below them, the guards and passengers were busy preparing dinner. Grills flared to life, and the smell of cooking corn mash and fish rose to meet the cold evening air. Some huddled in corners, their eyes hollow with hunger as they watched others eat. Will finally broke his silence. "I just know this is Tempest, John. There's no other explanation. It has to be." John peered out over the water ahead, then immediately regretted it. The height sent a wave of vertigo crashing through him, and he staggered back from the edge until the world steadied. Even if nothing happens right now, it doesn't prove Tempest isn't involved. All we'd have proven is that it is involved if something had happened. Honestly, I'm glad I'm not dodging lightning bolts this time. Will let out a dry chuckle. "Man, I don't think my eyesight will ever fully recover. I've still got these dark spots and my ears ring constantly. Not sure if it's from the storms or from going hungry all the time." Inside the helm room, Molly suddenly began growling and barking. John heard Andrews raise his voice at Mason, telling him to control the dog. The muffled sounds barely reached John, which reminded him of how much his own hearing had dulled over time. That's why it startled him when he began to notice a faint pinging noise, like tiny pebbles striking metal. He glanced at his hand and felt a sharp sting. Looking down, he saw a small piece of hail resting on his skin. "Will," John muttered, his voice tinged with urgency. They locked eyes just as the hail intensified, and both turned to sprint back into the helm room. Within seconds, the small pellets of hail grew larger, hammering down on the barge with increasing force. Outside, shouts erupted as people scrambled for cover. By the time John reached the laptop, the hailstones were the size of marbles, battering the barge relentlessly. He lunged toward the hard drive, yanked it from the laptop, and severed the power connection in one swift motion. He whipped around, his eyes darting to the window. He held his breath, hoping the storm would dissipate immediately, just as it had the last time Tempest was shut down. But the hail only worsened, growing larger and striking with more ferocity. Cries of panic from the passengers below filled the air as they fought to find shelter. Crew members rushed toward the helm room, their footsteps pounding on the metal stairs. John grabbed Andrews by the shoulder. "Do you have any waterproof containers? This is critical." The captain pointed to a stack of gallon-sized Ziploc bag boxes by the wall. "Best I can offer," he said, his voice grim. "We use them to portion out corn rations for the crew." His eyes shifted to the window, scanning the chaos outside. Where in the world did this come from? John grabbed 2 bags and quickly double-bagged the hard drive, sealing it tightly. He no longer doubted it. The Tempest Project was responsible for this disaster, and the hard drive in his hands might be the key to stopping it. As the hail grew larger, now the size of softballs, the sound on the roof became deafening, each impact reverberating like a gunshot. The steel roof began to show dents from the relentless barrage. Outside, Luke and 2 crew members managed to scramble into the helm room, but the others who had attempted to make it up the stairs now lay motionless on the deck. The windows, protected by the overhang, still bore the brunt of the storm. Occasionally, a piece of hail bounced off the railing and hit the glass, spider-webbing cracks across the panes. May, terrified, buried her face into Will's chest, her small hands clamped over her ears. Captain Andrews frantically studied his river charts, muttering under his breath, then turned sharply to Luke. "We've got to get the crew to the front of the boat. There's a mudbank ahead. If we don't start turning now, we're going to run aground." Luke shook his head, his voice tense. "No one's making it to the front in this mess. Everyone out there is down or hiding. Stepping into this hailstorm is a death sentence." John edged toward the staircase leading to the deck, but he didn't dare step outside. The hailstones were piling up, blanketing the surface with jagged orbs of ice. His stomach churned at the sight of a group huddled near the railing, using a dead body as a gruesome shield against the onslaught. The limp figure twitched with every impact. Turning his gaze, John's eyes landed on the ethanol containers, which now looked like giant craters under the assault. "Captain," he called, pointing. "Is that something we need to worry about?" Andrews followed John's gesture, his brow furrowing. "No," he replied after a moment. "Those tanks are thick, no way hail's puncturing them." Relief washed over John briefly, until his eyes caught something else. A drainage valve at the bottom of one of the tanks had been knocked loose, and ethanol was now gushing onto the deck. "Captain, are you sure? Look at the valve," he shouted. Andrew's face darkened as he spotted the issue. Before he could respond, a sudden whoosh erupted from the deck. One of the BBQ pits had been knocked over, igniting the fumes from the spilled ethanol. A flash of orange and red flames raced across the surface, spreading like wildfire. Then the screams began. John's heart raced as he turned toward the laptop. The storm wasn't stopping. Why wasn't it stopping? He realized with horror that the laptop was still powered on, the program running in the background. He disconnected the hard drive, but left the system operational. Cursing himself, he lunged for the laptop just as a massive explosion erupted from the front of the barge. The force shook the entire vessel, snapping chains and severing the connections to the front barge sections. They broke free, drifting away into the river. The boat tilted sharply to one side, and John stumbled, catching himself against the desk. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the laptop and smashed it against the corner of the table. It bent but didn't break. With a growl of frustration, he slammed it again, this time with his full weight, until it snapped nearly in two. He dropped the mangled remains and turned to the window. The hail was finally easing, but flames were now consuming parts of the deck. Mason yelled over the chaos, grabbing his gear. "We've got to abandon ship, now!" Will frantically worked to get May into her life vest. She clung to him, her voice trembling. "I'm scared, Mr. Will." "Don't worry, sweetie," Will reassured her, his voice steady despite the panic in his eyes. "I'll get you to shore, I promise." Without waiting, he stepped onto a crate by the railing and leapt overboard, clutching May tightly. Mason handed Molly to John. "Here, take her." He tossed his bag over the side and then climbed the railing, steadying himself on his good leg. "We've got to go, John." John hesitated, his eyes darting to the raging river below. The flames on the surface were being carried downstream, but the rushing water and debris made the leap seem impossible. He shoved the hard drive in his pocket and slung his bag over his shoulder, his mind flashing to the family they'd seen drown just days before. The weight of their packs had dragged them under. He let his bag fall to the ground. "No pack," he muttered. "Not this time." Mason, poised to jump, turned toward the source of a high-pitched, growing whistle. Before either of them could react, a deafening explosion erupted from the opposite side of the barge. The force shattered the helm room windows, sending glass and debris flying. John felt himself lifted off his feet, thrown into the air by the blast, before tumbling into the cold, dark void of the river below. The icy shock of the water hit John like a freight train. He gasped involuntarily, swallowing a mouthful of river water as he fought to stay afloat. Beside him, Mason thrashed, his one good arm and prosthetic leg making it nearly impossible to gain any rhythm in the surging current. John coughed and sputtered, his lungs burning as he reached out and grabbed Mason's shoulder, trying to steady him. The river was relentless, a churning force dragging them both downstream. Every time John pushed upward to keep Mason's head above water, he sank beneath the surface, holding his breath against the oppressive weight of the current. He felt like a twig caught in a roaring flood, powerless against the water's sheer ferocity. Suddenly, a powerful undertow yanked them both under. John barely managed to hold his breath in time as he was pulled into the cold, suffocating darkness. Panic clawed at him, but through the murky water he could make out the faint, flickering glow of flames on the surface. It was the only beacon guiding him upward. Mason was still within reach, his struggling form outlined against the eerie light. Kicking with every ounce of strength he had, John forced himself back to the surface. Lungs screaming for air, they broke through together, gasping and choking. Mason's voice was weak, fractured by the effort of speaking. "Swim to shore, John. You're going to drown trying to save me." "Like hell I am," John shouted, his voice raw and desperate. "You wouldn't leave me behind, Mason." Ahead, the river carried them toward a pileup of wreckage, several barge sections smashed together against a mud bank. Flames licked hungrily at the pooling ethanol, consuming the cargo and spreading rapidly. John kicked harder, trying to steer them away from the inferno, but the current was too strong. Every stroke felt like swimming through cement, and Mason's weight dragged at him, making escape seem impossible. Then, John felt it, a firm iron grip on his wrist. He turned to see Mason's face, weary but resolute. There was something in his eyes, a quiet determination that sent a chill through John, far colder than the water. "Don't you dare, Mason," John growled, panic seeping into his voice. Mason gave him a faint, knowing smile, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Take care of Molly." Before John could react, Mason's immense strength took over. His grip pried John's fingers loose from his shirt with a single heave, shoving him toward the bank. The force sent John flailing several feet away, but before he could claw his way back, the current surged between them like a wall. "Mason!" John screamed, his voice cracking as his head dipped below the surface again. He fought his way back up, gulping for air, but when his eyes scanned the water, Mason was gone. The wreckage loomed ahead, flames roaring into the night. John stared at the fiery chaos, his chest heaving as the reality sank in. Mason had made his choice, and now it was up to John to honor it. With tears streaming down his face, he turned toward the shore and swam with everything he had, knowing he couldn't let Mason's sacrifice be in vain.
Chapter 17. The Cost of Survival. Kade hit the ground just as Quentin hurled a grenade into the fray. The explosion erupted behind him, sending a wave of heat and force that rippled through the air. Kade could feel the ground shake beneath him as debris scattered in all directions. Chaos erupted instantly, shouts, screams, and scrambling feet filled the air. He pushed himself up, scanning the area for Nigel. He had to finish this. Nigel wasn't immediately visible, and Kade's heart raced as he searched for his opponent. Where were Quentin and Alex? The grenade should have evened the odds, taking out some of Nigel's men, but the fight was still far from over. Then he saw him, Nigel, standing in the distance, his eyes locked on Kade with seething intensity. Blood dripped from the side of his face. The grenade must have hit him. Kade didn't wait. He charged forward, unwilling to give Nigel the chance to regroup. Nigel, lacking the theatrics of before, reached for his gun. Kade reached him first, slamming into him with all his strength and tackling him to the ground. Without hesitation, Kade unleashed a flurry of punches. The first hit connected with Nigel's nose, drawing blood and forcing his eyes to water. The second hit landed on Nigel's mouth, sending a sharp pain through Kade's own hand, but he ignored it and kept swinging. Nigel wasn't done, though. He grunted in pain but shoved his fingers into Kade's bullet wound, digging into the tender, inflamed flesh. Kade screamed in agony, the searing pain nearly unbearable. His punches stopped involuntarily, and Nigel used the opening to shove him off. Nigel scrambled to his feet, his hand once again reaching for his gun. Before he could grab it, Brendan suddenly entered the fight, blood dripping from his mouth like he'd bitten someone. Brendan launched himself at Nigel, and the two began grappling for the gun. Kade struggled to steady his breathing, trying to push past the pain and rejoin the fight, but before he could, Terry blindsided him. Terry tackled Kade to the ground, his stupid grin taunting him. Kade gritted his teeth and wrapped his legs around Terry's, twisting his body to pull Terry off balance. They tumbled, each throwing punches in a vicious struggle. Kade felt the sting of Terry's hits, but he gave as good as he got. Blood dripped from both their faces, and neither showed signs of giving up. Then, a gunshot cracked through the air, freezing them both. The sound reverberated, and Kade's stomach sank as his mind raced. Who fired the shot? He glanced toward the fight between Nigel and Brendan, dread clawing at him. His heart stopped. Nigel stood over Brendan's lifeless body, blood pooling beneath him. A bullet hole was centered on Brendan's chest, clean, precise, and fatal. Kade's chest tightened, grief and fury surging through him like a tidal wave. Brendan, his brother in arms, was gone. Just like that. Kade let out an anguished roar, his rage consuming him. Terry, grinning like he was pleased with Brendan's death, only stoked the fire. How could anyone find joy in this? In that moment, Kade's restraint snapped. He threw a punch that made Terry stumble backward. He tripped over a piece of rubble and hit the ground hard, his smug expression vanishing. Kade didn't stop. He mounted Terry, his fists raining down with unrelenting force. Each hit landed with bone-crunching impact, driven by grief and fury. Terry's face quickly became a bloody mess, more red than skin. Kade knew he was going too far, that he might kill him, but he couldn't bring himself to stop. When Terry finally stopped moving, Kade paused, his bloodied fists trembling. Terry's nose was broken, his face barely recognizable. Kade took a shaky breath and forced himself to stand, his hands coated in blood. He scanned the battlefield, searching for his remaining allies. Quentin was a blur of movement, fighting with a ferocity that seemed impossible for a boy his size. His punches were precise, his determination unshakable. Alex, on the other hand, fought with almost eerie efficiency, his usual sarcastic grin replaced with a grim focus. Wielding a baton, he faced off against two guards at once, his movements fluid and practiced. Kade thought about helping him, but Alex didn't seem to need it. Then he saw her, Brooklyn. She was crumpled on the ground, her hair matted with blood. Panic shot through Kade as he rushed to her side, dodging bodies and debris. Quentin's furious fighting made sense now. He was protecting her, fighting for her. When Kade reached Brooklyn, he knelt beside her and saw the gun still clutched in her hand. Carefully, he pried it from her fingers before checking her pulse. Relief washed over him when he felt a faint but steady beat. She was alive. Kade gritted his teeth and glanced back at the carnage. He wasn't sure how much more they could take, but one thing was certain, this fight wasn't over yet. Kade checked the revolver, his hand trembling as he spun the chamber. 6 bullets. It was more than enough to end the fight, and to put 3 in Nigel's chest for good measure. That last thought made Kade flinch. The morality that had guided him for so long felt like it was slipping through his fingers. Brendan's death had stripped him of something essential, and now all that remained was raw anger and despair. He took a deep breath and steadied the gun, aiming at the 2 guards who were fighting Alex. Kade hesitated, his finger brushing against the trigger. His mind raced with questions. Did these men have families? Were they just following orders? Would killing them make him any different from Nigel or Terry? But the sight of Alex struggling, his face slick with sweat, snapped Kade out of it. These men would kill them without a second thought. That much he knew. Kade exhaled and pulled the trigger twice. Both shots hit their mark, dropping the guards. The sound echoed across the battlefield, cutting through the chaos like a knife. For a moment, everything froze. Quentin and Alex turned to look at Kade, their faces a mix of fear and something else, something unreadable. Kade didn't stop. He turned the gun toward the man fighting Quentin and fired again. The man crumpled to the ground, lifeless. This time, Kade felt the weight of what he'd done pressing down on his chest like a vice. The kill wasn't necessary, and he knew it. But at that moment, all he could think about was eliminating threats, one by one. Kade swept the area, looking for Nigel. He was nowhere to be seen. Alex broke the silence, his voice light but edged with unease. "Thanks," he said, his sarcastic smirk creeping back. It was a mask, Kade realized, a way for Alex to hide who he really was. The man behind the smirk, the one Kade had seen during the fight, was someone entirely different. But that was a puzzle for another day. Kade nodded stiffly, unable to find words. He barely had time to process Alex's expression when he heard the warning, "Kade, behind you." Before he could react, Terry slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. The impact drove the air from Kade's lungs, and his grip on the gun loosened. Terry seized the weapon and pointed it at Kade, his face twisted in a sadistic grin. Kade froze, his mind racing for a way out, but he could feel the cold barrel pressing against him. He was trapped. Terry's voice was sharp and commanding as he addressed the others. "One more step from any of you, and he's dead." Then the little girl. Then Quentin. And finally, you. His eyes locked on Alex, and Kade caught a flicker of something in Terry's expression, recognition. There was history here, something Kade hadn't been told. Alex stepped forward cautiously. "Terry, listen. You don't have to do this." Terry's laughter was bitter and mocking. What a pitiful response. Did you really think that would work? "Oh, Terry, you don't have to be a bad guy anymore. Don't act all high and mighty, Alex. I know what you did." Alex flinched, his mask slipping for just a moment. He looked almost ashamed. Terry's grin widened. "Oh, they don't know, do they?" Kade's voice was tight with confusion. "Alex? What is he talking about?" Alex remained silent, his jaw clenched. Terry, reveling in the moment, leaned in closer. "As your dying wish, Kade, I'll tell you what your dear friend here did. 23 people, murdered by his hands. No weapons, just his bare hands. Brutal, efficient, a real sight to see. And you know that man you were looking for? The reason you were here. That was Alex's doing too. He killed him." Kade's stomach churned as he turned his eyes to Alex. Brittany's father. Alex had killed Brittany's father. Rage bubbled up, but it was overshadowed by shock and betrayal. Terry, sensing his advantage, kept going. "But that's okay," Terry sneered. "Don't act like you're any better. You just murdered 3 of my men, and you'd have killed me too if you had the chance. Now it's my turn." Kade braced himself, expecting the end. He heard the click of the gun as Terry cocked it. He closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. The gunshot rang out, sharp and deafening. Kade flinched, but there was no pain. He opened his eyes and felt the warm spray of blood on his face. Terry's head had exploded, the gore painting the ground around him. Kade's heart pounded as he scanned the area, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. Then he saw him. Noah. Perched on a nearby ledge, a rifle in his hands and a faint, almost smug smile on his face. For the first time in what felt like forever, Noah looked calm, like he had found his purpose. Kade's breath hitched, relief flooding through him. But beneath it all, the weight of everything that had happened pressed heavily on his soul. Cassie appeared out of nowhere, her face streaked with tears but lit by a radiant smile. She ran to Kade, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. Without hesitation, he kissed her, a kiss full of longing, relief, and everything they couldn't put into words. "Get a room," Alex quipped, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. He seemed unsure of what was coming next, and truthfully, Kade didn't know either. Kade shot him a glance but didn't respond. Noah approached Kade, giving him a quick bro hug before leaning in close to whisper, "Friendlies?" "Most of them," Kade replied under his breath, his eyes darting toward Alex. "The one with the smart mouth?" "Jury's still out." Cassie nodded in understanding. Kade turned to Alex. "Can I talk to you?" Alex hesitated but nodded. "Yeah." His response was short and to the point. Together, they began walking away from the group, putting some distance between them. As they walked off, Quentin called out, "Hey, Kade, any chance me and Brooklyn can come to that haven you keep talking about? You said there's a pharmacist there, and she needs help." Badly. Kade had momentarily forgotten about Brooklyn and all the chaos. Yeah, of course, he said quickly, before refocusing on Alex and leading him farther out of earshot. Meanwhile, Noah and Quentin started working together to lift Brooklyn, trying to keep her conscious. Once they were alone, Kade stopped and turned to Alex, his expression hard. What happened? Alex sighed deeply. I don't want to talk about my past. Too late, Kade replied firmly. You don't have a choice anymore. I want you around, Alex. I really do. But I need to know you're not going to be a danger to everyone else. I get that people have baggage, but I need the truth, everything. And don't you dare lie to me. Alex exhaled heavily, staring at the ground for a long moment before finally speaking. Before everything went sideways, Terry and I were friends. Good friends. When the world fell apart, Nigel showed up at our door. Turns out, Terry had been dealing drugs with him for years, and I had no idea. Nigel had this plan: raid the supermarket, take control of the town, and Terry and I didn't really have a choice. We said yes. He paused, his voice thick with emotion. At first, I went along with it. I did terrible things. Things I hate myself for. But I couldn't do it anymore. I said no, and I tried to stand up to Nigel. It didn't go well. Terry tried to defend me, and Nigel didn't kill me, but he punished both of us. Nigel made Terry torture me. Every day. That's where I went when they dragged me out of the room. Terry did everything Nigel told him to do. And he never stopped. Alex finished with a shaky breath, his eyes meeting Kade's. That's it. That's the whole story. Kade studied him closely, searching for any sign of dishonesty. Alex seemed genuine, broken, maybe, but sincere. Kade took a step forward and extended his hand. Kade said, his voice low and steady, you can come with us. But you need to understand something. It'll take time for me to trust you completely. And if you screw up, if you put us in danger, I won't hesitate. I'll kill you. You have to respect that. If you don't, we go our separate ways, and that's it. Kade extended his hand towards Alex. Alex stared at Kade's hand for a long time. Finally, he reached out and shook it firmly. The two men returned to the group, and Kade informed everyone that Alex would be staying with them. Nobody questioned his decision, though the atmosphere felt heavy with unspoken thoughts. Quentin broke the silence. How are we getting back? It's gotta be 20 miles, and there's no way any cars survived that storm. We have to hope, Noah said bluntly. Otherwise, we walk. The group wandered the town cautiously, keeping their time short. Nigel's whereabouts were unknown, and none of them wanted to take any unnecessary risks. As they moved, Kade pulled Noah aside for a private word. What's going on at the farm? Kade asked, hoping for good news about their limited resources. Noah's face darkened. Where's Brittany? A sudden wave of dread washed over Kade. Noah noticed his expression and froze. Kade realized he hadn't yet explained what had happened. Taking a deep breath, he recounted everything: the storm, Brittany's sacrifice, and her tragic death. Noah listened without interrupting, his face a stoic mask. When Kade finished, Noah's response was cold and matter-of-fact. Her mom's not going to take this well. I don't expect her to, Kade admitted, his voice heavy with guilt. I don't even know how I'm going to tell her. Well, Noah said flatly, people die. That's just how it is now. She'll have to deal with it. Kade stared at him, stunned by his detached tone. The Noah he had once known, the Noah who wore his heart on his sleeve, was gone. Something terrible had hardened him, and Kade wasn't sure if he could bring him back. For now, though, there was no time to dwell. They had miles to cover and an uncertain road ahead. What about your farm? Do we have anything left there? We could always radio Frank and grab something, Kade asked, trying to think of a plan. Noah gave him a look before replying, I've got a story for you too. Noah explained what had happened with Frank, recounting how he was probably swept up in the storm. Kade's heart sank. Frank might not have been the most valuable asset, but he'd been a reliable companion, and Kade had grown fond of him after all their time together. Noah clarified that they hadn't seen Frank die, he was simply lost in the chaos. The ambiguity was agonizing for Kade. He couldn't let it rest, he'd have to search for Frank. There was no way he could have gone far. Well, then, Kade said, looks like we're walking. Kade used the walkie-talkie to contact Nora. He explained the situation but intentionally left out Brittany's death. That was a conversation he couldn't bear to have over the radio. He told himself it needed to be an in-person discussion, but deep down, he knew he was stalling. The thought of breaking the news to Nora, of telling her not only about her husband but also about her daughter, was unbearable. He imagined it would be the hardest thing anyone could go through. The long walk took longer than he anticipated, especially with Brooklyn being injured. Kade was just glad that the horrible weather had ceased. Hours later, they had finally arrived back at Kade's house. Nora was already standing there, her face beaming, looking for her family. Kade's feeling of dread washed over him, enough to make him feel sick. "Where are they?" she asked, her voice brimming with anticipation. Kade's expression must have said it all. Her smile faltered, and her posture stiffened. "Where are they?" she asked again, this time quieter, less certain. Kade gently took her aside, away from the others. He opened his mouth to speak, but Nora beat him to it. "They're dead, aren't they?" she asked, her voice trembling but still composed. Kade's heart broke as he nodded. "Yes." "How?" she whispered. "A man named Nigel," Kade said, hesitating for a moment. He thought of Alex and made a decision. He killed them both. It wasn't entirely true, but it felt like the best way to tell her. Kade didn't want to complicate things by revealing Alex's role. He believed Alex had changed, and the last thing their group needed was more turmoil. Nora's face hardened, her voice carrying a quiet fury. "And where is this Nigel now?" "He got away," Kade admitted. "He was at the battle, but when they started losing, he disappeared. He'll come back, I'm sure of it. We just need to be ready." She nodded slowly, her anger simmering beneath the surface. "Why didn't you tell me on Milwaukee?" The question hit Kade like a punch to the gut. Her voice was soft, almost fragile, and it nearly brought him to tears. He took a deep breath. "Honestly, I wanted to be facing you face to face when I told you." She nodded again, her composure steady despite the weight of what she'd just learned. "Gonna introduce me?" she asked, signaling the end of the conversation. She didn't want to dwell on it, and Kade respected that. Kade introduced her to the rest of the group. Kade couldn't stop thinking about Frank. The idea that he was gone just didn't sit right, especially since Noah refused to confirm it, only saying Frank had been left behind in the chaos. Kade needed more answers, so he went to Cassie for the full story. She explained how Frank had gotten separated, likely taking a wrong turn. It made sense. Frank never had a good sense of direction, especially out in the countryside with its winding roads and unmarked paths. Kade knew Frank had no idea where anything was and that this wasn't his strong suit. Kade made a silent vow, he'd find Frank, no matter what it took. Frank might have felt abandoned, struggling to fit in with the group, but Kade needed him to know he wasn't alone. Frank mattered, and there were people who cared about him. Kade wasn't going to leave him behind, not this time. The place was a mess, wrecked by the storm and the tension of everything that had happened. The first thing Kade did was check on Eli, the young boy who had been left alone. Cassie had made the decision to hide Eli in the attic, and while Kade trusted Cassie, he couldn't fully agree with her choice. Eli had been left with food and water but no weapons to defend himself. Kade argued that someone that young shouldn't have been left alone, but Cassie held firm. Eli was quiet, and she had made sure he stayed that way. For now, Kade let it go, but he resolved that if it ever happened again, he would intervene. Eli needed to be trained, and he needed to be older before such a decision could even be considered again. The group was exhausted, and everyone retreated to bed almost immediately. But Kade couldn't sleep. The weight of the day pressed too heavily on him. When the house was silent, he slipped outside, something he used to do often as a kid. Back then, he would sit by the wood stove with headphones in, drowning out his problems with music. His childhood troubles seemed trivial now compared to the weight he carried. There was no music to listen to now, no way to drown out the chaos in his mind. Instead, he stocked the wood stove and listened to the comforting crackle of the fire. A voice broke through the quiet. "You're a good man, you know that, right?" Quentin said, stepping out of the shadows. Kade smiled faintly. As much as he wanted to believe he needed solitude, he was glad Quentin was there. "Yeah, I'm pretty great, aren't I?" he joked. Quentin chuckled. "Don't get a big head, hotshot." The two of them shared a few jokes, laughing together in a way that felt rare and refreshing. The humor was a welcome reprieve, but it eventually faded, leaving them in silence. After a while, Quentin spoke again. "How do you do it?" he asked. "How do you stay so calm? You always seem to have your head on straight." Kade blinked, surprised. It was the last thing he expected to hear. "I don't," he admitted. "I guess I'm just good at hiding it." Quentin nodded thoughtfully. "That must suck," he said, earning a raised eyebrow from Kade. He elaborated, "I mean, now everyone's looking to you for answers. You can't afford to hesitate or make a wrong call. If you slip up, it could cost lives." "Well, that makes me feel better," Kade replied dryly. "I do what I can," Quentin said with a grin, matching Kade's sarcastic tone. Then his expression turned serious. "What do you think's next? Nigel isn't just going to let this go. You know that, right?" "I know," Kade said quietly. "But I have no idea what's coming. We'll take precautions, but Nigel isn't the kind of guy to let us see him coming. He'll do something big. That's what he does. We just have to be ready for it." Quentin nodded, and their conversation ended. The two of them sat by the fire a little longer before the cold started to creep in. Eventually, Quentin stood and went back inside, leaving Kade alone with his thoughts. He should have been thinking about Nigel, about the group's next move and how to prepare for whatever was coming. But instead, his mind was filled with the faces of the people he'd killed. What if he hadn't pulled the trigger? Would they have won anyway? Would those men have gone home to their families? He couldn't shake the guilt, the thought that those deaths might have been avoidable. Then his thoughts turned to his mother. He wondered what she would think of him now. Would she be proud of the man he'd become, or would she see him as a murderer? The question brought tears to his eyes, and he let them fall, hoping no one would come outside and see him like this. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, Kade made another vow, to do something in his mother's memory. Something good. Something that would make her proud, even if the world had turned upside down. Kade stepped back inside the house, his thoughts still heavy from his time by the fire. Cassie was waiting for him, leaning casually against the wall, her eyes soft with concern. He wondered briefly if she'd been watching him outside, but if she had, she didn't bring it up. Instead, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him in a warm embrace. Kade sank into it, holding her tightly. For a moment, neither of them said a word, the silence spoke louder than anything else could. "Time for bed?" Cassie finally asked, her voice gentle. "Yeah," Kade said, but then he hesitated. "Actually, I've got an idea." Cassie gave him a curious look as Kade led her down the hallway toward his father's room. He opened a drawer in the old wooden dresser, rummaging through its contents. He'd been here before, long ago, and he still remembered the scolding he'd gotten from his father for doing exactly what he was about to do again. His hand brushed against something cold at the very bottom, a small, worn key. "What's that for?" Cassie asked, watching him intently. "You'll see," Kade replied with a faint smile, gripping the key tightly as they walked together to a door at the end of the hall. It was the forbidden door, the one Kade had been forced to chastise Frank for trying to open back when everything first fell apart. He stood in front of it now, his heart beating a little faster, and slid the key into the lock. The mechanism clicked softly, and Kade pushed the door open. The room inside was frozen in time. It was his mother's painting room, untouched since the day she passed. Kade felt a lump rise in his throat as the familiar scent of paint and turpentine washed over him. Kade held a flashlight, illuminating the room, revealing easels, brushes, and half-finished canvases. Portraits of young Kade lined the walls, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the gray world they now lived in. In one corner of the room, a mattress lay on the floor, clearly well used, though it had been untouched for years. Beside it was a woven basket overflowing with papers and envelopes. Kade crouched down, lifting one of the notes from the basket. The edges were frayed, and the handwriting was unmistakably his father's. Cassie stood behind him, silent but present, as Kade unfolded the note, his hands trembling slightly. The room felt alive with memories, and for the first time in a long time, Kade felt his mother's presence as if she were standing right there with him.
Dear Carol, I've really been messing things up lately. Cade's not handling things well, and I don't know how to fix it. I told him no one could enter this room, that it was off limits. But the truth is, I feel closer to you in here. I sit in this space surrounded by your work, your spirit, and it's the only place where I feel like I can breathe. I know it's ridiculous to write this letter, you're never going to read it, but somehow it helps. Maybe it's the thought that, in some way, you're still listening. I don't know what to do, Carol. I can't live without you. You were the glue that held us together, the one who always knew what to say, how to keep Kade and me from falling apart. Now that you're gone, it feels like I'm failing him, failing you. Kade is blaming me for everything, and honestly, it's hard not to blame myself too. I see the pain in his eyes, the anger, and I know he's looking for someone to make sense of the hurt. I guess I've become his target. You and I always said we loved Kade more than anything, even more than we loved each other. And I do, Carol. I love him with everything I have left. But it's so damn hard to support him when I can barely hold myself together. He's grieving, and so am I, but I think I've let my grief overshadow his. I've been so wrapped up in my own pain that I haven't been the father he needs me to be. I can still hear your voice in my head, telling me to be strong, to put Kade first. You'd know how to handle him. You'd know how to help him through this. But me, I'm lost without you. Every decision I make feels wrong, and I'm terrified that I'm pushing Kade further away instead of bringing him closer. He's hurting, Carol, and I don't know how to reach him. I miss you. God, I miss you so much. The house feels empty without your laugh, your energy, the way you could make everything feel okay even when it wasn't. I wish you were here to tell me what to do. I wish I could see you one more time, hear you say my name, feel your hand on mine. But since I can't have that, I'll keep writing these letters, even if they never reach you. Maybe it'll help me be the father Kade deserves, the father you'd want me to be. Maybe somehow it'll help me find a way to keep going, for him, for us. Love always, John.
Kade stared at the note, his eyes fixed on the date written at the top. It was dated less than a week after his mother had passed. The realization hit him hard. His dad had been sleeping in this room after her death. It wasn't just a space for painting, it had become his father's sanctuary, a place to grieve and cling to her memory. Kade couldn't blame him. After everything, he was tempted to do the same. Cassie leaned over and picked up a faded red baseball cap, frayed and torn along the brim. This seems out of place. Kade gently took it, staring at it. This was mine. For years I would wear it everywhere. No matter how beat up it got or how grungy it looked, I wouldn't go anywhere without it. I was convinced it was lucky. My mom used to tease me about it all the time. Cassie retrieved the cap and placed it on Kade's head. I think we need all the luck we can get, don't you? Without a word, Kade and Cassie settled onto the bed together. The mattress was old and worn, but it held a strange comfort, like a piece of his mother's presence still lingered. Cassie curled up beside him, her arm draped over his chest. Her warmth anchored him, cutting through the storm of emotions swirling in his mind. Despite everything, the grief, the questions, the weight of the day, sleep found him quickly, wrapping him in a rare moment of peace. Kade sat behind the wheel of the old truck Noah had salvaged during a recent supply run. It was their only working vehicle, and he treated it like gold. Cassie sat beside him, her hands tucked into her coat pockets as the two of them sat parked at the edge of the road, watching. This daily vigil had become routine, a precaution Kade insisted on. Someone always had to keep watch, even as the group's resolve began to fray. People were growing complacent, convinced Nigel wouldn't come back, but Kade knew better. He had no doubt Nigel would return, it was only a matter of time. Noah had been the most vocal against this practice, complaining incessantly until Kade agreed to take his shift. It wasn't like Kade wasn't already stretched thin. Between keeping watch and searching for Frank, his days were packed. A couple of weeks earlier, they'd risked a recon mission back into the town to see if Nigel had re-established control. The place was deserted, but they'd found an old bike left behind. Now, when Kade was on watch alone, he took the bike, leaving the truck for supply runs. It was a small comfort, especially when it gave him the chance to expand the search grid for Frank. Kade couldn't shake the guilt. Frank was still out there, Kade was sure of it. Noah had described the incident as Frank getting left behind, but that wasn't good enough. Frank didn't deserve to be abandoned, especially after everything they'd been through. Kade mapped out every search meticulously, often retracing Noah's steps, convinced Frank was a priority for his brother-in-arms. It was a race against time, and Kade didn't want to lose. The weather wasn't making things any easier, bouncing from one extreme to the other. The wind was often relentless, howling across the fields, while the cold cut through even the thickest layers. And when the heat came, it was a different kind of misery, spoiling food and turning survival into an even harder battle. They'd already moved their remaining chickens, only 7, into the basement to protect them. Tornadoes were a constant fear, but so far, they'd managed to weather each storm. Barely. Kade's attention shifted back to the road as another gust of wind rocked the truck. "Let's head back," he said, turning to Cassie. Days like this, when the wind and cold were unbearable, they allowed themselves to abandon the watch. If the weather was too rough for them, it was unlikely Nigel would strike. Back at the farm, Cassie headed inside while Kade prepared for the worsening storm. The garage, already battered from previous tempests, was on its last legs. A storm 2 weeks ago had ripped large sections of the roof away, leaving the structure teetering on collapse. They still relied on it for storage, though, since there was no other place to put their tools and supplies. Grabbing a tarp, Kade set to work covering the small crop box they'd built to grow onions and other essentials. He was mid-task when Cassie came running out of the house, her face pale and her voice urgent. "Kade, you need to come inside. Now." "What's going on?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "You'll see," she said, already heading back inside. Kade dropped the tarp and followed her. As he stepped through the door, the warmth of the house hit him, a welcome reprieve from the biting cold. But the silence inside immediately put him on edge. He entered the living room to find everyone huddled together, their faces a mixture of worry and curiosity. In the center of the group, Cassie cradled a little girl wrapped in a blanket. She was shivering, her tiny frame trembling visibly. She couldn't have been older than Eli. Kade's heart sank as he approached. "Who is she?" he asked quietly. Noah stepped forward, holding a piece of paper. Without a word, he handed it to Kade. It was a brochure. Kade's eyes scanned the page, taking in the bold headlines and polished design. The pamphlet described a haven, a safe refuge for survivors, promising food, security, and a community. It even mentioned electricity, a luxury for most in this new world. The place was 300 miles away, far but not unreachable. Kade's instincts roared within him. The farm was deteriorating by the day, and the group's resources were stretched thin. This haven could be an answer, or it could be another trap. Either way, the girl was proof they weren't alone, and that left Kade with more questions than answers. He folded the brochure, gripping it tightly as he looked back at the group. The decisions ahead weighed heavily, and for the first time in weeks, Kade felt the burden of leadership pressing down harder than ever. It was a dangerous thought, one that Kade couldn't let himself indulge in too deeply. People were deceptive, and the risk of putting everyone's lives in danger for the promise of a haven that only seemed safe was too great. Yet, the idea lingered in the back of his mind, gnawing at his uncertainty. The girl's name was Lily. Kade had learned that much. She was small for her age, smaller than Eli, even though they were about the same age. Her slight frame made her seem even more fragile than she already was. "My dad lives there," Lily repeated over and over, her voice desperate and pleading. She clung to the hope that the strangers she'd just met would help her. Kade didn't prefer it, taking in someone new meant more strain on their resources, but the girl was welcome to stay. He couldn't turn her away, not with how vulnerable she was. Even so, the growing food issue loomed over his decision like a dark cloud. The farm's animals were dwindling fast. They were down to just a handful of chickens, and nothing else remained. With 8 people in the group now, even if Eli and Lily ate the equivalent of one person's rations, that still left 7 mouths to feed. Kade couldn't ignore the reality that their supplies were running out, and even with his father's careful preparations, they were burning through resources faster than he'd anticipated. He pulled Quentin and Noah aside. They had become his unofficial counsel, 2 voices with opposing perspectives that helped him navigate decisions. "What do we do?" Kade asked, looking to them for advice. "About the girl?" Noah questioned, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "Yes," Kade replied. "And the food situation." And he hesitated for a moment before finishing, "the haven." His tone carried the weight of his doubts, and he made air quotes with his fingers. "You're not actually considering that, are you?" Noah said, his voice sharp with disbelief. "It's bull, and you know it. We can't just trust random people. What else are we supposed to do?" Kade countered, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "We can't survive off what we have, and if a snowstorm, or anything, hits us, we're done." "We can survive," Noah said bluntly. "With fewer people." His tone was icy, and his meaning was clear. "Alex, Lily, and Nora," he added without hesitation. Kade could tell from the way Noah's eyes flickered that he was thinking of Quentin and Brooklyn too, but couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. "No," Kade said firmly. "We're not losing anyone." He refused to entertain the idea of exiling people just to improve his own odds. That wasn't the kind of leader, or person, he wanted to be. "We haven't seen a snowstorm yet," Noah argued, his tone softening slightly. Quentin chimed in, his voice calm but resolute. "We hadn't seen any of this a few months ago." "Anything is possible." "We'll get more food," Noah pressed. "Scavenge farther out if we have to." This was exactly why Kade trusted both of them. Noah and Quentin were complete opposites, their perspectives like 2 sides of a coin. Noah was pragmatic and blunt, while Quentin was cautious and grounded in reality. Together, they helped Kade weigh all sides before making decisions. "If we have to travel farther and farther just to scavenge enough to survive, it'll only buy us time," Kade said. "Eventually, we'll be scavenging every day just to make it to the next." Noah's frustration was palpable. He wasn't used to his suggestions being dismissed so quickly. "It doesn't matter," Quentin interjected. "Whether we want to go or stay, we don't have the transportation to make it far. We've already scavenged everything nearby. Without a way to move, we're stuck." Quentin was right. Transportation had been a problem Kade pushed to the back of his mind. Now, it had become a life-or-death issue. He regretted not addressing it sooner, but regret wouldn't solve anything. His father's words echoed in his mind, "Don't waste time on things you can't change." It was a lesson Kade had lived by, and now more than ever, he needed to focus on the path forward. "So, what do we do?" Noah asked, his question directed at Kade. Kade took a deep breath, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his decision. "To be honest, I have no idea." The conversation felt like a dead end, leaving Kade more frustrated than before. As time passed, the idea of finding vehicles and making the move to the haven became more appealing, even if it wasn't without risks. The problem was that he had nothing to transport them in. He asked Noah if there was anything else on the farm they could use. Noah shook his head. "If there was, don't you think I'd have thought of it before going into town so many times?" It was a fair point. Feeling the mounting pressure, Kade wandered into the family's old arts and crafts cupboard. He grabbed a pen and a sheet of paper, the weight of his decision heavy in his hands. He'd made up his mind. They would move to the haven as soon as they found a vehicle. It was the only viable option left. The thought of leaving his home, and the memory of his mother, was painful, but he couldn't let sentimentality outweigh the group's survival. Kade jumped into the truck with his supplies and drove to the creek. When Kade was in high school, him and his buddies used to come down to the creek and hang out. It was his escape. Now, it served the same purpose. He parked, took a deep breath, and stared at the blank page. His mind swirled with thoughts of what he wanted to say. Finally, he pressed the pen to the paper and began to write. Dad. I know you're out there, alive and trying to make your way home. When we see each other again, I have so many stories to share. It's been a wild few months. First, I need to say I'm sorry for everything I put you through. I know I've been difficult, and I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. It wasn't your fault that Mom died, and I hope we can move past that when we're together again. Right now, I've got a group of survivors with me. We were staying at the house, but it's no longer safe. There are some bad people after me, but that's a story for another day. We're heading to a haven in Tennessee. If you find this letter, I hope that's where I am, or where I'll be soon. I hope I see you there someday. Kade. Kade sat alone on the bike, keeping watch over the road. It had been a few days since Lily had shown up, and Kade had quickly learned she was a sweet girl. Cassie adored her, which was crucial. Happy wife, happy life, as his dad used to say. Cassie wasn't his wife, but the saying still applied. Lily and Eli got along wonderfully, playing together constantly, which gave Cassie a break from having to keep an eye on her little brother all the time. That extra freedom made Cassie more available to help, which in turn made things easier for everyone. Despite not needing another mouth to feed, Kade couldn't deny Lily's positive impact on the group's morale. Lost in his thoughts, Kade was suddenly jolted back to reality by a loud noise in the distance. His head snapped toward the road, and his heart sank. Barreling toward him were about 10 military-grade vehicles, moving fast. It could only be Nigel. Kade didn't know how Nigel had gotten his hands on those trucks, but it didn't matter. He spun the bike around and raced back to the farm as fast as he could. The war was about to begin.
Chapter 18. What the river left behind. The icy grip of the water still clung to John as he dragged himself to the shore, each step a battle against exhaustion and despair. His clothes clung to him like leaden weights, and his muscles burned with the effort of hauling his own body, much less the crushing guilt that hung over him. The night was eerily quiet, save for the occasional crackle of flames drifting in the distance. As he reached solid ground, John collapsed onto his knees, sucking in gulps of air that stung his raw throat. He barely registered the cold, hard earth beneath him. All he could focus on was the question pounding in his mind. Why did I plug in that hard drive? The faint crunch of boots in the underbrush startled him, and he turned just in time to see Will emerge from the shadows, May trailing close behind with Molly at her side. Relief washed over John as he saw them, though it was short-lived. "Glad you made it, man," Will said, kneeling beside John. His voice was steady, but his face betrayed his weariness. "But where's Mason?" John froze, unable to meet Will's gaze. His lips trembled as he tried to form words, but nothing came. The memory of Mason's iron grip, the shove that separated them, and the man's knowing look, all of it replayed in his mind with agonizing clarity. John began, his voice cracking. He shook his head and clenched his fists. "He made me let go. I tried, Will. I tried to hold on, but he was too strong." Will's face darkened, and for a moment he didn't speak. May, however, stepped forward, her small voice cutting through the tension. "Don't worry, Mr. Will. Molly can find him. She always finds people." She knelt beside Molly, stroking the dog's wet fur as she issued the command in smooth German. "Voran, Mason. Find him, girl." Molly's ears perked up, and she sniffed the air before trotting down the riverbank, her tail wagging with purpose. The three of them followed, their footsteps crunching against the damp earth as they moved through the underbrush. Hope and dread warred within John. Mason had to be alive. He had to be. They hadn't gone far when Molly stopped abruptly, sniffing at a cluster of bushes. John's heart raced as he hurried to her side, pushing aside the branches. There, tangled in the undergrowth, was Mason's bag. His breath hitched as he reached out and pulled it free, the broken straps and soggy contents telling their own story. John noticed the strap to the bag was torn off as he rifled through it, his fingers brushing against familiar items: Mason's life vest, the pistol, his sparse gear. But there was no sign of Mason himself. He clenched his jaw, fighting back the wave of despair threatening to overtake him. Before he could say anything, Molly barked and darted toward the water's edge, her nose pressed to the ground. John followed, his heart pounding as he scanned the horizon. That's when he saw them, 3 figures standing on a mud bank across the river, silhouetted against the fiery glow of the wreckage. John squinted, his eyes locking on the closest figure. It was Luke. He raised a trembling hand and waved, his throat too dry to call out. Luke saw him and waved back, but before John could take a step closer, the wind shifted. The flames riding the surface of the water surged forward, pushed by the gust. "No!" John shouted, his voice raw. The fire reached the mud bank in an instant, engulfing the figures in a horrifying blaze. Their screams tore through the night, cutting straight to John's core. He stumbled back, his knees buckling as he turned away from the sight, unable to watch any longer. "John?" Will's voice was hesitant, cautious. "What just happened?" John didn't answer. He couldn't. Instead, Molly's sharp whine pulled his attention. The dog had her nose buried in another cluster of brush, pawing at something buried within. John knelt beside her and pushed aside the branches to reveal a man lying unconscious, Captain Andrews. "Will, help me," John said, his voice hoarse. Andrews was alive but in bad shape. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, and his face was pale, a large bruise blooming across his forehead. Mason's bag strap was broken and looped around one of his arms, as if he'd clung to it as a lifeline. Together, John and Will fashioned a makeshift stretcher from branches and strips of cloth. The process was slow and grueling, their bodies already pushed to their limits. May stayed close, her small hands occasionally helping to secure knots or adjust the stretcher. By the time they reached the road, John's legs felt like lead, and his arms trembled with exhaustion. They set the stretcher down gently, the reality of their situation sinking in. No food, no shelter, just a stretch of empty road and the uncertain future ahead. "Let's take stock of what we have," John muttered, pulling Mason's bag closer. He sifted through its contents, finding the essentials: rope, a tarp, a few medical supplies, and Mason's personal effects. Key among the items were 2 life straws. These survival straws purified water as you sucked water through them. His fingers brushed against a photo tucked into the bag, a snapshot of Mason's son and his family. John stared at it for a long moment, the weight of his loss pressing down on him. Will sat beside him, silent but present. Molly lay at May's feet, her head resting on her paws as the girl gently stroked her fur. John closed the bag with a heavy sigh and looked down the road, the flickering light of the fires still visible in the distance. "We need to move," he said quietly. "There's nothing left for us here." Will nodded, standing and adjusting the knife at his side. May looked up at John, her wide eyes filled with a quiet determination that belied her small stature. "Let's go," John said, his voice steadier than he felt. Together they lifted the stretcher and started walking, the road stretching endlessly before them. 3 days had passed since the barge disaster, and every step felt heavier than the last. Hunger clawed at them, gnawing away at their strength. Their bodies were breaking down, and even their will to keep moving seemed to fray with every passing hour. Captain Andrews had woken only briefly in the first day, mumbling incoherently before falling into a near comatose state. Now he stirred only in short, feverish fits, barely conscious. John and Will took turns forcing small sips of water down his throat whenever he opened his mouth, but even that was becoming harder as their energy waned. Molly, their ever-loyal companion, seemed to sense the toll the journey was taking. At one point, she had limped to the back of the makeshift stretcher and curled up beside Andrew's feet, her body pressed against his for warmth. She fell into a deep sleep and didn't stir for hours. John felt her weight as he dragged the stretcher, but he couldn't bring himself to force her off. She looked as exhausted as the rest of them. May, small and fragile, still clung to her empty backpack, though the straps had been refashioned by Will into a sling. When May could no longer keep pace, Will hoisted her onto his back, letting her rest her head on his shoulders as they trudged forward. Every step was a testament to sheer willpower, but the strain was etched into all their faces. John's vision swam as he walked. His head throbbed, and his stomach twisted in sharp pangs. Water was the only thing keeping them alive, thanks to the life straws in Mason's bag. But food? They hadn't found anything substantial in days. Just a few wildflowers here and there that offered no relief. "Will," John muttered, his voice hoarse, "we've got to eat soon. I don't think I can keep this up much longer." Will glanced back, his own face pale and hollow. "I know, man. May's barely staying awake. I'm worried about her." Their words came slower now, separated by long stretches of silence as they stumbled onward. John's focus narrowed to the ground beneath his feet, forcing himself to take one step after another. Time blurred into an endless haze of pain and exhaustion. Then he heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping up ahead. At first, he thought he was imagining it, his starved mind conjuring illusions. Slowly, he raised his head. Just ahead, a young deer emerged from the brush, its spotted coat dappled with fading marks of adolescence. It stood there, innocent and unaware, nibbling at the sparse foliage. Panic flashed through John as he realized he couldn't reach his pistol while holding the stretcher. His mind raced, desperation surging. Before he could act, a sudden deafening blast split the air. John flinched violently, his heart hammering as he looked up. The deer staggered sideways, its legs buckling beneath it. It struggled to stand for a fleeting moment before collapsing to the ground, its body trembling as its legs twitched in vain. Then it went still. John turned to see Will standing with his pistol hanging limply at his side, smoke still curling from the barrel. His face was hard, but his eyes betrayed the weight of the decision. "Sorry, little guy," Will murmured, his voice low and hoarse. "It's either you or May." He turned to John, his expression softening. "Dude, how about you butcher it and I'll get a fire going? Some protein might just save us all." John stared at him, stunned. For a moment, he felt a pang of sorrow for the animal, a creature that had been so full of life only seconds ago. His chest tightened and his eyes blurred with unbidden tears. Between starvation, traumatic loss, and exhaustion, John assumed his hormones were a mess. The sheer brutality of the act hit him harder than he expected. Then his stomach growled, a sharp reminder of their desperation. His guilt wavered, replaced by the gnawing reality of their situation. John shook his head to clear his thoughts. His pacifist, vegetarian friend, Will, who used to avoid stepping on ants, had just gunned down a deer. The world they lived in now was changing them all, reshaping them into people they barely recognized. "Nice shot, Will," John said finally, his voice heavy but sincere. "You probably just saved all our lives." Will nodded, his lips pressed into a grim line. The two men got to work, their movements slow but purposeful. For the first time in days, hope flickered faintly in the corners of their weary minds. It took over an hour to butcher the deer, and though the animal wasn't large, John made sure to salvage every scrap of meat he could. As much as he wanted to cook up the prime cuts immediately, he decided to start with the organs. They could be eaten first, while the better cuts were preserved for later. Will pulled out a small tin pot, breaking up some bones to throw in with water. This broth might help Andrews and Molly. She hasn't even moved her head for the raw meat. I didn't realize how bad off she was. Nearby, May cautiously nibbled on the first bit of liver pulled off the fire. At first, she seemed hesitant, but as soon as she chewed and swallowed, her small body seemed to wake up to how desperately hungry she was. She quickly took another bite, then another. After finishing the first piece, her wide eyes turned to the next chunk cooking over the flames. "Mr. John, can I have some more, please?" May asked eagerly, her voice filled with hope. John smiled, his exhaustion momentarily eased by seeing her energy return. "Sure thing, May. As soon as it's cooked, it's all yours." May's face lit up. "Really? The whole piece?" "The whole piece, kid," John said with a grin. He pulled the pot of broth off the fire and let it cool. "Maybe when this cools, you can see if Molly will drink some." May nodded solemnly, stroking Molly's ears gently. "She's just sad about Mr. Mason. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. She's my bestest friend. John felt a wave of grief stab through him at May's words. Before he could respond, a sharp pain struck his stomach, forcing him to double over with a groan. He leaned back against a nearby tree, his face pale. Will rushed over. Dude, you okay? John waved him off weakly. It's just my stomach. I think it's rebelling after going so long without food. May, ever concerned, stood up and placed her small hand on his forehead. It's okay, Mr. John. One time, my daddy had a bad tummy too. The doctor said he was castrated. John and Will both froze, their fatigue briefly forgotten as they stared at her. Then John let out a weak chuckle. Bite your tongue, girl. But May, I think you mean constipated. May frowned, scrunching up her face in confusion. That's what I said, castrated. Why would I bite my tongue? That would hurt. John burst out laughing, despite the ache in his stomach. Her innocence and unintentional humor lightened the oppressive weight of their situation. He leaned forward and carefully pulled a stick of cooked meat off the fire, handing it to her. Here you go, Miss May. It's ready, but let it cool a little first. May grabbed the skewer and sat down beside Molly again. Every so often, she would stick out her tongue to test the heat of the meat, making a face when it was still too hot. John watched her and felt a flicker of hope for the first time in days. Behind him, a groggy voice broke the moment. Wow, something smells good. Captain Andrews slowly sat up, his face pale but his eyes slightly more alert. Where am I? John scooted closer with the pot of broth. Hey, Captain, you're on a road running alongside the river. Andrews blinked, his confusion slowly clearing. Where's my boat? What happened to the passengers? John's expression grew somber. The fire destroyed the barge, and we haven't seen any other survivors. I think we made it because we were on the main deck. It kept us out of the flames long enough to get to shore. And Luke? The crew? Andrews asked, his voice heavy with concern. John shook his head. I'm sorry. As far as we know, we're the only ones who made it. Andrews sighed deeply, his shoulders sagging. John tipped the pot of broth toward him. Here, drink this. You've been out for a few days. Andrews sipped it first, then began gulping the broth until the pot was empty. I didn't realize how hungry I was. Thank you. He looked around the makeshift camp, his gaze settling on John and Will. Where's the big guy? John hesitated, the grief clear on his face. Will stepped in, his voice quiet. Mason didn't make it. He saved us, though. Andrews closed his eyes for a moment, his jaw tightening. His bag saved my life. When I hit the water, I grabbed it to stay afloat. I remember that fat guy swimming near me, flailing like crazy, kicked me in the head, and everything after that is a blur. He ran a hand down his injured leg. Feels like a tibia fracture. Won't be walking on it for a few weeks. Will stirred the pot as he added more bones. Captain, you've got some medical experience, don't you? Some, Andrews said. I was a Navy corpsman for 8 years. Enough to patch people up, but not much beyond that. Well, we could use the help, John said, moving to put more chunks of meat on the fire. Nearby, May fed tiny pieces of her portion to Molly, coaxing the dog to eat. Molly seemed to finally swallow, her ears twitching slightly as if acknowledging the food. It was a small victory, but it lifted John's spirits. Andrews watched the scene, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Then he grumbled, What the he? He paused for a second, watching May. Heck? The dog gets steak, and I get broth, John chuckled. Relax, Captain. If you keep the broth down, you'll get the next piece. Will stood, carrying some longer branches toward the fire. We need to stay here a day or two, he said, motioning to the strips of meat waiting to be cooked. Rest up, smoke or dehydrate this meat, and make it easier to carry. If we're going to survive, we need to get every ounce of nutrients out of this deer. John nodded, the thought of rest and food bringing a rare sense of relief. A few days to recover and prepare sounds like a plan. Let me know when you're ready to start setting up a shelter. I'll help. Andrews groaned loudly as John dragged the stretcher over another bump. Holy Hades, Batman! I think you missed a pothole back there. Want to circle back and hit it for good measure? John sighed but didn't take it personally. Every bump probably sent searing pain through Andrews' broken leg, and even under the best circumstances, Andrews didn't seem like the most easygoing companion. Besides, John carried enough guilt of his own to keep him quiet. Every moment spent dragging the stretcher reminded him of the deaths aboard the barge, the sunken vessel, and the lives lost, all because he booted up that cursed laptop. He hadn't believed the Tempest Project could be to blame, but now, with the wreckage still fresh in his mind, he knew better. Molly was doing marginally better. She'd started eating again, but she still insisted on curling up at the end of Andrew's stretcher. It made the load even heavier, and John's shoulders and back were screaming in protest. Will had offered to take a turn, but May had resorted to riding on his back, her small arms wrapped tightly around his neck. She was light, but the heat and their dwindling strength made every step feel monumental. The sun was relentless today, and John could feel it sapping the energy from them all. He stopped, yanking off Mason's firefighter jacket and fashioning it into a makeshift canopy for the stretcher. He tied the bottom of the jacket to the end of the stretcher, forming a triangle of shade to shield Andrews and Molly. May, seeing the setup, decided to follow suit. She draped the firefighter pants over herself and Will, letting the legs dangle down her back to block the sun. As they trudged forward, a weathered sign came into view. Village of Nebo, population 276. John squinted at the lettering, and a spark of hope ignited in his chest. "Will," he said, his voice tinged with relief. "I know this town. We're close, finally close. Once we pass Nebo, we can start heading away from the river." Will touched John's arm, his tone cautious. "Do you think we should go around? We haven't exactly had the best luck with towns lately." John's mind flickered back to their past encounters. First the chaos of that small town, then the disaster at the gas station. But he also thought of the kindness they'd encountered from the firefighters, Mason, and even Andrews. "It's been a mixed bag," John admitted, "but I know this place. There's a family restaurant on the edge of town. Used to be a favorite stop after bike rides along the river trail. Locals and visitors were always there, especially the ones hoping to catch sight of a bald eagle. They nest in the cliffs across the river and in the big trees. People here were friendly, the kind who looked out for one another." But as they moved deeper into town, John's confidence began to waver. The first few streets were a stark reminder of how much the world had changed. Burned-out houses lined the road, their charred skeletons a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. The small convenience store looked like it had been ransacked, its windows shattered and shelves empty. The pawn shop had fared no better, its contents stolen or destroyed. Worst of all, the family restaurant John had spoken of was nothing but a heap of ashes and burnt timbers. John's heart sank. He led the group back toward the river, trying to get out of the oppressive heat. The stifling air pressed down on them, and John was grateful for the life straws that had ensured they had plenty of water to drink. As they walked, Molly lifted her head and let out a soft whine. "You okay, girl?" John asked, glancing back at her. Molly's whines grew louder, shifting into sharp, urgent barks. John stopped in his tracks, his body going rigid. He'd ignored Molly's warnings before, and every time it had led to trouble. "Will," he said, his voice low, "I think we need to get out of the open. Molly's trying to tell us something." Will nodded, scanning their surroundings. He pointed to a house along the riverbank, perched on tall stilts nearly 15 feet off the ground to protect it from flooding. Half of the space underneath was open, while the other half was taken up by a garage. A narrow staircase led to the front door. "That place," Will said. "Let's check it out." John nodded, his nerves taut as they made their way toward the stilted house, Molly's barks ringing in his ears like a warning they couldn't afford to ignore. As they pushed forward toward the house, the heat grew exponentially, bearing down on them like a suffocating weight. Will broke into a jog, urgency etched across his face. "Here we go again, man. May, cover your head with those pants." May didn't hesitate, lifting the firefighter pants over her head like a makeshift hood. John summoned every ounce of strength he had left, dragging the stretcher faster than he thought possible. Even Andrews, who had been complaining nonstop, fell silent, clearly sensing the shift in urgency. As they neared the house, a metal gate blocked their path to the stairs. It wasn't much, but it was still in the way. Will reached for the gate, only to yank his hand back with a hiss of pain. "Wow, that's hot," he exclaimed, cradling his red palm. Before they could figure out what to do, the garage door swung open, and to their shock, a police officer stepped out, gun drawn. He scanned the group, his eyes locking on May and Andrews before holstering his weapon. "Hurry, get inside!" They wasted no time rushing into the garage. The shade provided some relief, but the air inside was stifling, easily over 110 degrees. In the corner, a woman and two young children huddled together, their faces pale and damp with sweat. Parked in the garage was a late 1960s police cruiser, its glossy paint and chrome accents making it look like it had just rolled off the lot. John lowered Andrew's stretcher carefully and extended a hand to the officer. "Thanks for letting us in. I'm John, and this is Captain Andrews. May, my friend Will, and that furball over there is Molly." The officer shook his hand. "I'm Deputy J.D. Marlin, and this is my wife, Leslie, and our kids, James and Nikki. You're lucky you made it in time. I was watching you from the window, and I honestly didn't think you'd make it. These heat spikes come out of nowhere, and they're deadly." John frowned. "Wait, heat spikes? You mean this happens a lot?" J.D. nodded grimly. "Yeah, several times a day. The whole town's bone dry, so even the smallest spark sets buildings on fire. I've already scavenged the nearby houses for supplies, at least the ones still standing. But we're out of food, and the river water is making us sick. Leslie's a nurse, and she says the water's full of bacteria. Without clean water and food, we're not going to last much longer." J.D. gestured toward the cruiser. "Yesterday, I risked it and went to the sheriff's office. Place was picked clean, but this old girl was still in the garage. The chief had this as a hobby project, but she's in working condition. We'll set May down and examine the car with admiration. Those old cruisers don't use modern electronics, so they weren't affected by the EMPs. Plus, they're built like tanks, practically immobile Faraday cages." J.D. shrugged. "If you say so, I'm just glad she works." He tilted his head, studying John and Will. "How did you walk here and not get cooked? You should be roasted alive by now." John scratched his head, puzzled. "It's not like this outside of town. The heat didn't really hit us until we got about a mile from here. It's localized." Leslie, who had been quiet until now, stood up, holding her children close. "Then we need to leave, J.D. If it's not like this outside town, we have to get out of here. We should have left with the others when they did." J.D. shook his head, his expression conflicted. "You know why we couldn't, Leslie, but you're right. We can't stay anymore." He turned to Will, his jaw set. "We're weak, but if you can help us load the car, we can all fit. It'll be tight, kids on laps and all, but we'll make it work." Will beamed. "No more walking? Say no more. Just tell us what you need." J.D. nodded. "We'll need to tie stuff to the roof. There are water containers, some rope, and other supplies in the back closet of the house. You'll have to go upstairs to get them. There are also a few light boxes in the kitchen that your little girl can carry. We're just too weak to make it up the stairs ourselves." May straightened up, her small frame radiating determination. "We can do it, mister. Right, Mr. Will?" Will grinned and grabbed her hand. "Right you are, kiddo. Let's get to work." Before they left, J.D. handed them a pair of potholders. "Here, you'll need these. That gate gets very, very hot." Will held up his still red palm. "Don't I know it? We'll be back in a jiffy." John could hear Will and May's footsteps ascending the stairs, followed by the faint creak of the door closing above. He stared out the garage window for a moment, his mind racing. Then, the unmistakable click of a revolver cocking cut through the tense silence. Turning slowly, he found himself staring down the barrel of a pistol. J.D.'s face was grim, his hand steady. "I'm sorry, John," J.D. said, his voice low and taut. "My kids haven't eaten in days, and we don't have the supplies to survive. I'd rather this go smoothly, but if I have to choose between you and them, it's no contest. Don't make me choose." Molly growled weakly. Though she could barely lift her head, her ears perked, and her lips curled into a snarl. She tried to inch forward, her protective instincts kicking in despite her frailty. J.D. instinctively took a step back, his pistol wavering toward Molly. "Don't hurt the dog," John said, moving to shield her. He positioned himself between J.D. and Molly, his hands raised in a placating gesture. "Take whatever you want, just don't hurt her." J.D.'s eyes flicked to John, then back to Molly. He gestured with the gun. "The pistol in your waistband. Take it out, put it in the bag, quickly before your friends come back." John nodded, his movements slow and deliberate. He reached for the weapon, careful not to make any sudden motions. "I'm going to open the bag now," he said calmly. "There's something I need to take out first. A small plastic bag with personal effects. Some photos, letters, and a hard drive. Nothing you can use. Let me keep that, and the rest is yours." JD hesitated, his jaw tightening. After a moment, he gave a curt nod. "Fine, but if you try anything, I'll shoot you." John opened the bag and pulled out the small plastic pouch, cradling it like it was all he had left in the world. He dropped the massive revolver into the bag and zipped it shut before stepping back. Captain Andrews, who had been silent until now, spat bitterly. "You're a disgrace to that badge, you coward." JD's eyes hardened, but he didn't respond. He backed toward the car, the pistol still trained on John, and opened the trunk. He tossed the bag inside, then nodded to Leslie. "Get the kids in. Start the car." Leslie, her movements slow and weary, helped her frail children into the vehicle. Their arms and legs were thin and pale, and John couldn't help but think of the haunting images from charity commercials. Except now it wasn't some far-off place. It was here, his country, his neighbors. The car's engine roared to life, its vibrations rattling the garage. JD slid into the driver's seat, still keeping the gun pointed at John through the open window. His voice was tight, almost defensive. "Don't judge me, old man. If it were your kids, what would you do?" Andrews glared at him. "I'd have asked for help, not pulled a gun." JD shook his head, his lips pressed into a thin line. He put the car into reverse and backed out of the garage, the pistol never wavering. As the vehicle sped off down the road, John stood frozen, his heart sinking as he watched it disappear, the car heading in the direction they'd been walking. Andrews broke the silence with a bitter growl. "If I could stand, I'd have ripped that bastard's arm off and beaten him with it." John sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. "All he had to do was ask. I would have shared our food." He paused, his voice softening. "But I can't say I blame him completely. If I had kids to worry about, I'm not sure what I'd be capable of." Andrews scoffed. "What are you talking about? You do have a kid to worry about, and I've seen what you're willing to do. You could have left me back on the riverbank. You didn't have to drag me all this way, wasting your strength and resources. But you did." He shook his head. "Some people are just weak, John. You've got to understand that. They crack under pressure. They say we're 9 meals away from anarchy." John frowned. "I've heard that before, but why 9 meals? Andrews nodded grimly. 3 days without food. That's all it takes for most people to lose it. They go from law-abiding citizens to scumbags like that guy. Desperation changes people." The sound of the upstairs door opening drew their attention. Will and May came bounding down the stairs, looking confused. "Dude," Will said, his voice laced with concern. "We couldn't find any water or boxes. We checked all the rooms. What's going on?" He glanced around, his brow furrowing. "Where's the car? I thought they were just starting it up so we could load our stuff." John sighed and shook his head, the weight of their situation pressing down on him like a stone. They took the supplies. All of them.
Chapter 19. The Final Stand. Kade rushed back to the farm, his heart pounding. He burst through the door, his mind racing with the gravity of what he'd seen. Inside, Alex sat on the couch, casually reading a Bible. Of all people, Alex was the last Kade expected to turn to religion. Under different circumstances, Kade might have made a comment, but there was no time for that now. Alex looked up, his usual smirk in place. "Sunburnt," he quipped, "you look like a tomato," noting the flushed redness of Kade's face. "Nigel," Kade said, his voice low but heavy with meaning. The word hit Alex like a slap. His smirk vanished, replaced by a flicker of genuine fear. He shot to his feet, his expression serious for once. Minutes later, the entire group was gathered in the living room. The tension was palpable. Fear etched every face as Kade explained what he'd seen. "They've got 10 trucks, Kade began, his voice steady but grim. "At least 30 men. Maybe more." Silence hung in the air as the weight of the news sank in. The group had made a plan long ago for the day Nigel might return. Everyone had assigned positions, and the layout of the farm had been memorized like the back of their hands. They were supposed to have the advantage. But hearing the size of Nigel's force threw everything into chaos. The plan they'd relied on now felt inadequate. "We have to come up with something new," Kade said, scanning their faces. "The priority is getting the kids and the girls upstairs and into the attic. If we can hold them off, they'll stay safe up there." There were no arguments. Everyone knew the attic was the safest place. The hidden space, accessible only through a disguised panel, had been prepared for emergencies like this. It wasn't perfect, but if things went south, at least the most vulnerable members of the group would have a chance. Kade proposed a desperate plan: pretend no one was home and take them out as they entered. It wasn't foolproof, but time was running out. He shared the idea, and Quentin's scowl made it clear he wasn't convinced. But Quentin stayed silent. If he had a better plan, he wasn't sharing it. Before anyone could second-guess the strategy, Kade ran outside to hide the bike. The distant hum of engines was growing louder. He shoved the bike under the porch, hoping it would go unnoticed, then dashed back inside. He began turning off lights, relying on the daylight streaming through the windows to keep visibility intact. The sound of tires crunching on gravel grew louder, and Kade glanced through a crack in the curtains. 11 trucks rumbled up the long driveway, forming an ominous semicircle in front of the house. The central truck, pristine and imposing, stood out. Kade had no doubt Nigel was behind that one, always the showman. The trucks came to a halt, and Nigel stepped out. Even from a distance, Kade could see him wearing a soldier's uniform. The insignia on the chest gleamed, suggesting some kind of rank, though Kade didn't know if it was real or for show. The rest of the men followed, spilling out of the vehicles in a disorganized jumble. They weren't the uniformed force Kade had feared, but their numbers were still daunting. Nigel grabbed a megaphone and raised it to his lips. His voice boomed across the farm. "Kade! Come on out." Kade remained silent, crouched in the shadows of the house. He knew Nigel's patience would only last so long. Either they'd leave, or they'd come in, and Kade was counting on the latter. Nigel called out a few more times, his voice laced with frustration. When no response came, he waved to one of his men. The man nodded and approached the house, gun in hand. "Noah, with me," Kade whispered. The two of them slipped into the kitchen, just a few steps from the front door. "We're taking him out quietly," Kade instructed. "No gunshots." Noah rolled his eyes but nodded. "Fine, but don't blame me if this gets messy." Kade's heart pounded as they crouched in the kitchen, waiting. The man reached the front door and tried the knob. It didn't budge. Kade could hear him fiddling with it, muttering under his breath. Then, a sharp pop shattered the silence. The man had shot the lock. The door swung open, and heavy boots stomped inside. Kade's grip tightened on his makeshift weapon. He knew the man would head toward the kitchen. It was the logical place to search first. His pulse thundered in his ears as he braced himself for what was about to unfold. The man moved with precision, his every step deliberate. As soon as he entered the house, he scanned the area methodically, his pistol raised and ready. His posture and movements screamed experience. Kade, hiding in the kitchen, tightened his grip on the knife in his belt, his heart pounding with every step the man took toward the doorway. As the man reached the threshold separating the kitchen from the rest of the house, Kade waited, holding his breath. The plan was simple: Kade would go low while Noah went high, pinning the intruder before he could react. The man's boots echoed ominously on the wooden floor as he crossed into the kitchen. Kade waited for his full body to appear in the doorway before springing into action. The man reacted faster than Kade anticipated, sweeping his pistol toward him. Kade waited for the loud report of the gun, but it didn't come. At least those outside wouldn't be alerted to what had happened. This isn't a capture mission, Kade thought grimly. They're here to kill us. Noah surged forward, tackling the man to the ground. With a swift motion, he punched the intruder in the nose. Blood sprayed from the man's face as he groaned, pinned but still conscious. Kade stepped forward, knife in hand, ready to end it. He knelt beside the man, his grip firm on the blade. Noah's hand shot out, stopping him. "Wait," Noah said. Kade stared at him, confused. I thought you wanted them dead. Oh, I do, Noah replied, his lips curling into a mischievous grin. But we can't get blood on this uniform. I've got a plan. From the shadows of the living room, Quentin, Alex, and Brooklyn emerged, weapons at the ready. They had been lying in wait, prepared to intercept if the intruder had gone in another direction. Quentin raised an eyebrow at Noah, his expression skeptical. And what's this genius plan of yours? Quentin asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Noah's grin widened, his enthusiasm undeterred. Can't tell you, he said, his eyes gleaming. If I did, you wouldn't let me do it. Without waiting for approval, Noah grabbed the man and dragged him into the bathroom. The group exchanged uneasy glances as muffled sounds emerged from behind the closed door. A few minutes later, Noah stepped out, now dressed in the man's uniform, complete with a hat to cover his hair. The man, in turn, had been stripped and dressed in Noah's clothes, unconscious on the bathroom floor. Kade immediately understood what Noah was planning, and his stomach churned. Noah, this is insane. Let me do this, Kade, Noah cut him off, his voice firm. It's the best option we've got right now. Kade hesitated, every instinct telling him to object. But Noah was right, they didn't have a better plan. And knowing Noah, he wouldn't take no for an answer anyway. Kade finally gave him a reluctant nod. Be careful, he said, his voice low. Noah slipped out the back door, leaving the rest of the group to wait anxiously. Kade crouched by the window, peeking out intermittently to keep track of Noah. His heart hammered in his chest as he watched Noah approach the enemy's formation, walking with a confidence that matched the uniform he now wore. As Noah emerged from behind the fence, one of Nigel's men raised his gun, training it on him. For a split second, Kade held his breath. But then the man lowered his weapon, apparently satisfied. Kade's tension didn't ease. If these men were disciplined enough to think before shooting, they were far more dangerous than he'd hoped. Noah exchanged a few words with the man, his body language calm and composed. The conversation ended with the man smacking Noah on the back of the head, like a father chastising a disobedient child. Noah took the blow without flinching, his reaction, or lack thereof, surprising even Kade. The man walked away, leaving Noah standing there, still unnoticed by the larger group. Kade exhaled. No way that worked. Kade scanned the enemy formation, counting heads and noting their positions. It was a mistake. One of the men suddenly pointed toward the window where Kade had been crouching. Panic surged through him as he dropped to the floor. The silence outside was shattered by the crack of gunfire. Bullets tore through the window and walls, and Kade pressed himself against the floorboards, heart racing. The attack had begun. The gunfire stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Kade stayed low, heart pounding, scanning the room and signaling his group to hold their fire. Their ammunition wasn't endless, and wasting it now could spell disaster later. Quentin, Alex, and Brooklyn kept their weapons ready, waiting for Kade's word. From outside, Nigel's voice boomed through the megaphone again. Well, look who's home. The taunting tone made Kade roll his eyes. How many cheesy one-liners can this guy squeeze into one day? Nigel continued, I wonder, what holds your little group together? He paused for effect, clearly enjoying the sound of his own voice. Loyalty keeps my army strong. But I'm not so sure about yours. Tell me, Kade, does Brittany's mother even know it's your fault she's dead? Kade's jaw clenched as his anger flared. The statement wasn't entirely accurate, but Nigel's words still cut deep. Worse, the people upstairs, safely hidden away, might hear that and believe it. The insinuation was a seed of doubt Kade couldn't afford to let take root. His face flushed with heat as the rage simmered. Nigel pressed on, his voice dripping with mockery. Why don't you come out, Kade? You'd save your little group a lot of trouble, and save yourself from being responsible for the deaths of the rest of your band of misfits. Kade considered it, but only briefly. No one in the group would ever let him surrender, and he wasn't naive enough to think Nigel would stop with just him. The question lingered in his mind, why me? Kade and Nigel didn't have a deep history. Kade hadn't killed more of Nigel's men than Noah, hadn't been with Nigel as long as Quentin, and didn't share Alex's complicated history with Nigel's right-hand man. It didn't add up. Instead of answering, Kade raised his rifle and fired a single, precise shot through the shattered window. The bullet whizzed past Nigel, close enough to make him flinch. Close, but not close enough, Kade thought, though the message was clear. Nigel's face hardened. He raised the megaphone and said one word, "Fine." The gunfire erupted again, a relentless hailstorm of bullets crashing against the house. Kade shouted for his group to return fire. The deafening cacophony of gunfire filled the air as Kade and the others shot back. But Nigel's men weren't aiming with precision, their bullets peppered the house randomly, more like a scare tactic than a genuine attempt to hit anyone. Kade took careful aim between bursts, firing only when he had a clear shot. He hit one of Nigel's men, the bullet catching him in the leg. Alex and Quentin managed to down 2 others, but the sheer volume of gunfire kept them pinned. "Kade!" Alex shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "They've got a mounted machine gun out there." Kade peeked through the window and froze. The sight made his stomach drop, a massive military-grade .50 caliber machine gun, its barrels gleaming and loaded with an ammunition belt of massive rounds. The thing was a monster, capable of tearing through walls like paper. The gun's first volley ripped into the house, the sound of the heavy rounds deafening. Plaster and wood splintered around them as Kade shouted for everyone to fall back into the next room. They scrambled for cover as the machine gun continued its barrage, shredding the walls. "What do we do?" Brooklyn asked, her voice tight with fear. Kade didn't have an answer. He could feel the weight of the moment crushing down on him. They couldn't hold out against this kind of firepower for long. Alex broke the silence. "I'm going out the same way Noah did," he said, his tone resolute. "If you guys keep up the pressure, I can circle around, take out some of them from the back. That'll split their focus." "That's suicide," Quentin snapped. "There's 5 of us and 40 of them. We can't win this." "It's not about winning," Alex shot back. "It's about survival. This is the only shot we've got." Kade hated that Alex was right. He hated that they were so outmatched they had to resort to desperate plans. But there was no time to argue. He gave Alex a tight nod. "Do it." Without another word, Alex slipped out the back door, moving with purpose. Kade and the others opened fire on the front yard, aiming indiscriminately to draw attention away from Alex. They weren't trying to hit anyone, just keep the enemy focused on them. Kade's thoughts were interrupted when another soldier pointed toward the window where Kade had been crouching. His blood ran cold as he ducked to the floor. A split second later, the bullets started flying again, louder and more concentrated than before. The walls rattled under the assault as Kade pressed himself against the floorboards, his mind racing. "We can't hold this house much longer," he thought grimly. Noah couldn't believe his "I was taking a leak" excuse had actually worked. Sure, it earned him a solid smack on the head, but he'd take that over a bullet. Now, standing among the firing squad, he did his best to blend in. The machine gun was being set up behind them, its operator looking inexperienced, probably someone Nigel trusted more for loyalty than skill. Once operational, the gun would carve a path through the house, forcing Kade and the others into the open. The squad would flank the house and box them in, leaving no escape through the back. Noah fired his rifle half-heartedly, aiming at the porch to avoid drawing suspicion while doing as little damage as possible. He bided his time, waiting for the right moment to make his move. He knew the odds of surviving his plan were slim to none, but if he could take out even 10 men, it might give Kade and the group a fighting chance. When the turret was finally operational, Noah saw his opportunity. The operator was distracted, focused on testing the controls. Just as Noah's thoughts raced, the soldier next to him crumpled, shot by one of Kade's group. The squad leader turned to Noah. "Well, Jacobs, isn't it? You know your job. Get rid of him." "Yes, sir," Noah replied, keeping his voice steady. His heart pounded as he slung the body over his shoulder, careful not to show the tension in his steps. He walked toward the fence, each step a gamble that no one would call him out. Reaching the other side of the fence, Noah tossed the corpse over and glanced back. No one was paying attention, their focus entirely on the firefight. The thunder of bullets drowned out any noise he made as he moved toward the turret operator. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as he raised his stolen rifle, aimed at the operator's head, and pulled the trigger. The operator slumped to the side, lifeless. The relentless gunfire masked the kill, the deafening sound of dozens of rifles firing simultaneously, and no one noticed. Wasting no time, Noah shoved the body aside and took the operator's place. He studied the gun's controls briefly, finding the butterfly triggers almost immediately. A wicked smile spread across his face. This just might work. Gripping the handles, Noah swung it toward the edge of Nigel's squad and squeezed the trigger. The turret roared to life, spitting bullets at an incredible rate. Men dropped like wheat falling with the swing of a sickle as Noah swept the gun along the line. Chaos erupted as the squad turned on itself, unsure where the attack was coming from. Noah's satisfaction was fleeting, though. Within seconds, the remaining soldiers realized what was happening and turned their guns on him. Bullets pinged off the turret's metal frame as he kept firing, mowing down more men. He spotted Nigel sprinting toward the garage, abandoning his men without hesitation. So much for loyalty, Noah thought bitterly. The gun's roar continued until a sharp pain pierced Noah's stomach. He looked down to see blood soaking his shirt. A second bullet struck his hand, forcing him to release the turret. He collapsed to the ground, the world spinning around him. "I did my part," he said, lying still and pretending to be dead as the gunfire shifted away from him. From his position inside the house, Kade watched Noah's heroic stand unfold. The sight of his friend mowing down soldiers with the machine gun brought a flicker of hope, but that hope was shattered when Noah fell. Kade's chest tightened as he held back the tears that blurred his vision. Quentin and Brooklyn kept firing beside him, their focus unwavering. The squad's numbers had dwindled drastically. Kade estimated there were only about 10 left. With a surge of determination, he popped open the door for better visibility and joined the fight, firing carefully calculated shots. Alex emerged from the back, flanking the remaining soldiers and adding to the chaos. But Nigel wasn't among them. Kade's eyes scanned the battlefield, his stomach sinking. "Where is he?" "Garage," Quentin said, his voice steady and grim. He seemed to sense Kade's thoughts. "Go." Kade didn't hesitate. Nodding, he sprinted toward the garage, using the exact path that both Alex and Kade had used. Most of the soldiers were too distracted by the firefight to notice his movement. His legs burned, and his heart raced, but he pushed forward. Nigel wasn't going to get away, not this time. Kade hesitated at the front door of the garage, his instincts screaming caution. If Nigel was waiting, it would be a dangerous mistake to enter head-on. He flanked around the back, crouching at the rear entrance. After taking a deep breath, Kade pushed the door open and barged in. As he expected, Nigel was standing by the front door, his rifle trained on it in anticipation. The sound of the back door startled him, and he spun around, firing wildly. The shot missed by a wide margin, and Kade seized the moment, closing the distance. He shoved the rifle aside, forcing it from Nigel's grip. The weapon clattered to the floor, and Nigel, quick to adapt, drew a knife from his belt and swung. Kade narrowly dodged the blade and countered with an elbow to Nigel's head. The blow sent Nigel sprawling to the ground, groaning but still alert. True to form, Nigel tried to stall with words, his voice calm despite his position. "You know," Nigel said, his smirk unfazed, "this whole pretend to be a soldier thing really paid off. Clever idea. But it wasn't yours, was it?" Kade's thoughts flickered to Noah, who was in all likelihood already dead. The uncertainty gnawed at him. "No," Kade responded tersely, unwilling to let Nigel manipulate him. Nigel grinned, his tone mocking. "Shame about him. A good man, probably the best of your sorry lot." "He is a good man," Kade snapped, pulling his pistol and aiming it at Nigel's head. The words were spoken with finality, but before he could act, Nigel spoke again. How many of your own people have your actions killed? Nigel asked, his voice a venomous taunt. Noah, Brittany, maybe even a few more. How about the ones hiding upstairs? They'll be dead soon, too. The taunt rattled Kade. His grip on the pistol tightened, anger rising. But in his moment of hesitation, Nigel swept Kade's legs out from under him. Kade's head hit the ground with a hard thud, leaving him dazed for a moment. By the time he regained his footing, Nigel was standing again, knife in hand. Nigel reached for his belt and drew another knife, tossing it at Kade's feet. "Why don't we make this fair?" he said, his voice dripping with overconfidence. Kade shouldn't have taken the bait, but pride and anger clouded his judgment. He dropped the pistol and grabbed the knife. If Nigel wanted a fight, Kade would give him one, and he would prove he could beat him without the crutch of a gun. Nigel lunged first, his movements quick but predictable. Kade dropped to one knee, slashing at Nigel's leg. The blade missed by a hair, ripping Nigel's pants but causing no real harm. The two squared off again, tension crackling in the air. For all his bravado, Nigel's confident demeanor wavered, and it fueled Kade's resolve. This time, Kade attacked. He jabbed forward, forcing Nigel to parry with his blade. Kade's strength overwhelmed him, and Nigel's knife flew from his grasp, skittering across the floor. The tables turned, but Nigel wasn't finished. He shoved Kade hard, sending him stumbling into a shelf. The structure shook under the impact, its contents teetering precariously. Nigel scrambled for the fallen blade, but Kade was quicker. He stomped on the knife, pinning it to the ground, and kicked Nigel back with his free foot. Grabbing the knife, Kade closed in, his blade aimed at Nigel's throat. He pressed it against his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. "No more words," Kade growled, his voice colder than he expected. Nigel's response was a sinister smile. A gunshot rang out. Pain exploded in Kade's shoulder, the impact sending him reeling. His vision blurred, and his head swam, but he realized Nigel had landed near Kade's pistol and had managed to fire a shot. Despite the searing pain, Kade refused to falter. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the knife and, with a single motion, slashed Nigel's throat. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching at the wound as blood poured out. Moments later, Nigel lay still, his reign of terror finally over. Kade stumbled back, clutching his wounded shoulder as he tried to stem the bleeding. The pain was sharp, but the relief of seeing Nigel dead outweighed it. For the first time in months, Kade felt a weight lift from his chest. Nigel was gone, and though Kade had always resisted killing, this was an exception he could live with. He slumped against the garage door, his mind racing. The fight wasn't over, there were still men outside, but Kade couldn't fight anymore. He had to trust that the others could handle the rest. Closing his eyes, he allowed himself a brief moment to rest, the weight of his exhaustion finally catching up to him. Kade leaned against the garage door, his breath ragged and his body heavy with exhaustion. He knew he had lingered too long, but the pain in his shoulder was relentless. The gunfire outside had nearly stopped, and the silence gnawed at his mind, filling him with dread for the fate of his friends. He cast a final glance at Nigel's lifeless body, lying in a pool of blood nearby. As much as he despised the man, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. No one deserved to die, not even someone like Nigel. But Kade had done what he had to do, and that would have to be enough. Pulling his cap from his head, he ran his thumb over the brim. He thought of his mother, what she would think of him now. A murderer. She'd probably say something like, "You did what you had to," her voice calm and comforting, the way it always was. She had been the most understanding person he'd ever known. Kade closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tightened his grip on the pistol he'd taken from Nigel. His dominant arm hung useless at his side, but he could still try to defend himself with his left hand if it came to it. Then, without warning, a deafening crash echoed through the garage, and everything shifted. The force threw Kade backward, sending him sprawling across the floor. Pain exploded through his abdomen, and a sickening wave of nausea washed over him. When he managed to look down, his vision blurred by tears of pain, he saw them, 4 jagged spikes protruding from his side. a pitchfork embedded deep in his body. Kade gasped, his breath shallow and labored as he tried to assess the situation. He craned his neck, the effort almost too much to bear, and spotted the source of the crash. A car had barreled through the weakened garage door, likely destroying the structure in the process. Above him, the ceiling groaned and shifted, threatening to collapse at any moment. His father's old tools and supplies began raining down from the loft above, crashing around him like hail. Kade's cap had been knocked off in the chaos, and it lay just a few feet away. Somehow, in this moment of agony and chaos, all he could think about was retrieving it. He wanted to hold on to his mother's memory, to carry a piece of her with him, even if this was the end. Summoning every ounce of strength he had left, Kade grabbed the handle of the pitchfork. The pain was unimaginable as he began to pull himself free, the jagged spikes tearing through his flesh. A scream tore from his throat, echoing through the collapsing garage. His vision swam, and he could feel his body weakening with every second. Finally, the pitchfork came loose, and Kade collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He tried to stand, but his legs buckled beneath him, and he crumpled back to the floor. Crawling was his only option now. Each movement was a battle, his blood leaving a dark trail behind him as he inched forward. He stretched out his hand toward the cap, his fingers brushing the fabric just as the ceiling began to give way. The roof creaked and groaned above him, and Kade knew he didn't have much time. He clutched the cap tightly in his hand and rolled onto his back, staring up at the falling debris. His mind raced, not with fear, but with memories, moments of light amidst the darkness. He thought of Cassie, her laughter, and the way her presence had grounded him. He thought of Noah, the loyal friend who had been by his side through thick and thin. He even thought of Frank, holding on to the hope that the man was still out there somewhere, alive and safe. Finally, he thought of his father. He hoped his dad would be proud of what he had accomplished, of the battles he had fought to protect the people he cared about. The roof gave way, the weight of the collapsing structure bearing down on him. A heavy metal beam struck his head, and the world around him faded to black. In his final moments of consciousness, Kade held his mother's cap tightly in his hands, a faint, bittersweet smile tugging at his lips as everything went silent. Noah's eyes fluttered open, the chaos around him slowly filtering into focus. The relentless gunfire had quieted to sporadic shots, but the tension in the air was palpable. His vision was blurry, and a figure stood above him, firing calculated shots into the distance. The man occasionally glanced down at Noah, his movements steady yet tense. Blinking a few more times, Noah recognized the figure. "Alex?" Noah rasped, his voice weak. He wiped his eyes with a trembling hand and struggled to sit up. "Take it slow," Alex said, kneeling beside him. "You've done good work. We actually stand a chance now." "How many are left?" Noah asked, ignoring the sharp pain radiating from his stomach. He gritted his teeth against the sensation of blood steadily leaving his body. His thoughts were foggy, and the growing weakness made even sitting up a monumental effort. Alex shook his head. "Not sure. Less than 10, I think. But we've got another problem." Noah let out a pained grunt that was half acknowledgement, half an expression of the agony he was feeling. "They've breached the house," Alex continued grimly. "Brooklyn's been shot. She's alive, but I don't know how bad it is. And Quentin. I don't know where he is." Noah groaned, bracing himself on one elbow. "We've got to help them." "It's not that simple," Alex countered, his tone firm and commanding, completely devoid of his usual sarcasm. "There are still 3 men outside. If we take them out, I'll head in to help, but you're staying put. Shoot from here. You've already lost too much blood, and I'm not dragging your corpse back when this is over." Noah nodded reluctantly, recognizing the authority in Alex's voice. Despite his usual arrogance, Alex seemed to transform under fire, his composure and leadership unnerving but oddly reassuring. Alex handed Noah a rifle and some ammo before returning to his own position behind the hood of a car. He moved with surprising precision, his unscathed appearance a stark contrast to Noah's battered state. Noah propped himself up behind the .50 caliber's base, lying prone on the ground to steady his aim. He scanned the battlefield, spotting the 3 men Alex had mentioned. One was positioned behind a large tree at the edge of the yard, periodically peeking out to fire. The other 2 were crouched behind cars farther back, closer to the garage. "Tree guy first," Alex called out, his voice sharp but steady. Noah nodded, focusing on the target. When the man peeked out a second time, they both fired simultaneously. The figure dropped instantly, collapsing in a heap near the tree. The dirt around him kicked up from stray bullets, a stark reminder of how close death was for all of them. Noah's breathing grew labored as he fought to ignore the relentless ache in his stomach. His vision threatened to tunnel, but he forced himself to stay focused. He couldn't afford to falter, not now. The 2 remaining men shifted nervously, trying to reposition. Noah and Alex adjusted as well, finding better angles to fire. Alex was the first to land a clean shot, dropping one of the men with precision. The final soldier seemed to realize he was outmatched. The man bolted for the car he'd been hiding behind, scrambling into the driver's seat. He slammed the door and threw the vehicle into gear. Noah watched as the car lurched forward slightly before the driver panicked and shifted it into reverse instead. The man's desperation made him careless, and Noah couldn't help but think how foolish it was. Like shooting fish in a barrel, he muttered to himself. He aimed carefully and fired, the bullet shattering the window and striking the man. The driver slumped forward onto the horn, creating an ear-splitting blare that cut through the gunfire. Noah's relief was short-lived. The man's dead weight pressed the gas pedal, sending the car careening backward, directly toward the garage. Panic surged through Noah. The building was already on the verge of collapse, weakened by a brutal storm weeks earlier. The crash could bring the entire structure down. "Stop the car!" Noah yelled, mostly to himself. He aimed for the tires, firing rapidly. 2 of them blew out, but it wasn't enough. The car's momentum carried it forward, and with a deafening crash, it slammed into the garage door. Noah's heart sank as he watched the building shudder under the impact. Dust and debris rained down, and the groaning of the structure made it clear that it wouldn't hold for much longer. Cassie clutched Eli tightly, her arms wrapped around him as if her grip alone could shield him from the chaos around them. Gunfire echoed through the house, each shot slicing through the air like a blade. As the intensity of the shooting lessened, she tried to convince herself it was a sign of peace, though deep down, she knew the truth. Fewer shots didn't mean the fight was over, it meant lives were being lost. Eli trembled in her arms, his small body racked with quiet sobs. Cassie gently covered his ears with her hands, whispering soothing words she hoped would calm him. Nearby, Nora cradled Lily, who remained eerily stoic. The young girl's vacant expression unsettled Cassie. While Eli's tears were painful to witness, they felt normal. But Lily's emotionless gaze spoke of experiences no child should endure. Cassie couldn't help but wonder what horrors the girl had faced to make her so numb to gunfire. The sound of a heavier gun boomed, drowning out the sporadic shooting for a moment. Then, silence. Cassie's heart sank as fear clawed at her chest. She prayed it didn't mean her friends had fallen, but she couldn't shake the dread creeping into her mind. The footsteps came next, loud, purposeful. Men were searching the house. When a man's voice screamed, it sounded almost like Kade, though Cassie couldn't tell if it was her mind playing tricks on her. A banging noise echoed from downstairs. Cassie shushed Eli softly, holding him closer as if that could make them invisible. The attic door creaked open, and 4 men entered, dragging Quentin behind them. Cassie gasped, unable to hold back her horror. Quentin was barely recognizable. His face was a swollen, bloody mess. One of his eyes was missing entirely, replaced by an empty, grotesque socket. His right hand was missing 2 fingers, and blood dripped steadily from the mangled stumps. Cassie's tears fell as she covered Eli's eyes, desperate to shield him from the brutality. "I had to," Quentin sobbed, his voice broken. "They would have killed her." Cassie could only assume he was talking about Brooklyn. She didn't blame him. She understood all too well the lengths people would go to for those they loved. "He was a wuss," one of the men sneered. He turned to the others. Is this all of them? Quentin nodded, his bruised face darkening with anger. Despite his agony, a vein bulged in his forehead, threatening to burst. The leader stepped forward, his tone calm but laced with menace. We were told to kill you all, but we need something. He paused, his eyes narrowing. We joined this cause because the man who lived here has something we want. He worked for a company that dealt with AI and weather systems. Our orders are to bring him in, along with any of his work. Tell me where he is now and I'll let you live. Cassie's mind raced. I don't know anything about that, she stammered, her voice trembling. Nora echoed her denial. It was the truth. As far as Cassie knew, Kade's father hadn't been to the house since everything started, and any information he had wasn't here. The man's expression hardened. Maybe you need some incentive. He reached down and yanked Eli from Cassie's arms. Eli screamed and thrashed, but the man held him easily, pressing the barrel of his gun to the boy's head. Tell me what you know, he demanded, his voice ice-cold. Cassie's heart felt like it was being torn apart. All I know is where he used to sleep, she pleaded. Inside the art room, there's a box filled with letters he wrote to his wife. That's it. I swear, I never knew the man. The leader motioned to his men. Check the room, he ordered. I'll watch them. The minutes that followed were the longest of Cassie's life. Eli had stopped struggling, his small frame limp in the man's grip. Lily glared at the intruder, her young face twisted with a hatred far too intense for her age. When the men returned, their faces were grim. We didn't find anything, boss, one of them reported. But there's a problem. Everyone else is dead. The leader's face contorted in fury. How? He bellowed. How did 2 men take out 3 of ours? And where is that loudmouth Nigel? The subordinate stammered, we don't know. The leader shook his head, his frustration palpable. Do we trust them? He asked, gesturing toward Cassie and Nora. Is this girl telling the truth? The other man hesitated. I think so, he said cautiously. We found the box. It's just letters about his son. Nothing about what we're looking for. The leader's gaze shifted to Eli. You're lucky I don't like hurting children, he growled. He glanced at Cassie. Or women. His eyes flicked to Quentin, lying unconscious on the floor. And I think we've done enough to this one. He threw Eli to the ground, and Cassie rushed to grab him, pulling him close. The men walked out, their boots thudding heavily on the stairs. Cassie didn't move until she heard the front door slam. Only then did she dare to peek out a window. She saw the men climbing into a car. To her shock, Noah was still alive, aiming a rifle at them. Alex stood beside him, lowering the gun, seemingly reasoning with him. Cassie should have felt relief at seeing them alive, but her heart sank when she noticed Kade was nowhere in sight. She bolted outside, her voice frantic. Where is he? She screamed at Noah. I'm sorry, Noah said, his voice breaking as he pointed to the garage, or what was left of it. The structure had collapsed, a crumpled heap of wood and metal. Cassie didn't wait. She ran to the wreckage, her mind racing. Kade had to be alive. He just had to be. So it's decided? Noah asked, his voice low but steady. Cassie nodded, her eyes red and puffy from crying. She hadn't been able to stop thinking about Kade, and every night brought a fresh wave of grief. It's the best option, she said softly. When do we leave? Quentin spoke up, his tone firm. Tonight. The best time to travel is at night. With those cars, I don't think anyone will bother us. The group exchanged quiet glances, and it was settled they would head to the haven. But as the plan solidified, Quentin broke the silence with a surprising announcement. I'm not going, he said, his voice resolute. It was hard not to stare at him. The makeshift bandage covering his missing eye gave him a haunted appearance, a grim reminder of the battle they'd barely survived. He continued, We're not going. His gaze shifted toward Brooklyn, who lay on the couch, still unconscious. She hadn't stirred since being shot, and though they'd done their best to treat her wound, the recovery had been slow and excruciating. Noah couldn't imagine the pain she was in when she finally woke. Quentin's decision didn't come as a shock. He always marched to the beat of his own drum, and no one doubted his ability to survive on his own. If he believed staying behind was the right call, there was no point in trying to change his mind. The others respected his choice, though the weight of his words hung heavy in the air. The group was fracturing, each person grappling with the losses they'd endured and the uncertain future ahead. For now, all they could do was prepare to move forward, each step carrying them further from the lives they'd once known.
Chapter 20. Ashes to Ashes. John sat slumped on a crate in the stifling garage, staring blankly at the ground. They'd been robbed, by a cop no less, and now they had nothing. Captain Andrews lay on the stretcher nearby, while Will and May stood by the open garage door, keeping Molly from wandering outside as the heat began to intensify. John leaned forward to check on Andrews. "How are you holding up, Cap? Anything I can do for you?" Andrews propped himself up on one elbow, his expression hard. "Yeah, for starters, you can stop sulking like a wet dog and get off your skinny behind. Nothing's gonna change if you just sit there staring at the floor, you dipstick." It took a moment for Andrews' words to sink in. At first, John felt a flicker of irritation, but then he realized the captain was right. Sitting here, wallowing in frustration, wouldn't get them anywhere. He stood, rolling his shoulders as if to shake off the weight of defeat. He thought about what Mason would do if he were here. "Hey, Will," John called, his voice firmer now. "We need to take inventory of what we do have and figure out how to move forward." Will glanced around the garage, his shoulders sagging slightly. "Well, we've got the stretcher, a few tools in these toolboxes, our clothes, and my pistol, but I've only got a couple rounds left." He gestured toward the open garage door. "And it's getting hotter out there." May, who had been gently stroking Molly's ears, piped up. The bad lady had lots of Band-Aids, like lots and lots of Band-Aids. "Could they help, Mr. Captain?" Will knelt down beside her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "What do you mean, honey? I didn't see any Band-Aids in the bathroom. I checked." "Not in the bathroom, silly," May said with a giggle. "Under the mom and dad bed in the big room upstairs. But they didn't have any water. Sorry, I tried to find where they hid it, but I couldn't." "That's okay, May," John said gently. "They were lying about the water to trick us so you and Will would go upstairs." May's brow furrowed in confusion. "Well, that wasn't very nice of them. If they still have a mommy, you should call her and tell her they need to get in big trouble." Will tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, his voice soft but strained. "Sure thing, May. I'll call their mommy just as soon as I can." Grabbing the oven mitt he'd used earlier, he stood and headed toward the stairs. "I'll be right back." As Will disappeared up the steps, John scanned the garage again, trying to think. "I'm not sure how far this heat spreads. We know we can backtrack, but I don't know how far we'd have to go to get around it. Without supplies, that's a gamble, and it's way too hot out there to walk without some kind of protection. I don't see any vehicles nearby either, so driving out isn't an option. If we can't move quickly, we'll get fried." May giggled and looked up at him. "We need a bicycle. My daddy taught me how to go super fast on one. He said I had to use the brakes, but I forgot how and went super fast down a hill. I crashed, but it didn't hurt too bad. Daddy kissed it and made it better." John froze as a memory hit him, a vivid flash of taking Kade's bike to a repair shop in this very town after one of their weekend outings. He could still see the shop's sign and remember the rows of bikes in the window. "You're a genius, May," John said, the hint of a smile breaking through his weariness. "Absolute genius." May snuggled closer to Molly, her face lighting up. "I know, Mr. John. A lot of people know that. Didn't you know that?" John chuckled, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "I do now, May. I do now." The side door to the garage swung open, and Will entered, carrying an armful of supplies. He dropped them onto the floor with a satisfied grin. "Jackpot, dude. Well, medically speaking, anyway. Still no food or water, but that Lindsay lady was definitely skimming supplies from her job." He held up a leg brace and crutches, then nudged a box of ace bandages with his foot. "We might actually be able to fix your leg up properly, Andrews. Think you can handle crutches?" Andrews sat all the way up, using John's shoulder for support. Heck yeah, I can. No more of this bump-filled ride for me. You two are the worst stretcher bearers I've ever seen. John let out a sarcastic laugh. Gee, thanks, Andrews. Here I was having the time of my life, dragging your scrawny, old, wrinkly behind all over the place. Andrews smirked and flexed his hand on John's shoulder, sending a jolt of pain shooting down his back. Watch your mouth, bub. Didn't anyone ever teach you to respect your elders? John winced but grinned. My bad, Cap. I'll try to remember that. Well, at least this helps a bit. John had a new idea forming. I've got a plan. If we can make it to the bike shop, I bet we can put something together. They used to have tandem bikes, bikes with carriages, and those trailers for toddlers. There's got to be something we can use, assuming the building's still standing. Will's smile faltered. We'd better move fast. When I was coming back down from the main house, I noticed the garage roof starting to smoke. At first, I thought it was just steam, but it's so dry out there, it has to be smoke. This place might not be standing much longer. John sighed, frustration bubbling up. If only we had a car. We've got nothing to work with here. No way to get over to the bike shop without roasting out there. That heat's brutal. A sharp smack on the back of his head made John turn in surprise. Andrews was holding up the firefighter jacket with a smug grin. Hey, genius, you literally have a suit built to keep out heat. This thing's so freakishly big you could pull it up over your head, and the pants will cover your shoes. All you gotta do is get there and grab the bikes. John rubbed the back of his head, grumbling. Ow, Cap. You're way too strong for a grumpy old man, you know that? He took a few steps out of Andrew's reach, then straightened his posture. Okay, I'll go. Be back as soon as I can. May rocked on her tiptoes, her face lighting up. Mr. John, can you get me a pink one with strings on the bar thingies? John chuckled and ruffled her hair. I'll see what I can do, May. Will stepped forward, frowning. Dude, no offense, but I'm in way better shape than you right now. Let me go instead. John had already pulled on the oversized trousers, securing them with the suspenders, and was slipping into the massive jacket. I know where the shop is, and I know what we need. Trust me, I've got this. Just help me get this buttoned up. As he reached for the jacket's collar, he felt a lump in one of the pockets. Pulling it out, he found a Nomex hood, the kind firefighters use to protect their ears and neck from heat. He slipped it over his head, then pulled the coat's collar up to cover the hood. He glanced at Will and Andrews, knowing he probably looked ridiculous, but it was better than roasting in the sun. Will handed him a small bundle of tools, a pair of pliers, an adjustable wrench, and a few screwdrivers. Just in case, bro. Be careful out there. We're too close to getting you home for anything to happen now. John nodded, accepting the tools. Without another word, he ducked out of the garage and into the blazing heat. The moment he stepped outside, it felt like walking into an oven. The heat was suffocating, stealing the air from his lungs and sending sweat pouring down his face. His breath came in sharp, shallow gasps as he pushed forward, jogging down the road. After 50 yards, the soles of his shoes began to burn, the asphalt so hot it felt like it was searing through to his feet. John shifted his path, veering onto the dirt and grass lining the road. It wasn't much cooler, but it was bearable. When he had to cross another stretch of pavement, he sprinted, gritting his teeth against the searing heat until he reached the other side. He pressed on, his determination outweighing the discomfort. Every step brought him closer to the bike shop and to the chance of saving his friends. As John rounded the corner onto Jackson Street, relief flooded through him when he spotted the small bike shop still standing. The surrounding buildings were charred ruins, but the bike shop seemed to have been spared by the large gravel parking lots flanking it on both sides, creating a fire break. Its tin roof likely played a part in its survival as well. He picked up his pace, darting across the street, but his foot suddenly slipped as if he'd hit a patch of ice. He dropped to one knee with a painful thud. Looking down, he saw a streak of black rubber where his shoe had slid across the blistering asphalt, the heat radiating so intensely he could feel it even through the firefighter gear. Grimacing, John pushed himself back to his feet and stumbled into the gravel lot. The temperature was soaring, the oppressive heat making every movement more exhausting. Reaching the shop's front door, he didn't even bother trying the handle. It was metal and no doubt scalding. Instead, he slammed his elbow into the glass pane, shattering it inward. Using his jacket sleeve, he cleared away the larger shards before stepping inside. The air inside was thick with smoke, a faint haze hanging in the room. John glanced down at his foot, which had been aching since the fall, and noticed the rubber sole of his boot had melted, exposing the material underneath. His breath hitched. The heat was worse than he thought. The shop was mostly intact despite the smoke. A display bike caught his eye, a sturdy model with a camping carriage attached to the back. Perfect. He also spotted a mountain bike upside down on a repair table, its chain hanging loose. It wasn't pink or covered in tassels, but John figured it was May's would forgive him. The rest of the bikes were either disassembled or secured with heavy locks, and he didn't have time to wrestle with those. A faint crackling noise drew his attention upward. The wooden beams of the ceiling were charred black, glowing with red embers. Panic prickled at the back of his neck. Breaking the window had allowed fresh air to flood the room, just what the dying fire needed to reignite. Flames began to flicker to life above him, spreading rapidly along the beams. "Dang it," John muttered, fishing the tools from his jacket. He hurried to the mountain bike, working as quickly as his shaky hands allowed to reattach the chain. The rising smoke made it hard to concentrate, his lungs burning with every shallow breath. He managed to loosen the first nut on the wheel, but fumbled the second, the small piece slipping from his grasp and clinking to the floor. Dropping to his knees to retrieve it, he felt instant relief from the smoke, which was now thickest near the ceiling. Working on the floor, John finished tightening the chain and reattached the tire. He dragged the mountain bike toward the display model, grabbing it along with the camping carriage. A box on a nearby shelf caught his eye, a child's bike seat attachment. He snatched it up and tossed it into the carriage, figuring it might come in handy. Thinking ahead, he searched for tire repair kits and spare chains, finally spotting a few kits on a lower shelf. He stuffed them into the carriage but couldn't find any extra inner tubes. His head was pounding now, the room spinning as the smoke closed in. It was time to get out. John pushed the bikes toward the door, reaching for the handle. Even with the protection of his glove, the metal burned hot against his palm. He swung the door open, and a sudden whoosh of air fanned the flames inside. The rafters above him roared to life, fully ablaze. Without hesitation, John dragged the bikes outside and hopped onto the one with the carriage. Gripping the mountain bike's handlebars with one hand, he pedaled hard, pulling the second bike alongside him. The asphalt was still blisteringly hot, but there was no other way back. John pushed through the discomfort, sweat pouring down his face inside the gear. As he turned onto the riverfront road, he saw smoke billowing from the garage roof in the distance. Flames were licking at the edges, growing rapidly. He pushed himself harder, every muscle screaming as the temperature finally began to drop. Whatever heat spike had triggered the fire was easing, but John didn't know how long it would last. The last few dozen yards were a blur as he barreled into the garage opening, his chest heaving with effort. The group sprang into action as soon as they saw him. Will grabbed the mountain bike from his hand, his face pale with urgency. "Dude, you couldn't have cut it any closer. We need to leave, like right now." They managed to escape the oppressive heat of the town and into a cooler zone just before the next heat spike hit. The shift felt almost surreal. John couldn't wrap his head around how such a small geographic area could hold a 20 to 50 degree difference. The wind rushing past as they rode was a blessing, cooling their skin and filling them with a brief, much-needed sense of freedom. May sat perched in the child's seat attached to the mountain bike Will was riding. She was much too tall for it, but the weight she'd lost made it possible for her to squeeze into the seat without much discomfort. She swung her legs lightly, her demeanor more relaxed now that they were out of immediate danger. Andrews was settled in the carriage behind John, holding tightly to Molly and his crutches. He muttered a string of curses under his breath every time they hit a bump, but John could tell even Andrews was grateful to be moving again, away from the chaos and destruction. For John, every pedal stroke felt charged with anticipation. They were so close to home now that he could name the houses coming up, could picture every twist, turn, and hill along the familiar road. The sight of the fallen leaves scattering the gravel filled him with a strange nostalgia, a bittersweet reminder of how long he had been gone. Yet, amidst the joy of being close to home, his anxiety spiked. The buildings they passed were in ruins, not burned like those in the previous town, but torn apart by violent winds. Homes were crumbled, trees uprooted. The destruction felt personal, and every damaged structure only intensified his worry. Was his house still standing? Was Kade still there? Was he even alive? The fear gnawed at him, louder than the wind rushing in his ears. He had come so far, endured so much pain, loss, and heartbreak. The thought of losing Kade now after everything was unbearable. Finally, he turned onto the gravel road leading to his farm. His legs pumped furiously, the bike bouncing over the uneven surface as adrenaline pushed him harder. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to go faster. As the farm came into view, his heart sank. The driveway was blocked by several vehicles, their frames riddled with bullet holes. A military truck with a .50 caliber machine gun mounted on the back sat ominously at the center of the wreckage. Bodies were scattered across the driveway and yard, some lying in twisted, unnatural positions. The garage had collapsed in on itself, its remaining walls shredded with bullet holes, and parts of the roof hung precariously over the wreckage. John's breath caught in his throat. Panic gripped him like a vice as he skidded to a stop, slamming on the brakes and leaping off the bike. He barely registered the calls of Will and Andrews behind him. Nothing else mattered. He had to find Kade. He sprinted toward the house, his feet crunching over broken glass and debris. The front door lay off its hinges, and the refrigerator had been overturned to barricade the back door. He glanced out the shattered, boarded-up window and saw more bodies sprawled across the back porch, lifeless and still. None of them looked like Kade, but the sight of them made bile rise in his throat. His eyes landed on the overturned fridge. Pinned to its dented side by a pair of magnets was their old noteboard, the one he and Kade had used to leave messages for each other when John was working odd hours. His heart leapt as he spotted Kade's handwriting on a blood-stained piece of paper attached to it. He ripped the note free and read the opening lines. "Dad, I know you're out there, alive and trying to..." The rest was soaked in blood, the crimson stains blotting out the words. John's hands trembled as he stared at the letter, his mind racing. Kade had been here. He was alive when he wrote this, alive and waiting. But now John wasn't so sure. The letter slipped from his fingers as he bolted up the stairs, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Kade, it's Dad! Kade, where are you?" Room by room he searched, his voice growing hoarse as he called for his son. The house was eerily quiet, each empty room driving another nail into his heart. The silence felt deafening, a void filled with every fear and regret he had tried to suppress. "Kade!" he yelled again, his voice cracking as he pushed open another door. His chest ached from the exertion, his legs threatening to give out beneath him. The house was a battlefield, upturned furniture, shattered glass, and signs of a desperate struggle painted every room. Yet there was no sign of Kade. John collapsed to his knees in the center of the living room, his hands gripping the floor as tears welled up in his eyes. "Please," he whispered, his voice barely audible, "please let him be okay." Behind him, the faint sound of footsteps approached, followed by the soft whimper of Molly. A hand rested gently on his shoulder, and he turned to see May standing there, her eyes wide with concern. "We'll find him, Mr. John," she said softly, her small voice steady with a confidence he couldn't muster. "We'll find him." John closed his eyes, taking a deep, shuddering breath. May's words gave him a fragile sliver of hope, and for now it was enough to keep him going. John picked up a rifle that lay next to the body of an older man. Something about the man seemed familiar, maybe someone from town, but John's mind couldn't latch onto it. His focus was splintered, his thoughts dulled by exhaustion and dread. With trembling hands, he climbed the stairs again, moving room to room, stepping over bodies and pools of blood. Each step felt heavier, each shadow cast by the dim light threatening to reveal a nightmare. Occasionally, John would flip over a body that was roughly Kade's size, terror gripping him every time. He would pause, his breath caught in his throat, unable to brace himself for what he might see. And each time, relief would wash over him when it wasn't his son. But the cycle was draining, terror followed by relief, over and over again. It was like being ripped apart from the inside. His nerves were frayed, his strength slipping away with every room he checked. After what felt like an eternity, he stumbled back outside, barely able to hold himself upright. His voice cracked as he said, "I can't find Kade. I've checked everyone in the house. He's not there." Will stepped forward, concern etched into his face. "Dude, there are some bodies in the garage. Want me to check them?" John drew in a deep, shaky breath and made his way to the collapsed remains of the garage. His legs felt like they might give out at any moment, but he pushed forward. He began lifting pieces of wood and twisted metal siding, the rubble cutting into his hands as he worked. The pile was suffocating, both in its weight and in the dread that hung over him like a storm cloud. He silently begged not to find anything. If Kade was under this wreckage, there would be no saving him. As he lifted a large piece of metal, John froze in place. His heart stopped. There, poking out from the rubble, was a bloodied mat of hair. The skull beneath it was caved inward, the face turned downward. A faded red baseball cap, frayed and torn along the brim, lay beside the body in a pool of blood. John's chest tightened as he stared at the hat. He would know it anywhere. It was Kade's. His hands trembled as he reached out, slowly picking up the cap. The worn fabric felt like a ghost of his son, a cruel reminder of all he had lost. And then all at once, the weight of everything crushed him. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the hat to his chest, and let out a guttural moan that seemed to tear through the air. "No, no, no!" he sobbed, his voice breaking as tears poured down his face. He couldn't hold it together any longer. His grief consumed him, swallowing him whole. Will hurried over, his face pale as he took in the scene. "Oh no, John," he whispered. He knelt beside him and began to dig through the rubble, his hands moving frantically. Even Andrews, balancing precariously on his crutches, made his way over and began moving debris with his good arm. But John barely registered their efforts. He was gone, lost in his grief. The world felt distant, muted. The sounds around him faded into a dull hum, and all John could feel was the unbearable weight of his failure. He had failed Kade again. He had failed Carol. The pain was suffocating, and he no longer cared what happened next. He wanted it all to end, to join his family and leave behind the wreckage of the world and his mistakes. He lay back on the ground, staring blankly up at the sky. Tears streamed down his face as the crushing realization set in. He would never get the chance to make things right. He had lost Kade, and with him, he had lost his last chance for redemption. His chest ached, his hands bleeding from the way his fists had clenched so tightly that his nails cut into his palms. None of it mattered. Nothing mattered anymore. Will's face suddenly appeared above him, blocking his view of the sky. His lips were moving, but the words didn't make sense at first. Then, slowly, the sound began to filter back in, and John's mind started piecing the words together. "It's not Kade, John!" Will was shouting, shaking him with both hands. "It's not Kade! John, listen to me! It's not Kade!" John blinked, his vision clearing slightly as Will's words finally broke through the fog of his despair. "What?" he rasped, his voice barely audible. "It's not Kade," Will repeated, his voice insistent. "That's not your son, man. Look, just look closer." John forced himself to sit up, his hands still clutching the hat. His heart was pounding, his breath uneven as he turned his gaze back to the rubble. Slowly, his eyes moved over the body. Will was right. The hair wasn't the same color, right, and the build was different. He hadn't noticed before, blinded by the shock of seeing the hat. But now, the details began to sink in.
Epilogue. Kade awoke with a start, his body jerking upright. For a moment, disorientation and panic overwhelmed him. He was in a car, and his first thought was that he'd been captured by the guards. His hand instinctively reached for the pistol that was usually at his side before the reality of his situation came crashing back. Noah was at the wheel, with Cassie slouched in the passenger seat, fast asleep. Eli sat beside him in the back seat, looking up with wide eyes. Kade's sudden movement startled Noah, who nearly swerved off the road. "Whoa!" "Welcome back, Sleeping Beauty," Noah said with a grin, his voice laced with relief. Noah nudged Cassie awake, nodding toward the back seat. She stirred groggily, rubbing her eyes before turning to see Kade. Her reaction was immediate, a mix of shock and joy. "Kade," she nearly shouted. She unbuckled her seatbelt and climbed into the back seat without hesitation, wrapping her arms around him and planting a kiss on his lips. The suddenness of it embarrassed him, but he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Nothing like young love," Noah quipped from the front, his tone teasing but warm. Kade winced as the laughter sent a sharp pain through his ribs. "You sound like my dad," he said, grinning despite the discomfort. "I always liked your pops," Noah replied with a nod, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Kade instinctively reached for his side, the sharp ache making him pause. He lifted his shirt slightly to reveal a bandage wrapped around his ribcage, stained with 4 dark marks where the pitchfork had pierced him. His shoulder throbbed faintly but not as intensely as he expected. "How long was I out?" he asked, his voice hoarse. 2 days, Eli piped up from the far end of the seat, where he had been pushed aside during Cassie's rush. The boy looked a little crushed, both physically and emotionally, but managed a small smile. 2 days? Kade repeated, his brows knitting together in disbelief. Noah nodded. "Yeah. You're lucky you're even alive. If it weren't for Nora, it could have been a whole lot worse." His voice hitched slightly at the mention of her name, and Kade didn't miss the flicker of pain that crossed his face. Kade hesitated. "Did everyone make it?" he asked, his voice low. "They all made it through the battle," Cassie said softly. She glanced down, her expression darkening. "But Nora," she trailed off, struggling to find the words. After she found out Nigel was dead, it was like she just stopped caring. "She spent a couple of hours patching you up, doing everything she could for you." But when she said there was nothing more she could do, Cassie hesitated again, her voice trembling. "We found her later. In the basement." Kade felt his chest tighten, his thoughts spiraling. The weight of her loss hit him hard. He'd heard of people taking their own lives, but he had never known anyone who had. Nora's pain, losing her husband and, even worse, her child, was unimaginable. He felt a pang of guilt, knowing he had been close to her and yet hadn't been able to save her. A part of him understood her choice, but that understanding only deepened the sorrow. "And the others?" he asked, trying to pull himself out of the heaviness in his chest. "Lily and Alex are in the other car," Noah said, gesturing to the vehicle trailing close behind them. Kade turned to look, noticing the car following at a distance that was uncomfortably close. He had no doubt that Alex was the one behind the wheel. "What about Quentin? Brooklyn?" Kade asked, his voice strained. "They're alive," Noah replied. "Quentin's pretty beat up. He lost an eye and a couple of fingers. Brooklyn got shot, so they decided to stay behind. I think they are going to try and find a place close to the farm. There's enough food there to last them a long time, and they didn't think they could make the trip." Noah's voice cracked slightly. "When I found you," he paused, his grip on the wheel tightening. "I thought you were dead, Kade. You should have died." "But I didn't," Kade said firmly, his voice steady. "And that's all that matters." A strange sound escaped him then, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. It carried grief, pain, and gratitude all at once. He was alive. Against all odds, most of them had made it out. It wasn't something he had dared to hope for, but here they were. Despite the loss, despite the pain, they were still standing. And while the road ahead loomed long and uncertain, Kade felt a flicker of determination light within him. They would keep going. They had to. Frank sat in a chair, reading a book, something that he didn't do very often. He didn't know why. It was actually quite entertaining. Since most electronics were down, he had to get all the entertainment he could get, and reading was what he had. When Kade had found the little house on the side of the highway, he assumed that Kade would find him. He never did. Frank often wondered if Kade ever looked for him. After months of bonding, maybe he assumed that life would be better without Frank. The thought killed him. With only himself, the food that was in the house seemed like enough to last one person a very long time. The sound of rumbling vehicles made him jump, he would be lying if he didn't admit that his first thought went to Kade. Maybe he had been found. If he had learned anything, though, it was to be safe. He grabbed the pump shotgun that was leaning against the chair he was sitting on. He stood and went to the door. Unfortunately, it wasn't Kade, which made it all the more dangerous. The trucks came to a stop, and he heard a gruff voice, "Clear the place, grab anything you need, and get out. We have things to do today, boys, quick and efficient." Frank didn't see a reason to hide. If they were coming in and found him, things could end bad for him. He took a step out the door, throwing the shotgun on the ground and raising his hands. There were 6 men, and all of them had guns trained on them. The man who had given the command raised his hand, and the guns dropped. "Sorry about that, can't be too careful." "I understand," Frank responded. "I'd appreciate it if you left my home alone though," he said, trying to sound stern. "You alone?" he asked. "Might be," he said, "might not be." "Smart, not giving away information," he said. "Well, let's assume you are. We need men. We have a sanctuary with plenty of food and water," he said. "I think you might be a good addition." Frank thought for a good second but acted spontaneously anyway. He had nothing going for him at the moment anyway. Kade was obviously not coming for him, and Frank didn't want to live in this world alone. He looked in the man's eyes. "What's your name?" "Captain Sinclair," he replied. "Well, Captain," he said, "I'd love to." Frank reached out his hand, and the man shook it, solidifying his new allegiance.
We hope you have enjoyed Shattered Skies, Book 1 in the Tempest Project series. Author, G.C. Simmons. Co-author, R.J. Simmons.